spend more time with you, but again, we do have some breaking news here on CNN. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And it is just coming across the wires here, reading straight from it. Connecticut State Police responding to reports of a shooting, we're told, at Newton Elementary School this morning. It's in the southwestern part of Connecticut. That's according to a police spokesman, Lieutenant Paul Vance. Again, responding to reports of a shooting at Newton Elementary School this morning. And there's a map right there, Sandy Hook. That you see, but let me read more of what I'm getting here. According to one of our affiliates, again, this isn't CNN's reporting, this is our affiliate reporting, that Connecticut State Police said that they are responding to that shooting at Newton on Friday, Newtown, pardon me for that. The shooting was reported at a school on Dickinson Drive. Dickinson Drive, again, Newtown. I said Newton before, but it is Newtown. We don't know the extent of if there are any injuries, but again, we hear that they are deploying units. Police are responding. CNN is sending crews. Our affiliates are sending crews as well. They are en route to an elementary school in Newtown. The call came earlier this morning, not exactly sure of the time, but we are working our sources and working our affiliates there in the area to try to figure out exactly what's going on. As you know, law enforcement, and we do here at CNN and all news organizations take it very seriously anytime there are reports of a gun or shots fired at a school, elementary, junior high school, college, or what have you, and that's what we're doing right now, checking on that for you. We're getting some information in. Our producers are gathering it for us, and we'll be back with the very latest on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
This is CNN Breaking News.
The breaking news is coming to us out of Connecticut, the southwestern part of that state, where police are reporting that they are responding to reports of a shooting at Newtown Elementary School early this morning, again, in the southwestern part of Connecticut, and that is according to a police spokesman, Lieutenant Paul Vance. And we're hearing that the school is on Dickinson Drive, and there are a few other details available. Our affiliates are on the way to the scene, as well as the CNN crew, CNN crews, photographers, producers, and correspondents on the way to this. Of course, we all cringe when we hear about reports of a shooting, especially at an elementary school, especially at any organization, a business or a school. But when you look at elementary school children so young, and then there are reports of a shooting at the school, we have very few details on this. This is just coming across the wires, and even the folks in Connecticut are scrambling to try to get their bearings around this, to get their bearings and try to get to the scene to figure out exactly what's going on. Again, this is Newtown Elementary School. The reports came in approximately, we're told, about 30 minutes ago. It is Sandy Hook Elementary, is that correct, Brian, my producer? Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown. And again, in the southwestern part of the state. Very few details about Sandy Hook Elementary School, exactly how big it is, how many students, what grades, if it's from 1st to 9 or what have you. But again, and also there are reports from our affiliates who are telling us where it is. There are also other reports out there that, and this is not CNN's reporting, this is other published reports that I am looking on the wires and quoting here. A Connecticut school district on lockdown, some people are reporting. Following the reports of a shooting at an elementary school. They're saying it's an unconfirmed report, but we have a confirmed report that they are responding to the shooting there. The district is taking preventative measures by putting all schools on lockdown until they ensure the safety of all students. And again, that's according to another report from that is quoting the Newtown Public School District Secretary of Superintendent. The police also sending units following reports of a shooting at that school, and all public and private schools in town are on lockdown. And they said there is a message, and we can look for this if you guys are on the school's website, a message on the school district's website that all afternoon kindergarten is canceled today and there will be no midday bus runs. And there it is, Sandy Hook Elementary School. You're looking at the school's website there. And as far afternoon kindergarten, up on the top right of your screen, you see it in the yellow part. Afternoon kindergarten is canceled today, December 14th. There will be no midday bus runs. So I'm not sure if that is because of this, these reports of a shooting, but it is an indication that something is going on, that something is awry in this school district. Again, Sandy Hook Elementary School. We're looking at the school's website. Reports of a shooting at that Connecticut school, which is located in the southwestern part of the state, and we've confirmed that from police spokesman Lieutenant Paul Vance. We have crews on the way to the scene. Our affiliates have crews on the way to the scene as well. We also have a reporter in New York who is following this for us, and we'll get that reporter to you as well on the other side of this break. Don't go away. Breaking news here on CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And the breaking news here on CNN is that Connecticut State Police have responded to reports of a shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School. It is in the Newtown School District in the southwestern part of Connecticut. First pictures coming in right now. Let's put them up. You see the police tape in front, and you see also emergency people in the background there, a fire truck on your left, fire and rescue. So it appears through these pictures another confirmation that something is going on at this elementary school in Newtown. This picture courtesy of our affiliate WCCT. And again, we have very few details about this shooting. It's just that there were reports for police to come out because of some sort of disturbance or shooting at the school. Obviously, police, investigators, fire department, all rushing out to the school and finding what they found, and we don't have the information of what they have found yet. There are other reports, published and otherwise, that are saying that the school district is on lockdown. The school district is on lockdown right now. Newton Police spokesman is telling now, CNN has confirmation, our New York desk, that police at Sandy Hook Elementary School responded to that shooting, and the school is now on lockdown, and the kids are not being evacuated. The kids are not being evacuated from this school. So again, we are getting new information now coming in. These are the first pictures that are coming in from the school. We don't know if there are any injuries in this. We don't know the details behind the shooting, what type of gun, if at all, gun was found, who the suspect is, if it's a student or otherwise. We don't know the details. But again, when we do get reports like this, we all cringe. Because it's the last thing you want to see happen at any business or any home, and especially at an elementary school, when we know the ages of the people who are involved. And we send our kids off to school every single day here in this country, hoping that they will be in the best hands, and then sadly, from time to time, these terrible situations do crop up. But again, we're learning that this school is on lockdown. CNN has confirmed that they are not evacuating the students from the school. Emergency personnel are there. Others are still being rushed there. Our affiliates are on the way to the school, as well as CNN crews and personnel on the way to the school as well. Just to give you an idea, you've been seeing the map there. As the only thing we know is that it is in the southwestern part of Connecticut. And if you guys, I'm sort of here in a bubble by myself, if you can tell me exactly where, how close we are to any major city or town, to give our viewers an idea of exactly where this Sandy Hook Elementary School is. And if we can find out exactly how many students are there. But again, here's the latest from the wires, from the CNN wires, and they're saying Connecticut State Police and local authorities are responding to a shooting at the elementary school in southwestern Connecticut. The school is Sandy Hook Elementary School. It is on lockdown. They're not being evacuated, and that's according to a Newtown, I believe it is a Newtown police spokesman. The wires, our wires are saying Newton, but it is a Newtown. And so that is the very latest information. It appears, I would imagine, to be not very close to a city center, because our affiliates are telling us it's going to take them a couple minutes to get to the scene, maybe 30 minutes. And if it was pretty close to a major city there in Connecticut, it would not take that long to get out to, this elementary school, because as you know, the media usually located in larger urban areas and larger business areas, and this must be a smaller town in order for okay. We're trying to get someone on the phone now. Lou Palumbo, who's a former New York police officer. Is Lou on the phone now, or are we still working to get him? Say again? Almost there. Okay, so as we work, just let me know in my ear when we get Lou. So again, those are the reports that we have, and this comes to us as we were obviously in the middle of other news about what's going to happen with the fiscal cliff and what have you, and then all of a sudden this disturbing news comes across the wires, and we have to readjust to bring this to you. Lou Palumbo. Lou, I know you very well. You have kids. I've met your wife and your kids. We send our kids off to school every day. This is the worst thing, the worst news that we can get.
I'm here, Don.
Yeah. Lou, talk to me about this situation. I'm not sure if you're working your sources, but as I said, I'm not sure if you can hear me. You have kids. I said I've met your kids. I've met your wife. And I know how much you love them, and all parents around the country, you send your kids off to school, and then all of a sudden you get this news. This is the worst news you can get.
Yeah, this is the greatest fear, Don, you could possibly have. I mean, but if you just watch our culture, it seems like we're eroding away. You can't take your children to the movie theater. You can't take them shopping at Christmas, and now we're worried about them going to school. Very interesting culture we've evolved into.
Yeah. So we don't know, you don't know any details about this. Do you know this particular school district in Connecticut? Do you know this area?
I'm slightly familiar with it because at one time I did have a residence in Connecticut, as you probably are aware. I think the school district is borderline academic. The thing that's really interesting is this is a grammar school. Mm-hmm. You know, it's an elementary school. We're not talking about a high school where the children have evolved a bit more, where if you stimulate them negatively, as they did in Columbine, you end up with this trench coat mafia who subsequently go out and carry out these heinous acts of killing people. This is an elementary school. So I'm very curious to know what the impetus was for this shooting in the school. If it's between teachers, for example, is there workplace violence? You know, I'm really curious to see what the dynamic is going to be here.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, it's disturbing. And as I was pointing out that it is an elementary school, and when I was growing up, I don't know what the you know, as I'm reading here, sorry, Lou. I don't know exactly how they do it now, what the measures are, but mine was K through 5, and that was elementary, and then 5 through 8 or 9 was junior high school, and then high school was beyond that. So when you think about that ages, those are kids who are anywhere from 4 or 5 years old to 12 or 13 years old. That's really young.
Well, that's the scary part, that they would be subjected to this in their environment of learning. You have to understand the ramifications of this and how that'll translate to their ability to go into a learning environment and concentrate, feel secure. We're not even talking about the parent's state of mind. The thing I suspect here, Don, is that this had little or nothing to do with the children, per se, based on the demographic, the age there. It probably is something to do with the teachers, or maybe there was an outside influence or issue introduced into that school environment where a shooter, for example, may have gone in for a person they were looking for who just happened to be in that environment. This is all going to be the fruition of the investigation. Right now what we're seeing, Don, is the police are responding. They're creating a perimeter. They are, how would you say, exercising containment, which means they're now going to prevent any outside further outside influence into the school. They need to.
Hey, Lou Palumbo. Lou, hold that thought. Hold that thought, Lou, and I'll get it on the other side of the break. Viewers, we're going to get back to Lou on the other side of this break. Stay with us for the breaking news here on CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And the breaking news here on CNN, Connecticut State Police responding to reports of a shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in the Newtown School District in southwestern Connecticut this morning. There are pictures from the scene. There you see on the right of your screen there, you see the police tape and you see the emergency officials. Our reporting is that police responded earlier to this shooting and that the elementary school is on lockdown right now. There are others that are reporting. This is ABC reporting, again, that is on lockdown, and that that's according to the secretary, and that they said state police are sending units to Newton following that shooting. All public and private schools in the town are on lockdown again, and that is according to ABC News is reporting that. We're reporting that this one elementary school is on lockdown because of this, but they are not evacuating any children out of this school. Don't know the extent of any injuries here, and we don't know the details behind this shooting, who exactly did it, and why. Lou Palumbo, law enforcement official familiar here at CNN. Lou, talk to me about this school district. You said you know it because you have a residence in Connecticut.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it, Don. There's nothing germane to the school district that should account for this type of incident. You know, as I mentioned earlier, we're talking about an elementary school here. Children that are maximum grades 1 through 8 or kindergarten through 8. It's not like we have the high school denominator where the taunting goes on and you can stimulate a child through rejection or bullying into committing a shooting.
Lou, you're right about that. And Lou, we're going to have to get more information on the other side of this break when the newsroom continues with Ashley Banfield. Thank you for watching.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ashley Banfield, and we are following this breaking news out of Newtown, Connecticut, a small town midway between Stamford and Hartford. If you know Southwest Connecticut, this is off the grid somewhat. It is quite a ways away. We are following this report that there has been a shooting at an elementary school named Sandy Hook. Very few details. One photograph to share with you right now as crews rush to the scene. Police also rushing to the scene. Let me bring in my colleague Jason Carroll, who's been working his sources as well to find out some of the latest details and what we know. What do we know?
Yeah, disturbing story that we're getting here, Ashley. Again, the shooting happening at Sandy Hook Elementary School, apparently on Dickerson Drive. This coming to us from one of our affiliates there in Connecticut. Police, they say, are reporting a number of injuries. The nature of the injuries at this point are unclear. Of course, we're going to be checking that throughout the morning. State police sources say that one shooter is dead. This is according to one of our affiliates there in Connecticut. Earlier reports of a second shooter, that has not been confirmed at this point. A few more details here that we're getting in again from Connecticut. Apparently the shooting was reported shortly after 9:40 a.m. this morning. Police reported that a shooter was apparently in the main office of the school.
Which is hard to tell with this image that we're looking at, because that sort of bird's eye view of the school layout doesn't tell you where any part of this is. We should also mention that one of the TV stations that has been reporting on this was told by a witness that she saw two children, one with a bloody face and the other with what appeared to be a hand injury. Again, that coming into News 8, Connecticut, one of the local stations in the area.
And Ashley, that falls in step with some of the reports that we're hearing that a person in one of the rooms had, quote, numerous gunshot wounds, and that according to police. Again, it's difficult to tell from some of these images that we're just now getting in to our newsroom exactly where all this is happening at the school.
Is there any reporting at all, Jason? I mean, this is awfully early, this just having broken within the last few moments, but any reports that the shooter may have been a student, or perhaps was this staff related? Whenever you hear about an elementary school, the last thing you can imagine is that it is a child that might have brought a gun to school. And I do have something from the website that says this is a school that begins in kindergarten and only goes up to 4th grade. These are very young children.
Well, just getting in my ear now, one of our producers is telling me that she spoke to a father from the district who reported that one child was in fact taken away, and that child was seriously injured, quote, seriously injured. That's one child taken away with serious injuries.
By ambulance?
By ambulance. And that falls in step with what we heard about numerous gunshot wounds. Also, we're being told that groups of students, some of them crying, some of them holding hands, were escorted away from the school by their teachers. Some of the students were still in school as of 10:30 a.m. That's according to what some of the parents are saying.
Now, there is something on the website, and it's unknown whether this was posted before or after this incident, but it doesn't make any mention of an emergency or a shooting, but it does say afternoon kindergarten is canceled today. There will be no midday bus runs, is on the website of Sandy Hook Elementary. But again, no other inclination that there's an emergency of this magnitude that may be underway. But we can confirm to you that police were called and have responded because of what they were told was a shooting.
And I'm sure we'll be getting more details that are coming in because, again, dozens of state troopers are there on the scene. They are assisting local police. We are told that heavily armed police are gathered in front of the school, and that a number of stretchers have been set up as a precaution. A staging area also set up for the students and their parents near the school. As you can imagine, a number of parents who may be sitting at home watching this, or people who know families that have kids at the school are going to be watching this, are going to be wanting to know where they should go, what they should do to pick up their children and make sure that they are indeed safe.
And what's remarkable about this as well, Jason, is that Sandy Hook Elementary in Newtown, Connecticut it's quite a ways away from some of the main cities in Connecticut, like Hartford and Stamford, sort of midway north-south between Stamford, which would be in the bottom left-hand.
Right, I think it's just northeast of Danbury.
Yeah, very close to Danbury, probably about a 20-30 minute drive from Danbury, Connecticut, but a long way away from the coast, which is what most people are familiar with, and those the metro train lines, etc. But and also very, very difficult for not only reporters to get there, but also police having to respond there as well. I think we have someone on the phone for us right now. Lou Palumbo joining us now. He's a retired Nassau County police officer. Lou, I know that you've had these calls in your past, and I'm just wondering, what is the protocol? What happens immediately when a call comes in to authorities that it is an elementary school that they're dealing with a possible shooter?
Ashley?
Hi, Lou, can you hear me?
Hello?
Lou,
Hello?
Lou, it's Ashley. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can barely hear you, Ashley.
Just trying to get a read from you with your past experience when a call comes into authorities that there may be a shooter at an elementary school. Is there a kind of protocol? Can you walk me through what these responding officers are doing right now?
Well, I can tell you this, especially with incidents involving children, whether they're struck by autos or incidents at their school, our feeling is you just can't get there fast enough. And we really don't expect to have incidents of this type taking place in our schools, so I'm sure it's a little bit of a shock to their system. But, the basic feeling is get there as quickly as you can.
Lou, stand by for a moment. I think on the line with us now is Mike Branchwell. Mr. Branchwell, I'm not sure if I've got your name right. I think I'm being told that you have four children in this school. Mr. Branchwell, can you hear me? We just lost that connection. We'll try to reestablish our connection with Mike Branchwell. In the meantime, if you're just joining us, there is so little, unfortunately, to report on this, which is worrisome in itself, that the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, is on lockdown at this point. I think we might have Mike Branchwell back on the line. Mike, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mike, can you tell me, I have initial report just from our producers that I think you have 4 children. Are they all in this school?
We have 2 that have graduated the high school, but no one's been through the Sandy Hook School.
But is this your, is there something you can add to this? Is this your community? Is this your neighborhood?
Yes, it's our community, our neighborhood, and our children have friends who go to that school. We have a daughter who's in an elementary school, but not that actual school.
So what do you know about what's happening? There seems to be a real vacuum right now of information. Have you seen anything? Have you seen responders going by? I mean, what do you know?
No, I mean, we know that there's a number of responders at the school. I mean, the school has a very good system of communicating to parents, so we've got emails and texts and update communications that there was an incident, that the schools are on lockdown. We have a freshman at the high school who's been texting us. They're allowed to text us that he's in lockdown in the science lab at the moment.
So your child, the freshman in high school, has been able to text you that that there is a lockdown, in fact, at that school, because we did have a report that the whole school district is in lockdown, so that would square with what we're being told.
That's correct. They do practice this. I would say we've been here since 2005, and the schools are very forward-thinking and very proactive, sadly, in this type of situation. So the kids know what to expect and what to do, and we do currently have a freshman who's in lockdown.
And that freshman, is that a son or a daughter?
It's our son.
And has your son been able to text you any other kinds of information that he may be hearing within the school itself, not the elementary school, but of course the high school?
No, I think that they're all in classrooms, and they've, the teachers have got the situation under control, but he knows less because they don't have access other than through their phones and PDAs to the media. They don't have the streaming media that we have access to.
Can you tell me a little bit about Newtown, the size and just the proximity to what other people in the United States might glean from, if you could give us a description of your town?
Sure. I mean, it is a rural town. It's a very large square footage, square miles, but low population. It's a very quiet town. A great sense of community, and people move here. We move here because of the school district. The schools are very highly rated.
All right, I want to just ask you to stand by, if you will, for a moment. My colleague Jason Carroll has been collecting some more information. What do you have?
Well, just getting some more information I think will be important for parents who are obviously concerned about what's going on out there. We're told that there is a staging area, sort of impromptu, informal staging area that's being set up at Village Restaurant and Pizza. Apparently the parking lot there. The school apparently is just over the hill from that location, just about a 5-minute walk away from there, and apparently a number of parents are gathered there trying to get information. That is being set up as some sort of, again, informal staging area for the parents who are trying to get information about their children, about what's happening there at the school.
Again, that was called the Village Restaurant?
Villa Restaurant and Pizza. The owner had called in and to our newsroom saying that a number of parents were there, that they were doing what they can to help in this very difficult situation.
Can't imagine the fear that is struck in the hearts of so many people in that community when they hear it is an elementary school. Just to recap this for you, an elementary school in Newtown, Connecticut. You can see it on your map there in the southwestern part. This is the aerial view of what the school looks like, and comparatively to the parking lot, the size of the cars, that'll tell you how big the layout of this school is. But the Hartford Courant, a newspaper, is saying that police say one person had numerous wounds. We're not being given any information at this time, though, if there are other injuries or where those children are in that school right now. But we're going to squeeze in a quick break, gather more information, be back right after this.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And to update you on what we've been covering, these are some of the first pictures that are coming into us here at CNN of what appears to be a school shooting at an elementary school. This coming to us courtesy of our affiliate WTNH. This is in Newtown, Connecticut. It's a town about midway between Stamford and Hartford in southwestern Connecticut. Reports came in early this morning of a shooting. And the response was quick and furious. You can see now from the aerial shot some of the officers, one of them with a canine unit on the scene. We also have reports from one of the local affiliates there that a witness saw two children, one with a bloody face and the other with what appeared to be a hand injury. Can also tell you as well that parents have been advised to stay at home. Parents have been told to stay at home. These pictures just shot moments ago and feeding into us of what appears perhaps to be the parking lot at Newtown Elementary, or at least Sandy Hook Elementary in Newtown, Connecticut. And you can see a number of police responders as well as ambulance. One witness also saying that they saw a child being taken away by ambulance, and obviously some parents you can see in that shot just walking through carrying their children, another one holding on to kids there too. We also heard that some of those children, if not all of them, have been evacuated to a nearby firehouse. The ground pictures showing things fairly calm, but certainly a strong police presence, and what that canine unit is doing, I'm not clear, but they certainly seem to be interested in that container. At least there's a signal. It looks to be coming from the dog sitting and them spending some extra time at that container. Jason Carroll is also monitoring some of the details coming in. What do you know?
And again, we are getting a lot of these details coming in from our affiliates, and according to some of the affiliates there in Connecticut, obviously police are reporting a number of injuries. There is a report that state police sources say that one shooter may in fact be dead, Ashley. The shooting was reported at about 9:40 a.m. That's when police reported that a shooter was in the main office of the school. A person in one room had, quote, numerous gunshot wounds. A father had called in to our desk here in New York just a few moments ago saying that one child...
Sad report. I just want to break in for a moment. Sad report that's coming as well from the Hartford Courant. They are now confirming one child dead as a result of this school shooting. The Hartford Courant reporting again one child dead as a result of this school shooting. We don't know anything else about additional shooting victims. Again, these pictures are just coming into us from News 12 New Jersey. This is an empty stretcher that's being wheeled through the parking lot, possibly towards the school at this point. You can see some of the children with I can only imagine some parents who've been responding as well as first responders. Parents have been asked to stay home, though, although you can imagine what it would be like if you have children in that school. That might be the last thing you would think to do is to stay home. You can see the police also branching out into the surrounding area, the brush around the school. That school is sort of a square formation. It's a large campus for an elementary school, and you can see that they're heading out into the brush surrounding, perhaps looking for evidence. I want to just welcome our viewers around the world. This is CNN's reporting of a school shooting reported in Connecticut at an elementary school called Sandy Hook in Newtown, Connecticut. Reports that early this morning, probably just after school had gotten underway, reports of a shooting in which officers responded to very quickly. Very little information right now, but the Hartford Courant, a notable newspaper in Connecticut, is reporting that there is one child confirmed dead in this very terrible shooting situation. We had heard reports that there could have been multiple shooters. That is unconfirmed at this point. But parents obviously nervous about these reports, some of them responding on the site. You can see these pictures just coming into us. The roads were also told have been shut down, and traffic has been bottlenecked in this area. The way I can describe it best, if you know Connecticut, it's not far from Danbury. It's to the south and west of Danbury. Geographically speaking, probably about an hour, 40-minute drive from New York City if you're heading up the coast and then inland somewhat, essentially between Stamford down in the southwest corner and Hartford, as you can see up in the center, the capital of the state. Jason?
And Ashley, just as we were looking at some of those images there when we saw the picture of the man with the young boy, you just can imagine how traumatizing this must be for these young children. This is an elementary school. You know, some of those kids, we were told, obviously they were crying, they were holding hands, they were being escorted away from the school by their teachers, and we're told that some of the students were still in the school all the way up until just about a half an hour ago.
Because they have these protocols when anything like this, of this magnitude, there are these protocols to lock down and barricade yourselves inside
Correct.
the classroom, find safe positions until some kind of an all clear is an indicator to get the kids out of the school.
And obviously what, you know, as the hours move on, what we're going to try to be getting information about is the motive for the shooting.
Or who? Is it a student or is it an adult? I mean,
it's always difficult to try to understand why these types of things happen, but we do know that Lieutenant Paul Vance with the Connecticut State Police will be holding a press conference just about 2 hours from now, and so perhaps at that point more information will be surfacing about exactly why this happened, the motive behind the shooting.
And just
but once again, it's always hard to understand why these things happen.
I want to dip into some of our affiliate coverage, but just to let you know that Bridgeport Hospital, which is probably, again, I would say about a half-hour drive by a guesstimation from Newtown, Connecticut, Bridgeport Hospital's trauma team began getting calls this morning. Let's listen into some of the local coverage in this area. Hospital's trauma team began getting calls this morning. Let's listen into some of the local coverage in this area. Hospital's trauma team began getting calls this morning.
But parents, I know, are just so hungry for information. We are staying on air, and as soon as we do have crews on the scene, many of them have just been arriving. We are staying on air, and as soon as we do have crews on the scene, many of them have just been arriving. We are staying on air, and as soon as we do have crews on the scene, many of them have just been arriving. We are staying on air, and as soon as we do have crews on the scene, many of them have just been arriving. We are staying on air, and as soon as we do have crews on the scene, many of them have just been arriving. We are staying on air.
If we can continue to get that signal from WFSB, but I do want to let you know that just as we were going to that local coverage, I told you that Bridgeport Hospital, their trauma team had been readied after getting calls at about 9:40 a.m. local time. That would be just after school starts. For many schools in Connecticut, elementary schools anyway, school is often an 8 a.m. start. I can tell you I have 2 children in a Connecticut elementary school, and that is an 8 a.m. start. This entire district, though, is on lockdown in Newtown. We also know that Danbury Hospital, not far away, has now been reportedly the recipients of 3 people as a result of this shooting. I have no idea what the extent of these injuries might be, but Danbury Hospital now having confirmed that there's 3 people, in a local report, that 3 people have gone for treatment at that hospital. Not sure if Bridgeport has received any injured, but they certainly got the calls early this morning. Also want to let you know that that the children have apparently been evacuated to a nearby firehouse, but interestingly enough had been inside that school for quite some time. As you know, so many schools across the country have a very strict protocol for an emergency situation in which they barricade themselves in the classrooms best they can, staying low until they get some kind of indication that it's safe to evacuate the school. As we continue to collect more information on this shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary in Newtown, Connecticut, we will bring it to you. We're going to take a quick break. Be right back.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we're following the breaking news of a school shooting at an elementary school at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. These are some of the images that are coming into CNN. On your right-hand side of the screen, you can see a gurney being wheeled through the parking lot. At the top of your screen, you can see some of the emergency vehicles. We're told about 6 ambulances are now on the scene, as well as numerous first responders and canine units that are searching not only the school property, but the woods as well that surround it. And that on your left-hand side of the screen is an aerial view of Sandy Hook Elementary. About 400 students go to school there. Let's listen in to one of our affiliates' coverage as they do this. It's WFSB.
In this scene right here, it looks a little more calm, but again, our people who are a little bit closer in have said it has been completely chaotic, and they've been watching as law enforcement officials have been responding to the scene, trying to ascertain exactly how many people are hurt and injured or possibly dead at the Sandy Hook Elementary School.
And you can see the large area set up there. You can tell from that shot, our shot on the ground, our live shot, as we take again a look at the pictures from our helicopter that is there at the scene. But from the ground shot, you could get an idea, and you can really see it here if you look as well, how many Crown Victorias, how many state police cruisers you can see in these shots. Now, there is this vehicle that appears to be sort of the center of their focus at this point. That is right outside of the entrance to the school, the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown. Again, to give people an idea where we are talking about, to orient you within the state, we're talking between exits 10 and 11 on I-84 as you head out on I-84 west towards Danbury. And you can see this is a shot of that school building. It's a K-4 school, and they have about 600 students at that school. The call came in about 9:41 this morning reporting that there had been a shooting at that school and that police were responding.
And we are hearing again from CBS News, where their reporter on the scene, Bob Orr, has said that at least one shooter has been killed, and there are some other reports coming out that it's being looked at as a different scene now. The question of was there 1 or 2 shooters, we don't know yet, but the reports from CBS News that at least one gunman is dead. Again, if you're a parent and you're just joining us, the orders have been to not go to the school. We have aerial photos we've been showing you from a helicopter in the sky, and I believe we're efforting to actually be able to get some dictation of what they're seeing as they fly over. This is live on the ground there. And just by watching this, Eric, I would say that the scene seems to be a little bit different than it was 20 minutes ago, and that wouldn't be as if they already captured the gunman. Things would change.
And you're watching our continuing Eyewitness News coverage here, also on WFSB.com. We'll keep streaming our coverage as well as our WFSB iPhone app and iPad app as well if you want to keep up with us on our very latest coverage. But you can see this is a helicopter from WCBS in New York. They are at the scene. We do know at least one person transported with a gunshot wound, and Bob Orr from CBS News is reporting that the gunman is dead there at the scene. Len Bestoff, we talked to him a short time ago, and he was talking about the chaos.
And I want to just break into some of that local coverage for a moment. As you were hearing, one of those vehicles in the center of your screen, actually top portion of the screen is roped off, maybe a vehicle of interest. There are tactical officers as well that are on the roof of the building. And not only that, but they have been looking up on a hillside behind the school. Officers with canine units have been up behind the school, 3 state troopers, in fact, looking for someone or something in the woods up behind the school. Our Susan Candiotti has raced to the scene as well amid the morning reports that there were shots fired. Susan, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hi, Ashley. I am hearing you. It's not a terrific connection, but let me tell you the new information that we have. We understand from a source with knowledge of the investigation that the suspected shooter in this case is dead, is deceased on the scene, and that police have recovered 2 weapons from him. Again, this is according to our source. It is not known at this time whether police killed the alleged shooter or whether he took his own life. There are also unconfirmed reports that another shooter might be on the scene, might remain on the scene. But again, that is unconfirmed information, and authorities are trying to see whether that is the case. Ashley?
Any inkling, Susan, from your source that the shooter is one of the students, or is it an adult? Do we know anything of the nature of this attack?
Right. Been trying to find out exactly how the shooter made access to the school and where the body was found, but I don't have that information yet, as well as whether there are other injuries. There are unconfirmed reports, according to the source, of other multiple injuries, and we're getting some information that you've been hearing, of course, this morning, but my source does not have any of that confirmed at this time as to how many other people might have been injured.
And what about the car that seemed to have been the focus of at least the investigators on the scene? There's a car that's sort of erratically parked, and it's been roped off with crime tape. Any indication that that's connected to this?
No details on that as yet. We are making our way to the scene, so I have no visuals just yet. Haven't been able to see it for myself. So we'll get there just as soon as we can and try to. But obviously, there's a large police presence on the scene. Again, repeating here that the shooter, suspected shooter in this case, is dead, either taken down by police or he may have taken his own life. That remains unclear at this point.
I just want to bring in as well that some of the reports that have been coming in have been from local newspapers, some of the local affiliates. The Newtown Bee is reporting that along with multiple police and ambulance and crews, there's also multiple reports of injuries after this shooting at the Sandy Hook Elementary School. I want to just dip into our affiliate coverage for a moment and listen in.
People who are actually shot. We do not have that confirmed yet, but we're still trying to determine that. But there is a chain of information that is going out to the parents. A lot of them, though, are just very upset as they're trying to pick up their children. There's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of cars that are just jammed in here, and people just can't get close enough to get some solid information. But, of course, that's going to be coming as they secure the scene.
Robert, they're confirming, or they're reporting, at least for the Associated Press and CBS News, that one gunman is dead. Is there any indication, as you're out there and hearing from people around you, that there could be another shooter?
Well, there was some information that somebody, at least one parent, saw somebody being escorted out of this wooded area right over here with police, and that person turned to a parent and said, "It wasn't me." That person was described as wearing some camo type pants and shirt, but they did not see any sort of weapon or anything like that. That person is supposedly being held in one of the police cars over here to the left, but we are at this point, we don't know if that person is connected, and we are still trying to determine some exact information about whether there is one gunman, 2 gunmen, or more, and if somebody is dead who is responsible for these shootings inside the school here. But again, we're just trying to get a sense of what exactly happened inside, and I think the police are just, of course, swarming the area, making sure. And we also saw some federal agents from the ATF armed with some heavy guns going into the school to try to assist the local Newtown police and, of course, the state police.
All right, Robert Goulston there on the scene. We're going to check back in with you in just one moment, Robert, but let's recap what we know at this point. The Sandy Hook Elementary School, it's a K-4 school in Newtown, Connecticut. 600 or so students. There was a shooting reported at that school about 9:41 this morning. That's when a call came into 911 reporting that shooting, and since that time, emergency resources have been swarming that school. We can confirm that at least one person has been shot at that school. We also have Bob Orr from CBS News, the Justice Department correspondent from CBS News. He is reporting the gunman is dead. Also, the Associated Press reporting that as well.
And as they swarm the scene, the picture that has been making its way both on our air and throughout the internet, that's the symbol of what's been happening there this morning. We've been seeing the children led away, crying, led away from their elementary school, crying on as they're walking out, and adults trying to keep them safe. Now the school is going through the effort of trying to reunite the students who have been taken to the firehouse, a nearby firehouse, with the parents who were lining up there. The school is trying to keep parents informed. At the same time, they are asking parents not to go to the school.
And at this point, the word is that the information will be coming out from the school to parents. You can imagine what kind of excruciating request that is from the school. If you have a parent, if you are a parent of a child in Newtown, they are suggesting that you wait for word from them. We do know that buses have been canceled. There will be no buses running at this point. You can see there, those are SWAT officers. You can tell they have their helmet and their camouflage on. They are currently massing outside what we believe is the front door to the school from the wider helicopter picture that we can see there. What we do know at this point is that the entire area is in lockdown. Robert was talking about one gentleman being taken at least into custody in the sense that police wanted to talk with him. We do not know if he was involved. And in fact, Robert said a parent saw the gentleman saying that he was not involved. But at this point, that's what police do. They just lock the entire area down and they get anyone they want to talk to and try to figure out what's going on.
Well, especially when someone is on the scene of something like this wearing camouflage, that would definitely raise some questions. Our other reporter, Len Bestoff, who has been there at the scene, was there from the very beginning when he saw that guns were still drawn. And the last report we had from him just a few moments ago was saying that things were not getting better, that this is a bad scene. The hospitals we know have been prepared, although we're hearing that the hospital in Bridgeport has now said that it's not expecting anyone coming to the Bridgeport Hospital. As far as who exactly has been shot, the number of people injured, we do not know. We're still hanging on the very ominous words of Lieutenant Paul Vance, who was on his way from the state police, he communicated.
And as we continue to listen into some of the local coverage and watching from these helicopter shots as the numerous police response begins to what looks like head en masse towards one location of the school, I can tell you this, the headline, a source tells our Susan Candiotti that the gunman, the shooter, is dead on the scene, and apparently 2 weapons have been recovered. We are not clear as to whether the shooter is a child or an adult. We have unconfirmed reports that there may have been a second shooter. That is unconfirmed, but we can tell you that police were searching in the hillside behind the school, up in that wooded area, with the canine unit as well as parents, flooded into the parking lot before the word came out that they were to stay home, stay by the phone, that it perhaps wasn't safe to be there. A witness also telling News 8, one of the local stations, that they saw a child with a bloodied face and another child with a hand injury. And one other piece of information I want to pass your way before we just head to a quick break, and that is the hospital at Yale. Yale is in New Haven, and that's located probably about a 40-minute drive from this location. That hospital has apparently readied itself it's activated something called an emergency triage unit, which responds to mass casualty incidents. Taking a quick break and back right after this.
This is CNN Breaking News.
So I can confirm for you some further details in this shooting that we're following in Newtown, Connecticut. The Sandy Hook Elementary School, a school that has about 600 students from kindergarten through 4th grade. Not long after school began this morning, apparently shots rang out. Police were called immediately, and we can confirm that there is one person dead on the scene, the shooter, in fact. What I can't tell you is if the shooter is a child or an adult, but 2 weapons, according to a source that told CNN Susan Candiotti, were recovered at the scene as well. One of them a Glock, and the other a 6R. So we can confirm that certainly 2 weapons. There was a report of perhaps another shooter before. That's unconfirmed, but obviously parents, many of them rushed to the school to get their children before police told them they needed to stay home, that this was still an active investigation. Many of them with canine units were up on the hill in the brush behind the school, apparently searching for something, whether it was evidence or whether this report of the second shooter, not clear. But a number of responders on the scene, not the least of which 6 ambulances, one apparently witnessed taking one of the children away. And I can also tell you that there was a witness who told News 8 Connecticut that she saw 2 children, one of the children with a bloody face and another with what appeared to be a hand injury. All of the children now evacuated to a local fire station nearby, and the entire school district in Newtown is under lockdown. I'm joined on the telephone by the mayor of Newtown, Connecticut, Mark Boughton. Mayor Boughton, can you hear me?
Actually, I'm the mayor of Danbury, Connecticut, which is a
the
town
mayor of
next to
Danbury. I apologize. and I understand that Governor Dan Malloy has been involved in communications with local officials. I don't know if you have been privy to any of the information that's been shared. You're about 10, 20-minute drive away in Danbury. What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that, first of all, obviously our hearts and prayers go out to the victims of this terrible incident. Very tragic. Our police are currently working closely with the Newtown Police Department. We have mutual aid agreements in place that allow us to provide assets that they may not have, along with the state police that have taken the lead on this investigation. 3 of the victims are at our hospital in Danbury, and they're currently being treated. I can't give you a status as to what their condition is. I can only tell you that it's very serious in terms of those 3 victims.
Can you tell me, Mayor Boughton, can you at least tell me if those victims are children or adults? Was this a staff incident, or was this an incident with the children?
I hate to do this to you. I know you want to get this information out, but all of that is still under investigation. In terms of whether they're staff or children that are at the hospital, I can't disclose that under HIPAA regulations, as you know, but I can tell you that they are
Mayor
very
Boughton,
serious.
can I interrupt you only for a moment? I apologize. We want to join one of our affiliates in progress interviewing a mother and a child. This is our WTNH affiliate.
Up. Some are just recounting what went on in that school. Joining me is the Wasick family. We have Alexis, who is in 3rd grade. Alexis, you told me that you were sitting in class this morning and you saw a lot of police. Tell me how you found out what was going on.
Well, we found like there was all these people, and we found out because there was like right near the window in our classroom, and like we saw like police officers and we heard them on the roof and in our building.
Was everybody crying, scared, wanting their parents to come get them?
Yeah, they were, and then some people were even like they kind of felt they got a stomach ache.
Did you hear any gunshots or anything like that?
Well, police officers, like they were kinda, because there's police officers like right out the door, like trying to find the guy.
Are you okay right now?
Yeah.
Are you sure? All right. How excited were you to see Dad?
Very excited.
Dad, you look more nervous than her.
Yes, I was. It was shocking. I got the call at work this morning, and I can't believe a small town like this would ever have anything like this happen. And to be in an elementary school, that's unheard of.
Pre-K through 4?
Yes.
And you said there were about 600 kids in there?
Yes. Roughly around 600.
What was going through your mind? I mean, you immediately think of your child.
Yes, I was pretty shaken up. Didn't know, you know, who or what happened. I knew there were shooters in the building or a shooter. Just worried about who else is left in the building at this time.
Mom, what do you think about this scene here in Newtown?
It doesn't even seem real. It just does not seem like it's even possible. It's like you read it in the paper or see it in the news, and you're like, oh my God, that poor family. And then you have something happen so close to home. It's like, I think I'm still in shock, to be honest with you. I'm just like, okay, let's go get her cell phone activated right now.
Now, News 8, we have exclusive video from what we've been told of a suspect in cuffs walking away. Does this put you at ease at all?
No, not yet. Now we have about 6 choppers flying low. Not yet. I'm not sure if there's more. There's probably more people in the building.
Right. What are other parents saying? Everybody's kind of grouping together and talking and putting each other at ease.
We're coping. We're still trying to find out, you know, what's going on. It's a little nerve-wracking. There's, as you can tell, behind us, we do have a few more cars pulling in at this time. So how many shooters, how many people are injured?
I saw a parent at the bottom of the hill running, crying, wanting to find his kid. Did you have any trouble finding Alexis?
Yeah, I didn't have too much. I was running, obviously, to the school. Somebody told me that the kids were evacuated. Most of the kids were evacuated into the local firehouse here. Inside the firehouse, it was really obviously tough to find because it was packed. But she was there, and we're grateful.
Yeah, again, it's probably a more nerve-wracking scene for a parent, Keith, than the kids at this point. They were there. They're safe now. But every single parent that I've spoken to, and there's a million of them, are just shaken up and want answers immediately. And, of course, News 8 will be here live for all the day until we have some answers for you. I'll send it back over to you.
As they wrap up that interview on location, our local affiliate WTNH interviewing some of the parents with one of their children, Alexis. Alexis saying that all she saw was a lot of police out the window and the sound of them on the roof. And what she saw, it confers with what we're reporting, that the SWAT units are on the roof of that school as well. The K-9 units responding and searching around that school as well. One of the things she mentioned that we have not seen yet was some report of video of someone being taken away in handcuffs. We can tell you that our Susan Candiotti has a source that has confirmed that the shooter is dead on the scene. Whether in fact there was a second person who was arrested has not yet been confirmed. The mayor of Danbury, which is not far away, Mark Boughton is still on the phone with us. In fact, I want to go back for a moment before I talk to the mayor to WFSB for some of the live reporting.
Some of our own sources, a teacher was shot in the foot, and that teacher was taken to Danbury Hospital. That is one injury that we're hearing from multiple sources, and now the Associated Press also confirming that.
And we did hear that both Danbury Hospital as well as Bridgeport Hospital had activated their emergency team so that they could be on standby for the possibility that there would be multiple victims being hospitalized. At this point, we have confirmed, and it likely is that same person who's headed to Bridgeport Hospital. We had confirmed that Newtown Volunteer Ambulance had transported one person who had been shot in the foot inside that school and had taken them to the hospital. They apparently now are on their way to Bridgeport Hospital, where they will be treated. We're told that that person is in stable condition.
And we do see, I saw a stretcher there. It was unclear to what was on top of that. But we're looking at live aerial pictures from our WCBS helicopter, our sister station in New York that is flying over Sandy Hook Elementary School. Again, the nightmare began at just about 20 minutes before 10 o'clock on this Friday morning when they got reports of a school shooting at this elementary school that goes kindergarten through the 4th grade. The nearby firehouse, as the crows fly, it's aerial shots. You can see it's not far away, and that's now become the staging situation where parents have been showing up. I believe that's what we're looking at now. Parents have been showing up there and reuniting with their children, taking them home. And as Robert Goulston said, when he was watching them reunite, the children were quite shaken. They were led away crying. They're reuniting with their parents crying. And this is going to be a very, very difficult thing to explain to these young children.
And we did see, obviously, a lot of that emotion. We also saw it, of course, from the parents as they arrived here. Just in this shot, in that we've had up for the last several minutes now, we could see many parents embracing as they were arriving there at the scene. Robert Goulston is there on the scene, as is Len Bestoff. They are both there right now, among our many.
TNH interviewing some of the parents who have come to the scene. Let's listen.
There's signing procedures. I believe the front door is locked during the day, too. So yeah, I'm curious to see how these people did get into the building.
I mean, any idea at all, anything that people are hearing?
No.
Because it is, I mean, from what we've seen, it is impossible almost to get into a school, especially an elementary school today, without people checking and rechecking who you are and if you're supposed to be there.
Correct, and I would guess that, you know, they would have picked up on, unless it's somebody that they know that they let into the building.
Do you think, I mean, your daughter for a 3rd grader seems very calm right now. Do you think that this hasn't hit her yet?
I don't think so. When I picked her up, though, she was really, really upset and emotional about it. But we're just fortunate enough she's here with us.
All right, Mr. Wozik, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for bringing your daughter to speak to us. And we, of course, Keith, will let these people know exactly what's going on as soon as we get word.
Okay, a couple of things to just get you up to speed on. One of the affiliates, WFSB, is reporting that a teacher apparently has been shot in the foot and was taken to Danbury Hospital about 10-15 minutes away. The mayor of Danbury has been on the phone with us, Mark Boughton, and I think we might have lost him. We'll see if we can't reconnect with him at one point. But also, very, very important information, and that is that any elementary school is locked for the most part, across this country, and it is next to impossible to enter an elementary school without being buzzed in or at least have your identity checked in some way, which does beg the question, how did the shooter have the access to this school? That's going to be something that clearly there's going to be a lot of questions asked. Jason Carroll, was something new?
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to bring this in very quickly. One of our affiliates in New York now reporting that there are, what they're reporting, multiple fatalities involved in the shooting at the elementary school. No more specifics other than using that specific term, multiple fatalities.
Oh, good Lord. And our Susan Candiotti has a source that confirmed to CNN that the shooter, I hesitate to use gunman because we don't know if the shooter could be a student. This school goes up to the 4th grade, but the shooter is dead on the scene. And these reports that are coming in of multiple injuries, it's very troublesome to say the least. We're going to take a quick break, see what else we can get from our sources. Back in a moment.
This is CNN Breaking News.
So we're continuing our breaking news, our coverage of the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, a school of about 600 kids between kindergarten and 4th grade. Reports of a shooting at this school this morning, just shortly after 9:40 in the morning. 3 victims we know of right now in the hospital in serious condition. We also know that the shooter dead on the scene, according to a source telling CNN. Jason Carroll with also some information from the hospital.
This is coming from Danbury Hospital, where they have received 3 patients. Statement from the spokesperson saying, we are here to care for any victims and their families in any way they need us. Our hearts and prayers are extended to anyone involved in this terrible tragedy. To date, 3 patients have been transported to Danbury Hospital from the scene out of an abundance of caution and not because of any direct threat. Danbury Hospital is under lockdown. This allows us simply to focus on the important work at hand. Again, that coming from a spokesperson from Danbury Hospital.
Possibly those injuries the result of 2 weapons that were recovered from the scene by police. A source telling CNN those 2 weapons, a Glock and a Sig Sauer. We don't know at this time about the injuries themselves, whether they are children or whether they are staff or adults. We also don't know if the shooter that was killed on the scene by police is a child or an adult. We do know that there was one area where a car seemed to be parked erratically and was roped off with crime tape. It seemed to be the subject of some interest, but the pictures that we're seeing show that it is a somewhat calm situation, it seems, in the parking lot. 6 ambulances at the minimum dispatched to the scene, gurneys being wheeled through the parking lot into the school. Reports of multiple injuries at this time. A staging area set up at a restaurant close by called the Villa Restaurant and Pizza, where parents were asked to go. You see some of the parents here in the scene holding their children, but they probably left before they got the information that local police were asking them, do not come here. It wasn't a secure location, asking them to stay by the phone instead. And actually SWAT teams with canine units, not only on the roof of the school, but also in that wooded area that you see behind that parking lot, a hill behind the school, apparently the subject of an intense search. At one point, there was a report of a second gunman being possible, not confirmed, but we do know that we have a huge police presence and a lot of emergency vehicles that responded to this scene, and 3 hospitals enacting their emergency procedures, their trauma teams getting into action. Danbury Hospital, Bridgeport Hospital, Yale New Haven Hospital, all surrounding this area within about a 100-mile radius. As far as the number of injured, the nature of the injuries, we're told very serious, at least the 3 that were in Danbury Hospital, very serious injuries. The mayor of Danbury unable to confirm for us, however, whether those 3 injured people are children or if they are adults. A witness, though, told a local affiliate, News 8, that she saw 2 children, one of them with a bloody face and the other with what appeared to be a hand injury. And other witnesses reported numerous gunshot wounds, at least that one of these victims had suffered. There are triage facilities that were set up on this location as well. It is just a very sad developing scene. Again, it is an elementary school, Sandy Hook Elementary School, Newtown, Connecticut. The developments continue to come in, and there is a news conference scheduled for 1 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon. With that, I'm going to hand over the baton to my colleague, Suzanne Malveaux, to continue the coverage. Suzanne?
Thank you very much, Ashley. Welcome to CNN Newsroom, and welcome to our viewers around the world as we simulcast this domestically and internationally. We have breaking news. We're following out of Connecticut. We are following this school shooting. Police now telling us a number of people have been shot at Sandy Hook Elementary School. This is in Newtown, Connecticut. It is about 60 miles north of New York. First calls coming in to police around 9:40 local time this morning. Children were being evacuated. The schools in the area all on lockdown. Now, we have learned that the shooter is dead. We are also hearing multiple local reports of fatalities. I want to go to our CNN's Jason Carroll for the very latest. First of all, just outline, if you will, how many people we know are dead, who has been killed, and who has been injured.
Well, first of all, let's just go back to the beginning. We started receiving reports at about 9:40 a.m. That's when police, Suzanne, reported that a shooter was in the, quote, main office of the school. And then at that point, we had also heard a report that a person in one room had numerous gunshot wounds. This coming to us from one of our affiliates there. Our Susan Candiotti has also confirmed through one of her sources that someone has been shot, the alleged gunman involved in the shooting at the school, and that 2 weapons were recovered from that particular gunman. We are also getting information in coming from the mayor of Danbury, Connecticut, who said that, according to him, 3 people taken to Danbury Hospital. The nature of their injuries at this point, unknown. We did, as we dipped into local affiliate coverage there, as you see some of the pictures, we did hear reports that one teacher was shot in the foot. That was according to one reporter there. Also, another report that a child had an injury to the face and another child with an injury to the hand. A father actually had called into the CNN newsroom earlier today, Suzanne, as all of this was developing, saying that he saw one child taken away with, quote, serious injuries. I can also tell you that a press conference is scheduled for just about an hour from now. That will be with Connecticut State Police. And at that point, hopefully, we're going to be able to get some more details, confirm some more information about the alleged shooter in this, and more details about all of those who were hurt. Suzanne?
And Jason, you had mentioned earlier that there were local media reports of multiple fatalities. Where are these reports coming from? Are these police officers, are these officials on the ground who are saying that there's the potential for multiple fatalities? Is this coming from the hospitals? Where do we suspect this information is coming from?
Well, one of those is coming to us from one of the local papers there, the Hartford Courant. Another coming to us from WABC. The only detail that they are giving at this point is that, quote, multiple fatalities. We are still waiting to confirm that particular report. What CNN can confirm at this point is that at least 3 people taken to local hospitals, Danbury Hospital, with, quote, serious injuries.
All right, Jason.
So that...
We want to listen, and we want to dip in, if we can, to our affiliate WFSB and the latest reporting that they have there.
Excruciating news for a parent to receive, not to go there to wait for that information, but we do know that a message did go out to parents, giving them some information. So hopefully, if you are a parent in that area, you have received that message. The superintendent did, immediately after getting reports of this shooting, put all schools in Newtown on lockdown. We heard some private schools in that area went on lockdown as well. And in addition to that, Robert Goulson, our New Haven bureau chief, reporting that many neighboring towns also went into a heightened state of security at their schools as well. Upon hearing this, and of course, one of the big things that we are waiting to hear and that police are working on right now is what possible motive could be behind this shooting at this school. We do know at least one person other than the gunman has been shot, and the gunman is dead at this point.
And as our sister station in New York City is saying, at least 3 people were injured, 2 children and 1 adult. They say all 3 have been taken to Danbury Hospital, but they also say that they're looking for a car, a maroon or red colored vehicle with the back window blown out. That is something that WCBS out of New York City is reporting. Again, we're just trying to give you the information that's coming in from so many different sources, choosing the ones we know to be the most reliable with the Associated Press and our sister stations, WCBS, who say law enforcement officials have confirmed this. this to them.
And this is how, to give you an idea of how chaotic of a scene, as you look and see many of the resources, that is just to the rear of the firehouse that's being used as a staging area, probably about a quarter mile down the driveway from that school. But just to give you an idea, Robert Goulston, when he arrived on the scene, and he is right near that firehouse where he has reported live for us earlier this morning, Robert reported that police officers came out of the woods escorting a gentleman who was telling people there, I had nothing to do with this. But that's the kind of response we're talking about, where anyone found in this area was at least questioned by police, and that they want to talk to anyone who was there. Police also, just as we are, working right now to try to get a handle on exactly what has happened there. It looks like the helicopter pictures are having a little bit of freeze up, but that was a shot of the firehouse where this took place. And you can take, again, a look at Pinpoint News Tracker to get a better idea of what that scene looks like. The firehouse is just above that label that says Dickinson Drive at the middle of the map. The building you can see just to the upper left of that label is that firehouse, and that is where Robert Goulston has been going live and reporting live for us this morning. And then you see that long driveway. There's the firehouse, the white building there, the long driveway leading down into that school, and that's where police have been swarming.
Police are now organizing and efforting to have a news conference. It was a 1 o'clock time. Now that time may be a little bit more fluid. We understand they're going about 2 miles away, and they realize that the public is certainly wanting to know as much as possible, especially parents. A reverse 911 call has already gone out to the residents of Newtown, informing them of this school shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary. The Danbury Times is reporting that students started to hear the gunshots during the morning announcements.
Kara, I'm sorry to interrupt you. CBS is now reporting that at least one child at the school has died as a result of this shooting at an elementary school, Sandy Hook Elementary School. At least one child at that school has died in this shooting. So obviously we had feared that that would be the news that we would be getting, that there was more casualties. We know that the gunman is dead, and now we are hearing CBS News confirming at least one child there dead as well. Just heartbreaking news.
Absolutely heartbreaking. Let's go live to Robert Goulston. Robert Goulston is live there on the scene. Robert?
Yeah, there is a lot of tenseness here and a lot of confusion. Parents just showed up here, of course, after they started getting information that there was some sort of shooting incident here at Sandy Hook Elementary School. And just look around, you can see all of the emergency vehicles, all of the parents mixed in together. Of course, the police are trying to secure the scene over at the school. We do know that there have been at least several people shot. Parents are getting information from emergency officials that one of those people shot may be the principal. We are still trying to confirm that. State Police is staging an area about 2 miles from here where they will be doing a news conference to get out some official information. Lieutenant Paul Vance will be the one leading that in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Of course, we will be at that news conference. But right now, over at the school, parents just confused. We're hearing that. They are very tense. As we were showing up, a lot of the parents were walking out with their children, very young children, 3rd, 4th graders, and they were, of course, very emotional. A lot of them were crying. One parent telling us that his child told him that somebody walked into the classroom and shot the teacher. That's just some of the information. We asked that parent how your child's doing. He was running up the street saying, I don't know at this point. So they're still trying to figure out that. There's just a lot of information that's coming out. Again, the news conference will be happening about 2 miles from here. We have a crew there. We will be getting that information very shortly, and hopefully to shed some light. Lieutenant Paul Vance telling us this is going to be one of the worst shooting incidents that we've seen in this state in a very long time. Those were direct words from him. But right now, Newtown police here trying to work with the parents. It seems that state police are the ones who are actually handling the investigation. We've also seen federal agents here, including from the ATF. There's a lot of heavy weaponry that's being used to go into there. We also are hearing reports that at least one of the gunmen, if there is just one, maybe more, was shot and killed. We don't know if that was self-inflicted or if he was shot during the initial response. Excuse me, there's live right now. You can see some of the ambulances leaving the area. They're coming out of the school, and we know that several people were injured in this, and right now we're just trying to figure out exactly who. We've talked to the first select woman. She says at this point they do not have details details on who was actually shot, but there are some reports that there have been at least 2 fatalities, maybe more. But again, Lieutenant Paul Vance telling us this is going to be one of the worst shootings that they've seen in a very long time. And that news conference is supposed to happen momentarily about 2 miles from here, and we do have a crew there, and we will be bringing that to you live. For now, though, we are live at the mobile newsroom. Robert Goulston, Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Robert. And
Robert, thank you.
Setting the scene there again, this picture that's so telling as the children crying. We also have an eyewitness who was there at the school and joining us on the phone line. We're just speaking, so if you could identify yourself, sir or ma'am.
It's Liz. Liz, what can you tell us?
I was bringing my son Devin to school when all the police cars and emergency vehicles were driving by. So my gut told me that they were headed to the school, and we drove down and confirmed that they were headed to the school. They were surrounding a dark SUV or van with a Thule on top, and there was a strange burning smell, and we left. And we went home, and on the way learned that there was a shooting at the school. The school puts out a blast, so I didn't bring my son to his school, the high school. We just went home, where friends who have children in the school asked us to come to a friend's house that's next door to the school and see if we could find out anything, if their children were okay. And that's where we met Len and have been helping him.
Liz, about exactly.
We've been following this breaking news story. We've got stunning new details from an eyewitness who was inside the school. We are going to bring that to you after we take a quick break. We're following this breaking news story, a school shooting that has taken place at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. We are learning new details. I want to bring in Meredith Artley. She is managing editor of CNN.com, and she just spoke with an eyewitness who was inside of the school. I have to warn our viewers, I understand that some of the details about what she actually witnessed, it's pretty gruesome. Meredith, what did she convey to you?
Hi, Suzanne. She conveyed to me that she was in a meeting this morning. She said it was around 9:35, and there were about 7 people in the room. And it was a meeting regarding one of her kids. She has children at the school, and she volunteers at the school as well. And she heard, she described it as a pop, pop, pop in the hall, and they all heard it. There were about 7 people in the meeting room. They heard that sound in the hall. And she said 3 people went out into the hall, the principal, the vice principal, and the school psychologist. And to hear her describe it, she said 3 people went out into the hall, and only one person came back, which was the vice principal, she said, who was shot in the leg or the foot, who came crawling back. And she said that she cowered under the table during that moment and called 911, as did the other people in the room. She said she never saw the shooter, that she was under the table, that the shooting happened in the hallway. And to hear her describe it, she said that there must have been 100 rounds. And I asked her to clarify that. I said, really, truly 100 rounds? And she said at least.
When the vice principal came crawling back, what happened at that point? What did she say? How did the vice principal manage to move or escape? Did she describe what was the situation as he was crawling back?
She described. She said that there was confusion. There was yelling, and understandably, she said there was yelling in the hallway, and she couldn't tell for a while if it was the police or the shooter. When I talked to her, she was still inside the school. The school's on lockdown, so she couldn't tell. She didn't know if the shooter was dead yet or still there.
What did the vice principal look like when she saw him return?
I didn't hear her describe that. She said, she said, listen, this is a nice town, this is a nice school. These are the kinds of things that don't happen there. She noted this was not some high-powered meeting. It was, about one of my children who was in 2nd grade there. she's tearful. She's just understandably panicked. And she said they marched at some point. I don't have the length of time, but she said at some point after the shooting, they marched us out in the hallway, right past the two bodies laying in the hallway in a pool of blood.
When she talked about the two bodies, is that of the principal and the school psychologist when she said those two had not returned? Are those the two individuals that she was talking about?
That's right. That's right.
And did she say or describe in any way what their conditions looked like when she passed them in the hallway?
No, she did not. She did not. She's we had a short conversation. She's understandably emotional. Those are pretty much the gist of that's the gist of our conversation. She was wondering how could someone get in? It's a locked school. You have to be buzzed in.
Sure, Meredith. I'm sorry. Were there any kids in the hallway? Were there any children in the hallway as they had moved past the two bodies?
She said yes. She said the children. She said there are some children still right there in the school right now. She said so some children had to be walked past that pool of blood, past the bodies.
How long was she in that room? But when she heard those gunshots before there was silence.
Well, she said she was there at. She said she got there at 9, or she said the meeting started at 9:30. She said that she feels like it was right at the start of the meeting. So she said around 9:30, 9:35 they started hearing the pop, pop, pop in the hall, and it sounds like she knew what it was. I asked her. I said, a lot of people don't know that that's what they're hearing, it's gunshots, and she said no, we all knew that something was being fired in the hall. And 3 people went out, and only 1 person came back. So that meeting started at 9:30, and she's still locked down in the school.
Does she have any idea how long a time that was when she was hearing all of that popping noise, all that gunfire?
No.
Mm-hmm.
And no, she said it went quickly, and then she said alternatively it was 100 rounds that went on seemingly forever.
Was there anyone treating the principal and the psychologist when they were in the hallway?
She didn't mention that.
Did she see anybody who might have been coming to their aid, or were they just escorted, just walked past the two bodies?
I believe, Suzanne, she said that she saw a stretcher or someone coming to their aid. I think she mentioned some kind of assistance, but again, she was her main focus at this point was really to try to tell the story of they were there in that room, 7 people, and what happened. And how she went under the table and called 911, and 3 people out, and only 1 came back. And that was the gist of the story.
Did she describe at all, Meredith, what it was like, the scene, whether or not it was calm or whether or not it was chaotic when they were being ushered out of that room and out of the school?
No, she didn't describe it as either calm or chaotic. When I asked her what it was like now, she said it's they're just trying. I asked if there are any messages going over the loudspeaker. If there's what's being what's being said. She said there's nothing like that happening inside the school right now. She said everyone's still on lockdown, so it sounds like they're keeping people where they are. She said there are still children in classrooms here.
All right, Meredith Artley, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And
thanks,
obviously, we're going to be trying to getting in touch with some of those people, including the woman you spoke to who experienced just a harrowing experience, those 7 people inside of a room hearing the gunfire and then having to walk past those who were shot in the hallway. I want to go back to our affiliate, WFSB, for more details.
or if that person was involved. That person was taken to a police car. We do not know where that person is at this point. And again, we do not know if there was just one shooter or more shooters. That is all still being sorted out, I think. And they were also trying to secure this area. They were allowing us a lot closer, but now as they have secured the area, they're kind of expanding the zone as this investigation begins. And of course, we also have this other information that they are trying to track a van, and they may have an area over in Danbury that they have that van, so we obviously have a crew over there as well. But I think the main information right now is going to be coming from a news conference within the next half hour. Kara?
Thank you, Robert.
All right, Robert Goulston, we appreciate it. Obviously, we're going to stay on there. We're going to bring you that information just as soon as that press conference, that news conference begins. We're going to take that for you live from there in Newtown. Let's recap what we know at this point. Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, a K-4 school with about 600 students. The scene of a shooting this morning. One child confirmed dead. The gunman dead as well. At least one other person was shot, although police say that they do believe that there may be other victims involved in this. At this point, the school is completely surrounded by police officers who responded to that area from all around the state of Connecticut. 9:41 this morning, just about 3 hours ago, that call came in reporting this shooting. And from that time, all around the state of Connecticut, state police, SWAT teams, and other resources heading there to the Sandy Hook Elementary School. You can see the ambulances there, an enormous response to that school. And we did hear reports, WCBS out of New York, reporting that the firefighters were helping to escort children out of that school. We're telling those children to cover their eyes and run as they went by the office, the school office. Obviously an ominous warning. You see here, this is a picture from the Newtown Bee showing some of those children being escorted out by state troopers. The woman in front is a state trooper, as is the gentleman to the left. And you can see the huge just glut of vehicles that came in there as people came trying to get information.
Very chaotic and just horrifying scene for the people who have children in that school. Representative John Frey, who's serving his 7th term there in the Connecticut House of Representatives, the minority whip, he's describing on his Twitter account, he was saying his sister was going there because his niece and nephew go to that school, and that she witnessed first graders running from the school crying, and she, among other people, took those children, and people have been assembling at the firehouse. Here we see the picture of adults and presumably teachers taking away very distraught children and walking them to a safer place. Robert Goulston telling us that many of those children have reunited with their families, but they are remaining at the firehouse because they're unable to leave this very active scene where there's a possibility that they're still looking for a second gunman, from what we're hearing from our folks on the scene.
All right, we do have on the phone with us now Jessica Norton. She's with the group Survivors of Homicide, and they're so active here in the state of Connecticut. Jessica, can you give us some idea, just from your own personal experience and from dealing with your group, what these families right now are dealing with?
They're absolutely terrified right now, especially the fact that a lot of them don't even know what is going on with their children and whether or not they're safe.
That's our affiliate there. We've been following this breaking news story, this school shooting that took place at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. CNN can confirm now that at least 2 people have died. That is including the shooter. This took place, started pretty early in the morning, about 9:40 in the morning at this elementary school. We're getting multiple reports of multiple fatalities. That has not been independently confirmed, but we do expect a news conference from local police to outline and try to sort out a lot of the details and conflicting stories. But we are getting stories from people inside of the building, eyewitnesses, people who heard the shooting. One eyewitness we just spoke to saying that they heard 100 rounds, saw at least 2 people who had been shot and who were in the hallway bleeding. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be right back with more details. Following this breaking news story, we have new details. This is a story we're following. Sandy Hook Elementary School out of Newtown, Connecticut, when a gunman opened fire in this elementary school earlier this morning about 9:40 local time. We are learning now that 3 people are dead from this shooting, including the gunman himself. It's unclear whether or not the gunman shot himself or he was killed. But we do know, and we have from eyewitnesses their accounts, and this is parents, these are people who were inside of the school, who tell the story of hearing at least 100 rounds of gunfire inside the school this morning outside of an office. We have now learned and confirmed that both the principal and the school psychologist have been killed, that they were shot inside of the school. And we have also learned as well, a source with knowledge of the investigation, that the shooter's body is inside a school classroom. That is the very latest here. There's still a lot of unanswered questions about those who were injured. We have reports, local reports, of multiple fatalities. We need to clear that up and find out just whether or not that involves students. We know that there are at least a couple of students who have been injured and taken to local hospitals, a teacher who was shot in the foot, a child who was has an injury to the face, and another child who has an injury to a hand. Those three who have been taken to Danbury Hospital. We also know from an eyewitness who was inside of the school at the time of the shooting that the vice principal was shot in the foot and came crawling back to the office. This is just unbelievable as we hear more of these details, and we'll be getting more information from a local news conference that's going to take place very shortly. We also heard just a few moments ago from a little girl who was inside of the school when the shooting started.
Third grade. Alexis, you told me that you were sitting in class this morning and you saw a lot of police. Tell me how you found out what was going on.
Well, we found like there was all these people, and we found out because there was like right near the window in our classroom, and like we saw like police officers, and we heard them on the roof and in our building.
Was everybody crying, scared, wanting their parents to come get them?
Yeah. They were, and then some people were even like, they kind of felt they got a stomach ache.
Did you hear any gunshots or anything like that?
Well, police officers, like, they were kind of, because there's police officers, like, right out the door, like, trying to find the guy.
I want to go to News 12, our affiliate News 12 in Connecticut for this aerial shot and some of the details that they're getting.
And we have helicopters that are flying above my house continuously.
Tell us what happened at just shortly after 9:30 this morning. Were you in your home, or what were you doing at the time, and how did you know something was wrong?
I'm on the phone. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Anyway, can you ask that again? I got sidetracked here.
No problem. At about 9:30 this morning, when this was all, emergency responders were getting word of this, what was happening at your house? How did you know there was a problem?
I was taking the dogs out to go to the bathroom, and I thought I heard a noise, and they started going crazy, so I put them back in the house because I was on my way to the gym. When I was getting in my car, I heard sirens going off continuously, car after car after car. Some of them were flying up past my house and coming back around again and going to the school. This house is 3 houses away from the school. Mm. Oh, 3 houses away from the firehouse.
Okay.
So then I seen a bunch of children with a couple of adults running up the road going towards Treadwell Park, which is up from us. And then as I was getting back in my car again, because I'm trying to figure out what's going on, I seen 5 children running up through our back fields.
Oh, in other words, through your backyard, children are running.
Yeah, because our backyard is adjacent, the further field is adjacent to the end of the school property.
So were they just running by themselves?
Yeah. I didn't see any adults. I tried to get them to stop.
These are kids, kindergarten through fourth grade. These are young children.
So little children running through your backyard. Obviously, it's our understanding, what we're reading on the wires and from various sources, that the children were told to immediately get out of the building.
Yep. And by God, those poor little guys were running. But I want to say they were in 4th grade because they weren't tiny.
I just want to interrupt. We have a report. This is from ABC News, the network news, that they have confirmed through federal and local officials more than a dozen people, including children, were shot and killed in this school.
So we have not gotten that number at this point. Nothing like that. We've gotten reports of the school principal and of the school psychologist and of the apparent shooter, but this escalates this particular horrific event even further. After you saw the children running through your backyard, Colleen, what else did you see from that point?
I want to bring by phone a security expert, retired Nassau County, New York police officer Lou Palumbo. And first of all, can you explain to us why we're hearing conflicting reports, so many different reports from those who are injured and those who are killed from various affiliates and networks and people who are on the ground? I assume it's still a very fluid and chaotic situation.
Well, the problem, Suzanne, is the fact that you have people at the site, investigators, conducting different tasks. In other words, some people are in there trying to make an accounting for who's been shot. Other people are interviewing people. You know, anytime you have any type of incident, even something far more simple than this, it's difficult to get the same story straight out of two people. This is nothing that's inconsistent. The problem, simply stated, is they're putting the pieces of this together as we speak, and that's why there's some inconsistencies in the reporting.
With all of your years of experience, what is taking place on the ground now? What are they trying to do? What are the priorities? What is most important?
Well, the priority right now is to identify anybody that's been injured to get them treated. What they're doing, and they do this in a somewhat simultaneous fashion, is they respond, they build out a perimeter, they employ containment, they start to conduct an investigation, they have to facilitate entry, they have to identify who the shooter is, determine if there are explosives, try to tie in whether or not that this could possibly occur in another school, which is why the school districts had been closed, you know, the area closed. I mean, there's a number of tasks that they're doing there, but the most important one is trying to get aid to those that are injured or possibly fatalities.
Is it important? We've heard various reports from people inside the building that there's still children in the building. We've heard that children have been evacuated. We hear that there are adults that are still in the building, that the body of the shooter is in a classroom. Should these children have been moved? Should people be out of this building? Or is it just best at this point for everybody to stay put inside of the school?
I think the most important thing is that everyone follow the instructions of a law enforcement agency that's in charge. There are reasons that children may or may not be moved. This is a crime scene, as we all know. They're right now trying to figure out exactly what happened. Some of the children that are being detained at the school, they may not be able to have some type of facilitation to get them off property and into what they would consider to be a safe environment. You know, you can't second guess what they're doing there at this point. You know, what you have to realize is that this is an immense undertaking, and it's particularly sensitive because it involves our children. So they're trying to make as few mistakes as possible, and it's impossible not to make some, but there's a method to the madness. But most of all, this is now a crime scene. They've got to conduct interviews. They've got to determine how many shots were fired, where these shots were directed. They're trying to recover empty casings, examine walls and other materials that may have projectiles lodged in them. They're trying to determine what firearms were used. You know, it's a rather broad undertaking.
All right, Lou Palumbo, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We're going to have many more details after a quick break. Following a breaking news story, Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, a school shooting that has taken place this morning. First calls getting in about 9:30 a local time. And what we're watching here, this is a News 12 Connecticut, one of our affiliates. This is raw reporting. You see some of the aerial shots there overlooking the school. We can confirm, CNN can independently confirm that the shooter, the gunman, is dead, and at least two employees of the school have been killed. I want to dip into the raw coverage from our affiliate. We can't confirm the raw live reporting that they are doing, but we certainly want to get a good look on the ground and get a sense of what they're learning.
It seems as if that scene has quieted down. Now, that is the vehicle that they seem to be interested in, that black Honda. It's taped off, was taped off very early on in this whole incident. And you can see a police dog being taken over to the car. They're checking out. This is footage from earlier today. That's why I know what's going on a little ahead of time. But they're clearly looking for a scent. And there is a report from another television station in Connecticut that two gunmen were involved, and one was led away in handcuffs.
So that report, so the early reports of 2 gunmen, and then now with that's the ABC affiliate reporting that other second gunman taken away in handcuffs. At this point, all the information we've received is that the shooter, the fatality, was an adult. There are no reports of...
But then there are additional reports from other stations, other news organizations saying as many as 20 children may have been shot.
No, I'm talking about the gunman, though, being, you know,
This has gotten so much worse as we've been covering it since we've been on for a couple of hours.
All right, let's go to Jay Carney at the White House. Briefing is now talking about the shooting. Let's listen
to and begin to investigate this incident. And as I said, the President will receive regular updates as the day progresses. I'll take your questions.
Jay, one follow on that. Can you relate to us any of the President's reactions or thoughts? Obviously, these shootings are all of them are tragic. We're hearing some particularly heinous numbers, and the fact that children were involved.
I would rather not relay reactions at this point because I don't have any confirmation to give to you about what exactly has happened there or potential victims. So at this point, I'd rather just inform you that the President has been informed about the shooting, was informed at 10:30, and is being given regular updates as more information becomes available.
Any thoughts on whether we will hear from him today?
You know, we'll just have to keep you updated as more information becomes available.
2 other topics. In the ABC News interview, the President was asked about the legalization of marijuana in a couple of states where voters have sounded off on that and essentially said that it's not a high priority for him, no pun intended, I guess, to go after recreational users. But obviously this is a serious issue, states' rights versus federal rights, and I'm wondering if there's any concern.
Property. They were looking for apparently another shooter. We don't know how many people were involved.
You just heard that President Obama has been informed of the shooting by his staff. Happened about 10:30 or so this morning. It is typical that in a scene like this, a situation, that the President would be informed rather quickly. That he would be getting regular updates from his staff, and at some point, depending on just how serious the situation is, that certainly the President would release a statement and even perhaps come out publicly to address what has taken place in things of this nature, a national tragedy of this nature. I want to dip back into News 12 Connecticut, our affiliate, to listen to some of the things that they're learning.
Taken to Danbury Hospital. The shooter, for the most part, has been confirmed. The apparent shooter, dead, an adult. 2 handguns, 2 9mm guns recovered. Students sent running from this school. We heard Colleen Poundstone, who lives just 3 houses away, saying children were running in the fields, which essentially is her backyard. One little boy saying, "I just want to go home." Such a disturbing scene, but unfolding so quickly this morning. But as those students are making their way to the Sandy Hook Volunteer Fire Department, which is not very far from the school.
No, you've been seeing it. We'll point it out again. It's right just to the right of that facility, which is the school, is the Volunteer Fire Department, which is where all the kids were led, those that didn't flee on their own. They were marched over there in line. We actually had a picture earlier of that, of the kids, arms on each other's shoulders, walking in a line. That's where they were taken, and that's where parents had been going to meet their kids, take them home. We thought everything had gone fairly smoothly.
It looked like a quiet scene.
Yeah, as the story unfolded, it sounded as if the shooter was shot, then possibly one other person, and now this horrible mounting death toll involving so many children and adults. It does give one pause.
Yes, but federal authorities, as we heard earlier from the assistant fire chief now, but now emergency responders are so carefully choreographed today. And so though he said, my knowledge on this is limited, but I will tell you that FBI and Secret Service will be involved in this, and at what point, I'm not clear. That
well, the FBI has been on the scene.
Yeah, the local authorities, they'll hand this over, and maybe ATF as well are part of this.
There have been SWAT teams. We've seen them.
Police dogs.
There is an unconfirmed report that an entire classroom of kids is unaccounted for outside the school.
But that may be the kids fleeing through the woods.
Who ran on their own.
Right.
Yeah.
And the sad, I think, probably one of the realities from something like this is Connecticut school children now will be taking on a whole new kind of, it won't be just the fire drill from this point forward. A sad reality, but it very much may be part of their school year, training for an evacuation in the event of something as horrific as this.
CBS News, this is the network, reporting 27 dead. 27 dead. Columbine had, was it 15, the producer just said?
So
15, including the shooter.
Which would mean this will take us to the worst school shooting in the history of the United States. On a quiet Friday, very pretty, chilly, late fall day. You know, most people go into their Friday morning with, you know, somewhat more lighthearted thinking, here we are, a weekend, a holiday weekend, shopping, Santa Claus, you know, the final night of Hanukkah, and coming up this weekend, and then to have a horrific shooting like this take place with such young children.
CNN cannot independently confirm what you've been hearing on the affiliates, and they have gotten secondhand as well what they are hearing in terms of the death toll. I want to bring in our own Susan Candiotti, who has been following and talking to law enforcement officials on the very latest. I understand we've lost the connection. We're going to get back to Susan in just a moment. Let's dip back into our affiliate News 12.
And Chopper 12 will be back live any minute now, because I'm guessing they fueled up at the Danbury Airport, which is very nearby there. And in just about 10 minutes, we will have for you live the news conference from a park not
Treadwell
that far.
Park, yeah.
I think that woman we spoke with was afraid
Colleen
the kids
Poundstone.
were going to run up to that park.
And she wanted them on the road because just running through the woods, especially when there are emergency police. We saw a photograph earlier of police combing through the woods or standing through, you know, in that area. You know, she was the wife of a military man and had many briefings on terrorism preparedness. She knows.
I want to bring in our Susan Candiotti, who's been speaking with law enforcement officials. Susan, what have we learned this morning?
Susan, some heartbreaking news now from a law enforcement source with knowledge of the investigation that close to 20 people have been killed at this school shooting, and among them at least 10 are children, Susan. This is new information coming to us from a law enforcement source with knowledge of the investigation. We do know that the suspected shooter's body was discovered in a classroom, but we do not know how the suspected shooter died, whether it was by his own hand or by police or in some other way. That information we're still waiting for, and there is a news conference, as you know, coming up to be held by the Connecticut State Police. We know that the governor's office has been monitoring this situation throughout, and they are in close contact with police as well. But this is, of course, terrible news about the identity of those who were killed, both adults and children, at least 10 of them children.
It is just devastating to hear. Susan, do we have a sense in this press conference that is going to occur in about 10 minutes or so whether or not that number could be even higher?
And I am hearing that may be the case. We also have, according to another source, that the school's principal, was among those killed as well. So, yes, and as a matter of fact, here at the site, we very recently saw federal, local officials as well, law enforcement officials with guns at their side, continuing to search the area around the school. They appear to be looking at various cars. Now, we don't know whether they are searching for someone specifically, but we do know from earlier information we had that protectively they continued to look through the area to make sure that everyone connected to the shooting was found. Still no kind of motive has been revealed at this time.
Susan, is there any sense from those who you're speaking with whether or not those who were tragically killed, if this took place in one particular part of the school, could it have been a one classroom, or is this something where they believe the gunman went from class to class?
We just don't know. It's too early, but of course those are among the details that we hope to learn, as well as who the shooter was, what the connection was, if any, between the shooter and the school. Those are among so many questions that we all have right now.
Do we have any sense of whether or not the parents of these children have been notified about their children?
No information about that either. We do know that when a lot of the children were let out of the school, and I'm sure you've seen the pictures of them in a line with hands on each other's shoulder of the child in front of them, that one of the staging areas was a nearby firehouse. We have also seen some children and parents in the vicinity of the school also walking about, not on the school site, but in any case, we are sure, as they have done in so many cases prior to this, trying to get counseling available for those children just as soon as possible.
I can only imagine the fear and concern when people hear these numbers. Is there any sense of a process or some sort of way of getting information to people, to parents and to children about the state of their loved ones in that school?
Well, I don't know exactly what kind of process they have set up or system that they set up here for the children. But of course, the police were on the scene very quickly. They have been making sure that they were shepherding the children to a safe location. And I'm sure among the many things they are doing is to get as much information to the parents as is possible. But we don't have any of those details yet either. We arrived on the scene only a short time ago, so we'll try to continue to get that information for you.
Do you have any sense on the scene whether or not parents are aware of the number of people, the number of casualties, and the fact that 10 children have been killed?
I just do not, Suzanne. This is brand new information, so haven't had a chance to sample any opinions or find out from anyone in the area whether that information is widely available as yet.
And Susan, finally, can you give us a sense of what it is like? We're looking at live pictures, of course. We see a lot of the emergency personnel. We have seen pictures with children. We have seen worried parents, and we see focus on this one particular vehicle that has been cordoned off. Give us a sense of what it is like there close to the school and close to those officials who will be soon speaking with us about some of the details that they've just learned.
Well, you can imagine. It's just, it's been described in the immediate aftermath, chaos. And now there is just utter sadness. There is shock that you see on the faces of people who clearly and understandably are shaken by what has happened here. Not to mention, as you indicated, Suzanne, what these children who may have witnessed this and certainly would have heard it and have been or quickly hurried out of that school as soon as it was safe to do so, what they will be going through, the trauma that has been heaped upon them as well as this community. So all of that will be played out, of course, in these few short hours. But there is still a lot of police activity in the area as we continue to see federal, state, and local law enforcement authorities walking about not only around the school, but also some surrounding businesses around the area. They appear to be, as I said, checking cars, looking around, and you get a sense that they are checking to make sure, and some of my sources have told me that that the area is secure.
All right. Susan Candiotti, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Of course, we are following this breaking news story. Sandy Hook Elementary School out of Newtown, Connecticut, not far from New York. We have just learned really devastating news that the 20 people killed in this school shooting, including 10 children. We're going to take a quick break. We're waiting for a police briefing that will happen very shortly. I want to go directly to News 12 Connecticut, our affiliate, to learn more about the school shooting that we are following. This in Sandy Hook Elementary School out of Newtown, Connecticut. Now confirmed 20 people killed in this school shooting. Let's listen in.
Center nearby, but that clearly now is where they were staging. You could see a number of ambulances. We saw stretchers. We actually saw someone taken away on a stretcher. from that area. This is the woods, and probably that woman we spoke with lives right in that area. She said she was adjacent to the playing fields, and you can see
you can see the
right
wide
there,
space.
so that might be her home.
You know, and she kind of echoed the reality that you try and help children today, but they're so reluctant.
Yes, she was wise. She said, you don't have to come in the house. I'll just give you a hot chocolate. But
get on the main road.
Those kids did not want to remain. We have an update on the president being informed. A White House spokesperson says that the president feels enormous sympathy for the families of the children. And then when asked about gun control policies, the spokesperson said, there is, I am sure, will be rather, a day for discussion of the usual Washington policy debates, but I don't think today is that day.
No, this is a tragedy of historic proportion and national tragedy now as we learn that the death toll is 27, and of the 27, 18 children. And we know that they're very young children because Sandy Hook Elementary is a school that has kindergarten through fourth graders. So virtual babies attend so young, attend an elementary school that is not even K through 8. It's just K through 4 at this school. So horrific, horrific news that we are all learning. The shooter, now this is the reports of 2, but one or 2 suspects, 1 dead, 1 taken away in handcuffs. The one we're assuming with the ties to New Jersey, whose home the feds are in the process of raiding, we're assuming that is the deceased gunman, but we don't know at this point.
No, we don't know. Now, that is the other facility we were telling you about, the volunteer firehouse. You can see all of the vehicles there. Up on the top there above the building, you can see a fire truck taken out of the building. But in the middle of your screen is where all those ambulances gathered. Want to reiterate that this was shot a couple of hours ago now. This is where the children were taken following the shooting. They were led by staff members, probably through the woods there that you see in the bottom of your screen, to that as a staging area. And then eventually parents came to lead their children away. At some point in this video, we did see an ambulance taking away someone on a stretcher. Lots of vehicles there. That's also where the media gathered, and we were told that about a half an hour ago, all the media were asked to leave that area. That's the school, Sandy Hook Elementary. Becky, I don't know if you heard, we're told that all of the News 12s are watching this now, so if you're just joining us, that school consists of 600 students from kindergarten through 4th grade, and shortly after school started, the school day began, one report says during the announcements that were being made over the loudspeaker system, the shots began ringing out, and before all was said and done, 18 children and 9 adults.
I can only imagine at this point, if the reports that we've received are...
I'm bringing our own Susan Candiotti, who has the very latest. Susan, what are you learning there on the ground?
Well, we're getting ready for a news conference to start any time now here in Connecticut. We are a short distance away from where the school is located, and there is still a crime scene there, a very active crime scene at this time. We know that there are multiple people dead, at least 20, and among them at least 10 of those dead are children in this horrific shooting. The other information we now know is that the shooter was discovered in a classroom. We don't know whether that shooter took his own life or was killed by police or in some other way. Still waiting to get that information as well. But it is a heartbreaking scene here as children were led through the school, one hand on the shoulder of the child in front of them as they were led away from here, taken to a local firehouse. Many of them meeting already with their parents who were notified. Many of them had signed up and learned about this tragedy by text that there was a shooting at the school, or email, notified about what had happened here. Many of those parents, of course, showing up quickly to comfort their children and be with their children as police continue to look around this scene.
Susan, are there still children inside of the school?
We don't believe so, but I don't have any official confirmation on that. This happened at about 9:40 or so Eastern Time. Police rather quickly responding to the scene of multiple gunshots and injuries. And immediately, as soon as it was safe for them to do so, children, first the school was locked down, which is usually the case. And once it was safe to lead the children out of the school, that's exactly what happened. We do have local police, state police, as well as federal law enforcement on the scene here, including the FBI and ATF, canvassing the area to make sure that there was only one suspected shooter involved in this terrible massacre, as well as whether there was anyone else involved. And to that end, they've been walking down the street looking at various cars. One car has been cordoned off, taped off, and they are looking around the area as well, just to make sure that they have that there is only one suspect involved in this case.
All right, Susan, we're going to get to you, and certainly we're going to take that press conference as soon as it happens. But I want our viewers to listen to this, because this was just moments ago. Our CNN digital managing editor, Meredith Artley, she spoke with us, and she actually talked to a woman who has a child, a second grader, inside of that school, who was there, who witnessed the shooting. I want you to listen to this.
She was in a meeting this morning. She said it was around 9:35, and there were about 7 people in the room, and it was a meeting regarding one of her kids. She has children at the school, and she volunteers at the school as well. And she described it as a pop, pop, pop in the hall, and they all heard it. There were about 7 people in the meeting room. They heard that sound in the hall, and she said 3 people went out into the hall, the principal, the vice principal, and the school psychologist. And to hear her describe it, she said 3 people went out into the hall, and only one person came back, which was the vice principal, she said, who was shot in the leg or the foot, who came crawling back. And she said that she cowered under the table during that moment and called 911, as did the other people in the room. She said she never saw the shooter, that she was under the table, that the shooting happened in the hallway. And to hear her describe it, she said that there must have been 100 rounds. And I asked her to clarify that. I said, really, truly 100 rounds? And she said at least.
When the vice principal came crawling back, what happened at that point? What did she say? How did the vice principal manage to move or escape? Did she describe what was the situation as he was crawling back?
She said that there was confusion. There was yelling, and understandably, she said there was yelling in the hallway, and she couldn't tell for a while if it was the police or the shooter. When I talked to her, she was still inside the school. The school's on lockdown, so she couldn't tell. She didn't know if the shooter was dead yet or still there.
What did the vice principal look like when she saw him return?
I didn't hear her describe that. She said, she said, listen, this is a nice town. This is a nice school. These are the kinds of things that don't happen there. She noted this was not some high-powered meeting. It was, about one of my children who's in second grade there. And she's tearful. She's, just understandably panicked. And she said they marched. At some point, I don't have the length of time, but she said at some point after the shooting, they marched us out in the hallway, right past the 2 bodies laying in the hallway in a pool of blood.
Unbelievable. 7 people in an office there and experiencing something as tragic as that. I want to bring in our Susan Candiotti, because Susan has been reporting that it could be as many as 20 people who have been killed in this school shooting, of them 10. And we are talking about little children, K through 4th grade, who were marched out of that school. Susan, what do we know? What do we expect to learn in the moments ahead from this news conference?
Well, as you said, we hope to get some more details about how this happened, if they have a precise number about now how many are dead. As you said, we have our source with knowledge of the investigation saying there are at least 20 dead or close to 20 dead, and at least 10 of them being children. In this grade school, as you mentioned, has grades kindergarten through the 4th grade. We know that they found at least 2 guns with the shooter, according to another source with knowledge of the investigation. 2 weapons. We don't know how the shooter died, whether he took his own life or whether someone else killed him. And then as soon as it was safe, as you heard, for children to leave that class, to leave the school, the children were led out of the school to a nearby firehouse that is being used as a staging area for children and parents who, of course, rushed to the site just as soon as they could. Just a terrible, heartbreaking information. The shock these children and parents and this entire community are going through now to try to understand how this could have happened, if a motive has been discovered for why this happened, whether there was any connection between the suspected shooter in this case and the school itself, what led that person to the school this morning. These are all some of the many questions that we all have.
All right, Susan, we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to try to get some of the answers to those questions as soon as we get to that news conference expected momentarily. Following this breaking news story, Sandy Hook Elementary School, where CNN is confirming that 20 people have died in that shooting incident. I want to go to WABC, our affiliate there. They're talking about the conditions of some people who were brought to Danbury Hospital. And again, we want to remind people we are hearing many different numbers in terms of fatalities. This is raw information that is coming in. CNN can only confirm 20 fatalities at this time. Let's listen in.
Sarah, what do you have on that?
Well, Liz and Dave, you know, you've been raising a lot of issues about the whole issue of security since Columbine. And the fact of the matter is that we have received this letter that the principal of the school, Don Hochsprung, who was appointed in 2010, sent to parents earlier this year. And I'm actually going to read it to you, at least the first part. Dear members of our Sandy Hook family, our district is implementing a security system in all elementary schools as part of our ongoing efforts to ensure student safety. As usual, exterior doors will be locked during the day. Every visitor will be required to ring the doorbell at the front entrance, and the office staff will use a visual monitoring system to allow entry. And then this is highlighted here. Viewers will be required to report directly to the office and sign in. If our office staff does not recognize you, it goes on to say, you will be required to show identification with a picture ID. Please understand that with nearly 700 students and over 1,000 parents representing 500 Sandy Hook families, most parents will be asked to show identification. And then a little later on, it also says there may be a short delay until someone can view you on the handset and allow you to come in electronically. Now, of course, we have been talking about the possibility of a parent being involved here, but clearly there are security measures that are in place, that were in place this year, so they would be very strict for any visitors getting into the school.
Very strict. Do we know why they were implemented?
We don't know why. We just have this letter. But, you know, clearly, as a number of elementary schools have done, and a number of high schools as well, you know, they've, you know, we're all parents. They've taken this very seriously. You know, most of them, when you do go into the school now, you do have to sign in. I remember when, you know, when our son was in elementary school, we had to go in, sign out when you left. Mm-hmm. So clearly, you know, schools have been addressing this, and this school did as well. I think that's important to mention here. But, you know, if you're dealing with a parent, who knows?
Right. So true. Sarah, thank you. And Nick, I just want to bring you in on this because I would think that most elementary schools in this country were probably, when they think of security, they're probably thinking of maybe a parental custody case, things like that. Right. Not something as violent as this. And before we get to that point, I also want to say that we are learning a little bit more about the shooter through ABC News. Sources telling Chris Cuomo that the one shooter, was 24 years old, armed with 4 weapons, and wearing a bulletproof vest. Police are continuing to investigate the possibility of an additional shooter. And state police have confirmed to ABC News this afternoon that the 2 shooters were initially believed to be involved in this shooting. But right now we're learning that the one shooter, 24 years old and wearing a bulletproof vest, as well as armed with 4 weapons.
I mean, that's just outrageous. But to go to the report on the letter from the school, I mean, look, it's reasonable what they did. I mean, they addressed the security issues. They took excellent precautions.
You've been listening to WABC there. I want to, again, remind our viewers, this is raw reporting. This is reporting from various networks. CNN cannot independently confirm some of those facts that you are hearing there, but we are awaiting a press conference. We'll hear from police officials directly about what the ultimate fatality count is, those injured, how many suspects and those involved. We're going to take a quick break. We expect that news conference is going to happen very shortly. Sandy Hook Elementary School, the site in Newtown, Connecticut, of a massive shooting. At least 20 people killed. Of those killed, 10 children. Just a few minutes ago, we heard from a little girl early this morning who was actually inside of the school when that shooting started.
Third grade. Alexis, you told me that you were sitting in class this morning and you saw a lot of police. Tell me how you found out what was going on.
Well, we found like there was all these people, and we found out because there was like right near the window in our classroom, and like we saw like police officers and we heard them on the roof and in our building.
Was everybody crying, scared, wanting their parents to come get them?
Yeah. They were, and then some people were even like, they kind of felt they got a stomach ache.
Did you hear any gunshots or anything like that?
Well, police officers, like, they were kinda, because there's police officers, like, right out the door, like, trying to find the guy.
Joining us by phone, security expert, retired Nassau County, New York police officer Lou Palumbo. You and I were speaking earlier today about how this whole morning has unfolded, and really worst nightmares coming true here when you listen to the suspected number of fatalities, at least 20 killed, of those 10 children. How does this even compare, I mean, to what we've experienced in the past? I mean, it's just unbelievable.
You're asking me, Suzanne, how this compares to prior incidents?
Yes.
I think it's escalated. You know, when you look at a death toll with our children to this magnitude, I don't know how much worse it's going to get. But I will tell you unequivocally with this death toll that we've surpassed any of these prior incidents, of which there are approximately 7 in the past couple of years. I mean, I certainly hope we don't have a repeat of this or anything that outdoes this, so to speak.
I can't even imagine what happens next. As a law enforcement expert, can you explain to us, where do you begin? Where do you start here in terms of the children, their safety, the parents, identifying the dead? What happens now?
What they're doing right now is, not to be trite about it, but they're putting the pieces of this together on many levels, as you just alluded to. They're trying to figure out who is dead. They're trying to figure out notifications. They're trying to run a crime scene. They're trying to create a profile on the individual who perpetrated this. They're tracking down these firearms that were in his possession to determine how he was capable of obtaining them. And Suzanne, excuse me, you know, I have to say this to you. I think we have to gain some sensibility in our culture. This is the 7th or 8th incident involving firearms, and I support the Second Amendment, but I don't think that that's what this is about. It's quite apparent that people are able to obtain firearms when they are not in the right state of mind, and I think we need to, how would you say, impose part of the vetting process similar to one that we go through in law enforcement.
Lou, we're going to have to, we're going to have to.
Psychological screening.
We're going to have to.
Multiphasic screening tests.
We're going to have to get back to you on that point. I know you make a very good point here, and I hear your point. I want to go directly to WABC and just dip in on some news that they're learning.
From a scene and hug each other so early on in their investigation. So clearly a very telling moment, and one can only imagine the carnage inside that school that you are looking out down there. Dan Rice in Newscopter 7. Dan, thanks for the update. If you were just joining us now, it is 1:25 in the afternoon. I'm Liz Cho along with David Navarro. We are continuing to follow just a tragic story out of Newtown, Connecticut. It started at around 9:30 this morning. A gunman walking into Sandy Hook Elementary School. from what we know now, the very latest, 27 people have been killed, mostly children. And
the gunman believed to be in his 20s. He had at least 2 guns on him. They were recovered at the scene. He was wearing all black, according to our sources, and a bulletproof vest.
Yeah. Most of the children, the school was evacuated. Those children were taken to a nearby firehouse early this morning. Most of the parents being able to pick up their children there, but now this wait, this agonizing wait for those parents who have not been able to locate their children. As many as 18 children may be dead. Other schools in the area, Monroe School District remains on lockdown at this hour. Danbury Hospital, where 3 of the victims were taken to, also on lockdown at this hour. As an abundance of caution. You can see right now investigators, Dan Rice had shown us this minivan a short time ago. It's the second car in the parking lot that investigators have cordoned off and are paying particularly close attention to. But you can see the officers there. We understand the FBI, ATF, and local police all now converging onto this one little town in Fairfield County, Connecticut.
And initially there was some concerns or some questions if there was more than one person involved, primarily because people were running from the school and they had to question whether some of the people running were involved, and the chaos of the moment. They have pursuing every lead to confirm whether it was one person or more. At this point, we only know specifically of the one person, but they're not going to end their investigation with that. They're going to continue looking. And so we've been seeing a lot of activity all along surrounding that. And to answer, and other law enforcement officials are expected to brief reporters when they have enough information, I guess, that they can really give us something to go on, because as we've been stating all morning and afternoon long, the information comes in and it gets updated and changes as this more clarity comes to what occurred in this horrifying situation.
Yeah, and we should tell you that President Obama has been briefed not only by Homeland Security but also by FBI Director Bob Mueller. And the president has also spoken with Connecticut Governor Dannel Malloy to discuss the incident, also express his condolences. We are waiting for the governor as well as state police to hold a news conference, which is expected to happen. It was supposed to happen around 1 o'clock this afternoon, but obviously they're continuing to try to gather some more information on this. We want to go right now to Eyewitness News reporter Marcus Solis. He has been outside the firehouse where many of the parents have been going to pick up their children. Marcus, what's the latest from there right now?
Well, Liz, we're at Washington Avenue here, and this is the final point where parents can come to. They have to walk up to that hill to get up to the firehouse and pick up their children. And so many people are ditching their cars and going up there. Certainly less now. We know that there are several parents who are still awaiting word, their children unaccounted for, but we are still seeing some who are making it back down the hill with their children, certainly relieved after what has been an incredibly emotional morning. And we just spoke with a parent and his 4th grade son who describes some of the chaos that was going on inside of that school when it was on lockdown and when police were trying to apprehend the shooter and bring this to an end. Let's hear a little bit of what they had to say.
I was in the gym at the time, and so the teachers, we heard like lots of bangs, and we thought that it was the custodian knocking stuff down. We heard screaming, and so we went to the wall, and we sat down, and then the police came in. It's like, is he in here? Then he ran out, and then then somebody yelled, get to a safe place. So we went to the closet in the gym, and we sat there for a little while, and then the police were knocking on the door, and they're like, we're evacuating people. So we ran out. There's police about at every door. They're leading us down this way, quick, come on. And we ran down to the firehouse. There's a man pinned down to the ground with handcuffs on, and we thought that was the victim.
One of the eyewitnesses there, just a little boy, describing what he heard and what he saw during the shooting. I want to go to another affiliate of ours, WCBS, for more.
Yeah, understanding what happened, my son was in the gym when it happened, so I think that he heard the gunshots, and so they were both, I think it's going to be one of those things where they're trying to understand what happened. And when we tell them ultimately what happened in details, I think it's going to make it much worse. So.
Did they give you any info? Like, it sounds like it was an adult that came in.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened outside of that. I haven't had any information other than what people are speculating as we sit around and gather around here. So.
Listening to parents after parents as they tell the tale of what their children had been through that morning after witnessing an unimaginable tragedy in a quaint town. This is Newtown, Connecticut. We're looking at the parents who are bringing their children home throughout the morning. This has been happening and afternoon as well. A number of parents are still going to this firehouse that we're looking at. Their children are there. Hundreds were evacuated to that facility.
Actually, we just saw that gentleman that had been spoken to earlier standing there with the green shirt and the white baseball cap, and you can see the proximity now from there through the woods over here to the elementary school. Which is the path the children took from the school to the firehouse when they took cover. And you just look at those parents when we were looking over at the firehouse and embracing their children, not even sure at that moment if they realized how lucky they were that they were still able to hold on to their children after what transpired here.
Mm-hmm. The shooter, as opposed to the information we have in regard to the shooter, 20 years old, killed, apparently had 2 guns, and with ties to the school. Not sure what those ties are, whether they have children in the school, whether they went to that school, but we are waiting the details in regard to that shooter. And the second person also taken into custody, a man who was wearing a black jacket and camouflage pants that was escorted out of the woods by police personnel and handcuffed, taken to the police station, possibly with charges against that person. We are awaiting word.
Yes, we are. We're also waiting for Lou Young. We're going to talk to him right now. He has been on the scene, and we'll see what he has, what he's gathered since we last talked to him. Lou?
Yeah, Rob, we're here on Riverside Drive, just leading up to the school. You see some folks coming back here, and now the faces of the people that are coming back. Early on, they were filled with relief because they realized that their loved ones had made it through this horror. But now the depth of the tragedy, just being there in proximity to it, is affecting them. And we've seen some very, very grief-stricken and affected and tear-streaked faces coming down this road here. I spoke a few moments ago with Maureen Cairns, who was a nurse from Danbury Hospital, who rushed to the scene here when she heard about the shooting. She arrived when the lightly injured people had been removed, and then wanted to help to see if she could help others. But there were 20 children inside that she was not able to help, all of them dead. And she describes being present when the parents were given the awful news. She is just shattered. Listen.
I see you've been crying.
Yes.
Is it because of what you saw?
No, they wouldn't even let us in the building. All I can say is that one of the cops said it's, the worst thing he'd ever seen in his entire career. But it was when they told the parents, all these parents were waiting for their children to come out. They thought that they were, still alive. There's 20 parents that were just told that their children are dead. It was awful.
And you were unable to do anything. You wanted to get down and help.
We knew at one point they asked the ambulances to leave, that they didn't need them, and we knew that that wasn't a good sign.
She was crying. Her teenage son was also crying, just having witnessed that outpouring of grief and disbelief. The parents hearing their worst nightmares come true, that their children had been killed. The latest numbers from CBS News, we were reporting 26 dead total, 18 of them children. And a short time ago, I am told that police found 2 adults alive in the school, hiding in a closet. They'd stayed hidden. They did not move, and police found them, perhaps in the last hour or so. So that is a situation here that how desperate the situation was. People hid, people tried to save themselves, people were saved, and people witnessed terrible tragedy and terrible loss. This is going to be with this community for a very long time. We're live in Newtown, Connecticut, Fairfield County. Lou Young, CBS 2 News.
Hey, Lou, very quickly, have you heard anything about a second suspect being taken into custody in the woods just away from the school there shortly after the incident.
And what did you hear? How did you hear, Superintendent?
We just got they have a, it's like it's an alert through the school that they got.
Sorry.
That they got, and that your parents sign up for it. And I just got a message saying from the superintendent that there was a unconfirmed shooting, and that everybody's in lockdown. So
What'd you think?
I was like, oh my gosh. And then I had no idea that it was her school. And I'm like, it just seems so unreal. It doesn't, my heart is in a million pieces right now for the parents and the children and for everybody, because it's just, who would ever think in a small town and people, I mean, the school's locked and,
I want to go to affiliate WCBS for more information, what they're learning on the ground as well. Let's listen in.
Help. And that is what that woman was going through. She showed up ready to do her job, but there was nothing she could do. The people that were able to be helped had already been removed from the scene. So she just watched in horror and is now going home to try and process that.
You're absolutely right, Lou. You're absolutely right. That is the worst thing that can happen when you set up the triage to do the first aid, and it's simply beyond that. We have seen it.
Yeah,
and Lou, we understand that there is grief counselors. There are grief counselors at that firehouse now to deal with this unimaginable tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, and I always hear that, grief counselors. I'm not sure what you can say to a parent in a situation like this. I don't know what that's like. I hope I never have to find out firsthand. But yes, there are people, professionals who are standing by, trying to walk these people through the initial processes of this this crushing grief that they must be feeling, and especially at this time of year, especially children, especially the location, the incongruity of it all is just staggering.
All right, Lou Young, thanks so much. The mystery. Who is this 20-something-year-old person with ties to the school who would perpetrate such an act?
And the numbers that CBS News has confirmed, at least 26 people are dead. At least 18 of them are children. And we're hearing of those parents who went to reunite with their children at the firehouse and were told their children were killed. 20 parents were at the firehouse to get that information. 18 children killed, mothers and fathers there. We saw so many reunite, embrace as their children ran to them. As we're looking at some video from earlier, as parents were taking their children away from that firehouse. Those children had been evacuated from the school under state police protection after those gunshots were fired just after 9:30 this morning. And we're looking at pictures of parents and their children as they are headed home. Maybe some of them not knowing the severity of the situation, others knowing this. This was just a little bit earlier on the scene, just outside the firehouse. So the latest information we have in regard to those involved with the shooting, we have a 20-year-old shooter that we know died at the scene, and a second suspect is in custody. Not sure of the involvement with the shooting, but we also got word that a man did come out of the woods in handcuffs, escorted by police, wearing camouflage pants and looking straight into one parent's eyes and saying, "I did not do it." That person is at a police station being questioned at this hour and possibly facing those charges.
That was according to a witness on the scene who actually saw the police, he says, taking this this person out and claiming his innocence, professing his innocence.
2 semi-automatic handguns were retrieved from the scene. We heard from some witnesses that said that they heard dozens of rounds, possibly 100 rounds, being fired inside that school. There are several buildings inside that school. Some children were in the gym. They could hear the gunfire. Others were in their classrooms. And we heard of a story of 2 young girls, possibly first graders, who saw the gunman go into their classroom and shoot their teacher.
It's now for the very latest.
Can't see. That dog?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roy Occhiogrosso. I'll spell the last name. It's Occhiogrosso. I worked for Governor Malloy. As you can imagine, the governor is horrified by what's happened. He is meeting with the families right now. His chief concern is to get the families the information they need as quickly as possible. That's why he's not here. I'm going to introduce Lieutenant Paul Vance from the State Police, who will talk a little bit about what's known so far. We understand that you are all interested in information. We'd like to get you that information as quickly as possible, but the governor's chief concern is making sure that the families have information as quickly as possible, and that's where he is now. This is Lieutenant Paul Vance from the State Police.
Hi, good afternoon. I will give you some very basic and brief information as we know it now, and we will set up regular press briefings as appropriate. Just after 9:30 this morning, Newtown Police received a 911 call for an emergency at the elementary school. Newtown PD, upon obtaining information as to the stature of the situation, contacted the Connecticut State Police and requested assistance from state police and surrounding local police departments. On and off duty troopers responded to the school, and with Newtown Police, immediately upon arrival, entered the school and began a complete active shooter search of the building. That included checking every door, every crack, every crevice, every portion of that school. Our main objective was to evacuate as quickly and efficiently as possible any and all students and faculty in the school. The entire school was searched. That was accomplished. A staging area was set up. The students and staff were put into that staging area, and soon thereafter, the children and staff were reunited with their parents and their loved ones. There were several fatalities at the scene, both students and staff. There is no information relative to that that is being released at this time until we've made complete and proper notification. The shooter is deceased inside the building. There's a great deal of work that is undertaken immediately upon locating the shooter, and that is there's a great deal of search warrant activity. There's a great deal of law enforcement activity both in and out of state to ensure that we cover all the bases relative to that specific individual. Suffice it to say, the scene is secure. State Police Major Crime Squad, Newtown Police Department, Danbury State's Attorney, and many agencies are working together to answer all the questions surrounding exactly what happened. As Mr. Occhiogrosso said, we will keep you briefed, we will keep you informed on a regular basis. We will put everything out via our website and with these press conferences. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Occhiogrosso right now.
The governor took a call from President Obama a little while ago, who was calling to express his condolences and condolences on behalf of the nation, and pledged whatever resources the federal government can bring to bear to assist the families and to assist in the investigation. We will get you information as soon as we can get the families the information. That's where the governor is. At some point later today, the governor will be here, and we will set up regular briefings. Thank you.
Are all those briefings going to be here?
Just getting the very latest update there. Word from Lieutenant Paul Vance as well as Roy Occhiogrosso. He is a spokesman for the governor's office. Let's listen in.
We will come back for another briefing as quickly as we can.
But you can say that the public is not in danger.
The public is not in danger. That's correct.
Hey, Lieutenant, everything here, right? All the briefings here?
Right here.
How many fatalities are there?
All right, a final word. The public is not in danger, that the site has been secured. I want to go over just some of the things that we have learned. Not a lot of detail here. Certainly there are various and mixed conflicting reports on the number of fatalities from various networks, and CNN can only confirm that as many as 20 people have been killed in this school shooting. Of those, I've got a CNN producer on the phone, I'm told, David Ariosto, with some information. David, what can you tell us?
Hi, Suzanne. Yeah, I'm right out in front of the elementary school right now, and it's this wooded area that basically surrounds the school. And parents are walking in and out of this firehouse. It's been used basically as a makeshift shelter in which they're tending to those who have been injured and ushering those away by way of ambulances. There's about 4 ambulances on scene here. And I've spoken to a number of the parents, And apparently what transpired was that earlier this morning, many of them received an automated call from the school superintendent indicating that there had been a shooting. It wasn't clear which school at that point the shooting had occurred, so many of them, panic-stricken, ran to their nearest school where some of the loved ones were held. Several of them have since now emerged. Some are almost inconsolable, given how upset they are. One woman came walking up the street only screaming, why, and not indicating actually what had happened. Others were clutching their children and effectively just bringing them away from the school as fast as they could. And that is really the scene here, one of heavy security. We've got ATF, FBI, several law enforcement officers that are basically clad in tactical gear with weapons drawn and often wielding assault rifles, and all the while you have parents sort of streaming in and out of this area, clutching their children and basically just trying to get away from the scene. And since become also a bit of a media circus in which many of the reporters here are trying to get a sense of what has happened, but most parents are just essentially just looking to get as far away from this scene as possible.
David, we had also heard as well, we just heard that the governor is meeting with the families, the parents of those whose children have been killed. Have you gotten a sense of where the governor, where those parents are on scene, where you are, and whether or not you've actually seen some of those parents who've received that devastating news?
We have most of the parents that are stricken with some of that devastating news, that more fatal news, are holed up, from what we understand, in that firehouse. There are at least several dozen people inside, several parents. And on occasion, you'll see people coming out and sort of almost inconsolable, as I mentioned before. But it seems that firehouse continues to be sort of the safe house, as authorities in the region really start to try to pin down this area. While it doesn't seem to be as active a scene as it did earlier, they're still going house to house, still checking buildings. So it's not clear that this is an entirely secure scene. That said, you have parents, like I mentioned before, really just trying to get away and get as far away as possible.
David, what are those parents saying? You say they were alerted earlier this morning that there was a shooting that took place. Are these parents, are they satisfied that they got information in a timely way? Are they despondent? Are they confused?
You know, I think you hit it on the head there. I think despondent would probably be the operative word right now. It's clearly one of parents' most feared prospects here of getting news of this sort, particularly while they're at work, that their children are in harm's way. Most of the parents, the few that we actually got a chance to speak to, were just relieved that their children were all right. But the resounding feeling that one really gets from being down here is sort of a sense of not knowing what transpired and what may continue to be transpiring. It's not clear that this is an entirely secure scene. At the same time, it's just, it's one of those things that it really can't put into words how terrible this must be for some of these family members. So as they're sort of wiping tears away from their eyes, talking into cell phones, presumably with family members and friends, recanting a scene that they had just witnessed inside that firehouse, and talking with their children who had to be huddled into classrooms as police and teachers huddled them toward the back of the room as this shooting took place. It's a scene of shock, dismay, and it's not clear what's going to happen next.
David, it's kind of hard sometimes to gauge, what kids are going through and what they're feeling at the time. We've seen some children who have described what they saw. What do you get from some of the children who've left with their parents?
I talked to one parent who's with a child, and for obvious reasons that most parents don't want to have their children speaking, particularly after an incident like this. But it seems, at least from what this child was saying, that many of the children here don't really have a good sense of what transpired today. It was scary, it was frightening for many of them, and this little girl that I spoke to was saying that many people in her classroom were crying as they were huddled into the back room of this school building. She was in a third grade class, actually, as police barged in, and teachers just tried to essentially get a good sense of what was happening and try to protect them. But it's confusing for them, and probably understandably so. What really happens next for them, I mean, I'm sure that parents are going to go home and try to explain as best they can, but you talk to parents here, and they really say that their heart really just goes out to those who may still be holed up in that firehouse trying to come to terms with what's happened.
David, there have been so many different reports about how many people have been injured or killed. I'd imagine that would be very, very frustrating for people who are there on the ground who just don't understand the magnitude. They don't know just how significant this is. Is there a sense that people just want more information?
I think that's the driving thing here. Everybody's looking for more information. You have all these different groups now that are now working together. You have the FBI that's here. You have the ATF. You have state and local police. And, there's a sense of trying to get a handle on the situation. At the same time, it's not clear who this person was, if there was just one person, whether that there is still a danger out there. I understand that there's authorities going to be holding press conferences in short order to maybe answer some of those questions. But, a scene like this it really probably leaves more unanswered questions than we could ever get. How a shooting could occur inside an elementary school is just... it's just one of those things that when you cover these stories, you're always left with those questions of why this took place, and there's really no sense of answers that could really ever satisfy that question, it seems. But many people here on the ground, particularly authorities, are really trying to secure the area, make sure that there's not another individual around, and essentially work to console those family members who may have lost people today.
David, I know it's hard, and you never really get over the kind of shock and the kind of emotion that people experience in this kind of episode. I covered Columbine, and you really don't think that these kinds of things will take place, and then they take place time and time again. David, really quickly, if you can, just paint a picture, if you will, of the community. Who are they? What are they like?
Well, this town is, I'd say, probably about an hour's drive north of New York City, and sort of a sleepy New England town. And you have, it's a really pretty suburban town in which, it's a nice wooded area surrounding this school. And the thing that you hear from parents and from community members is that, how could this happen here? And how could this happen in this sleepy little town where, it's filled with just sort of these, picturesque scenes of what you would imagine of a New England town, antique shops along roadways, and ironically, a cemetery, an old cemetery dating back to the 1800s, sits on a roadway overlooking the school itself. So it's the question of why and why here is omnipresent.
All right, David, thank you very much. Really appreciate your reporting, and obviously you've been talking to a lot of families, and it is just devastating for that community and for all of us to see what has transpired today. Earlier, our CNN Digital Managing Editor, Meredith Artley, she spoke with us, and she actually talked with a witness who was inside of the school.
She was in a meeting this morning. She said it was around 9:35. And there were about 7 people in the room, and it was a meeting regarding one of her kids. She has children at the school, and she volunteers at the school as well. And she heard, she described it as a pop, pop, pop in the hall, and they all heard it. There were about 7 people in the meeting room. They heard that sound in the hall, and she said 3 people went out into the hall: the principal, the vice principal, and the school psychologist. And to hear her describe it, she said 3 people went out into the hall, and only one person came back, which was the vice principal, she said, who was shot in the leg or the foot, who came crawling back. And she said that she cowered under the table during that moment and called 911, as did the other people in the room. She said she never saw the shooter. That she was under the table, that the shooting happened in the hallway. And to hear her describe it, she said that there must have been 100 rounds. And I asked her to clarify that. I said, really, truly 100 rounds, and she said at least.
When the vice principal came crawling back, what happened at that point? What did she say? How did the vice principal manage to move or escape? Did she describe what was the situation as he was crawling back?
She said that there was confusion. There was yelling, and understandably, she said there was yelling in the hallway, and she couldn't tell for a while if it was the police or the shooter. When I talked to her, she was still inside the school. The school's on lockdown, so she couldn't tell. She didn't know if the shooter was dead yet or still there.
What did the vice principal look like when she saw him return?
I didn't hear her describe that. She said, she said, listen, this is a nice town. This is a nice school. These are the kind of things that don't happen there. She noted this was not some high-powered meeting. It was, about one of my children who was in second grade there. And she's tearful. She's, just understandably panicked. And she said they marched. At some point, I don't have the length of time, but she said at some point after the shooting, they marched us out in the hallway, right past the two bodies laying in the hallway in a pool of blood.
CNN has learned at least 20 people have been killed, 10 of them children. I want to bring in our John King out of Washington, who has more information. John, what are you learning?
Suzanne, I've been speaking to a federal law enforcement official here in Washington who is getting information directly from the scene. State police on the scene, FBI officials on the scene in Connecticut. And this source cautioning that, as you know, in these situations, the numbers almost always change. But the official tells us he has now seen consistent reporting from the scene that there are more than 20 fatalities, that most of them are children. The source says, again, expect those numbers to change, but he has now seen consistent reports of the death toll being closer to 30 than to 20. He's hearing a number consistently. He says 26, 27, but says he doesn't quite trust that yet. Says he believes the number, though, will be closer to 30 than to 20. Also says that from reporting from the scene from law enforcement officials there, both state and federal, Suzanne, that the shooter is dead, would not give any details on how the shooter was, whether the shooter killed himself or was killed by police at the scene, but does say the shooter has, quote, a direct connection to the school. Would not describe for me at this early point of the investigation what that connection is.
So he wasn't able to say whether or not that connection was a parent or somewhat an employee of the school at the time?
He knows that information, has that information from the scene, but was not willing to discuss it at this point. Says it's very sensitive at the moment, wants to defer in terms of some of the release of the most sensitive information to authorities on the scene, especially because, as you know, we're hearing from our other correspondents that they're going to houses, known houses, friends and associates and the like. As the investigation unfolds, there are some things they just want to keep private at the moment.
Lieutenant Paul Vance said that he was actually, they didn't give the numbers, the fatality numbers. They're in the process of still notifying some of the families. Is your sources saying that essentially they're not putting out those exact numbers until they get a real handle on being able to reach some of those parents and let them know what is going on?
That's exactly right. And they also want to go through every last nook and cranny of the school, unfortunately, just to make sure that there's no other fatalities inside or also no other people who might be hiding inside. And they say the governor of Connecticut and state police on the scene have urged everyone not to give a firm fatality number just yet until they make sure that all of the families have been specifically notified, Suzanne, and all of the families have received official word. But again, the source I'm speaking to has been for several hours now getting reports directly from the scene, and he says consistently those reports say the number of dead closer to 30 than to 20, and sadly, most of them are children.
And John, does he have a sense of when we might be able to learn exactly what that number, that final number is going to be? Does he have a sense that this might be hours away that we'll learn this news?
He believes it will be sometime this afternoon. He believes they are settled pretty closely on a number at the scene, but they want to do two things. Number one, have the governor and state police inform the families, and number two, just do a second and a third sweep of that school to make sure they've looked everywhere.
All right. Thank you very much, Don. Appreciate it. Witnesses and parents, they're starting to talk about how this is all unfolded, their own experiences, really the emotions just pouring out, and you can't believe the kind of tragedy that they are feeling. These are some of the folks. This is what they are telling us. I want to bring them in.
I see you've been crying.
Yes.
Is it because of what you saw?
No, they wouldn't even let us in the building. All I can say is that one of the cops said it's, the worst thing he'd ever seen in his entire career. But it was when they told the parents, all these parents were waiting for their children to come out. They thought that they were, still alive. There's 20 parents that were just told that their children are dead. It was awful.
And you were unable to do anything. You wanted to get down and help.
Right. We knew at one point they asked the ambulances to leave, that they didn't need them, and we knew that that wasn't a good sign.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. We're continuing our breaking news coverage of a dramatic, horrific story, unfortunately, unfolding in Connecticut right now. In Newton, Connecticut, at a small elementary school, the Sandy Hook Elementary School. For those of you who are just turning in, we are now getting numbers. Our own John King reporting, quoting law enforcement sources as saying at least 20, but perhaps closer to 30 individuals, many of them children, have been killed in this incident. The individual, the suspect, a 20-year-old, is the suspect, the shooter, is a 20-year-old, a law enforcement official with knowledge of the investigation, telling our Susan Candiati that suspect, we believe, is dead right now. You just heard police at a small briefing didn't provide a lot of information, but they did tell us the area now appears to be secure. But this has been a horrific, horrific mass killing at an elementary school in Connecticut, a school for kids from kindergarten through 4th grade. We're watching all of this unfold. Lisa Procaccini is on the phone with us right now. She's a parent of an 8-year-old at that school, the Sandy Hook Elementary School. Your 8-year-old is fine, I take it, Lisa. Tell us what happened. Walk us through what you saw and what you heard.
Well, I got a call from one of the teachers who was with my daughter at the time and locked themselves in a bathroom. They kept my child calm and told her it was just some hammering going on. And this is all of what my daughter told me what happened. Next thing you know, the police came in and they, I guess, knocked on the door and they let the students, or my daughter and her teacher out. And as my daughter's walking out, she did see blood and glass. And that's what her, as much as she saw, that's what she saw. But I got a call from the teacher who was wonderful enough to give me a call and let me know that my daughter was safe.
And she's home with you right now?
Yes.
And how's she dealing with this? I assume this has been a pretty traumatic experience for her.
I don't really think she gets it right now. I don't think she understands how serious things are. I'm kind of even numb to the fact of what's going on. I'm just in this state of shock still. I think just time will tell. I don't know how I'm gonna handle having her know all the the whole situation. So
your little 8-year-old has been a student at this school, the Sandy Hook Elementary School, since kindergarten? So you presumably knew a lot of the teachers. You knew the principal as well, right?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about the principal.
Wonderful, beautiful person. She's pretty new with the school, and you couldn't ask for a better principal. She's very warm and personable, and she's always making you feel comfortable about your child at the school.
Did you, in your wildest imagination, and I know this is a tough situation, Lisa, could you ever imagine a mass shooting in Connecticut, in your small town, not far away from Danbury? Did this ever cross your mind, something like this could happen?
Well, no, but however, it's happening so much that, it's those towns that you would least suspect it's happening, it's happening to. And why is it happening so much, and what are we going to do in the future for other schools? How are we going to stop this?
And what do you think? What do we need to do?
I wish I knew the answer to that. Just have the principals, teachers more aware, more equipped, perhaps, with things. I'd like to see something like that take place.
Yeah, it's a horrific
have all
situation.
our schools and all our children take place. Be safe.
Lisa, thank God your little girl, your 8-year-old girl, is okay with you at home. Lisa Procaccini joining us on the phone. Good luck dealing with all of this. Obviously, a horrific situation. Just a little while ago, one of the young students at the school spoke out and said this.
I was in the gym at the time, and so the teachers, we heard like lots of bangs, and we thought that it was the custodian knocking stuff down. We heard screaming, and so we went to the wall, and we sat down, and then a police came in. It's like, is he in here? Then he ran out. And then our teachers, then somebody yelled, get to a safe place. So we went to the closet in the gym, and we sat there for a little while. And then the police, were knocking on the door, and they're like, we're evacuating people. So we ran out. There's police about at every door. They're leading us down this way, quick, come on. Then we ran down to the firehouse. There's a man pinned down to the ground with handcuffs on, and we thought that was the victim. We really didn't get a good glance at him because he was, there's a car blocking it, plus we were running really quick. So then we got to the firehouse, and we sat in our classes, and we were all really happy that we're all alive.
Hard to believe this could happen in Newtown, Connecticut, not far from Danbury, Connecticut, at a small elementary school, a few hundred kids in there, kindergarten through 4th grade. The police chief spoke to reporters a little while ago and said this.
I will give you some very basic and brief information as we know it now, and we will set up regular press briefings as appropriate. Just after 9:30 this morning, Newtown Police received a 911 call for an emergency at the elementary school. Newtown PD, upon obtaining information as to the stature of the situation, contacted the Connecticut State Police and requested assistance from state police and surrounding local police departments. On and off duty troopers responded to the school, and with Newtown Police, immediately upon arrival, entered the school and began a complete active shooter search of the building. That included checking every door, every crack, every crevice, every portion of that school. Our main objective was to evacuate as quickly and efficiently as possible any and all students and faculty in the school. The entire school was searched. That was accomplished. A staging area was set up. The students and staff were put into that staging area, and soon thereafter, the children and staff were reunited with their parents and their loved ones. There were several fatalities at the scene, both students and staff. There is no information relative to that that is being released at this time until we've made complete and proper notification. The shooter is deceased inside the building. There's a great deal of work that is undertaken immediately upon locating the shooter, and that is there's a great deal of search warrant activity, there's a great deal of law enforcement activity both in and out of state to ensure that we cover all the bases relative to that specific individual. Suffice it to say, the scene is secure. State Police Major Crime Squad, Newtown Police Department, Danbury State's Attorney, and many agencies are working together to answer all the questions surrounding exactly what happened. As Mr. Ochogrocio said, we will keep you briefed, we will keep you informed on a regular basis. We will put everything out via our website and with these press conferences.
That was the police chief in Newtown, Connecticut. Law enforcement source close to the investigation tells our own Susan Candiati that the suspect, who is deceased, is a 20-year-old. We don't know the precise connection, the relationship he may have had with this small elementary school. We are working that. Susan Candiati is going to be joining us momentarily. In fact, she's with us right now. You're on the scene, Susan. Update us on what you know.
Well, Wolf, the latest information we have now, and I didn't hear your earlier reports just now, but is that the death toll is now rising. Earlier, we had heard that it was about 20 people. Now we are hearing the number of fatalities of both adults and children is closer to 30, and 18 to 20 of those dead are children, Wolf. We are hearing also that the dead shooter in this case, already dead, is someone in his 20s. We do know, according to the state police, they announced at the news conference that a search warrant is being executed at that suspected shooter's home. The shooter has been identified to me by a source as Ryan Lanza. Ryan Lanza in his 20s. Apparently, we are told from the source from this area. However, that has not been confirmed by the state police, who did say that a search warrant is being executed at this time. Just a horrific day here in Newtown, Connecticut, as this community is coming to grips ever so slowly with this terrible massacre, Wolf.
So Brian Lanza, you know the spelling of his last name, Susan?
Ryan. It's Ryan. I don't know whether you said Brian, but Ryan Lanza with an R, exactly. In his 20s. We are still trying to find out more information, get confirmed information about what connection he may have, if any, to the school. And we do know that would be standard operating procedure, that police would be actively searching his home for any clues as to what may have allegedly led him to this. We do know, according to another source, that at least 2 weapons were recovered from his body, which was discovered in a classroom. We do not know whether he took his own life or whether he was shot by police or in some other way. Those 2 weapons described to me as a Glock and a Sig Sauer, and we don't know the caliber of weapon, but of course you have heard police say that multiple shots were fired. Eyewitnesses talk about that as well, and they are still conducting searches throughout the school, but you heard authorities say that they're satisfied that there are no other victims inside that school. We do not have a number of those wounded. Wolf?
And they say the area is now secure, although the horrific scene obviously needs to be investigated thoroughly. So just to recap, closer to 30 confirmed dead now, Susan, based on your reporting, 18 to 20 of them children. We don't know how many individuals, children, adults, were injured. We do know that several were taken to nearby hospitals, especially in Danbury, Connecticut. Is all that correct, Susan?
That's correct. That's correct. And of course, counseling services are already being made available to the surviving children and adults who've gone through this terrible experience as they try to wrap their arms around what happened to them. Imagine all these young children as well as adults who heard gunfire, who were hurried out of that school just as soon as police said it was safe for them to do so, while police conducted a thorough search of that school, and they said that they're satisfied that that school has been cleared. However, they still need all this additional information to try to find out what led to the shooting, precisely who this shooter is, and what may have led to this. Wolf?
And where this shooter got those 2 weapons that were used in this mass murder at this elementary school. Susan, stand by for a second. I want our viewers to listen to what a nurse who rushed to the scene to help, what she just said.
I see you've been crying.
Yes.
Is it because of what you saw?
No, they wouldn't even let us in the building. All I can say is that one of the cops said it's, the worst thing he'd ever seen in his entire career. But it was when they told the parents, all these parents were waiting for their children to come out. They thought that they were, still alive. There's 20 parents that were just told that their children are dead. It was awful.
And you were unable to do anything. You wanted to come down and help.
Right. We knew at one point they asked the ambulances to leave, that they didn't need them, and we knew that that wasn't a good sign.
Alexis, you told me that you were sitting in class this morning and you saw a lot of police. Tell me how you found out what was going on.
Well, we found there was all these people, and we found out because there was right near the window in our classroom, and we saw police officers, and we heard them on the roof and in our building.
Was everybody crying, scared, wanting their parents to come get them?
Yeah. They were, and then some people were even they kind of felt they got a stomach ache.
Did you hear any gunshots or anything like that?
Well, police officers, like, they were kinda, because there's police officers, like, right out the door, like, trying to find the guy.
What a horrific scene indeed. Just to recap, the shooter in this case, the suspected gunman, identified now as Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Lanza, L-A-N-Z-A, in his 20s. That according to a law enforcement source who told that to CNN. The shooter died at the scene. We don't know the circumstances on how he died. We're working those details as well. We do know that the President of the United States, President Obama, has been briefed on what is going on right now. He wants to get a firmer grasp on what is going on before he speaks out publicly, according to our White House correspondent, Brianna Keeler. But he will be making a statement. Jessica Yellen, our chief White House correspondent, does tell us, I think, based on our reporting, the president wants to wait until the governor of Connecticut has actually spoken out on this issue. The White House anxious to get information, but the president has been fully briefed on what we know right now. And remember, a lot of times in a situation like this, a developing situation, some of the initial information proves to be inaccurate. So we want to be as precise as we possibly can be. Based on our reporting from Susan Candiotti, though, who's now on the scene in Newtown, Connecticut, close to 30 people are dead, of them 18 to 20 children at that Sandy Hook Elementary School. Susan Candiotti is still with us. Susan, parents who have rushed to that school, especially those parents who are getting the awful news about their kids, do you know where they are, how this is being handled?
Well, I know that when the children were first led from the school, and this was after police said they had searched every crack and crevice, they said, of the school to make sure that it was safe to evacuate the children. They were led, some of them in lines, and maybe you've seen pictures or videotape of this, with the small children, we're talking about kindergarten through the 4th grade, placing one shoulder on the child in front of them and being led in a line out of the school to a nearby firehouse, which is being used as a staging area, where they had, of course, adults who would already begin to try to comfort these children and use that space as some place for parents to go to be reconnected, reunited with their children. We know that some of the parents told us that they found out about this, of course, the news media, but others quickly got information via their text phone or emails, something that they could sign up for to receive immediate messages from the school, which is commonplace these days. We also know, Wolf, that after the school was cleared, police and investigators continue to look through the area to make sure that, in fact, there might not be a second shooter involved. They had isolated one car in particular, but were continuing to walk down the street and search and look at other vehicles, other buildings in that area. Also, according to a source, we know that someone else was being questioned who is not being called a suspect at this time, but someone else is being questioned in connection with this investigation. That's all we have on that for now. However, the state police do say that they have an active search. We presume they mean a search warrant being conducted at the home of the dead shooter. Wolf?
And the dead shooter came in not only with two weapons, but also with armor, I take it, right? Is that the information you're getting? This Ryan Lanza, L-A-N-Z-A, in his 20s, who is dead, but he came in with not only weapons, but with armor. Is that right?
Well, there are reports to that extent. I don't have that confirmed information, but some people are reporting that at this time. We're calling those unconfirmed reports right now.
Stand by. I want to bring in Brianna Keeler, our White House correspondent, because she's getting information. Brianna, the president is being briefed on this, and he will at some point make a statement to the American people. What do you know? What's going on over there?
That's right, Wolf. He's been receiving regular updates from his Homeland Security team. Specifically this morning, he was first briefed of the situation in Connecticut at 10:30 a.m. His Homeland Security advisor, John Brennan, alerted him as to the developments, and he's since been receiving regular updates, according to the White House spokesman, Jay Carney. We do know, Wolf, that he is expected to address this, to actually come out before the cameras perhaps and give some sort of statement to speak to this. He's been in touch with the governor of Connecticut. He's been in touch with his FBI director. The White House has been waiting to get a firmer grasp on the facts. As you know, it's a very fluid situation, and the president certainly wants to know that he has a firm grasp on the facts of the case, what is going on, before he addresses the nation, Wolf.
It looks, Brianna, like this may be the worst mass killing at a school in U.S. history, based on the information I'm getting over here. Columbine High School, Littleton, Colorado, back in 1999. Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris killed 12 fellow students and one teacher before committing suicide in the school library. In this particular case, Susan Candiotti reporting, John King reporting, close to 30, we believe, are now dead, and 18 to 20 of them children. If those numbers hold up, this looks like it could be the worst mass killing in American history, something no one anticipated would be happening at any point. But listen to the White House press secretary Jay Carney speak about this just a little while ago.
The president was notified by his Homeland Security advisor, John Brennan, of the shooting in Newtown, Connecticut, at a school. The president is receiving regular updates as more information becomes available about this incident. As the day proceeds, if we get more information and as we get more information, we'll certainly provide it to you. I do not have anything to confirm for you at this point. The FBI is supporting state law enforcement, which has the lead, as well as local law enforcement, as they respond to and begin to investigate this incident. And as I said, the president will receive regular updates as the day progresses.
Jay Carney, the White House press secretary. The president is going to have to deal with this mass killing in Newtown, Connecticut, Sandy Hook Elementary School. Brianna, other presidents have dealt with tragedies like this, and this president certainly is getting ready to deal with it in an address to the American people. But go ahead, give us a perspective on what's going on behind the scenes over there at the White House.
No, and certainly it's something that the president has already dealt with in, I don't want to say similar situations, Wolf, because obviously every tragedy is different. But following the shooting of Congresswoman Giffords and following the terrible shooting at the movie theater in Colorado, these were points in time where President Obama, as other presidents before him, had to step in and give a unified message, and certainly a voice of sympathy and understanding for the people who are affected by a shooting like this. You covered Virginia Tech. I was there as well. That was something where we saw then Governor Kaine and then President George Bush come in as voices, because in a tragedy like this, obviously there are a lot of questions that are raised. There are a lot of concerns that are raised, and that's sort of one of the roles of the president in a situation like this, to try to speak to that. And being a unifying voice. Behind the scenes, we know, Wolf, that President Obama is being regularly updated on this. You know, prior to this morning, obviously the concerns were very much surrounding something very different, trying to figure out a deal or trying to figure out where to go with the issue of the fiscal cliff. At this point, obviously, President Obama's attentions have been changed unexpectedly to how to deal with this shooting in Connecticut and exactly grasping, and this is something that his team around him is working on, the details of the investigation. Obviously, some of this information will be something that the White House, that the president and his advisors are privy to before members of the public are, Wolf.
And the president will be making a statement, but we don't know exactly when or where. I assume someplace in the White House he'll be speaking out. Are they preparing for that already? We know he wants to hear from the governor first, the governor of Connecticut.
You know, and let me tell you that because I reported that he was waiting to hear from the governor. I'm now told by the same senior administration official that I spoke with before that he may not be waiting for the governor to speak first because he's had this phone conversation with Governor Malloy. So it's entirely possible that President Obama comes out and makes a statement before the governor, I think that may be an indication that perhaps the timeline could be moved up beyond what it was before. But at this point, it's very fluid. It doesn't appear to be set, and it's certainly not public as to when the president will make a statement, Wolf.
Yeah, we'll stand by. We'll have coverage, obviously, of that. And we had been told by the governor's aide, one of the governor's aides, that he is meeting with families, trying to console them. He's on the scene. At some point, the governor, Daniel Malloy, will be speaking as well. David Ariosto is one of our CNN producers who is now on the scene as well in Newtown, Connecticut, at the Sandy Hook Elementary School. From your vantage point, David, tell us what you're seeing.
Hey, Wolf. Yeah, I'm right outside the firehouse that's being used as sort of a makeshift shelter for which family members, including parents and children, are essentially holed up. You do see parents walking back and forth on a sort of a wooded stretch that leads up toward the school. Oftentimes they're clutching their children, they're clutching each other, talking on cell phones, and almost all the while they're teary-eyed. Most people won't speak with us, although we did get a chance to speak to one little girl, an 8-year-old third grader who was inside the school when all this transpired. What she described was that police essentially barged in, their teachers barged in and ordered them to hide in the classroom. They were all crying as police and authorities tried to figure out what the situation was, what the crisis was. And essentially their parents were informed by an automated phone call that there had been a shooting at a school. It didn't indicate which school. And so many of the parents here in the region frantically flocked to schools in which they had children attending. This particular parent I spoke to was frantic, arrived here at the school, unfortunately found her daughter unharmed. And so when we met up with her, she was clutching her, throwing this oversized coat around her as they walked up this road and away from the school. And it's just really one of those scenes, Wolf, that you really just can't put your finger on and ask enough questions as to why all this transpired. I think the community here is still very much in shock. There are questions not only of what actually transpired in terms of the details, but why someone would do this. A lot of tears here in this town, sort of a sleepy New England town, about an hour north of New York City.
About 60 miles or so, not far away from New York City as well, much closer, obviously, to Danbury, Connecticut. David, hold on for a moment. Mary Snow is in Newtown as well, outside the suspect's home. What are you seeing over there, Mary?
Well, if we are being kept far back from the suspect's home, the police have cordoned off this area. There are multiple law enforcement vehicles lined up, and residents, Wolf, are being kept away from their homes as well. I'm looking at a line of vehicles lined up of residents who've been told that they cannot go to their homes because police tape has been put up, and there more than a dozen law enforcement vehicles here.
The suspect, Mary, who's now deceased, he died at the scene. We don't know the circumstances surrounding that. Ryan Lanza, Lanza, in his 20s. Are you getting any information at all if he had a direct connection to the Sandy Hook Elementary School where this mass killing took place?
Not as yet. And I have to tell you, Wolf, we've approached some of the residents here. They are so shaken to the core, as you can imagine. One woman filling up with tears, just saying there are so many small children in this area that she couldn't really bring herself to talk to us when I asked her about the Lanzas and their connection. So we don't have any information just yet from here about any connection to the school.
All right, Mary, we're going to check back with you. Mary Snow is not far away from the suspect's home in Newtown, Connecticut. Ryan Lanza, in his 20s, he died at the scene. One of our CNN executives, Meredith Artley, a vice president here on CNN, has been on the scene as well, and she spoke with an eyewitness. Listen to this.
She conveyed to me that she was in a meeting this morning. She said it was around 9:35, and there were about 7 people in the room. And it was a meeting regarding one of her kids. She has children at the school, and she volunteers at the school as well. And she heard, she described it as a pop, pop, pop in the hall. And they all heard it. There were about 7 people in the meeting room. They heard that sound in the hall. And she said 3 people went out into the hall, the principal, the vice principal, and the school psychologist. And to hear her describe it, she said 3 people went out into the hall, and only one person came back, which was the vice principal, she said, who was shot in the leg or the foot, who came crawling back. And she said that she cowered under the table during that moment and called 911, as did the other people in the room. She said she never saw the shooter, that she was under the table, that the shooting happened in the hallway. And to hear her describe it, she said that there must have been 100 rounds. And I asked her to clarify that. I said, really, truly 100 rounds? And she said at least.
When the vice principal came crawling back, what happened at that point? What did she say? How did the vice principal manage to move or escape? Did she describe what was the situation as he was crawling back?
She described. She said that there was confusion. There was yelling, and understandably, she said there was yelling in the hallway, and she couldn't tell for a while if it was the police or the shooter. When I talked to her, she was still inside the school. The school's on lockdown, so she couldn't tell. She didn't know if the shooter was dead yet or still there.
What did the vice principal look like when she saw him return?
I didn't hear her describe that. She said, she said, listen, this is a nice town, this is a nice school. These are the kind of things that don't happen there. She noted this was not some high-powered meeting. It was, about one of my children who was in 2nd grade there, and she's tearful. She's just understandably panicked. And she said they marched. At some point, I don't have the length of time, but she said at some point after the shooting, they marched us out in the hallway, right past the 2 bodies laying in the hallway in a pool of blood.
When she talked about the 2 bodies, is that of the principal and the school psychologist when she said those 2 had not returned? Are those the 2 individuals that she was talking about?
That's right. That's right.
And did she say or describe in any way what their conditions look like when she passed them in the hallway?
No, she did not. She did not. She's we had a short conversation. She's understandably emotional. Those are pretty much the gist of that's the gist of our conversation.
That conversation, Meredith Artley, the managing editor of CNN.com, had. We're standing by. We're now told in about an hour or so from now, the governor of Connecticut, Daniel Malloy, will be making a statement and answering reporters' questions. We'll, of course, have live coverage of that. We're also getting more information on what has happened, just to update our viewers who may just be tuning in now at the bottom of the hour. CNN Now has been told by law enforcement authorities close to 30 people have been killed in this mass shooting incident in Connecticut at the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. That's not far away from Danbury, about 60 miles outside of New York City. Of those 30, nearly 30 killed, we're told 18 to 20 of them are children. In fact, we don't know how many people have been injured. We're getting more information coming in from eyewitnesses and law enforcement authorities. But right now, I want to bring in Ronald Stevens, as the executive director of the National School Safety Center, who deals with school safety all over the country, puts out protocols, what should be done. When you heard about this, Ronald, what did you think?
This was truly tragic that someone would attack the most innocent of all children, particularly with these youngsters being in grades K through 4. A lot of the violence we deal with is with those at the high school level, but truly a tragic and difficult situation for everyone in Connecticut.
So what do we do about this kind of, your job is to make sure our schools, whether little elementary schools like this one, or middle schools or high schools, they are safe for parents to drop off their kids, not have to worry about these kinds of incidents. What do you do in the aftermath of this horrific mass murder?
Well, in the aftermath, we need to go back and take a look at what did unfold. When you have shooters who are committed to come onto a campus with high-powered semi-automatic weapons. There's not a whole lot that can be done when the staff is unarmed and when they attack children who are so young. And oftentimes our elementary schools are the last of the schools to ever get an armed school resource officer or someone like that. But this is a tragic reminder of how vulnerable our children continue to be. There's just limitations on what the school can do. They need to certainly have good, safe school plans in place, adequate supervision. But when you have someone who is deranged and comes on the campus like this, it's truly tragic.
And this is a small school, a kindergarten through fourth grade. Less than 600 students attend this Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. Ronald, hold on for a moment. John King is getting more information for us. What are you learning, John?
Wolf, I want to pass on some information. This is from a second federal law enforcement source I spoke to here in Washington, D.C. They are getting information from FBI officials on the scene, other federal and state authorities on the scene. This source now saying that 27 is the new but still preliminary number they are working off now. They believe 27 killed in this school shooting. They call that number new but preliminary because they believe there still could be additional information. Wolf, as you know, in a breaking news tragedy like this, often the numbers do change as the day goes on and more information becomes available. But of that 27, which is the number they're looking at right now, this source said at least 18 of the dead are children at the school today. This source going on to say that information from the scene is the shooter you've been talking about with other reporters was born in 1988. They believe he's 24 years old. Again, that is information from the scene. Could change, but the federal official I talked to said they believe that is reliable information and that the shooter who is dead at the scene is, quote, not a stranger to the school. Not a stranger to the school, this official said. He also said the shootings, quote, happened relatively quickly and in the same concentrated area of the school. He was not running the halls, meaning not running the halls, firing the weapon. So the source, again, I want to reiterate, saying happened relatively quickly and in the same concentrated area of the school. And again, this source saying 27 is the number they're now operating on. You just mentioned, we're going to hear from the governor shortly. He has asked state police at the scene and others at the scene not to release a firm number until he can speak to all of the families involved. But we're getting at roughly consistent in that area. This source saying at 27 is the number they believe. A federal official, and a second source I talked to earlier, said he was hearing 26 or 27 and certainly said they are convinced from the reports they're getting from the scene that the number of dead will closer to 30 than to 20.
Any word at all on injuries? Because we know local hospitals have received injured students and others.
I was told by one of the first source earlier that several people were wounded and taken to local hospitals because they were so focused on trying to get the number of fatalities and try to deal with making sure that they had double, triple checked that school, both for evidence and to make sure there were no other bodies or no other people hiding. In my conversations with the sources, that was their urgent concern. But the source I did speak to earlier, this is a little more than an hour ago now, the first source did say that several people were wounded, did not have any information on the severity of those injuries.
We're awaiting word from the governor of Connecticut, Daniel Malloy. We're also awaiting word from the president of the United States. Both, we are told, will be making statements soon. We'll get more information from both the president and the governor. John, stand by. I know you're working your sources. You're getting more information as well. Brooke Baldwin is joining us from the CNN Center right now. Brooke, what a horrific, horrific moment.
Yeah.
You know, at the beginning, I'm sure like you, when we first heard word of what was going on, we thought, you know, another incident, but then the horrific numbers start coming in, and you think of these little kids in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, in a small elementary school like this, and you say, how could this happen?
Exactly. Yeah, my heart is heavy today, and I think many people around CNN, around the nation, around the world, are feeling for these parents, the parents, of course, of the survivors, but I'm thinking particularly of these parents who are sitting in this firehouse near this school wondering if one of their children is one of those who is no longer with us. As we continue to watch these pictures and pray and think about this community, this sleepy New England community here in Connecticut, I want to bring in Victor Blackwell, who has been sort of combing through some of the day, as this has been a very fluid story. We've been hearing from little ones, adults, parents, police. It's horrific.
And you know, it's a national tragedy. But as you look at the children and their parents, you realize this is also a very personal tragedy. A small town, a relatively small school, and these children were just going into school on a normal day. Their parents got a robocall, an automated call that there had been a shooting.
At a school.
At a school. And then you imagine the feelings, the rush to the school. So we put together from these parents, from the children, from law enforcement, this horrific morning in Newtown.
When I was getting in my car, I heard sirens going off continuously. Car after car after car. Some of them were flying up past my house and coming back around again and going to the school. This house is 3 houses away from the school.
Just after 9:30 this morning, Newtown Police received a 911 call for an emergency at the elementary school. Newtown PD, upon obtaining information as to the stature of the situation, contacted the Connecticut State Police and requested assistance from state police and surrounding local police departments.
We saw like police officers and we heard them on the roof and in our building.
Did you hear any gunshots or anything like that?
Well, police officers, like they were kinda, because there's police officers like right out the door, like trying to find the guy.
It was shocking. I got the call at work this morning, and I can't believe a small town like this would ever have anything like this happen. And to be in an elementary school, that's unheard of.
Pre-K through doesn't even seem real. It just does not seem like it's even possible. It's like you read it in the paper or see it in the news, you're like, oh my God, that poor family. And then you have something happen so close to home. It's like, I think I'm still in shock.
I can tell you that, first of all, obviously our hearts and prayers go out to the victims of this terrible incident. Very tragic. Our police are currently working closely with the Newtown Police Department. We have mutual aid agreements in place that allow us to provide assets that they may not have, along with the state police that have taken the lead on this investigation.
The scene is secure. State Police Major Crime Squad, Newtown Police Department, Danbury State's Attorney, and many agencies are working together to answer all the questions surrounding exactly what happened.
Was everybody crying, scared, wanting their parents to come get them?
Yeah, they were, and then some people were even like, they kind of felt they got a stomach ache.
A stomach ache. That just puts into context. We're not talking Aurora. This is not Fort Hood. This is not Virginia Tech. This is K through 4, 5 through 9 maybe. And you imagine that, without being maudlin, that although that mother of Alexis, she said that her heart was in a million pieces when she heard about the shooting, and even up to this moment of all this happening, she says it doesn't seem real. There are still all the parents who will go home today and possibly, because it's the holiday season, already have the house decorated for the holidays.
The gifts for
and
the
the
kids.
gifts for the kids who are not coming home. And if that number holds, 27 from John King sources, that would make this the second deadliest mass shooting, and would have been the second deadliest just with the 18 children who were killed today.
It is horrendous. I covered a couple itty-bitty kids were killed in the Amish school shooting in West Nickel Mines a couple years ago, and Virginia Tech, but there is no comparison. There is absolutely no comparison, especially as you point out, we're talking kids as young as kindergartners. Wolf Blitzer, I know you have a daughter. I can't even begin to imagine. Again, my heart's just bleeding for these families right now.
Yeah, and it's so sad. Everyone around the country, dare I say, indeed around the world, our hearts are so filled with sadness right now, and it's only going to get worse as we get more details. And just imagine, Brooke, once we start seeing the pictures of these dead little kids, it's going to be an awful, awful scene for people in Connecticut all over the world that we will all have to endure and learn some painful lessons from what has just happened. We just got this comment from a young kid who was there on the scene, witnessed what was going on, and said this.
There was like police officers like down on the roof, and there was also in the hallways.
And what were they telling you guys?
They didn't really tell us anything. None of them came in our classroom.
And they moved you?
They moved them to the firehouse, and that's where all the parents and everybody came to
Alexis,
see them.
Do you think that all the kids were pretty brave like you were? I mean, when
Some of them were like a little scared, but we had to go through it.
How did you know they were a little scared?
Everybody was like crying and stuff.
Ronald Stevens is still with us, the executive director of the National School Safety Center. Ronald, we know there are some schools in urban areas, but elsewhere, that have metal detectors at the doorways. Are we going to be seeing more of this now? Should we be seeing more of this now?
It's possible we might see more, but even with metal detectors, things happen so quickly. You even think of the situation at Red Lake, Minnesota, where they actually had officers and metal detectors at the door, and yet the shooter still came in. It's one of those tragedies that is just simply unfathomable, and I don't know of any school in America that would be prepared to handle an assault-like incident that we've been hearing about this morning.
So does that mean we just throw up our hands and say there's nothing we can do?
I don't think it means that. When we start looking into this matter and doing the investigation, I think we're going to find, I will predict that we will find that there were a number of warning signs in advance. Most of the shootings like this reflect that there generally are more than one person involved, and that there were some signals perhaps along the way. But once again, we have such incredible freedom in this country, and yet that comes with enormous responsibility. And to even fathom this kind of tragedy visited upon young children of this nature is stunning.
And it looks now, based on the latest information we're getting, John King reporting 27 dead, 18 or so of them children in this mass shooting in Newtown, Connecticut. We just got this reaction in from a father and a son who were on the scene. The father obviously was rushing there and panicked. Watch this. We don't have it yet, but we're going to get it ready for our viewers. More reaction coming in. Ronald Stevens is still with us, the executive director of the National School Safety Center. Ronald, is there any advice you want to give the parents who are watching right now? Because kids are in school all over the country.
Well, I would just encourage parents to tell their children that they love them, spend some time with them, try to offer some form of comfort, and just realize how precious they are. I know from my own perspective this morning, I saw 3 of my grandchildren between these same ages, 5 to 9 or 10, in this school go away. And it is a parent's and administrator's worst nightmare. The administrators all say they never thought it would happen here, who experienced this, and parents just don't think that it could happen in their communities. But this is a vivid reminder of where our society is today.
We're now told the president will be in the White House in the West Wing. He'll go into the press briefing room at 3:15, less than a half an hour from now, 3:15 p.m. Eastern, and deliver a statement on this mass killing in Connecticut. Listen to this clip. We just got it in. A father and son at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut.
It was terrifying. I'm still terrified. I think I'm still in shock about it all. I still don't know everything that happened. I know that there are some people missing, that they've been taken to the hospital. I don't know if everyone's been accounted for. It's terrifying. You're rushing over here and you can't get to where you need to go, and you have to park down here and walk. I'm glad that my son is okay. He seems to be handling it actually pretty good right now. I know my son's teachers have been okay as well, but I've heard other teachers are not okay.
Once again, the preliminary reports coming in right now, 27 dead. That number potentially could change. About 18 to 20, we're told, children, others, teachers, and others at this small Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. Once again, the President of the United States will be speaking on this issue at 3:15 p.m. Eastern from the White House press briefing room. We'll have live coverage of that. We're also awaiting remarks from the governor of Connecticut, Daniel Malloy. Much more coming up. We're following the breaking news, a horrific, horrific story. One of the largest mass killings at a school in the United States in U.S. history. The story is unfolding right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
You are looking at images that we are now multiple hours into this horrific crime that has happened in this small, sleepy New England town of Newtown, Connecticut, at this elementary school. The call came in to 911 right around 9:30 this morning. A gunman walked in this school. The latest number we have, and again, these are loose numbers, these are preliminary numbers, because let me stress this, police, law enforcement, they want to get the information to the victims' families first. The numbers could change. Again, we're hearing closer to 30 killed at the school. As far as children, little children, keep in mind the school is kindergarten through 4th grade, somewhere between 18 and 20 children. Nearby the school, there's a firehouse. It's basically a makeshift shelter for a lot of these families, who, some of whom have their children, some of whom do not. We were hearing from John King, from some of his federal law enforcement sources, that the shooter, this in his 20s, Ryan Lanza, let me quote this federal law enforcement officer saying, Ryan Lanza, not a stranger to the school, saying that the shootings, quote, happened relatively quickly and in the same concentrated area of the school. He was not running in the halls. We're getting new information. We also know that the President of the United States has spoken with the head of the FBI. He's spoken with the governor of Connecticut. He may be speaking shortly. I want to take you to our chief White House correspondent, Jessica Yellen, who's standing by. Jessica, do we have any idea if and when the president will speak?
Hi, Brooke. Yes, President Obama is going to speak at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time. That's about 25 minutes from now. He will come to the press briefing room in the White House and address cameras. And, you know, this is one of the times when the president is really able to really touch a chord. You know, he spoke very movingly after the shootings around Gabby Giffords, the attack on Gabby Giffords and so many people on her staff. When he said at that time, remember, it's part of our nature to demand explanations. He said at that time, bad things happen. We have to guard against simple explanations in the aftermath. Already today, the White House Press Secretary Jay Carney made clear, in their view, this is not a time to talk about political and policy responses, but think about the families and how they are reacting, how they feel in the aftermath. And I expect that's what the president will address, both the federal response, federal help for law enforcement, and how the nation will come together to help those families heal.
Jessica Yellen, we will wait and watch for the president to speak there from the White House briefing room in just about 25 minutes from now. And Wolf Blitzer, I'm going to send it back to you, but something else that Jay Carney said earlier today vis-a-vis the president, saying, you know, look, the president has 2 young daughters. He's sympathetic to these parents who I'm sure are just absolutely reeling right now.
Yeah, he sends those 2 young daughters of his, Sasha Malia, to school every day, like millions of other parents do on every day. They certainly don't expect what has happened in Connecticut to unfold. It's a shocking story that we're watching. Once again, 3:15, about 20 minutes or so from now, 3:15 p.m. Eastern, the president will be in the briefing room making a statement to the nation. Joining us now on the phone is Rabbi Shaul Praver, a rabbi in the area in Connecticut. Rabbi Praver, you're at the firehouse where parents have been brought. Is that right? Tell us what's going on there.
Okay, we are all gathered here at the firehouse. First, we were speaking with the teachers to take account of the students who were absent, who were not absent. And then there's another room where there are parents whose children were taken to the hospital after the shooting, and they're waiting for the governor to return to provide further information about their condition.
Has the governor been inside that firehouse with you speaking to parents?
Yes, the governor was with us and is coming back at 3 o'clock.
Now, these are parents who may have lost their children, who may have been killed in this incident. Is that what you're?
Yes.
Is
yes,
that's
what I'm
that's
saying,
what's going on there.
That their children were taken to hospitals, and there's a certain amount of children taken to the hospitals, and there's a certain amount of parents in the room, and some of them already, I think, might. Well, I don't think they know conclusively, but many of them suspect, that their children were the victims, but we're just holding out hope that the injured will, be okay.
Rabbi Praver, please stand by for a moment. Mary Snow is outside the suspect's home. We're told Ryan Lanza. Mary, tell us what you're learning.
Well, I'll set the scene here. It's an active crime scene, and there is more than a dozen law enforcement vehicles here. We're being kept back from the home. It is cordoned off. We did see an ambulance leave this scene about 15 minutes ago, and neighbors have been told that they can't go back into their homes. One neighbor I spoke with said that around 11 o'clock, police came and told her to evacuate right away. She said she was back an hour later where police escorted her to her home, but she was told again to leave, and there's no indication of when these residents are going to be allowed back into their home. In terms of what people are saying about the Lanzas, I only found one neighbor so far who knows of the family, that she did not want to be named, but the only thing that she would tell me is saying that there were two brothers, and she described them as troubled, but didn't want to go any further than that. But that is the scene, and it's a beautiful New England town, very quiet road. The houses are set apart from one another, and right now there's yellow police tape that is blocking anyone from going through, and the law enforcement vehicle and police are standing guard, preventing anybody from getting any further to the house.
Newtown, Connecticut is a population of under 2,000 people. It's located in Fairfield County, about 45 miles southwest of Hartford, about 80 miles northeast of New York City. Mary, we'll get back to you. The suspected gunman, Ryan Lanza, in his 20s, he died at the scene. We don't know the circumstances. We'll be getting more information on that. Joining us now, Steve Cardian, former police detective who's worked, unfortunately, these kinds of homicides over the years. Walk us through what police are going through right now, Steve.
Well, first of all, Will, they certainly, and they already have done, tend to the wounded, get the injured out of there, secure that area, locate as many witnesses as possible. That school's going to be closed down for probably a lengthy period of time while they conduct their investigation. They're going to put the pieces together, try in a chronological order, see how this happened. Was he killed with a self-inflicted gunshot, or did the teachers and the principal fight back, disarming him and possibly killing him?
And so now they will go ahead and try to figure out why this happened, why a gunman in his 20s went into this particular school with weapons and started killing kids.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the platform that people like this are seeking out. Our educational institutions are soft targets. If you want to commit a crime like this, unfortunately, we don't have in place right now the mechanism to protect our young and our loved ones.
So what should we be doing, Steve? As someone, you used to work in law enforcement, what should we be doing?
Well, as a matter of fact, Wolf, back at Virginia Tech, I recreated Virginia Tech and how to take that back. We have to educate the teachers. All of our institutions have plans for something like this. However, when it happens, it's beyond comprehension. We have to train our teachers to be able to direct the children, especially at this age, to be able to direct them and tell them what to do, because they can't act on their own. They are defenseless against something like this. So it's the adults that are going to have to pick up this process, our education system, law enforcement, and it's got to go beyond the education department to the president's office, because the institutions, and just imagine what's being planted in people's heads and why they're doing this.
Steve Cardian, stand by. We're going to continue this conversation. Let me welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. We're following breaking news in the United States. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. A horrific mass killing at a small elementary school in Newtown, Connecticut. Not long ago, it unfolded in the 9 a.m. Eastern hour, and now we're beginning to get information that close to 30 people have been killed in this mass killing, in this mass shooting incident. About 18 to 20 of them, we are told, children in this elementary school, kindergarten through fourth grade, under 600 children in this school outside of Danbury, Connecticut, Newtown, Connecticut, a small town population under 2,000. A little while ago, and we're going to be hearing from the President of the United States within the next 15 minutes. He's going to be making a statement to the nation from the West Wing of the White House, the press briefing room there. We'll also be hearing from the governor of Connecticut. Presumably, we'll be getting more details. But a little while ago, we heard this from the police chief in Newtown.
I will give you some very basic and brief information as we know it now, and we will set up regular press briefings as appropriate. Just after 9:30 this morning, Newtown Police received a 911 call for an emergency at the elementary school. Newtown PD, upon obtaining information as to the stature of the situation, contacted the Connecticut State Police and requested assistance from state police and surrounding local police departments. On and off-duty troopers responded to the school, and with Newtown Police, immediately upon arrival, entered the school and began a complete active shooter search of the building. That included checking every door, every crack, every crevice, every portion of that school. Our main objective was to evacuate as quickly and efficiently as possible any and all students and faculty in the school. The entire school was searched. That was accomplished. A staging area was set up. The students and staff were put into that staging area, and soon thereafter, the children and staff were reunited with their parents and their loved ones. There were several fatalities at the scene, both students and staff. There is no information relative to that that is being released at this time until we've made complete and proper notification. The shooter is deceased inside the building. There's a great deal of work that is undertaken immediately upon locating the shooter, and that is there's a great deal of search warrant activity, there's a great deal of law enforcement activity both in and out of state to ensure that we cover all the bases relative to that specific individual. Suffice it to say, the scene is secure. State Police Major Crime Squad, Newtown Police Department, Danbury State's Attorney, and many agencies are working together to answer all the questions surrounding exactly what happened. As Mr. Ochogrocio said, we will keep you briefed, we will keep you informed on a regular basis. We will put everything out via our website and with these press conferences.
The gunman has been identified as Ryan Lanza in his 20s, someone from the town of Newtown. Mary Snow is now joining us. Mary's outside the suspect's home there. We're getting the first images now from that home. Mary, update our viewers on what you have learned as we await the President of the United States.
Wolf, we are on the road where the Lanza home is located, and as you could probably see, there are police lines behind me. Police are keeping residents out, reporters out. There are more than a dozen law enforcement vehicles here. We did see an ambulance leaving the scene about 15 minutes ago. And what we can tell you from neighbors is this. They say that about 11 o'clock, one neighbor told us police came and told her that she had to evacuate right away, left their home. Some people have been able to be escorted back to their homes, but then leaving again. This is an active crime scene. It's unclear when residents will be able to return to their homes. In terms of what people are saying about Ryan Lanza, I talked to several people here who live in the area. They said they were unfamiliar with the.
We've just lost our connection with Mary Snow, but we'll reconnect with her. David Ariosto, one of our CNN producers, is also on the scene. David, where exactly are you in Newtown?
Wolf, I'm standing directly in front of the firehouse right now, and that's been essentially used as sort of a makeshift holding facility for a lot of these families and children and parents who essentially just trying to cope with what's transpired. I can count probably at least half a dozen emergency vehicles, so it's still a very active scene down here. Helicopters flying overhead, FBI, ATF, and local and state officials are all on scene, as is the media here. As families walk out, many people will try to speak with them, but many are just inconsolable. You know, you see people walking out, parents clutching their children, tears in their eyes, speaking on cell phones, and just trying to convey the gravity of the situation here. And I actually had an opportunity to speak with a local teacher, though not a teacher at the elementary school where the shooting took place, but in a nearby school system. And she said that people move here often for the schools. So you have people coming from in and around the state for the quality of the education that students get in this area. And so it became such a shock when you see something like this transpire. it really kind of leaves you at a loss for words. Both what she said and in my own reporting here, it's just not something that you're accustomed to be reporting on this many fatalities of children at that age at an elementary school. Wolf?
We're getting this horrific information now from a source close to the investigation, David, and I want to be precise with our viewers. The suspect in this case, Ryan Lanza, in his 20s, from Newtown, Connecticut. We're told that the suspect's mother was a teacher at this small school, the Sandy Hook Elementary School, and she, we are told by this source, has been shot and killed in this incident. What a horrific development. All of a sudden, we're beginning to get a connection between Ryan Lanza, the shooter in this case. He himself died at the scene. We don't know precisely the circumstances, how he died, but we know he's dead. Ryan Lanza went into the school, started shooting children and adults. Close to 30 people have been killed. We're told maybe 18 or 20 of them children. And now we're told that Ryan Lanza's mother, a teacher at this elementary school, was shot and killed herself. David, I want you to hold on for a second because you're outside that firehouse, inside the firehouse, trying to comfort these families is Rabbi Shaul Praver, who's got a small congregation in Newtown, Connecticut. Rabbi, are you succeeding? Are you able to comfort some of these parents who were inside, some of whom may have lost their children?
They're very much in shock. It's very, very difficult. Some of them do not know the condition of their children at the moment. We're waiting. It's terrible anxiety. Some of them we hope will survive. They're in hospitals, and the governor will come back and provide us more specific information at 3 o'clock or around then on their condition. It's very hard to console parents in this situation, but we are trying, and members of our congregation, psychologists, social workers have come immediately to try to help.
Rabbi, what do you say to parents who may have already been told that their little daughter or little son was killed?
There's no theological answer to this. What you have to do is hug them and just be with them and cry with them.
Are any of these families members of your congregation in Newtown?
We're waiting for the news on one child, Noah. That's his name, and he's a first grader. And his classroom was near the principal's office. So we're worried about that. And we're waiting to see if he survived the attack or not.
How many parents, Rabbi, are inside that firehouse being consoled right now, awaiting word on the fate of their little children?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I said, how many parents, how many family members are inside that firehouse where you are right now?
I would say at least 30 adults are here. So you have parents, and then their parents are with them, supporting them. So there's at least 30, perhaps even more there. It's hard to know exactly, who is awaiting the news and who's there as a friend. So it's hard to give a precise number, but the room is pretty full.
And they're getting the information directly from Governor Malloy?
I don't really know how that all works. I just know that the governor briefed us all and said that he was going to tell us as soon as he found anything out, and that he said that he'd be back, around 3 o'clock. So I don't know if it's specifically the governor that is providing that information or not.
Rabbi Shaul Praver of Congregation Adath Israel of Newtown, Connecticut, he's in that firehouse. He's trying to console some of these parents who may have lost children in this mass shooting today at the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. Rabbi, we'll continue our conversation. What a painful conversation it is. I'm sure it must be so painful for you to be with these family members, with these parents of children who may have been killed in this mass murder. That's what we have to call it. Susan Candiotti is on the scene for us as well. Susan, are you getting more information on what happened?
Yes, Wolf, I have some new information to report now from 2 law enforcement sources that among the dead is the mother of the shooter in this case. The mother of the shooter is also dead. She is a teacher at the school. Now, we don't have confirmed whether she was found dead at the school or at some other location, but 2 sources tell us that she too is among the dead. Also, some additional new information to report to you, Wolf, is that the shooter, Ryan Lanza, is 24 years old. To remind our viewers, he was found dead at the scene in a classroom, and additionally, he was found with at least 2 weapons. I am hearing that there may be even more weapons that were found. And also, as we have previously reported, another person is being questioned by police in connection with this shooting, but we have no additional information on that at this time to report. Wolf?
Is the working assumption, and I know this information is preliminary, is subject to change, is the working assumption there among law enforcement, Susan, that Ryan Lanza, after opening fire and killing all these people, took his own life?
That is the working assumption here, but we don't have that confirmed information that he took his own life. But that certainly is the working theory here. And so they have a lot of pieces to put together. We also know, for example, that authorities have been executing a search warrant at Ryan Lanza's home, and they've been doing that for quite some time now. We have no information yet about what kind of information they have found. For example, have they found any additional weapons at the house? It's very likely that if he had a computer there, they certainly would have seized that in the hard drive and would be hard at work examining that. It's so common that so many of us have computers these days. And so we're waiting for another update. We hope to get more information. Of course, in the coming minutes, hours, we'll have to see. And as you know, the governor will also be holding a news conference scheduled in less than an hour from now, expected to happen around 3:30 or so, Wolf.
And in the next few minutes, we'll be hearing from President Obama at the White House as well. But Susan, quickly, I just want to be precise on this. Is it your information that the shooter, Ryan Lanza, went to the school and, among others, actually shot his own mother there, that she's a teacher at this school, and you're now reporting that she was shot and killed? I assume he must have shot her, but correct me if I'm wrong.
You know, the only information we have now is that his mother is a teacher at the school, and she has been found dead. Interestingly, we don't have our law enforcement sources telling us that she is among the dead at the school, only that she is dead.
What a horrific story. Susan, I know you're going to be working your sources, getting more information. Mary Snow is working her sources. She's outside the suspect's home in Newtown, Connecticut. We'll check back with her. David Ariosto, our producer, is on the scene. We'll check back with him. But I want to go to our Chief White House correspondent, Jessica Yellen. She's in the White House briefing room right now, awaiting the president. It's at the scene over there. He momentarily will be walking out, making a statement, Jessica.
That's right, Wolf. In fact, we just got the 2-minute warning here in the White House for the president to enter the press briefing room here and address this shooting. Tragically, we have all too much experience of the president speaking to the nation after shooting rampages such as this one. And in these instances, he often tries to bring it onto a personal level, talk about what it's like as a father, to relate to the experience that parents are feeling across the country right now watching this story unfold, and try to tell a story from inside that school. Usually tries to find a story of heroism if he can, to reassure the nation that there are positive stories of American resilience. But this is such a grim day. It's a hard one for the president, no doubt, and for the White House here, Wolf. The president found out about this at 10:30 this morning from his director of Homeland Security. He has received updates throughout the day. He spoke to the FBI director, to the Connecticut governor and has been briefed consistently. The White House has admonished us not to talk about policy and gun control issues today. This is a day for grieving and concern for the families of those involved. And I expect the president to come out here and make some brief remarks, Wolf, much more personal in nature. Wolf.
And we've just gotten a word, a release from the White House that the president has ordered all flags flying at half-staff at the White House, all U.S. Institutions, public grounds all over the country. There you see the flag over the White House flying at half-staff right now in his order. He says, I also direct that the flag shall be flown at half-staff for the same length until December 18th, 2012, same length of time at all U.S. embassies. Here's the president.
I offered Governor Malloy my condolences on behalf of the nation and made it clear he will have every single resource that he needs to investigate this heinous crime, care for the victims, counsel their families. We've endured too many of these tragedies in the past few years. And each time I learn the news, I react not as a president, but as anybody else would, as a parent. And that was especially true today. I know there's not a parent in America who doesn't feel the same overwhelming grief that I do. The majority of those who died today were children. Beautiful little kids between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. They had their entire lives ahead of them. Birthdays, graduations, weddings, kids of their own. Among the fallen were also teachers, men and women who devoted their lives to helping our children fulfill their dreams. So our hearts are broken today for the parents and grandparents, sisters and brothers of these little children, and for the families of the adults who were lost. Our hearts are broken for the parents of the survivors as well. For as blessed as they are to have their children home tonight, they know that their children's innocence has been torn away from them too early, and there are no words that will ease their pain. As a country, we have been through this too many times. Whether it's an elementary school in Newton or a shopping mall in Oregon or a temple in Wisconsin or a movie theater in Aurora or a street corner in Chicago, these neighborhoods are our neighborhoods, and these children are our children. And we're going to have to come together and take meaningful action to prevent more tragedies like this, regardless of the politics. This evening, Michelle and I will do what I know every parent in America will do, which is hug our children a little tighter, and we'll tell them that we love them, and we'll remind each other how deeply we love one another. But there are families in Connecticut who cannot do that tonight, and they need all of us right now. In the hard days to come, that community needs us to be at our best as Americans, and I will do everything in my power as president to help. Because while nothing can fill the space of a lost child or loved one, all of us can extend a hand to those in need, to remind them that we are there for them, that we are praying for them, that the love they felt for those they lost endures not just in their memories, but also in ours. May God bless the memory of the victims. And in the words of Scripture, heal the brokenhearted and bind up their wounds.
A very, very emotional moment for the President of the United States. I dare I say for all of America, much of the world right now. You don't often see a President of the United States showing such emotion, wiping away tears as he speaks of these little kids, 5 to 10-year-old kids. The majority of the victims who were killed in this mass shooting in Connecticut today. Got to tell you, I've covered a lot of presidents. I haven't seen a president emerge as emotionally charged. And this is a president who has 2 daughters that he sends to school every day, like millions of other parents all over the country. How much they can identify with what is going on right now, this insanity that has occurred in this small elementary school in Connecticut. Today, John King is joining us with more information. John, you and I have covered presidents. Not often, I dare I say, I don't remember a time I've seen a president start literally crying like that in the middle of a major statement.
As the president himself noted, Wolf, I think he was addressing the nation more as a father than as a president. And I can tell you, I've been texting my teenage daughter all afternoon, so I get what the president says about hugging your children a little tighter tonight. This is incomprehensible, and that's one of the reasons the president was so sad as he delivered that statement right there. And as we get more information, Wolf, it becomes even more incomprehensible. I'm told by a federal law enforcement source that most of those killed were killed in the classroom of the alleged shooter's mother, who was a teacher at the school, Nancy Lanza, and that he went into that classroom, and again, this is according to police at the scene, reporting back to federal law enforcement officials here, shot and killed his mother, and then shot and killed students. And this source saying most of those killed were killed in that classroom. And she was a kindergarten teacher at the school, Wolf. That is, again, the incomprehensible information we're getting as more and more details of the investigation emerge.
We're getting this information, John, as well from our justice producer, Terry Frieden. And let me be precise in what he has learned. A senior law enforcement official familiar with the investigation, he tells us, says a brother of the shooter, the alleged shooter, was found dead in the residential location searched in Hoboken, New Jersey. That's across the river from New York City. In addition, the mother of the alleged shooter was found dead in the elementary school. The father, who was divorced from Lanza's mother, lives elsewhere in Connecticut, the official said. Official declined to provide further details. So, John, now we're learning not only was the mother found dead, as you've been reporting, inside this small elementary school, the Sandy Hook Elementary School, and many of the children who were killed were in her classroom. She was a teacher at this school, but the brother of the alleged shooter was found dead in a residential location in Hoboken, New Jersey. This is getting obviously very, very even more awful than you can imagine.
And you were speaking, Wolf, I'm sorry, just a short time ago to that school security expert who predicted something similar to this. He said as more details emerge, you are likely to find a profile of somebody who was having very troubled issues in his or her family life. We now know the shooter, of course, is a 24-year-old, I believe, young man, Ryan Lanza, according to police at the scene. And you have from Terry Frieden's reporting, a brother killed. His mother, as I just noted, was a teacher at the school, and it is believed that she was the primary target, according to federal law enforcement officials, and that he shot her and then shot children in her classroom at the school. Most of the deaths, I'm told by that law enforcement source, occurred there in that one concentrated area of the school. And the police will try to put this together, and obviously there will be a detailed investigation into what thing or what things may have been the trigger here for this horrific event. And that is part of the investigative detail they will try to put together. And it's always the big question. The president just asked it quite poignantly, and I think parents around the country, as well as all those law enforcement officials we're showing on our screens at the scene today, will be asking a very short question. Why?
And we don't know. We have no idea, although I suspect we'll learn a lot more in the coming minutes, hours, and certainly days. John, stand by. Jessica Yellen is our chief White House correspondent. Jessica, you were in the briefing room when the president delivered that powerful, very emotional statement. We saw him repeatedly pausing, trying to control himself, wiping away tears as he spoke to the American people.
Wolf, I've simply never seen the president that emotional publicly. He has never cried like that in my presence. He was consistently wiping away tears, as you say, beautiful little kids, he called them, and pointed out, again, as he always does during these instances, but it seemed to really hit home for him here at the White House and for so many of his aides that we saw actually holding hands and crying by the side, that he is a parent who can now go home and hug his children tonight, but these families cannot. Obviously, this is not a story about the White House, but when he speaks as the consoler-in-chief, it's sort of representative of what so many people around the country are experiencing tonight. And this is in a way, one of those stories that wrenches everybody out of the moment, out of these stories that we have been covering, and reminds us all that whatever partisan politics we've been going through and reporting on, this is a time to just pause and appreciate our families, appreciate what we do have, comfort those who are struggling right now and going through loss. President Obama is clearly struggling to do that himself right now because he is clearly shaken by this personally. And I would point out that he did make a veiled reference to trying to take some action in the wake of this. He said, whatever our politics, we have to do something to make sure these tragedies stop. We will have to follow up at another time to see exactly what that means for him, Wolf.
And there's no doubt that the president not only emotionally moved, I suspect he's anxious to go to Connecticut, meet with these parents, console them at some point. I suspect that will be sooner rather than later. We're awaiting word now from the governor of Connecticut, Daniel Malloy. He'll be speaking momentarily. Let's take this quick break. We'll resume the breaking news coverage right after this. Horrific pictures coming in from Connecticut from a small elementary school, Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, where a shooter, Ryan Lanza, 24 years old, went into that school and started killing people. We are now told, according to law enforcement authorities, this suspected gunman shot his mother, a teacher at the school, then opened fire on children in that classroom and others inside. We're told close to 30 people have been confirmed killed, maybe 18 or 20 of them children. We're also told that the mother of Ryan Lanza, Nancy Lanza, was shot and killed in this classroom, as well as earlier, the brother of Ryan Lanza in a residential area of Hoboken, New Jersey. What can we say? This kind of situation is powerful and it's awful. And we just saw the president of the United States deliver a statement to the American people in which he choked up. He had to pause on several occasions. He started crying, wiping back tears, speaking as a parent who sends his two little girls, his daughters, to school every single day. This is a story that millions and millions of people all over the United States will appreciate. We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. Let's get some perspective on what's going on here. Dr. Drew is joining us from Los Angeles right now. Dr. Drew, what can we say? How do you console parents who are going through a tragedy, a crisis like this at that firehouse? We heard from that rabbi who was there meeting with these parents. They have been told that their 5-year-old, their 6-year-old, their 7-year-old has been killed.
Wolf, there are no words. There are no words. It is simply the worst experience imaginable. There's no way to console. We just have to be present while people grieve. We are in a new world today. We have crossed over to a world where somebody feels justified in acting out their rage by killing children at close range. I spent a lot of time in the media trying to figure out why random acts of violence occur, why a kid in Oregon seems disconnected from reality for a while and does senseless things. This is something different. This is sinister. This is somebody purposefully planning, going, killing his family, and killing small children. That's the world we live in right now. We live in a world where people feel justified in pushing somebody onto subway tracks and killing small children. This has got to change. This has got to change. We all have to be aware of this. Our culture is sick. They are sick amongst us, and we have to begin to address this.
It looks, Dr. Drew, like as if what happened was this individual, Ryan Lanza, 24 years old, was in Hoboken, and this is it looks like the pieces of the puzzle are beginning to come together. Shot and killed his brother, then drove about 80 miles from Hoboken to Newtown, Connecticut, went inside this small elementary school and shot his mother, and then opened fire on children. This is something you can imagine driving from Hoboken to Newtown, Connecticut, thinking about what he is about to do. He was well armed. He had assault weapons. He had a lot of ammunition. And you know, he's obviously dead, so we're not going to get his side of the story unless he leaves some sort of evidence, a note or something to give us an indication.
His side really doesn't matter. This sort of purposeful, goal-directed, rageful action, people talk about it as evil. This is truly in that zone. This is psychopathy. And there must have been evidence that this was a problematic person long before. And I'm saying now we have to help people help them. We have to prevent people from doing these things. We have to break down parents' denials who don't want to admit that their kid may have tendencies in this direction. We must take action before something horrible like this happens. This is not like in Oregon where the kid seems just out of context, doesn't seem understandable. That's what you call a psychotic episode. There may have been something of that nature going on here. We'll learn as we go along. But the purposeful, goal-directed nature of these actions suggests something far worse, far more sinister, and far more chronic. In other words, far more potentially predictable. Listen, I was thinking about this, Wolf, just sitting here in the chair waiting to talk to you. And when we're treating, you know, when we operate a hospital or in a treatment environment, we try to operate like a healthy family in order to decrease the tendencies for the most vulnerable amongst us, the ones we're trying to treat, from acting out. It is time for our government and our culture to act like a healthy family. Divisiveness is starting to have its effect amongst the most vulnerable amongst us, and it is time to stop. We have to lead our way out of this, and we need our leaders to behave in a healthy manner.
We're awaiting, Dr. Drew, the governor of Connecticut, Daniel Malloy. He's been inside that firehouse meeting with parents whose kids were killed today, first graders, second graders, third graders, and he's about to make a statement there. He's walking up to the microphones momentarily, we're told. We will hear what he has to say. But what I'm interested in, you're telling us, and maybe you'll tell us after we hear from the governor, what do parents tell their children tonight? Because this is, you know, these kinds of incidents, how do you explain what happened here?
Right. Feel free to interrupt me if the governor starts
Dr.
speaking.
Drew,
but the fact is, we have to begin to operate healthy within our families, within our communities, within our states, within our government. We have to start in our families and helping kids understand that they're loved, they're in a stable environment, we are committed to them, and then we have to be committed to them, we have to be parents, and that they are safe. Sometimes you may, depending on the age of the child, maybe that child will want to take action. They'll want to take self-defense classes. They'll want to do something where they can feel like they're in control of their environment. But fundamentally, the safety and security and the commitment to the family needs to be reassured. It's the holiday season. We need to let the kids have their holiday season. But I'm telling you, we need to operate on the macro level as well as on the individual family level. We, as parents, need to take a page from our leaders.
All right, hold on,
Our
Dr.
leaders
Drew.
need to bring us together. Let's see what they have to say.
Earlier today, a tragedy of unspeakable terms played itself out in this community. Lieutenant Governor and I have been spoken to in an attempt that we might be prepared for something like this playing itself out in our state. You can never be prepared for this kind of incident. What has happened and what has transpired at that school building will leave a mark on this community and every family impacted. I only ask that all of our fellow citizens here in the United States and around the world who have already offered their assistance remember all of the victims in their prayers. To all of you in the media, we will do our best to keep you as informed as we can. After I'm done speaking, a representative of the state police will speak to you and give you some additional information. Earlier today, a number of our citizens, beautiful children, had their life taken away from them, as well as adults whose responsibility it was to educate and supervise those children. The perpetrator of the crime is dead, as is an individual who the perpetrator lived with. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Vance, who will answer or will give you some additional information. And then later in the day, perhaps we'll speak again. Again, I think on behalf of the people of the state of Connecticut, we extend our condolences, as I have at the firehouse, to the parents of these children, as well as the adults that are there. I want to thank the President, who has been on the phone with us today for his statement released to you a little while ago, as well as the statements he made to me much earlier today as the hours raced by. And with that, I should also say that there are a number of public officials, including the First Select Woman, who has been on site throughout the day. We have state representatives, state senator, other select people who are here. We have the superintendent of schools who has done wonderful work in helping us get the information necessary to begin the processes that will be ongoing for a number of hours in advance. I want to thank Senator Blumenthal and Senator-elect Murphy for also joining us. With that, I'm going to absent myself. Mr. Vance will come forward and speak to you. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. I just would like to restate some of the information that we made available earlier. We'll take some questions, but I must preface my remarks by saying this is an active, ongoing investigation. There is a great deal of work to go, and there is a lot of things that we cannot confirm or discuss as of yet. But shortly after 9:30 this morning, Newtown Police Department received a call for help at the Sandy Hook Elementary School here in Newtown. Upon realizing the intensity and the difficulty of the situation, Newtown called for surrounding police departments and state police to respond to assist. Upon arrival of law enforcement officers at the school, they immediately entered the school as we knew this was an potential active shooter situation. Their focus was to search for students, faculty, and staff and remove them to a safe area outside of the school. They did search every nook and cranny, every room, and every portion of that school and accomplished that task. They took the rescue to a staging area to reunite them with family members. As has been reported, there were fatalities. There were 18 children that were pronounced dead at the school. There were 2 that were transported to area hospitals and pronounced dead at area hospitals. And there were 6 adults pronounced dead at the scene at the school. As the governor has reported, the shooter is deceased in the school. There's a great deal of work going on relative to that. That's the reason we have not identified him as of yet. And by that I mean search warrants, examination of areas of residence, employment, and any ancillary things that may be attached to the identity and to that individual. The scene has been secured. Newtown police officers, state police major crime units from both Western District and Central District have responded and are working with several agencies to process this scene. It is not a simplistic scene, as you can certainly understand. We need to establish identity. We need to document the entire scene. And simply stated, we need to answer every single question surrounding exactly how and why this incident occurred. As the governor said, we will be here through the night, certainly through the weekend, and we're not even putting a time stamp on this as to when we will complete this project. We'll work with the medical examiner's office. We have to establish positive identification. And again, there's a great deal of work that needs to be done here at this school. And we'll take some very brief questions, but understand that this is an active, ongoing case, and there are many things that we cannot and will not discuss at this time. Yes, sir.
We're told that there are 2 other crime scenes, including the suspect's father's home in New Jersey and his mother's home here in Newtown.
There is a secondary crime scene here in Newtown. That is, in fact, correct. There is an adult deceased at that location. I can't discuss any further information on that at this time. There is assistance being lended to us by New Jersey. I don't have the details on that, so I can't answer that. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Okay, I can simply state that the information that we have right now that we want to publicize that the shootings did take place in one section of the school in 2 rooms. Okay, one section in 2 rooms. That's as much as we want to go in right now as far as location. Our personnel are documenting that entire scene, and we'll have literally everything mapped out in the final report and final information. We'll present the answers to those questions. But right now, I don't have any more detail than that. Okay? You had a question, sir. Someone? Right now, there is one shooter, but again, we're still looking at every ancillary fact and circumstance related to the deceased shooter at the scene. Yes, sir. No, I don't have that information. I'm sorry. To be determined. I don't have the answer to that question either. The next step will be the medical examiner's office will certainly assist us in answering a lot of those questions, the manner and cause of death of all of the deceased. That's it. 26 deceased. One injury. One person was injured. Yes. I'm sorry? They're in one section or one area of the school. That's the best I can do on that answer. I don't know specifically how many rooms were involved. I was told that there were 2, but in one section of the school building. Everyone was in that same section of the building. Not to be determined, sir. A section of the building is as far as we want to go. We did not. We did not. That's to be determined once the postmortem examinations are complete. I'm sorry? Does 26 include the shooter? 20 children, six adults, and the shooter. 27 total. That's correct. So, and the one at the house. That is just at the school. That's correct. That's at the school itself. And then there's one more, as we just said, at a secondary crime scene. There's a deceased adult at the secondary crime scene. Yes, ma'am. To be determined. That's really something that our investigators are going to have to look at thoroughly and completely, and that'll take some time to try and answer that question. We haven't established any of that, ma'am. We have not made any positive identifications. We're working on that. There's some preliminary identifications been made, but we have, as I said, a great deal of work. That's one thing we have to do is establish positive identification on all the deceased, and that's a time-consuming process.
Lieutenant, do we know the ages of the victims? The ages, the range, the age range?
I don't. No, I don't. This is a K-4 elementary school. Okay.
When police went into the school, were there still shots being fired at that time?
That I don't know. I don't know the time sequence, and that'll be something that we will provide you. What I'd like to do is, no, we did not. What I'd like to do then is tell you that this is a briefing. We'll be back in 60 minutes. Myself and the lieutenant from Newtown will be back in 60 minutes. We'll see if there's any more detail. I've got some of the questions that you've posed. I'll see if I can get some more answers to provide you with information, and that will be just about 20 of 5, quarter to 5. That I don't know.
Lieutenant, it's 20 children, 6 adults in the shooting. Is that correct?
20 children, 6 adults in the facility, plus the shooter. That's 27, and then a secondary scene with an additional adult victim at that secondary scene. Okay. Okay.
You said quarter to 5 or under?
Yeah, about 20 of quarter to 5 will be.
Do you have an age range on the children?
I do not. I do not.
One thing about the families, they don't want to
Yeah. One thing I would like to say is that we've been meeting with all of the family members. It's a very, very difficult scene for the family members, for all the responding first responders. It's a tragedy. It's a tragic scene. We've been asked by the family members to ask the members of the press to respect their privacy and to please leave them alone at this time. They're going through a tremendous amount of grief, which I'm sure you can appreciate. So I've been asked to ask you that personally by the family members. All right. I'll be back in 60 minutes with the lieutenant. We'll answer any additional questions we can. I don't know. I get it.
All right. The police chief in Newtown, Connecticut, updating us, giving us the latest information, the latest numbers, and these are awful, awful numbers. 26 people killed. You add the shooter, 27, at that one location at the elementary school in Newtown, Connecticut, the Sandy Hook Elementary School. He says one other individual was killed at a different location. We suspect that's the location of Hoboken, New Jersey, where the brother of this suspected shooter, Ryan Lanza, has been found. So altogether, 27 on the scene, 26 there, plus the shooter. Another person would be 28 dead people as a result of what has happened. 20 of those 26 who were killed, children, according to the police chief there in Connecticut. We also heard from Daniel Malloy, the governor of Connecticut, earlier from the president of the United States, who held back tears as he spoke not only as the president of the United States, but as a parent, as a father of 2 girls himself. He appreciates, as so many millions of people do, the tragedy, the enormity of what has happened. Dr. Drew Pinsky, our sister network HLN, has been listening and watching. Dr. Drew, what can we say? I don't know. I don't think there's anything we can say that can console the parents who have lost a first grader or a second grader or a third grader. 20 children were killed, another 6 adults, including teachers, one of those teachers being the mother of the suspected shooter.
Yeah, when you say it, Wolf, it just takes your breath away. I feel, I'm afraid I'm going to lose my lunch thinking about how awful it would just be to be one of those parents. There is nothing that can be done from here to help those people other than to say our prayers and to keep them in our thoughts. It's the people close to them that are going to get them through this, not us. But each of us has been affected by this experience. Frankly, Wolf, I'm sorry. I'm still disappointed by our leaders. I genuinely appreciate President Obama's display of emotion. That was a very big step forward. But they have to do what each of us, what I will have to do as a head of a household tonight in my family. We need that from our leaders today, that things are going to be okay, that we are going to get along, that we are going to model healthy behavior going forward, and that this will stop. We've had a year of unconscionable violence that's ending in a violent episode that, in my opinion, puts us in a new place. Close-range violence against children. Somebody willfully, in a goal-direction fashion, thought this was an okay behavior. It's okay to push someone on a subway. It's okay to shoot up a theater. We are in a new zone now, and we've got to pay attention to our culture and to the vulnerable amongst us, and we must require people to get help if they have any tendency towards violence or to be disconnected from reality. There is such a thing as healthy and not healthy. Wolf, I was explaining to somebody earlier that these days, no one would allow someone in the workplace or at school, if they were having chest pain and shortness of breath or had an infectious illness, they would have to take care of their medical condition, get a letter from a doctor in order to come back. We need the same sort of attention to our mental health, and we need to, each of us, redouble our efforts to have healthy families to which we are committed. And then again, on a macro level, we need our leaders to show us the way. Show us the way to a healthier future where this kind of thing is not okay and not contemplated.
Because what we see these horrific crimes unfolding, whether at that movie theater or here, immediately law enforcement over the years has always said to be careful of copycats. How big of a problem do you, Dr. Drew, think copycats are in these kinds of mass killings?
Wolf, I am sorry to say I think that is a major issue, and it's a major issue today especially. I was riding on an elevator yesterday night here in CNN Los Angeles with a security guard who looked at me and said, he said in a very sort of, sorrowful voice, there's going to be copycats. And I looked at him. It was a guard I didn't even know, and I said, really, are we there? That's how bad we've gotten? Not only was he right, and we've crossed over with a copycat into something truly evil, something unimaginable, where children are killed at close range. I can't even say the words. I mean, the President of the United States is brought to tears by this. All of us are brought to tears by it. We have to each of us has to pay attention today, pay attention to our families, and pay attention to our communities, and start to say no more of this. We have to focus on our health. And if somebody is aware of someone right now who is struggling, do not be afraid to enlist the help of law enforcement or mental health professionals. They're not there to be punitive. They are there to help. People in authority are there to help. They are your friend. You need to use them. Do not let this happen in your community.
And Dr. Drew, as we take a look at what you say there are signs in this shooter's life, what you're suggesting is in recent months or years, there may have been signs of evil intent that were obvious to people who knew him, maybe close family members and others. And this could have been prevented if folks would have done something. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm suspicious that, of course, I don't know this case. And again, as I said, Wolf, I spent a lot of time in the media trying to help people. It's important for us all to make sense of these things. That part of leading us out is to say what happened, how do we make sense of this? That's good leadership. So we're trying to understand this today as quickly as we can. I have no direct knowledge, but my suspicion is this is somebody who has been struggling for a while, and for whom probably there was a certain amount of denial on behalf of his parents or family or even his community, and that these people who have histories of lack of empathy for others, aggression, criminality of any type, they need to be addressed in a cohesive, thorough, and in a manner without denial. No matter you don't pretend that things are different than you wish they were. You really go after these things, because if you don't, horrible things can happen.
We have a picture now of the principal of the Sandy Hook Elementary School that we want to show our viewer. Susan Candiotti is on the scene for us as well. Susan, a heartbreaking, heart-wrenching story unfolding. What a tragedy. There she is, the principal at this school. Dawn Hawksprung, we're told she was killed as well. She was also a psychologist at this small elementary school, kindergarten through 4th grade. As the President of the United States said, 5-year-old to 10-year-old children, 20 of them killed now, according to the police chief in Newtown, Connecticut. 26 people killed altogether, plus the shooter. That makes 27, and another person at a different location. We suspect in Hoboken, New Jersey. I want to show our viewers some of the images of what has happened.
Going off continuously, car after car after car. Some of them were flying up past my house and coming back around again and going to the school. This house is 3 houses away from the school.
When we first arrived there was not a lot of security to guard, and there were 3 children that came out. One of them had a very bloody face.
We immediately jumped in the car and headed down here, so it's troubling. It was really kind of mayhem in the room with all of the kids and the teachers, trying to find your kid, identify where yours is, making sure that they're safe, and then trying to find out what the situation was and make sure everybody else is safe. Started with the neighbors and then the rest of their friends in school and that sort of thing, so it's...
What did your son and daughter say to you when they first connected with you?
They were immediately crying, petrified of what happened and what did it mean. And I think they're both older than some of the other kids in the school, so understanding what happened. My son was in the gym when it happened, so I think they heard the gunshots.
We saw police officers, and we heard them on the roof and in our building.
Did you hear any gunshots or anything like that?
Well, police officers, they were kinda, because there's police officers, right out the door, trying to find the guy.
It was shocking. I got the call at work this morning, and I can't believe a small town like this would ever have anything like this happen. And to be in an elementary school, that's unheard of.
Pre-K through
doesn't even seem real. It just does not seem like it's even possible. It's like you read it in the paper or see it in the news, you're like, oh my God, that poor family. And then you have something happen so close to home. It's like, I think I'm still in shock.
I can tell you that, first of all, obviously our hearts and prayers go out to the victims of this terrible incident. Very tragic. Our police are currently working closely with the Newtown Police Department. We have mutual aid agreements in place that allow us to provide assets that they may not have, along with the state police that are taking the lead on this investigation.
It was terrifying. I'm still terrified. I think I'm still in shock about it all.
Was everybody crying, scared, wanting their parents to come get them?
Yeah. They were, and then some people were even they kind of felt they got a stomach ache.
They wouldn't even let us in the building. All I can say is that one of the cops said it's, the worst thing he'd ever seen in his entire career. But it was when they told the parents, all these parents were waiting for their children to come out. They thought that they were, still alive. there's 20 parents that were just told that their children are dead. It was awful.
This is CNN Breaking News.
The majority of those who died today were children. Beautiful little kids between the ages of 5 and 10 years old.
When we first arrived there was not a lot of security to guard, and there were 3 children that came out. One of them had a very bloody face. It was a very violent scene, and there were 2 other ones that they were in the arms of a state trooper. They did not move. Their face was very pale. It was very tragic.
Terror at an elementary school in Connecticut. A gunman opens fire. 20 children, 6 adults dead. The shooter dead as well. I want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. We're continuing the breaking news coverage of a horrific story here in the United States. Let's bring in our national correspondent, Susan Candiati. She's on the scene. Susan, update our viewers what we know right now. What happened around 9:30 a.m. Eastern this morning at that small elementary school in Newtown, Connecticut?
Yeah, it's a school, Wolf, that has the grades kindergarten through the 4th grade, a place that is supposed to be for learning and for fun for these young children, ended up being a place of pure carnage. At 9:30 or so this morning, shots rang out as at least 1 gunman entered that school, and that gunman is dead. As police have been telling us now, 20 children dead, 18 of them dead at the scene. And in addition to that, 6 adults are also dead, including the principal of the school. We understand that yet another adult was found dead at another location that police are not officially disclosing as of yet. And we are told that the mother of the suspected shooter, who is also dead at the scene, was also killed. She is a teacher, and she was also killed at that school, according to our law enforcement sources. In addition to this, we are also told by our sources that another person is being questioned at this time, but is not being called a suspect right now, and also that person is not being identified, Wolf. So while the school is being called secure and safe by law enforcement authorities right now, they still have a lot of investigating to do. They have not officially released the name of the shooter or the other person being questioned or the names of any of the victims at this time. It's just an awful scene, and parents found out about this, Wolf, when they received a lot of them text messages, alerts from the school that had them rushing over to the school. As a 911 call came in, police arrived on the scene. They tried to secure the scene and make sure that it was safe so that all the children were then immediately evacuated from the school and brought to a safe location nearby where they could be reunited with their parents. And also, Wolf, we know this one thing from the shooter. We understand that at least 3 weapons were found at the scene. One of them a Glock, one of them a Sig Sauer, and one of them called a .223 Bushmaster. We don't know exactly what kind of models, but we have that as well. And here's more about how it all came down from start to finish. These Connecticut parents had dropped off their kids for a typical Friday at school. Then about 9:30 in the morning, they received robocalls and text messages. Sandy Hook Elementary School was put on alert.
I just got a message saying from the superintendent that there was an unconfirmed shooting and that, everybody's in lockdown.
I was a little scared and I felt sick when I saw that.
A gunman was firing away as teachers went into lockdown and parents rushed to the scene.
We heard screaming, and so we went to the wall and we sat down, and then a police came in. It's like, is he in here? Then he ran out, and then somebody yelled, get to a safe place.
Inside, children were hiding as a gunman fired away.
They were crying in the closet, in the closet of the art room. And eventually, you know, they were leaving, and when they were leaving, the police made them hold hands, and the police told them to close their eyes.
Told to keep their eyes closed because a gunman was on a killing spree, killing the principal, a counselor, child after child.
On and off-duty troopers responded to the school. That included checking every door, every crack, every crevice, every portion of that school.
And again, our understanding is that all of this happened in one particular area of the school, just one area of the school where all the shooting occurred, according to police, in 2 rooms. They may be 2 classrooms. We certainly know that the shooter, Wolf, was found dead in one of those classrooms as well. So a lot of questions, a lot of heartache, and people walking around this small town now in Connecticut, Newtown, Connecticut. It's so hard for them to believe and to understand what happened here. Back to you.
They haven't said officially that the shooter wound up killing himself, have they?
They have not. They have not revealed that. They have not officially released the shooter's name either. We also understand, remember, there is another adult at another location who was also found dead, and we believe, the working theory is that that has some connection to the shooter in this case, and yet someone else who is also being questioned. So this investigation is far from over. There is a warrant being served at the place where the suspect lived with someone else who was also involved in the shooting. And so a lot of questions, of course, as we all have at this time, to find out how this happened and why this happened.
Yeah, many questions that law enforcement will be investigating. Susan, stand by. Joining us on the phone right now is Lieutenant Paul Vance. He's a spokesman for the Connecticut State Police. He's in Newtown himself. I don't know if you have the answers, Lieutenant, and you must be overwhelmed right now. But first of all, can you identify the shooter in this particular case? Can you give us that person's name?
Well, if we do have a tentative identification, but we're for investigative reasons, we're holding back that information for our own purposes. You're correct in saying that there is a secondary scene in Newtown away from the school at a private home where there's another deceased adult that may be related to this. But just for investigatory reasons, we're holding back that identity right at this time.
Can you tell us if the shooter did have a connection, though, to the school? There's been a lot of speculation that the shooter's mother, for example, was a teacher inside one of those classrooms.
We need to, again, be extremely cautious in releasing that information. That will be forthcoming, I would say, within the next 3 or 4 hours. But at this time, we haven't discussed that at all.
Is there another suspect on the loose right now? I just want to clarify that because we're getting some conflicting indications.
We are examining every facet of what occurred as far as this shooter is concerned. And by that I mean we're talking to everyone who possibly had any connection with him whatsoever. We had to obtain search warrants to search his residence, place of employment, interview friends, relatives. So we're really ensuring or making sure that we leave no stone unturned as we look into the background of this individual.
And just to make sure that the numbers that we received are precise, 26 people were shot. Of those, 20 were children, and then the shooter himself. Do we suspect the shooter killed himself?
That'll be determined by the medical examiner. As far as we know, there was no law enforcement discharge of weaponry any time as we were entering the building. It's important to note that when this call came in, Newtown police officers and state police officers all responded immediately, and upon arrival went in on a tactical entry. In other words, immediately entered that school and began searching every nook and cranny to perform a rescue of all the students and staff we possibly could. We did accomplish that task, but unfortunately encountered, as you said, the deceased students, which numbered 18 in the school. 2 were transported to area hospitals and were pronounced dead at the hospital. 6 adults were pronounced dead at the scene, and then the secondary scene, which is another adult.
Can you tell us something about this secondary scene, if there's a connection between the shooter and the person who's dead at this secondary scene?
It's all preliminary, Wolf, to be very candid with you. I've been directing 99% of my attention here at the school. There's as you can understand, there's a great deal going on here, trying to keep family and friends and relatives informed as to what's going on and what's happened so far and what we know. But we certainly discovered that scene in concert with this investigation. As I was saying, we did a lot of work once we had a tentative ID on the shooter to look at all related areas for our investigation.
Is the secondary scene scene in Newtown itself, somewhere in that vicinity of that small town in Connecticut?
It's a very small town, so it's not too far away. I be very candid with you. I don't have it in front of me the name of the street, but it was in a residence right here in the town of Newtown that secondary scene was located by troopers.
So we have one crime scene, the school, obviously, then a secondary scene where there's another individual who's dead. Are there any other locations in Newtown or elsewhere that you're searching or looking at?
We're hoping not, but in any investigation, we have a great deal of personnel here. We brought in not just one major crime team, but we brought in two major crime team, our forensic laboratory. We've got everyone here, and we certainly are responding and checking everything and anything that could possibly be related to this tragedy that we're participating here in Newtown.
Lieutenant Vance, John King is here with us here at CNN. He's got a question he wants to ask you.
Lieutenant, I know your officers are still collecting evidence at the scene, but what is your preliminary estimate of how many shots were fired inside that school?
That's a tough one. I wouldn't even venture a guess, quite frankly. We'll have to determine that with several systems of checks and balances. One certainly being a medical examiner's examination of the deceased and collecting of physical evidence, shells, examining the weaponry. Collecting any bullets that may have been randomly shot. It's going to be a long process before we can even begin to guesstimate that question.
I know you're holding some sensitive information so you can continue the investigation to make sure you've checked every box, but is it your understanding, as we're told by some sources, that the shooter came there with a primary target, all obviously armed for a mass killing, but came there for a primary target, and again, my sources are saying that was his mother?
That I do not know. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. It's information that has not been provided to me as of yet.
Were there any explosives discovered in addition to the weapons?
No, and that's a very good question because once the scene was secured, we utilized our tactical team to check all the ancillary sites, any vehicles, and anything to do with the shooter to ensure that there were, in fact, no explosives or no other issues that we needed to engage.
Did the shooter, in addition to coming in with these weapons, also was he dressed in armor? Did he have protection for himself?
That I don't know. I'm sorry, I do not know the answer to that.
But he was obviously found dead on the scene, and there were no other weapons. Police law enforcement did not come in and kill anyone, so presumably this individual wound up killing himself, but you can't confirm that. At least not yet. Is that right, Lieutenant?
That's absolutely correct, Wolf. That's a very good assessment as to what we know so far.
John's got one more question. Go ahead, John.
Lieutenant, we're told that second scene, that the neighbors were evacuated from their homes around the home. Was that just done as a precaution, or do you have some indication or some concern there are either heavy weapons or explosives in that home?
No, that's just standard procedure. What we do, we certainly want to be extremely cautious, and we are on the side of caution. We simply evacuated those neighbors just in the event that there was anything that was harmful as we began to examine that scene. We wanted them out of harm's way.
If I could sneak one in, Lieutenant, one more quick one. I'm sorry. Was this person a known person of concern to local law enforcement officials, or when you found out his identification? I know you're not releasing it yet as you check the box, but when you found it out, was it a total surprise?
I am not aware that it has any specific history, but that's something that our detectives will look at as they're continuing the examination of this entire case, and we'll certainly make it a point to know his history, any criminal justice history he may have had. That's all part and parcel of everything that we will do in this case.
When you release the numbers, Lieutenant Vance, one thing really, in addition to the huge number, 26 people killed, 20 of them children, but then you pointed out that one person was injured, only one injury. What does that say to you, that 26 people were shot and killed, but there was only one person who was injured?
It's well, to put it very bluntly, this is a very, very tragic scene for everybody. Certainly our hearts are broken for the families here. The first responders, the people that had to go into that school and to see the carnage and see the death, this time of year. I just can almost have difficulty putting it into words. I've been a trooper for a very, very long time. I've seen some horrific things, and
our viewers here in the United States and around the world, the story, unfortunately, is so horrific, but people all over the world are appreciating what's going on, and we're only beginning to get the beginning of this information. Lieutenant Paul Vance is with the Connecticut State Police. Thank you very much, Lieutenant. Joining us now on the phone is Declan Procaccini, who's a parent as well. Tell us where you were, what was going on, your connection to the school, Declan.
My daughter's a third grader, and she was there actually in her reading class, and they heard bangs, and thank God for Mrs. Summers, because her reading teacher grabbed my daughter and brought her into a bathroom and locked the door, along with another teacher, and in a short time, some police somehow was able to get them out of there and escort them through the hallways. And unfortunately, it was a pretty messy scene for my daughter. Earlier in the day, I spoke with your wife, Lisa. She says your daughter seems to be okay. You also have a 10-year-old son. How are the kids doing now? You know, I don't know if my daughter's in shock or not, but from what she told me she saw, she's doing incredibly well. You know, my son's doing great too, but of course there's just a lot of fears that this kind of thing, I mean, the game's changed from this point onward, so. What does that mean when you say the game has changed? What do you? I mean, my kids are already asking when's this going to happen again. You know, it was only a week ago that we were talking about this type of situation, and I said the chances of it happening are 1 in a zillion at Sandy Hook, and I was wrong about that. So we know, Declan, you knew the principal, Dawn Hochsprung, well. She was killed in this mass murder today. Tell us a little bit about her. She was just so nice, and she loved her job, and she actually on a couple occasions went out of her way, you know, just to help us with certain things that we were working on with our daughter. This is all so surreal, so please forgive me if I'm a little cloudy right now. No, we believe me, we appreciate what you're going through. We can't even imagine what you're going through. John King is with us as well. He's got a question.
Sir, sadly, in any community, when tragedy like this happens, there are always questions about the notification system. How did you first learn? How specific was that information? And obviously, the officials at the school were dealing with a tragedy on the scene. But do you think that part of it was handled appropriately? I think it's the best they could do. I mean, I don't know how you really prepare for something this crazy. My wife called me. I work down in New York, and my wife called me and told me there had been a shooting, and so I rushed home. My wife was already in town, and she ran there. And but so far, the Newtown school system has been great in leaving automatic phone updates with all the parents. What a sad story. A quick question before I let you go, Declan. At some point, you're going to have to make a decision about letting your kids go back to the Sandy Hook Elementary School. What are you going to do? Well, I mean, this is also new. I mean, I've been talking to my kids and just explaining, look, this is what happened, and you do your best to communicate with them, and you do your best to, you know, it's funny, a bomb hit, there's a lot of smoke, and it's still here, it's still here, and I haven't had enough time to really plan, but hopefully by the time they do go back to school, I'll have done a good enough job at talking to my kids and making them feel at least the most comfortable they could. And how's your wife, Lisa, doing? Well, she's hanging in there. Well, please give all of them our love, our sympathy, our support, and we wish them only the best. Declan Procaccini is a parent of 2 kids from that Sandy Hook Elementary School. Those kids got out okay, but obviously 20 other children, John, did not get out okay. 18 of them died on the scene. 2 others died at hospitals as a result of the injuries. I think a remarkably thoughtful conversation you just had there with a parent who's dealing with the unthinkable and trying to explain to young children in the middle of the holiday season that the unthinkable happened in their school, and that for many of these children, when they do go back, assuming they do go back, 20 of their friends won't be there.
Yeah.
So it's a tough task for the parents. I just wanted to wrap up the earlier conversation with Lieutenant Vance. Understandably, you've covered stories like this in the past, unfortunately. The police are being very careful in what they say publicly. But I just wanted to give you a little bit more of the information I had received, which is that federal law enforcement officials, based on information from their people on the scene and the state police on the scene, do believe that the shooter showed up with the intent, obviously armed for a mass killing, but that they believe his mother, a teacher there, was the primary target, and that most of the devastation happened in and around her classroom at the school. That is the theory they're operating under now as they collect the evidence on the scene. And obviously, they found a family member is among those who was slain at that second site in Newtown. And we're told that they're also interviewing, friends and roommates and the like of the alleged shooter as they try to put this together. But their belief at this point is that he arrived at the school, went directly toward and to her classroom, and that most of the killing was done right in that area.
Right, those children were killed right there. They found 3 weapons, is that right?
I believe that's correct. That was the
three weapons, assault weapons. These are pretty sophisticated weapons that they found. And when you hear these numbers, John, 26 people killed, 20 of them children, all killed, 1 person injured. Usually if you have a situation where 26 people are killed, there's a lot of other people who may have gotten wounded in an incident like this, but it looks like this individual may have deliberately wanted to execute these people.
It's why I asked the question of Lieutenant Vance, and I understand he couldn't answer it, but I was told by a federal law enforcement source that the scene inside, the number of spent shells, was just mind-numbing, even to veteran law enforcement officers, that when the gunman opened fire, he kept it was in a concentrated area of the school. He was not running around the halls. It was in a very concentrated area of the schools, and I'm told in and around his mother's classroom. But that he just kept firing.
And he had a lot of rounds of ammunition, because some of the eyewitnesses were telling us earlier they heard boom, 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 boom. I mean, it's almost never ending what they heard coming from those little classrooms.
And it's just the number of shots fired, obviously, I think is the reason why you don't have 5, 6, 8, 10, 15 people being treated at the hospital in such a low number because of the devastation.
Mary Snow is on the scene for us in Newtown, Connecticut. Mary, you're outside the shooter's mother's home, we suspect, in Newtown. Is that right?
That's right, Wolf. And, you're talking to Lieutenant Vance of the Connecticut State Police, who had referred to a second scene. Presumably, he was talking about this scene, because police have been here for hours now, several hours. Just about an hour ago, we saw tactical SWAT teams leaving the scene. It has been blocked off, not only to us, but to residents who can't go into their homes. We did also see an ambulance leaving the scene about 3:15. Of course, police are being very tight-lipped here about the location where they are. But what we can tell you from residents, one who lived near the suspect's mother said that police came in at about 11 o'clock to her home and told her she needed to get out right away, and that at one point she was she was escorted back to her house, but told that she had to leave again, and there's no timetable being given to the residents about when they can re-enter their homes. Many law enforcement vehicles are at this scene, and in terms of what neighbors are saying, these homes are pretty far apart. We haven't found many neighbors who knew the suspect or his mother, but we did reach one woman who just described the suspect as troubled, saying that the parents had been divorced and didn't really want to go any further than that. But as you can imagine, this community is just so shaken to the core, and people just filling up with tears and any time you even approach them, saying that there are so many young children in this community.
And this is a small community, and just to set the scene, it's only about 80 miles from New York City, about 40 miles or so from Hartford, and under 2,000 people live in Newtown. So it's a small community not far from Danbury, Connecticut. Very peaceful, wonderful place where we heard from a lot of the individuals, Mary, that the families moved there because the school system is considered excellent there. And just by all accounts, the Sandy Hook Elementary School, kindergarten through 4th grade, was a wonderful, still is a wonderful school, although this tragedy has certainly devastated so many folks.
Yeah, it certainly, people had such high praise for the school system here, and it's been described as kind of a sleepy New England town, and it's lined with beautiful homes on a very quiet roads here. And shock is just such an understatement to say that that's what people are saying. They just hear it over and over again, but people are saying that you never thought something like this could happen.
Can't believe it, and it is unbelievable when you think about it, but it happened. It's real, unfortunately, so real. Mary, stand by. Adam Reese, one of our CNN producers, is in Hoboken, New Jersey, across the river from New York City. He's joining us. What's the connection? Explain to our viewers, Adam, the connection between what happened in Newtown, Connecticut, and what's going on in Hoboken, New Jersey right now.
Well, Wolf, we believe the shooter may have lived here. This may be the location where he may have set out from this morning to head up to Newtown, Connecticut. We do know, police tell us that they have in custody 2 people who may have been roommates of his, and they are being questioned. They do not believe they were involved in the shooting. FBI agents, local police, and the bomb squad have been here for most of the afternoon. FBI agents just went back into the building. It's a 5-story building. It has 2 halves to it. There are 1, 2, 3 bedrooms inside. They're rentals. I've talked to several residents here who live in the building and live nearby. None of them know the shooter or the alleged shooter or his brother who may have lived here. They've seen pictures in news reports. Those pictures do not look familiar to them. You may know that Hoboken is a waterfront community, looks out across from New York City. It's been a growing community lately for young professionals. It was hit hard by Hurricane Sandy. So we wait. There's been no movement other than the police here that you see in the picture, standing guard, and FBI agents coming back and forth inside and outside the 5-story building.
And so you see the whole area cordoned off. We're looking at live pictures right now, police officers, and we see the tape that's been posted. But give us a little bit more description of what you're seeing.
Well, at least 2 blocks in each direction is blocked off. Obviously, there's a huge media presence waiting to see what develops here, whether or not this is, in fact, the home of the alleged shooter, whether or not his brother lived here with him, what the connection is to Newtown, what the connection is with his mother. There is a Facebook page that indicates his home here, that he is originally from Newtown. I cannot confirm that that's him and that that's his page. But that's all we know from here. The area is cordoned off, at least 2 blocks in each direction.
Are local police there in Hoboken, New Jersey, Adam, saying anything at all, providing the news media with any information?
There was a very short briefing from the local police chief. And as I indicated before, he told us that 2 people are in custody. They may be the shooter's roommates, but they don't believe they had any involvement in the shooting.
Well, when you say in custody, it sounds like they may have had some sort of role, but what maybe more precisely, they're just being questioned right now about what they may have known about this alleged shooter. Is that right?
Right. I don't want to suggest that they had any role. It just may be they're looking to find out, more background information about the alleged shooter.
Yeah, I think that's an important distinction that I want to make sure our viewers appreciate. Adam, anything else you want to update our viewers with?
Just anxiously anticipating what may come out of this, what's inside the apartment, what may lead us to understand why someone may have done this. What kind of reading material he's had, what is on his computer. We just don't know.
So there are a lot of questions that are going to have to be answered. And if there is some sort of statement, some sort of letter, some sort of indication of why this individual went to that small elementary school, the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, and simply opened fire, killing a teacher, killing a principal, killing 20 children, in grades kindergarten through 4th grade. What a shocking story. Adam, we'll stay in close touch with you. Thank you. A young boy who was at the school when the shooting happened described how he and other children escaped.
I was in the gym at the time, and so the teachers, we heard like lots of bangs, and we thought that it was the custodian knocking stuff down. We heard screaming, and so we went to the wall, and we sat down, and then a police came in. It's like, is he in here? Then he ran out, and then our teachers, then somebody yelled, get to a safe place. So we went to the closet in the gym, and we sat there for a little while, and then the police were knocking on the door, and they're like, we're evacuating people. So we ran out. There's police about at every door. They're leading us down this way, quick, come on. Then we ran down to the firehouse. There's a man pinned down to the ground with handcuffs on, and we thought that was the victim. We really didn't get a good glance at him because he was, there's a car blocking it. Plus we were running really quick. So then we got to the firehouse, and we sat in our classes, and we were all really happy that we're all alive.
By the way, when we interview these young kids, we do it only with their parents' permission. Their parents are there on the scene. We don't talk to these young children unless the parents say they want the child to speak out, and they're there to watch these interviews. We're very sensitive to young children and these kinds of tragedies. Obviously, a lot of families are feeling the pain right now. We heard earlier from the President of the United States, but let's bring in Dr. Drew Pinsky. He's the host of Dr. Drew on our sister network, HLN. And we've been talking, Dr. Drew, about what's going on, that these kinds of tragic incidents often can be prevented if loved ones, family members, neighbors, friends pay attention to warning signs.
That's right, Wolf. Paying attention is the big lesson, overarching lesson from so much we've been hearing in the news these days. But denial by family members and parents is the enemy here. You cannot imagine how many situations I've been in where I give patients, family members, very specific directions to prevent disasters, and they choose to stay in denial, than to come to terms with the fact that their loved one is not doing well, may not be trustworthy, may be aggressive or violent. You know, and as I sit and listen to this story, Wolf, I've been watching this wonderful coverage you've been providing, which helps us understand what happened. As the days go on, we'll try to understand why it happened. The feelings that rush over me run from sadness to disgust and rage myself. And disgust is mostly where I find myself today. Disgust that these lives should have been extinguished so young. We cannot allow these lives to have been lost in vain. You did a remarkable interview about 10 minutes ago with a father of a young child who was in one of these rooms. He said they had just been discussing this issue. I'm sure he was talking about the Oregon shooter and reassuring his children that this could never happen in their community. And now he's addressing them with the question they're asking, rather they're asking him, when is this going to happen again? And that is the question that every one of our children is going to be asking us tonight. They're going to feel vulnerable. When is it going to happen to us? When is this going to happen again? These stories are flooding the news today, and we must, each of us as a household, lead our way out of this. This requires leadership, everybody. And unfortunately, our political leaders are sort of not giving us quite what I think we need today. We're all going to be okay. This is a resilient country. We are going to get through this. We're in a new zone today when evil has prevailed. We're not going to allow this. It's okay to be firm and empathic with people in the future. If somebody's misbehaving, be firm, take action. We're going to get through this. It's going to be okay, and that's what we got to tell our kids.
Dr. Drew, what motivates someone to go out there and shoot and kill children?
It's, well, if you're asking a question that it fills me with disgust to even have to answer. It's one thing to try to explain what happened in Oregon. Perhaps this young man had a break or was exposed to a chemical or something that caused him to think in a distorted way. This is not just that. This is somebody who felt entitled and justified to act out his aggression in this manner. This is grandiosity. This is feeling special. This is feeling like he is more important than any of these other lives or our lives at large that he's now exposed us to this violence. And he's going to show why he's so important, and he's going to feel very justified in what he's doing. This is a longer-term kind of distorted thinking than, say, what we saw in Oregon.
And then this person supposedly winds up killing himself. It seems so totally crazy.
Right. I mean, it's why wouldn't he just kill himself? Why does he have to take all these lives with him? And again, that is the grandiosity and the distortion and the entitlement and the aggression. This is, when people talk about evil, I suspect that's what we're talking about here. Again, I don't know what happened here. We don't know the details about this man's mental health, but I suspect it's going to be chronic, severe, troubled behavior that, for whatever reason, was not properly managed.
One final question, Dr. Drew, before I let you go. Chemical imbalances in the brain. Sometimes you hear psychiatrists, psychologists talking about something that just snaps and causes people to do this. Give us your sense.
Well, that's what I was talking about just days ago in relation to Oregon, the Oregon shooting. I think that was more that kind of a circumstance. This, no doubt there was stress, and again, all human behavior is because of this instrument up here misfiring or firing properly. Something obviously did cross a threshold for him that caused him to act out violently, but again, this is something of a more chronic, severe, structural wiring nature in the brain, regions of the brain not firing or never firing that would allow someone to be empathic or to feel like a part of humanity. There's parts of the brain that allow us to feel that way. Those parts of the brain, in terms of misfiring the brain, I suspect those are the areas that we're going to see chronically. We're not operating normally with this individual.
Not normally at all. Dr. Drew, thanks very much for your perspective. CNN producer David Ariosto has been at a firehouse near the Sandy Hook Elementary School where the panicked parents rushed to find their children, and many of those parents are inside right now, including parents who have lost their kids. David is joining us on the phone. Describe what's going on based on the information you have seen and heard, David.
Well, for the last several hours now, we've had emergency vehicles parked in and around this firehouse, and they make their way towards the school. And this is sort of the stopping point where emergency vehicles stop at, then head toward the school. We've seen ATF, we've seen FBI, state and local police forces. Many of these individuals have been carrying assault weapons. They've been wearing tactical gear. And like you mentioned, there are families still inside this firehouse. And actually, just a short while ago, it was really quite a moving scene here. A short while ago, there were about 3 sets of parents, we can only assume are parents, but 3 sets of couples walking out of the firehouse, and their eyes were bloodshot and they were trembling, and the fireman who was escorting them out seemed almost as visibly shaken as them. And, of course, they're not talking to anyone, but it's just sort of a small slice of what's happening and has happened throughout the day here. Since I've been standing here for the last several hours, you see those parents, you see those individuals, you see nurses, you see school cafeteria workers, you see nuns even walk in and around this school and speaking with those emergency workers here, speaking with parents. And it's just, there are really few words that you can put to someone, and you can ask them about what they're feeling. Before you had me on, I was thinking about what I might say about all of this, and it's one of those few instances that just leaves you without words to capture the true magnitude of what's happened here. I walked into town earlier and sat down in a restaurant, and people are just glued to their television sets watching the news, and every once in a while, someone will break down and cry and then pick their head back up and watch again. And others have made their way to sort of this media staging area that's right in front of the firehouse to just try to get a sense of what's transpiring and essentially just wanting to be with the community. Like you mentioned, this is just a small, sleepy town in New England here, and there's a cemetery that ironically sits right over the overpass that sort of looks onto that firehouse, and down the road is the school. And when you think about what transpired in that school, it just, like Dr. Drew says, sort of leaves you with a sense of disgust.
Total disgust, and it's obviously going to be dark there pretty soon. But that firehouse where you are, the parent, a lot of the parents, the loved ones, they're being consoled by grief counselors and others, clergy inside as well. We spoke to a rabbi just a little while ago who's inside consoling some of the family members.
That's right, Wolf. I mean, what you can do to console someone who has just lost a child, someone who's in kindergarten, someone at that age, I can't even begin to imagine. I mean, the word inconsolable really applies here like I don't think it ever has. But this is something that this community is going to be dealing with and reeling from for quite a long time now. You talk to residents in the area here, and you get the sense that a lot of these people know each other. Like we mentioned before, a lot of people moved to this area from what they tell me because of the school systems. I talked to a teacher who said exactly that. So to have something like this take place in one of the schools, and at one of the elementary schools at that, it just leaves you without words.
David, thanks very much for that update. David Ariosta is one of our producers. He's on the scene. We've got Mary Snow there, Susan Candiotti. We've got other reporters and producers watching what's going on in Newtown, Connecticut. Also, you saw Adam Reese. He's on the scene in Hoboken, New Jersey. There's a connection between a residential area, an apartment in Hoboken, and what unfolded at this small elementary school in Newtown, Connecticut. I want you to listen to a local nurse who ran to the scene soon after the shooting, and she described what she saw.
I see you've been crying.
Yes.
Is it because of what you saw?
No, they wouldn't even let us in the building. All I can say is that one of the cops said it's, the worst thing he'd ever seen in his entire career. But it was when they told the parents, all these parents were waiting for their children to come out. They thought that they were, still alive. There's 20 parents that were just told that their children are dead. It was awful.
Awful indeed. CNN's Ashley Banfield is now on the scene for us in Newtown, Connecticut as well. Ashley, I know you got there just a little while ago, but give our viewers a sense of what you're seeing and hearing.
Well, I'm in the same place, Wolf, that the Connecticut Governor Dan Malloy just updated us all. You can see just from the collection of microphones behind me, this has become a concentrated media center. There are dozens and dozens of reporters here already, and they are arriving every moment. I hate to bring this up, but it gives me the sense of Columbine and just how massive the scope of this story has become. And in one of the updates that we just got, some devastating detail on this, and that is the investigation that is about to ensue. Wolf, the bodies of those children are still in the school. 18 children died in the school, were dead on the scene. 2 more were taken to the hospital and died there. And those 6 adults also who died at the school, their bodies are still there. The police who updated us told us that the scope of the investigation, the amount of work that they have to do to piece this all together is going to take a very long time. So you can just imagine how the parents are dealing with the fact that they can't even get the information, or at least know that their child is being brought out of that school. It is just overwhelming in this tiny little community of 27,000 people. Really in the sticks. When you drive here, you're in winding roads and hills, and the homes are far apart, and yet the community is quite close together. A couple of other things that really shed light on some of the detail on how the shooting took place. The police told us, the state police told us that the shootings were concentrated. They were in a concentrated area of the school, particularly 2 rooms. There wasn't running through the halls, as they described it. There was no shooter running through the halls and shooting, but it might give some description as to why we think there is a concentration of perhaps one entire class that's unaccounted for, that the shooting happened in those 2 particular rooms. There's also another crime scene now in this tiny town of Newtown, Connecticut. The police say that they're now investigating another body in a home. We can also tell you that there are many couch terms that are being used. People are being very careful in how they report this. But the police did say that the shooter in the school lived with one of the victims. We also know that his mother was a kindergarten teacher and that she was shot dead in this school. Whether that is the home where they're investigating as well, it's unclear. His father apparently living in this town as well, and then a brother too. So there is still a lot of detail we need to piece together. And another piece of detail that came from the mouth of a little child with the sweetest voice who was being interviewed earlier this afternoon. This child told a story of how the teachers tried to protect them from the information as they were getting them out of the school, saying that there was an animal in the school and that's why they needed to lock the doors, to protect them from all that noise they could hear, which was a wild animal that got into the school. And to hear that little tiny voice telling that
It was pretty remarkable.
Ashley, I know this is a difficult story for all of us to cover, all of us, and I know you have children. And
I have two small children in a Connecticut school just about 30 minutes away from here as well. So when the news broke, it was pretty tough to sort out where this had happened and in which elementary school it was. And as the details roll in, I think everybody here has been just immensely affected, and I apologize, Wolf, but it is really remarkable to see this many seasoned cameramen and reporters who I've been in the field with for, 20 years, all having the same reaction to what's transpired.
And, you've choked up the President of the United States. We saw him choking up, wiping away tears as well. Ashley, your girls, how are they, your kids?
My kids are fine. In fact, what's interesting is that even though they're about a half hour away from here, well, when I called the school today just to find out, is everything okay? Are we under lockdown? What's the protocol? What's happening? Are you sending the kids home early? They did say that it affected them deeply. They immediately did perimeter checks. They made sure that all the locked doors were locked. And then they did something that I didn't know about. They went into information protective mode, and they said no one is allowed to discuss any details within these school walls. And this is only 30 minutes away in a different district. But they said that they were going to have additional staff and security outside that school just to handle the potential for children to hear about this. They clearly want the kids to hear about this from their parents, because the kids are all going to ask questions, and they want to make sure that they're as sensitive to the surrounding children in this community as they can be. But it is a really overwhelming feeling to live here and to be here as a reporter.
Yeah, it's a powerful, powerful image that you're presenting. And just think about it, at least tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, the kids don't have to go to school. Kids all over Connecticut, in your neighborhood, in other neighborhoods, in Newtown, Connecticut, kids all over the United States. They're going to be going back to school the week before Christmas. What an awful time to have to endure this kind of pain.
I'll tell you what, Wolf. The school is beyond those trees. I don't know if it's still light enough for you to see. We're located in a staging area where the police wanted to make sure that the hundreds of media that we're going to send upon here, we're going to be able to be safely parked and out of the way of a lot of the residents. So beyond this playing field and over those trees is where the school is located. And because one of the descriptions that came into us from someone who was a parent who was in a meeting with 7 grown-ups when this happened, that there were roughly 100 rounds that this parent could hear, this woman telling her story. The investigation alone, once those tiny bodies are removed and those adults are removed, the investigation of just the trajectory and where those bullets landed or ricocheted, what angle the bullets came from, there's just so much that's going to need to be known. I highly doubt anyone's going to be coming to this school for a very long time. Yeah, and police are going to just beginning their investigation. Ashley, please stand by. I'm going to come back to you, and I know you're collecting more information. Here in Washington, there's a vigil, by the way, outside the White House. A lot of people are gathering right now. The president has ordered all flags flown at half-staff until December 18th, but you can see these pictures coming in from the White House. These are people who want gun control. And they're holding a vigil outside the White House right now. Inside the White House, a little while ago, President Obama went into the briefing room to address the American people, and he became very emotional.
This afternoon, I spoke with Governor Malloy and FBI Director Mueller. I offered Governor Malloy my condolences on behalf of the nation and made it clear he will have every single resource that he needs to investigate this heinous crime, care for the victims, counsel their families. We've endured too many of these tragedies in the past few years. And each time I learn the news, I react not as a president, but as anybody else would, as a parent. And that was especially true today. I know there's not a parent in America who doesn't feel the same overwhelming grief that I do. The majority of those who died today were children. Beautiful little kids between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. They had their entire lives ahead of them. Birthdays, graduations, weddings, kids of their own. Among the fallen were also teachers, men and women who devoted their lives to helping our children fulfill their dreams. So our hearts are broken today for the parents and grandparents, sisters and brothers of these little children, and for the families of the adults who were lost. Our hearts are broken for the parents of the survivors as well. For as blessed as they are to have their children home tonight, they know that their children's innocence has been torn away from them too early, and there are no words that will ease their pain. As a country, we have been through this too many times. Whether it's an elementary school in Newton, or a shopping mall in Oregon, or a temple in Wisconsin, or a movie theater in Aurora, or a street corner in Chicago, these neighborhoods are our neighborhoods, and these children are our children. And we're going to have to come together and take meaningful action to prevent more tragedies like this, regardless of the politics. This evening, Michelle and I will do what I know every parent in America will do, which is hug our children a little tighter, and we'll tell them that we love them, and we'll remind each other how deeply we love one another. But there are families in Connecticut who cannot do that tonight, and they need all of us right now. In the hard days to come, that community needs us to be at our best as Americans, and I will do everything in my power as president to help. Because while nothing can fill the space of a lost child or loved one, all of us can extend a hand to those in need, to remind them that we are there for them, that we are praying for them, that the love they felt for those they lost endures not just in their memories, but also in ours. May God bless the memory of the victims. And in the words of Scripture, heal the brokenhearted and bind up their wounds.
President of the United States, obviously very, very emotional, like so many millions and millions of people all over the country right now. We'll take a quick break. We'll resume the special coverage right after this. We're continuing the breaking news, the tragic news out of Connecticut. 26 people were killed, 20 of them children, when a gunman opened fire in a small elementary school. The children killed were ages 5 through 10, kindergarten through 4th grade. So how do families, and especially children, cope when a tragedy happens like the one that has unfolded today in Connecticut? CNN's Lisa Sylvester's here in the Situation Room. She's been taking a closer look at this story. It hits so powerfully. I know you have kids. The president has kids. We heard Ashley Banfield react. It's a powerful, powerful, emotional moment for the country.
Yeah, I have a kindergartner, and, you know, every parent out there thinks the same thing. You know, you say, you wave bye to your child, they've got their little backpack, they've got their little school bag, and you assume that you're going to see them later on tonight. And I don't think, Wolf, that there is a parent out there who has seen the story, who has not been impacted by what has happened today. And for parents, it is hard to even comprehend or even say the words 20 children killed. We are talking about a class full of very young children. So how do you make sense of it all? It's so hard as an adult and as a parent, but it's even tougher if you are a child.
If there's an image that sums up this story, it is this. Any parent out there can relate. Psychiatrist Charles Raisin is with the University of Arizona's College of Medicine.
You know, how do you wrap your mind around something like this? With a good deal of heartbreak and with the understanding that it's going to take a while and that there will be people that were closely impacted by this who will never wrap their minds around this. You know, human minds are not infinite, and you know, this is now appearing to be probably the worst schoolyard catastrophe in history. And so there's going to be a huge long-term fallout for this that is going to also impact people's emotional well-being, and we need to gear ourselves up for that fallout because it's coming, because this is a horrible thing.
The news out of Newtown is traumatic for parents and for children. This happened at a school where kids are supposed to feel safe.
How do you explain this to children? Well, again, it depends on the age of the child, but I think simple, forthright explanations are the best. And I think one of the things that I tell children is there are some bad people in the world, and sometimes bad people do really terrible things. And a terrible thing has happened, and there have been some children killed, and this is terrible, but you're safe, and you're safe, and you're in a situation now where you're not going to be harmed.
The American Academy of Pediatrics offers this advice. Take into account the age of the child and provide basic information without offering details that may only alarm them. Ask your children what they already know and answer questions. Parents can share their own feelings and the ways they're coping and find meaningful ways to help others.
Children are resilient, and what really matters now is how we help them understand what's happened, but even I think more important is...
Here's the police chief. Let's listen for the latest.
Criminal investigation. We are limited as to some of the details that we can give out to you for obvious reasons. First, let it be stated that I've told you the number of deceased in the building, at the hospital, and at the secondary crime scene. It's our policy and protocol that we have to establish positive identification of those victims. That is a time-consuming process. That's something that's going to take a great deal of time. The medical examiner has already arrived on the scene. He's going to work very closely with us to expedite that and get that done as efficiently as possible. As I told you, the families have been assigned a trooper or an officer as a line of communication. That was done specifically to ensure the families that they have constant communication with this ongoing investigation, and they won't have to sit and watch television news or anything else. They will be the first to know any of the progress that's made as this investigation continues on. As I stated earlier, the assets that were utilized initially was certainly when the call came in, Newtown Police Department immediately responded and immediately called for help. Surrounding local agencies sent officers, and the Connecticut State Police sent all off-duty and on-duty troopers to respond so that they could immediately gain access to that building and begin that search process that I alluded to before. We had the State Police Tactical Team. We had canine teams out here. We've certainly had Trooper 1 in the air, and it was probably to keep some of your helicopters away, quite frankly. But we had every possible asset came out to this scene the minute that this alarm came in, or this call came in, and it was certainly to do everything we could to protect certainly life and property. The community has been outstanding in supporting this effort. As you can see, you've taken over their park, and they're showing up. They're offering condolences. They're doing everything they possibly can to support the victims, the victims' families of this horrific tragedies. The FBI Crisis Management Team is offered to respond. Is going to respond here tomorrow to assist in crisis management, to assist not only with the families and the family members, but with all the first responders, the police, fire, EMS, all working at what I described before as a very horrific and difficult scene. Certainly local mental health crisis intervention teams have been on scene and have been here all of the day working and assisting and helping. I just want to make it very clear that there were 18 children who were pronounced dead at the scene. There were 2 children who were transported to area hospital or pronounced dead at the hospital. There were 6 adults that were pronounced dead at the scene. And obviously the shooter was also pronounced dead at the scene. I don't have much more detail about that secondary scene, but there is a related scene that we discovered as we were continuing the criminal investigation, and specifically investigating the shooter. And you probably saw, and someone asked me on the way in here about the bomb squad. And yes, we brought all our assets in case they were needed. And when we went out with Newtown officers to search or to execute search warrants or to examine other possible secondary scenes, we took all those assets with us to ensure that they were right there immediately so that we could react if it was necessary. That's about all I have as far as details are concerned. I want to give you one more briefing, probably just before 6 o'clock. We'll try to get back up here for one more briefing. I'll take a couple brief questions, but I must, again, tell you that there are certain things we cannot discuss at this time. We'll take you right here, sir.
Do we have anyone who's in the hospital now? that survived this?
No, sir. There was one person that was injured that suffered an injury and did survive, yes.
Can you confirm the body in the house is a male, an adult male?
I'm sorry, I can't confirm. I know about the secondary scene. I didn't have time to get into detail about that. I'll try to do that for 6 o'clock.
What about the shooter's identity? Adam Lanza, can you confirm?
I'm not going to confirm the identity of the shooter. We're not prepared to do that yet. So we have a tentative identification. We're still working with that. So we're not going to confirm the identity and put that out there. We will identify the shooter at an appropriate time. Just for our investigatory purposes, it's not appropriate to do that right now.
What do you say is happening in Hoboken, New Jersey, in terms of the investigation there?
Again, it's part and parcel of what we do. I told you initially that we will leave no stone unturned as we're looking at every facet of this investigation. Whether it's the shooter, any of the victims, we're going to look at everything. And we certainly will go in and out of state, and we'll work with fellow law enforcement, including federal agencies, if we need to answer every single question to exactly what transpired here. And it'll be a time-consuming process, but we'll get it done.
Where are the families now?
Right now, one shooter, yes, sir. It was K through 4, kindergarten through 4th grade. That's the school. They were all students of that school, sir. I don't know the grade they were in. I'm sorry, I don't know that. One section, 2 classrooms. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I didn't find that out. I'm sorry.
Where are the families?
Your question? No, everyone's been, and that's part of the process, and that's why it took us long to get here. That's a very good question. Are there any students that were unaccounted for? We had to ensure that we accounted for every single student in that school, and that includes maybe someone that was absent for the day because of illness and didn't come to school. So that was part of the process that we had to go through, and now we have the identification process, which is even more difficult. And so it's going to be some time before we're able to give you that information. It probably won't be available until sometime tomorrow.
Did you identify the weapon?
Did we identify a weapon? We have seized the weapon. Yes, we have, sir.
What kind of weapon?
We did not. We will not discuss that at this time, sir.
Still trying to reach parents at this time.
We've been in contact with all the parents. We would not come up here until we've been in contact with all the parents, and we've been communicating with them since they arrived here at the scene. They've been fully informed. And that's why it took so long for us to come up here. Go ahead.
What's his plan? Just a little bit. How are the first responders dealing with all this? No one would ever expect to walk into a school and see those types of mass casualties.
That's very, it's a good question. Everyone believes that it's something that first responders do, that law enforcement does. But I can tell you, we've provided counseling for the first responders because this was a very tragic, horrific scene that they encountered. It's not something that we want to see. It's not something that we see every day. So that's one thing that we have done, and the colonel has made that perfectly clear that those people are to be spoken to and receive crisis counseling as required.
Lieutenant, you probably you have to be the face here telling us what's happening, but Newtown is a very quiet, beautiful place, and I'm sure this is something that is not an ordinary thing that you deal with like big cities.
The lieutenant can certainly tell you he's a Newtown officer.
As a sergeant and
Sure.
as a person, to see this tragedy of this magnitude, how would you describe it as impacting you personally, not only as a law enforcement, but as a person and
as a person, the first thing I thought about was my own children.
Can you say your name, please?
Lieutenant George Cinco.
What's your name? What's your name?
Lieutenant George Cinco, S-I-N-K-O.
Can you tell us, as a resident of Newtown and also as law enforcement, I'm sure you have the work that you have seen.
This is most definitely the worst thing that we've had experience here in town. Tragic. But right now, we're concerned about the families of the victims. Our officers are professional, and we will deal with this as well.
Can you describe the scene with the parents? Is there a place where people are getting together, and are there counselors there for them? What's happening? What's that scene like?
The local hospital, Danbury Hospital, has offered their crisis intervention counselors. They will be available at Reed Intermediate School, which is on Wasserman Way, and they're available right now if need be, and they will be there all weekend.
Is there a place where parents are gathering? I mean, and what's that? Can you describe that?
The parents certainly have gathered at the local firehouse, which is adjacent to the school, and we've done our best to comfort them and try to reassure them that we've done everything we can. But as mentioned, it's a difficult process to confirm the status of an entire elementary school, and we need to be right when we do that. It's healing. We just have to think about the families right now and do everything we can for them.
Lieutenant, was one of the teachers killed the shooter's mom?
We can't confirm any of that right now. The investigation is ongoing.
Are parents still at the firehouse right now?
There are still parents there, yes. I don't have a number for you. I don't have a number for you.
When did you realize you passed this? What's the magnitude? How long did it take you to realize the magnitude?
Minutes after our officers were there, they realized, what a horrific scene we had there.
Officers realized the gravity of what they were dealing with and then called for backup, or they called for backup. Upon getting the 911 call, hearing what they're talking about, what's the timeline on that?
I don't have the exact timeline on that. Certainly our officers responded immediately, and as soon as they realized what they had, we obviously asked for all the resources we could get. All right? Thank you. Anything, Paul?
Yeah, I think we're good. Let me just finish this. All right, what we're going to do is we'll come back about just before 6 o'clock, because I know a lot of you are around 6. We'll get back here with one more briefing. And then what we'll do is we'll schedule briefings probably tomorrow. So some of you folks look very tired. I'm sure you want to go get a little rest. So we're going to see if we can give you a schedule of briefings for tomorrow. Okay? Yes. All right, where are you?
All right, so there we have the latest information coming from the Connecticut State Police, from local law enforcement in Newtown, Connecticut. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We want to welcome back our viewers in the United States and around the world. We're watching what's going on from here in the Situation Room. It's breaking news. Unimaginable horror grips the nation in one of the deadliest school shootings in U.S. history. A tragedy so wrenching it reduced the President of the United States to tears. Right now, 27 people are confirmed dead in Connecticut's Sandy Hook Elementary School massacre. 20 children, 6 adults, and the alleged shooter. All of this happening within a matter of a few hours. Watch this, the sights and sounds of this tragedy as it played out.
When I was getting in my car, I heard sirens going off continuously. Car after car after car. Some of them were flying up past my house and coming back around again and going to the school. This house is 3 houses away from the school.
When we first arrived there was not a lot of security to guard, and there were 3 children that came out. One of them had a very bloody face.
We immediately jumped in the car and headed down here, so it's troubling. It was really kind of mayhem in the room with all the kids and the teachers, trying to find your kid, identify where yours is, making sure that they're safe, and then trying to find out what the situation was and make sure everybody else was safe. Started with the neighbors and then the rest of their friends in school and that sort of thing. So it's...
What did your son and daughter say to you when they first connected with you?
They were immediately crying, petrified of what happened and what did it mean. And I think they're both older than some of the other kids in the school, so understanding what happened. My son was in the gym when it happened, so I think that they heard the gunshots.
We saw police officers, and we heard them on the roof and in our building.
Did you hear any gunshots or anything like that?
Well, police officers, they were kinda, because there's police officers, right out the door, trying to find the guy.
It was shocking. I got the call at work this morning, and I can't believe a small town like this would ever have anything like this happen. And to be in an elementary school, that's unheard of.
Pre-K through doesn't even seem real. It just does not seem like it's even possible. It's like you read it in the paper or see it in the news, you're like, oh my God, that poor family. And then you have something happen so close to home. It's like, I think I'm still in shock.
I can tell you that, first of all, obviously our hearts and prayers go out to the victims of this terrible incident. Very tragic. Our police are currently working closely with the Newtown Police Department. We have mutual aid agreements in place that allow us to provide assets that they may not have, along with the state police that have taken the lead on this investigation.
It was terrifying. I'm still terrified. I think I'm still in shock about it all.
Was everybody crying, scared, wanting their parents to come get them?
Yeah. They were, and then some people were even they kind of felt they got a stomach ache.
They wouldn't even let us in the building. All I can say is that one of the cops said it's, the worst thing he'd ever seen in his entire career. But it was when they told the parents, all these parents were waiting for their children to come out. They thought that they were, still alive. There's 20 parents that were just told that their children are dead. It was awful.
Awful. You can't even imagine how awful it must be for those parents, those loved ones, those family members in this small town in Newton, Connecticut, a town of under 2,000 people. This is a small elementary school, grades kindergarten through 4th grade. These are 5-year-olds through 10-year-olds, 20 of them gunned down by a killer today. 6 adults killed as well. Mary Snow is joining us now from outside the suspect's mother's home, we believe. Is that correct, Mary?
That is correct, Wolf. And we just left that location, but we had been there several hours throughout the afternoon. And the investigation stretched to that home, and it's being treated as a crime scene. We saw SWAT teams there, and we can tell you that residents near that home were told to evacuate earlier today. We talked to one neighbor who said she was told at around 11 o'clock this morning by police to get out right away, and she still is out of her home, unable to get back into her house. And as far as what we saw, the police, of course, are being very tight-lipped about that location of where the investigation continued. I can tell you that in addition to seeing SWAT teams there, we did see an ambulance at one point while we were there, leaving shortly after 3 o'clock this afternoon, and just stunned neighbors, to say the least, who were numb, really. A number of them couldn't even talk to us. They were so filled with emotion. One neighbor who did talk to us just said that she knew the family of the suspect and described the sons as troubled, but didn't elaborate any further than that. So really not a very decisive picture being put together at that scene of the suspect's family.
Mary Snow on the scene for us in Newtown, Connecticut, outside the suspect's mother's home. We're getting more information. Susan Candiotti is getting some more information. We'll go to her shortly, but I want Tom Foreman to update us right now. Tom, walk us through what we know as of this point. And remember, all of this is subject to change because the information is still coming in. But walk us through what we know right now, how this went down.
Wolf, you're absolutely right to caution about what we do know, because I've covered an awful lot of these school shootings over the years, and the early information always seems to change. So this is what we know about the timeline of the shootings as reported by law enforcement officials and witnesses, and the layout of the school as best we can piece it together. And remember, this is just a very rough approximation. About 9:30 this morning, class has been underway for about a half an hour here. More than 600 students, close to 50 members of the faculty here. The school principal, vice principal, the school psychologist, and several other adults were having a meeting up here in this part of the school, and they've gathered up right up here near the office area at that time. Around 9:40, according to what a lot of eyewitnesses have to say, that's when it would appear the gunman enters the building. How did he do that? We don't really know. We do know that later today, police were looking very hard at a car right out here parked by a fire lane, and based on what eyewitnesses said, there's pretty good reason to think he came just right through the front door into this area. We don't have a guarantee of that, but it certainly sounds like that from everything we've heard. And right away, people throughout this entire building started hearing shots. Now, in some cases, they said they sounded like bangs or maybe somebody hammering, but without question, people all over the building started saying they could hear something. By 9:41 or so, calls start coming into 911. The principal, the vice principal, and the school psychologist, according to witnesses, we mentioned that they were in a meeting up in this part of the building. They come out of that meeting and they go toward the gunfire out here in a hallway, somewhere in here or in here. They go out there, and the people in the room say they hear many, many more shots and a lot of shouting. And the vice principal comes back in wounded, but the other two do not. Authorities say that the shooting appears to have happened in a relatively short period of time, and they say the gunman does not roam around, but generally stays right in this area here. You heard it over and over again from the officer there saying 2 rooms. 2 rooms is where it all happened. Around 9:45 or so, teachers in the rest of the building, from all we can hear from students and from other people who have spoken about it, are doing all they can to protect their students. They don't know what's going on. Some students say they were over near the gymnasium. They say that they were actually told to hide in some closets, that sort of thing. Others, it appears, the school went into lockdown, but there seemed to be some sense that some people started leading students away from the school. I'm not sure of the timeline of that, Wolf, but we do know that certainly by the time the officers showed up on the scene, then you started having a situation where, of course, students were being led away by officers and by teachers and everybody who could to try to get them out to safety. Sometime a little bit later here, we're going to put it at 9:50, although we don't really know that that's the time because it's very, very murky, and we will get clarity over time. It's not clear how or when the gunman dies, but we know that officers have said no officer fired a gun, which would lead you to believe that he shot himself, but we don't really know that. We do know that as officers arrive on the scene here, they immediately take control of the entire building. They spread out through the building, securing rooms, making sure they know that if they have the gunman, it's the one gunman, there's not somebody else there, and they're looking everywhere for these pockets of children out here because they know there are kids hidden in the building. And I'll tell you, Wolf, in all the school shootings I've seen in recent years, this is a very common occurrence. When the shooting begins, many children, with their teachers helping them, go into hiding. And that is a very, very dangerous situation when the officers go into the building, because I've had officers say, suddenly you have people popping out behind you who were in closets or in little rooms, and the officers have to be extremely professional and calm to get through that and control the situation. But that's precisely what they did, Wolf. And at that point, you had a situation where you were able to see the officers securing the property all around there, trying to make sure they could see that the gunman was there and leading the rest of the kids out. Some of them, as we heard, past actual victims of the shooting. Again, Wolf, all of our timeline here is very, very tentative right now. We're going to get a lot more, but the bottom line is this looks like it took maybe 20 minutes, 30 at most, beginning to end, from the time the shooter walked in to the time the police officers essentially had everything secured and were going through to make sure they had everything taken care of and all the kids cleared out. That's the very long process that's going on all day.
And during those few minutes, Tom, 26 people were murdered, 6 adults, 20 young children. What a horrific story. Tom Foreman, thanks very much. Let's go to the scene right now in Newtown, Connecticut. Susan Candiati is there getting more information on the investigation. What are you learning, Susan?
Well, if I'm learning that the mother of the suspected shooter in this case, who has previously been identified as Nancy Lanza, was found dead in the shooter's home here in the Newtown area. I've also been told that no physical body, deceased body, was found in another home in Hoboken, New Jersey. There have been some other published reports about that. 2 sources do tell us that someone was taken away for questioning from that house in Hoboken, New Jersey, and that person is believed to be the suspect's brother in this case. In other words, the brother of the suspected dead shooter in this school shooting. Now, the shooter has been described to me as being dressed in black battle fatigues and a military vest when he came into the school and began firing away. I know, according to sources, that at least 3 weapons have been recovered. One of them described as a Model 223 Bushwhacker, which is a military-style semi-automatic gun. Some of the same ammo is used in Afghanistan by our soldiers there. And that 2 other guns were also found that are described as handguns, one a Glock and one called a Sig Sauer. Wolf?
So the bottom line is that the mother, who was a teacher at that school, was found dead at her home where Mary Snow is. Mary Snow is outside that home because originally we thought the mother was inside that classroom where the gunman opened fire.
Earlier, we had information that she was found in one of the classrooms. However, now I'm being told that, in fact, her body was found at the suspect's residence here in this particular area. We don't know whether she also lived there. One might think we just don't know. We also, Wolf, don't know the timeline. When was she killed? Was she killed before the shooting began at the school? These are the kind of things that authorities are still trying to piece together. Also, we have conflicting information about the shooter's name. We've had the name for quite some time, and there is some question as to whether the shooter is described, which brother's name is which. So we have their ages, we have the names, but we're still trying to sort that out. And officials have yet to officially release that yet, Wolf.
In this kind of a story, it's obviously not unusual that conflicting information comes in, and we constantly update, revise as we get more information, more details. Initial reports very often prove to be inaccurate. Certainly in this case, we're getting some conflicting information as well. But we'll piece it all together shortly. In about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, the Connecticut State Police will have another briefing. Maybe we'll get some more detailed information at that time. Susan Candiotti is on the scene. We've got all of our reporters and producers there in Newtown. Also, the investigation continuing in Hoboken, New Jersey. Our breaking news coverage will resume right after this.
I saw some of the bullets going past the hall that I was right next to, and then a teacher pulled me into her classroom.
So you heard sounds?
Yes.
What did it sound like to you?
It sounded like someone was kicking a door.
Oh, it didn't sound like gunshots, did it?
No, it didn't.
A lot of
There was a young boy from the Sandy Hook Elementary School. His parents are there when our affiliates or when we speak to these young kids. We only do it with their parents' permission. Just want to update our viewers on that. So many of these kids came so close to being killed by a killer who went into that school. We just heard Tom Foreman go through point by point what happened. The teachers were over there at the school. Class attendance sheets came out. It was a terrifyingly close moment for so many of these young kids as we watched what was going on and as we're learning now more details. Our local affiliate certainly watched what was going on. They caught up with the mother who was thankful to the teacher who saved her son's life.
I'm just so grateful to the teacher who saved him.
Okay, thank you. The teacher, you think the teacher saved his life?
She definitely did. He had bullets going by him, and she grabbed him and another child and pulled them into a classroom.
So what could have driven a gunman to open fire on defenseless children? I'm joined now by forensic psychiatrist Dr. Lisa Van Susteren, also by our chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta. First to you, Sanjay, just tell us what, you're a trained, highly trained medical professional. Walk through what goes through your mind when you hear the horrific details of a mass killing like this at an elementary school.
Well, I think for most of us, I'm here in Los Angeles now. Most of us, you think about your own children. I think these events, certainly make you want to hug your kids a bit tighter. Tonight, I have 3 children, as you know, Wolf. And I think the other thing I think of, having covered so many of these types of tragedies, as have you, Wolf, is that it is common for lots of people around the country, around the world, who weren't directly involved with this, to have symptoms, to really be affected by this in many ways. And, it's important to keep in mind that many people are going through the same thing, so that your community and the people around you become a real sense of support. But, if people develop these symptoms, they can last for days. But if they start to develop into nightmares or anxiety or depression, then it is time to see somebody and get some help. And there are going to be people out there who need that as a result of what has happened today. And let me just say, Wolf, something that you've talked about in the past, we've talked about together, and that is this notion that we think about mental health as being vague, as being nebulous, as being something that is harder to target, harder to predict, and even harder to treat. But much in the same way that we think about heart disease or cancer or anything else, these things can be predicted and they can be treated. And I think this one of the first things that went through my mind is this is another reminder of just that, Wolf.
Sanjay, hold on for a moment. Lisa Van Susteren is here. Lisa, so many experts have said to me after other killings along this line over the years, there are these warning signs, but a lot of folks, family members, friends, they don't pay attention to them.
Well, you know, that's not entirely fair. I'll tell you why. I've been doing this business for 25 years. There are plenty of families who are distraught, who have members of their family, their children, that they know are dangerous, and they live with this anguish of not being able to do anything for them for weeks and months and years. The reality is that we really don't have the legislation that allows the people in authority, either doctors or the officials, other officials, to do what must be done until the person has committed a crime, and that's when they come to their attention. So it's just not entirely true that people are in denial.
What are the warning signs that people should be looking at for someone who might go out and start killing kids?
There are plenty of families who do respond to the warning signs, and they will call the authorities.
What are the warning signs?
They will see that their child is angry, isolated, clearly, potentially responding to auditory hallucinations. They hear voices, maybe a fascination with guns, maybe they're at a shooting range. They know something's wrong. Well, you can't call the police and say, my son's acting weird, come and get him, he needs help. They don't have any justification for doing that. So there is, in most jurisdictions, it's almost impossible until you have actually committed a crime to intervene in a way that can protect our society. That's what has to be changed, is the legislation, so we can act before a crime.
Sanjay, you study the brain all the time. Are there chemical imbalances here? Are there chemical problems that could create a killer like this?
I think so, Wolf, and I think, I agree with your guest as well that, I mean, look, these things, they used to be sort of in the realm of the anecdotal. Now there's objective evidence of what we can see happening, certainly in the brain. There may be people who are more predisposed or set up for it, and then something pushes them over the edge. It's unclear, obviously, in most of these situations. But, I think that to think of mental illness as a real disease, and when you start thinking about it like that, it changes everyone's perspective. You think about it more like you would think of someone who has heart problems, again, or cancer or diabetes. It changes everyone's perspective, again, in terms of how you potentially think about it within your own family, potentially getting it diagnosed and treated. Again, I agree with your guest that it's hard to do sometimes. We're not talking about, having somebody show up and take a family member away. We're talking about someone, being able to talk about it openly, make sure that they have the resources that they can go see somebody. It's not easy. It's not even available for many people around the country, Wolf.
And if no one, Lisa, has committed a crime yet, but there are these signs out there. There are letters, I want to go out there and kill people, and they're going to practice ranges. Is it usually an indication of a psychiatric problem that can be treated, for example, with medicine?
Well, sure, if you can get them to take the medicine. But usually when you have a person that's like that, they won't acknowledge that there's anything wrong. Try getting them into treatment. Try getting them to take that pill. They won't do it. That's not everybody. Not everybody's out there doing this. But for those who do, it's because they have most likely refused treatment. I'll bet you anything that most of the people that we're talking about, and the person we're talking about today, was clearly to his family a danger, and they just didn't know what to do, and they didn't have the legislation, and that's the problem, to back them up so that we could take action. Now, I'll just add this. A number of decades ago, we were very fearful that people would be thrown into a hospital just because they were different. We wanted to protect them, so we enacted all sorts of laws to protect people. We've gone too far in that direction. Now we have to face the reality and acknowledge that we have to step up our work getting people into treatment when they need it, and letting doctors make those decisions, not just lawyers and judges.
Lisa Van Susteren, thanks for that expertise. Sanjay, thanks to you as well. Let's bring you up to date on what we know so far in the deadly shooting massacre at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Connecticut. Once again, we're awaiting another live press conference from the Connecticut State Police. That's coming up just before the top of the hour, we're told. Here's what we know right now. 27 people are confirmed dead. 20 children, 6 adults, and the alleged shooter. We've also just learned in the last few minutes that the mother of the suspected shooter was found dead in her son's home near the school. We've also been told by a source that no body has been found at a house searched by authorities in Hoboken, New Jersey, although the search there continues. A law enforcement source says the alleged gunman was dressed in what are described as black battle fatigues and a military vest. A source says a semi-automatic weapon was found at the scene along with 2 handguns. The Connecticut Governor, Dan Malloy, has been meeting with some of the parents of the children who were killed in today's horrible tragedy. He spoke out just a little while ago.
You can never be prepared for this kind of incident. What has happened, what has transpired at that school building will leave a mark on this community and every family impacted. I only ask that all of our fellow citizens here in the United States and around the world who have already offered their assistance remember all of the victims in their prayers. To all of you in the media, we will do our best to keep you as informed as we can. After I'm done speaking, a representative of the state police will speak to you and give you some additional information. Earlier today, a number of our citizens, beautiful children, had their life taken away from them, as well as adults whose responsibility it was to educate and supervise those children.
Connecticut Governor Dan Malloy speaking out. Once again, we're awaiting another press briefing by the Connecticut State Police. That's supposed to happen before the top of the hour. CNN's Ashley Banfield is in Newtown, Connecticut right now. She's joining us once again. Ashley, describe a little bit more of the mood of what you're feeling over there, what you're seeing.
Yeah, sorry, just give me a call.
Well, you know, it seems every 10 minutes there's another dozen or so reporters, trucks, and gear that shows up here. This is obviously an extraordinary story of national importance and international importance. As international countries start to respond to this, it's obvious from the number of people who are coming to report it just how hard-hitting this has been for so many people. I want to just let you know some mechanics of how things are playing out here, Wolf. As the night falls over this town right now, the firehouse has been such a center for these parents and for Dan Malloy, the governor himself, who was the one who broke it to many of the parents who were still waiting there earlier this evening and had not been reunited with their children. He was the one who had broken it to those parents that if you haven't been reunited with your children by now, it's over. The problem is they can't make a positive identification and a formal notification to these parents because, as you heard the state police saying earlier, the ID process is going to be an overwhelming task with that many tiny bodies and those 6 adults as well. 18 little bodies that have to be identified. It is a massive crime scene, and it is a massive undertaking that undoubtedly will go on throughout the night. I also wanted to just let you know another detail, that the principal of this school, who was one of the victims of this shooting, she had just this fall instituted a brand new security system at this school in which, like in many schools, if you want to visit the school, you have to hit a buzzer, you're seen by an electronic monitoring system, and you have to be buzzed in. Those lock down by 9:30 in the morning. So before 9:30, you can go in and out of the school. It's much the same as a lot of other schools. After 9:30, it's the buzz-in process. So possibly this shooter got into the school before that lockdown happened, and who knows, since he had a connection to the school, according to police, that it would have been an easy access anyway. A couple of other things to let you know about. A basketball coach at the school has told CNN that he had 2 children in this school. They're okay, but that they are terrified tonight. So just some color from some of the parents who are coming out of the school and are reunited with their children. It's been extraordinarily difficult. And then, of course, this reporting from our Susan Candiotti with a law enforcement source saying that the mother of the shooter was found in her son's residence. Trying to put a lot of the pieces together here, Wolf, but the state police announced earlier that the shooter had targeted a person that he lived with, that it was a family member he lived with. Whether or not this was the mother's residence, the the kindergarten teacher who suffered at the hands of the shooter. Whether it was her residence or his residence, or whether they shared that residence, is still entirely unclear. But that is the secondary crime scene here in Connecticut tonight that they're looking into. As far as how this night is going to progress for not only those families who were affected by this, but also this entire town, there are 2 vigils that'll get underway about 7 o'clock tonight at 2 different churches. And then we've seen signs elsewhere for sort of smaller ad hoc vigils as well at restaurants and businesses. But definitely 2 vigils at 2 of the churches here in town that should get underway at 7 o'clock tonight. But I can't even describe the mood for you, Wolf. I'm sorry. It's one of those things that I think we'll all know where we were when we heard this news break.
You certainly will. And you live not that far away in Connecticut, Ashley. Give us a little sense of this town, Newtown, that maybe our viewers here in the United States and around the world are not familiar with this part of Connecticut, and they're certainly not familiar with this town.
It is very remote. Earlier today when this was breaking, I described it as sort of off the grid. Very remote, very rural, beautiful, gently rolling hills, thick wooded areas, large properties that are, few and far between the houses. They're nicely spread out. Definitely the kind of place you would say you could never imagine it happening here. I know a lot of people say that, but this is just not the kind of place that you would think something would happen like this. Not only that, it's remote in the sense that, yes, some people who live here do commute to New York City for work, but it's one of the longer commutes. I commute an hour every day out to where I live. This is a solid hour and a half. So it's a longer commute, but people who do this, people who live here for the safety, the security, and the terrific school systems. This is what you hear over and over. We came here because it's the place to be safe and secure and ensure that our children are going to have a great upbringing. And that's what we hear over and over. This is just so unbelievable to everyone that this could happen in a place that's so, it's just like a halcyon scene when you drive through here.
And right behind you in a few minutes, the Connecticut State Police will come once again and brief us on what's going on. They've been pretty cooperative, but they're not providing names yet. They're not providing specific information because this is an ongoing investigation, Ashley, as you well know, and it's only just beginning.
Yeah. Well, just imagine, I mean, the volley of bullets that were described to us earlier today from a parent who was in a meeting with some of the school the teachers, the principal, the school psychologist, and said that it sounded as though there was at least 100 rounds. So imagine the amount of investigation that has to go on before they can really piece together what happened here. And they have to do this. Obviously, with the reports that the shooter is dead, that does help in the matter in terms of not trying to mount a prosecution and collect that kind of evidence. But let me tell you, 18 little children's bodies are inside that school right now. 2 additional children were rushed to the hospital that died in the hospital. 6 adults' bodies are in that school right now, and the shooter himself is dead in one of those classrooms as well. What might be different, Wolf, than, say, investigating the Columbine massacre that, as compared to this one, is that the police tell us it was in a very concentrated area. You saw Tom Foreman's report showing the layout of the school. We're told it's essentially 2 rooms where most of the killings took place. It's so hard to say that because I know I'm talking about an elementary school, but that's essentially what they're up against right now. Positive identification of each and every one of those children and adults, and then, of course, the grand array of the bullets, the fragments, the damage, and the disaster that they have to piece together and try to come up with some kind of a forensic story.
We'll stand by for the next briefing right from behind you. Ashley, stand by for that as well. We're getting more information. We'll take a quick break, resume our special coverage right after this.
Everyone will carry this around forever. This town will never be the same, I'm sure. And what I find myself talking with other people about, I can't believe we're comparing this with some of the worst tragedies in the United States, the Columbine, the Virginia shooting.
26 people gunned down by a shooter, 6 adults, 20 children aged 5 to 10 in this small town in Connecticut, Newtown, Connecticut. It's very rare, if ever, we see the President of the United States cry during an address to the nation, but we did see that today when President Obama spoke to the country, not just as the commander-in-chief, but also as a father.
I know there's not a parent in America who doesn't feel the same overwhelming grief that I do. The majority of those who died today were children. Beautiful little kids between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. They had their entire lives ahead of them. Birthdays, graduations, weddings, kids of their own. Among the fallen were also teachers, men and women who devoted their lives to helping our children fulfill their dreams. So our hearts are broken today for the parents and grandparents, sisters and brothers of these little children, and for the families of the adults who were lost.
There's the White House right now. You can only imagine the conversation the President and the First Lady are having with their 2 daughters right now, like millions of other parents are having with their children. You saw the flag, half-staff, at the White House as well. The President ordered all flags, half-staff, between now and December 18th in memory of those killed today in Newtown, Connecticut, at the Sandy Hook Elementary School. Let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Jessica Yellen. Jessica, you've covered this president. Have you ever seen him like this before?
No, Wolf, I have never seen the president so emotional. He was crying not just in that clip you played, but throughout his comments today, openly wiping away tears the whole time and speaking in incredibly personal, emotional terms. The president, unfortunately, has come out and addressed the nation repeatedly after mass shootings. And Wolf, usually when he does it, he tries to find a silver lining. He talks about an heroic act by somebody who was with victims in that room, or a medical miracle that happened at the hospital, story of American resilience. But today the facts were just too grim. And instead of playing the role of consoler in chief, he, in essence, led the nation in grieving, in expressing our own sadness and in mourning. And you could see the president almost struggle for his own composure at one point. And he talked about, you know, his girls are slightly older than these kids, but you see how much it hit him on a personal level, and how he talked about this sort of being, without explicitly saying, but really a moment for everybody to put aside whatever differences we have and really focus on your own lives and what you can be grateful for and how you can help others. Well, if I'd also point out that he did say, while this is not a time to talk policy, and I'm going to quote here, "We're going to have to come together," he said, "and take meaningful action to prevent more tragedies like this, regardless of the politics." And we have to wonder whether that is an indirect reference to fighting for some of those assault weapons ban reinstatement that he once supported, or some other gun actions that he once stood for but has not fought for in his first term. We'll follow up on that at another time, Wolf.
Any indication when the president will be going to Connecticut?
No, I've asked at the White House, and they said they don't have any travel to announce to Connecticut. But you and I both know that will no doubt most likely appear on the president's schedule. I would guess sometime next week. I would also expect that at some point he would probably put in calls to either families of the victims or of the survivors. But I've also asked about that, and they have nothing there to report either yet, Wolf.
Jessica, thanks very much. Powerful moment over at the White House where we saw the president of the United States repeatedly wiping away tears as he spoke about this massacre at this school in Connecticut. We're standing by to hear from the Connecticut State Police. They're about to brief us once again on the latest information coming in. We'll have live coverage right after this. Looking at live pictures from Newtown, Connecticut. We're getting ready to hear from the Connecticut State Police once again. Momentarily, they'll be briefing us on the latest information coming in. We expect Lieutenant Paul Vance of the Connecticut State Police to tell us the latest information as we await this briefing. I want to bring in Tom Fuentes, our CNN contributor, the FBI's former assistant director. Tom, thanks very much for helping us in a situation like this. I want to clarify what we earlier, like other news organizations, were reporting that the suspected shooter was Ryan Lanza, age 24. We now believe the shooter was not Ryan Lanza. Ryan Lanza was taken into custody, we're told earlier in the day, that perhaps his brother was the suspected shooter. Perhaps the Connecticut State Police, Lieutenant Paul Vance, will clarify this, but we're getting more information on what's going on. So we do know that Lanza's mother was among those killed, found dead at her home near the school. She was a teacher at this school, the Sandy Hook Elementary School. When you heard all these details coming in, and you've studied these kinds of mass killings over the years, what did you think?
Well, to be frank, Wolf, as I was hearing the early reports, and you had many news organizations reporting who was where, who was killed, who was the shooter, and then when the police did their briefing, they wouldn't confirm it. So that told me immediately that there's a lot of false or at least confusing and conflicting information being put out, and the police were still in the process of trying to sort out exactly what they had and exactly the identity of that shooter. And so that's why oftentimes in the race to get news out first, it's not necessarily the right story.
What is the role of the FBI in a mass murder like this?
Well, in a case of this, whether it's one person or a mass murder, the police are in charge. So in this case,
the local police and the state police.
Well, that's to be worked out by agreement between the city, town, county, and state police. But it's a local matter. It's for the Connecticut authorities to determine who's in charge. If it was organized crime or if it was an act of terrorism, then it would be a federal violation. So as soon as they determine that the shooter is not a member of some neo-Nazi militia group or something where he's a terrorist.
If it were a hate crime, the FBI would get involved.
Or a hate crime. But as soon as it appears that it's going to be a disturbed individual, then pretty much the police are going to be in charge of this. Also, from the law enforcement standpoint, it really is not critical at that point whose case it will be. It doesn't appear there's going to be a prosecution if the shooter, the offender, is dead, and no other participants or co-conspirators are identified. So in this case, the police, the FBI, ATF, all other agencies from the area that would be working on this will be working very closely together, but it will be under the command of the local authorities.
Because Connecticut State Police says the shooter is dead. No one shot at the shooter, so we assume the shooter wound up killing himself after killing all these young kids and killing these adults, the teachers, the principal, and others inside. But potentially, if others may have known about this plan, there could be criminal prosecutions of others who may have known about it.
Well, there could be, but often there's not in these cases. You may have other members of the family or friends or neighbors who say, well, I knew he wasn't normal, I knew he had some problems, but I didn't think he would go this far. I didn't know he had guns. I didn't know he was planning the event. But that's part of what the investigation is going to be all about in the days ahead, is obtaining his email records and phone records to see who has he been in contact with and what did he tell them, what do others that knew him, what do they know about his thought process leading up to the event?
You've been involved in law enforcement your whole life. Is there anything we can learn from this and move forward to try to make sure it doesn't happen again?
No.
It's going to happen again.
It's going to happen again. We don't change anything of the basics. We haven't made the improvements to our mental health system to take care of people that are severely disturbed. We haven't done anything to prevent the severely disturbed from obtaining the weapons that are so prevalent in our society. So as long as you have disturbed people able to obtain weapons and act out with those weapons.
Because a lot of folks immediately, as soon as they hear this, they'll say, you know, their guns are assault weapons, guns are too available, too easy to get.
Well, what we say now is we can't talk about it. Everybody's in mourning, it's too soon, it's not appropriate. So at the time later when it is appropriate, we don't care. No. And nothing changes. And I had a daughter at Virginia Tech down the hall from the first shooting, the first 2 people that were killed in that dorm, 10 rooms away. So that hit home for me very closely. What's changed since then? Not one thing in the state of Virginia has changed. I don't expect much will change here.
Your daughter okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank God for that. Tom, thanks very much for coming in. Brian Todd is bringing us some of the most emotional reaction coming in so far today.
The account of a young boy said to be delivering an attendance report to the office at Sandy Hook Elementary School when the shootings took place is surreal.
I saw some of the bullets going past the hall that I was right next to, and then a teacher pulled me into her classroom.
He said he heard a sound like someone kicking a door. His mother, clinging to him, had words of thanks.
I'm just so grateful to the teacher who saved him.
Okay, thank you. The teacher, you think the teacher saved his life?
She definitely did. He had bullets going by him, and she grabbed him and another child and pulled them into a classroom.
Brendan Murray, a fourth grader, described the chaos.
I was in the gym at the time, and so the teachers, we heard like lots of bangs, and we thought that it was the custodian knocking stuff down. We heard screaming, and so we went onto, we went to the wall, and we sat down, and then a police came in. It's like, is he in here? Then he ran out. And then our teachers, then somebody yelled, get to a safe place. So we went to the closet in the gym, and we sat there for a little while. And then the police, were knocking on the door, and they're like, we're evacuating people, we're evacuating people.
CNN is only airing sound of children whose parents gave permission. As one woman walked away from the school, she was heard crying, why? Why? A policeman was heard saying it was the worst thing he'd seen in his career. A nurse from nearby Danbury Hospital described the scene there as parents waited for word about their children.
These parents were waiting for their children to come out. They thought that they were, still alive. There's 20 parents that were just told that their children are dead. It was awful.
The father of a young girl who survived was just trying to process it all.
It was shocking.
All right, here he is, the governor of Connecticut, Dan Malloy.
Across the world who we have heard from in the ensuing hours since this unspeakable and tragic event occurred here. As you know, there are a number of victims, teachers, support personnel in the building, and children, beautiful, beautiful children who had simply come to school to learn. And their day ended a very different way than any of us could possibly have imagined. And quite frankly, as we stand here today, still can't imagine what transpired there. Evil visited this community today. And it's too early to speak of recovery, but each parent, each sibling, each member of the family has to understand that Connecticut, we're all in this together. We'll do whatever we can to overcome this event. We will get through it, but this is a terrible time for this community and for these families. Our police personnel and others are doing the utmost to clear this situation as soon as possible and to return these children to their parents or these loved ones to their fellow loved ones as quickly as possible. And we'll work with all of the residents of this community and Connecticut to make sure that we do, in fact, get through this. I was mayor of Stamford on 9/11 when our state lost many of its citizens, and I lost a number of my fellow citizens and friends. I never thought that in a public career that I would have to face these kinds of circumstances, or that they would visit themselves upon this community or the people of Connecticut. We'll get through this. Our prayers at this time have to go out to the families. And so as I began by thanking those who have expressed their desires to be helpful, the number one way to be helpful is to say a prayer or send a best wish or to be thinking of these individuals who have suffered so mightily today. Thank you.
That's the governor of Connecticut, Dan Malloy. I think we're going to be hearing from Lieutenant Paul Vance as well, from the Connecticut State Police. If he comes to those microphones, of course, we're anxious to hear what he says. It looks like he's not speaking over there, but we will continue to monitor what's going on. A horrific day in Connecticut as we're watching this story unfold. The breaking news continuing to explode, not only here in the United States, but around the world. We want to welcome our viewers from around the world. The state police lieutenant, Paul Vance, he tells me authorities are interviewing everyone who possibly had any connection to the suspected gunman. Kate Baldwin is here. She's helping us with our coverage as well. This is a story that continues to resonate for parents, grandparents, loved ones. Everyone knows kids, kindergartners, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade. And a situation like this unfolds, it's hard to believe.
Everyone will be has been affected by this and will continue to be affected by this. I mean, the governor, I think, said it well and very simply put, that evil has visited that town today. I think that's absolutely at least one thing that we can all be sure of that has happened. Wolf, the investigation is unfolding. The grieving, though, is only beginning. A church vigil, many are underway and due to start soon in Newtown, where this tragedy has unfolded. Let's bring in our Jason Carroll, who is out on the ground there. Jason, are you at the site of the vigil?
That is correct. That vigil expected to take place just at about 7 o'clock here at St. Rose Lima Church. And a little earlier, I had the opportunity to speak to the deacon here. And it was a very emotional discussion. He told me that throughout the day, at least 100 people have come through the doors at the church here, trying to find peace, looking for answers, trying to find some sort of comfort. So he has been doing that throughout the day, and this is personal to him. It's personal to this community. He told me that a number of the victims went to church here. This is where these children had their first communion. This is where they sat in the pews with their parents and listened to sermons. He knew some of the victims, and he talked about that just a little earlier. Take a listen.
This is a very tight-knit community. It's a very large parish, a dynamic parish. Everybody knows everybody here. And I don't know for sure, but I'm sure that quite a few of the kids that we lost today are in this parish.
Was it Wolf? And I can also tell you that in terms of what people are asking is there are lots of questions. They're asking questions, why? Why did something like this happen? And he said because of the newness of it all, there's no way to try to answer that with something profound. But he did say this, he said, quote, there are some questions that are only meant for God to answer. And he said that is what he's telling people. Listen to a little bit more in terms of what he had to say about that.
I heard one of the victims, I'm not sure about it, but I heard that one of the victims, recently I think it was like birthday money. She gathered up her birthday money, her birthday gifts, and she donated it to the parish to give for the Hurricane Sandy victims. She's 6 years old. So that makes it very, very personal and very intimate.
And that was when he was telling me about a 6-year-old girl, one of the victims, he says, who went to this church. He used to look at this girl every Sunday. So you can imagine how painful it is for him, how painful it is for this community. Once again, the vigil is expected to take place here just at about 7 o'clock. When I asked what will be happening, he said this is unlike any vigil, obviously, they've ever had in the past, and so a lot of it's going to be off the cuff. He said there will be a mass. He said it's expected to last for about an hour. He said all we can continue to do throughout the night, throughout the coming days, throughout the coming weeks is be there and be there to try to provide comfort to these grieving families.
Jason, I mean, it seems that the deacon himself is struggling for words and how to cope with this. Has he at all been contacted by any of the families, anyone from the school? I mean, it seems it is a very small community there.
He has been in contact with the families. Some of the other priests here have been down at the firehouse consoling the families throughout the day. And he has children himself, so this is personal for him. They did not go to this elementary school, but to another one. But he knew these children. He knew the faculty at the school. The faculty sat in these pews as well. And so not only does he have to provide comfort to some of the victims' families, but he also has to try and find understanding himself because, in his words, he's got to be the rock. He's got to be the person here providing the support, which is difficult for him. He said what he's going to do is he's going to take a little bit of a break, go home, hug his own daughter, give thanks, and come back and provide the support that is so badly needed here.
Yeah, being that rock, much easier said than done at a time like this when such unspeakable tragedy has hit such a small community. Jason Carroll, live outside where a vigil will be starting in just about an hour from now. Jason Carroll, thanks so much.
What a powerful, powerful report. Let me just remind our viewers what's going on for those who may just be tuning in. Around 9:40 a.m. this morning, a man went into a small elementary school in Newtown, Connecticut, and began killing people, 26 people altogether, 6 adults and 20 children. This is a small elementary school, the Sandy Hook Elementary School. Fewer than 600 children in that school. Only grades kindergarten through 4th grade inside. We have no idea the motive, what was behind what was going on. 26 people were killed, and then the shooter, we believe, killed himself. Separately, the mother of the shooter, we believe, was killed separately at a home not far away from this school. You're looking at live pictures coming in from Newtown, Connecticut right now. The police are continuing their investigation, and I suspect the Connecticut State Police will be briefing us fairly soon. These are pictures coming in from the Sandy Hook Elementary School. Susan Candiotti is on the scene for us, as she's been now for several hours. Update our viewers. What's the latest, Susan?
Well, the latest, Wolf, is that in addition to trying to piece all of this together to find out the motive, more about the shooter, we also understand that for a few hours now, police took into custody, or at least took someone in for questioning, someone who's been identified to us by sources as a brother of the dead shooter here involved in this school incident, the school shooting. And they're asking him questions about his brother. He is not being called a suspect at this time, but they do want to try to find out at the very minimum what information he may have about the dead gunman here at the school. Also trying to find out more about the mother of the shooter, who you know has been identified as a school teacher. And of course, she was found dead, we are told by sources, at a residence nearby the school here. So all of these pieces and parts of the puzzle being worked on at this moment by investigators to try to find out exactly what led into this and what the timeline was as well, Wolf. For example, was the mother shot before all of this began? We don't know. Wolf?
You can only imagine if the shooter, though, Susan, was found dead at the scene, no one shot him. We assume the shooter committed suicide, and all that took place between 9:30 and 10 a.m. or so, approximately 20 minutes or half an hour. The assumption I have is that the shooter presumably killed his mother at the home before driving over to the school.
That seems to be, of course, a fair assumption here, but no one officially is saying that. In fact, they haven't even officially released the name of the gunman in this case. We do know from sources they recovered at least 3 weapons from the scene, 2 of them handguns, including a Glock and a Sig Sauer, and another one, a semi-automatic weapon identified as a .223 Bushmaster. We don't know how many bullets were fired. Of course, you've heard a number of witnesses say that there were a lot of bullets that were heard. And we also do not know, I've been trying to find out, for example, how much ammunition the shooter came to the school with. And did he have any extra magazines with him, gun magazines, ammo? Those are the kinds of things we're also trying to find out, Wolf.
We'll be getting more information in the hours to come. Susan, thanks very much. Tom Foreman is joining us now. He's been looking at the layout of this school, and what are you seeing, Tom?
You know, Wolf, Susan was just raising a good point there, as you have this whole time. Piecing all this together is grim and difficult work because there are so many moving parts to this equation. That's what investigators are trying to do right now. And in more than 30 years of covering massacres and school shootings, I'm afraid, I've seen this happen many times. The early hours, it's hard to know exactly what the timeline was, exactly how things unfolded, but we're piecing it together as best we can as well. So take this timeline as being a bit loose, but we'll work our way through it. About 9:30 this morning in this school, classes were underway here. They had a good crowd in there, about 600 students in the school, 50 faculty members, and at that time, a meeting had just broken out up at the beginning of the school here. There was a small meeting with the principal, the vice principal, a school psychologist, a few other adults up here in a room near the office, and school was underway. School actually started at 9:05, so at 9:30, about a half an hour underway, they had been going up there. So at 9:40-ish, as best we can tell, it's a little different depending on whom you talk to, sometime around 9:40 is when it would appear that this gunman enters the building. How? Well, we don't really know. Police have spent an awful lot of time today. You may keep seeing pictures of a black car right up here. They've been looking at that car right here. If that is connected to the crime, as we would think, and based on what the eyewitnesses have said, that would suggest the gunman came right in through the front door here. This little red part here is actually a sort of a covered walkway. He would have come right in through here as best we can tell, and everything that transpired seems to have been somewhere in this general area. It did not spread out through the entire school. Nonetheless, as soon as he came in, from all we hear from various people there, people throughout this entire building started hearing shots being fired. Some of them thought it sounded like hammering, some of them heard loud bangs, but some of them also knew what it was. By 9:41, we had calls going in to 911. The principal, vice principal, and school psychologists who were in that meeting came out and went toward the gunfire, according to a witness. They headed toward it, but only the vice principal returned, and the vice principal was wounded in the leg or the foot. It's not clear which when they came back into the meeting room there. Nonetheless, at this point, everything is clearly in the school getting very tense because people know that something is going on that's very bad there. Now, the timeline gets even looser at this point because we don't know how the progress of the gunfire went. We know that the people who were in this meeting and witnesses up here said they heard a tremendous number of shots. We know they heard yelling and screaming. Authorities say the actual shooting happened over a relatively short period of time for all the shots that apparently were fired, and the gunman did not roam around, but again, generally, from all accounts, stayed right in this area in 2 rooms in terms of where all the shooting happened, and in fact, he was found in one of those rooms. Now, at the same time that all of this is happening, and again, bear in mind that this is a very loose timeline we're talking about here, the teachers are trying to protect students all over this school. In some cases, they seem to be trying to get some of them out. In many other cases, they're trying to hide them within the school. They're locking the doors, going into lockdown, as people describe it, and saying they have to stay there and be safe. Again, that's not really clear because some of the students are talking about being evacuated, and it's not clear if a teacher tried to lead them out or, as in this case, law officers were leading them out, which happened a little bit later. The bottom line is, though, as this progressed, the gunfire seems to have stopped, and at some point, we're not exactly sure when, law officers arrived on the scene from both the local police and the state police. The local police had said to the state police, we know we have a serious issue here. It is not clear when in this process the gunman dies somewhere up in here. We do know from lawmen that none of the officers fired a shot during this time. So as you suggested a moment ago, Wolf, that would suggest that somehow he shot himself at that point. But we do know that when these officers arrive at this school, they quickly seal the entire school off and they spread into the school rapidly, locking down everything, making sure there's no other gunmen, and frankly, looking for those children who are hiding in there. And I know from past school shootings, this can be a very, very dangerous time simply because these officers are possibly looking for a gunman, but they're suddenly walking past closets that are opening and people are coming out. And they walk past doorways and people emerge behind them. It's a very dangerous, tense time when officers have to be very professional and discipline to make sure something awful beyond the horrid event that's already happened does not occur. Bottom line is those officers went in, they secured the school, they started clearing the kids out of the school, and when all is said and done, this whole event probably took 20 to 25 minutes, maybe 30, Wolf, from a normal morning at school to this tremendously awful event that will be around a long time. And now comes the long, complicated work of figuring out exactly how those events unfolded and when. Wolf?
I can only imagine the horror that these parents, the kids, they felt as this was unfolding. Tom, thanks very much for that update on what we know right now. Mary Snow is in Newtown for us as well. Mary, I understand you just spoke with a mother and a child, the child who was in the school during the shooting?
Yes, Wolf, and we're outside a church where people have been coming to come and just say some prayers. A mother took her 9-year-old boy here a short while ago, and he's a third grader in the school, and he described for me what that horror was like. He said he heard gunshots, he heard yelling, and then at one point it was his teachers told the children to hold hands and to run as fast as they could and to not look into the principal's office as they passed. And he said he did. They ran out of the school, and then they were taken to a firehouse, and that is where parents were reunited with their children. It's obviously, talking to him and his mother, just so stunned, and they felt they'd come here just for a short time for some peace. And people have been filing in. There is going to be a vigil here later tonight, and others are coming out talking about stories that they've heard of teachers really trying to protect these children.
Mary, you were outside the suspect's mother's, the suspect's house, I guess, where the mother was found dead inside. Describe what you saw there.
You know, police were on the scene for several hours, and it was blocked off. From where we were standing, I was told by some of the residents that the house was about a quarter of a mile in the road, so we couldn't get that close to the house. But there were more than a dozen law enforcement vehicles. By the time we got there, the road was blocked off. We saw SWAT teams at the scene. And then in the 3 o'clock hour, we did see an ambulance leave that house. But residents were evacuated. One woman I talked to said that police came to her door at around 11 o'clock in the morning and told her she needed to leave right away. And she said she was escorted back for a short time later in the afternoon, but then was told again to get out. And as far as I know, is still out of that home.
Mary, we'll stand in close touch with you. Obviously, you're collecting more information as this story unfolds. Kate.
As Mary was just recounting her conversation with one student and their mother as this all unfolded early this morning, let's take a listen to another student and her parent as they open up about what happened.
It was like right near the window in our classroom, and like we saw like police officers, and we heard them on the roof and in our building.
I was pretty shaken up. Didn't know, you know, who or what happened. I knew there were shooters in the building or a shooter. Just worried about who else is left in the building at this time.
It doesn't even seem real. It just does not seem like it's even possible. It's like you read it in the paper or see it in the news, you're like, oh my God, that poor family. And then you have something happen so close to home. It's like, I think I'm still in shock, to be honest with you.
Then the police, were knocking on the door, and they're like, we're evacuating people. So we ran out. There's police about at every door. They're leading us down this way, quick, come on. Then we ran down to the firehouse. There's a man pinned down to the ground with handcuffs on, and we thought that was the victim. We really didn't get a good glance at him because he was, there's a car blocking it. Plus we were running really quick.
It may not seem real, but you can be sure the reality of this tragedy is setting in for so many families this evening. CNN will be providing updates on ways you can help the victims of this tragedy and their families. Go to CNN.com/impact for the latest information on that. We'll be right back.
We just told a little boy about his sister now, and it's just to see his heart, you know, like, who am I going to play with, he said. I have nobody to play with now, so, excuse me.
So many people have been moved, understandably so. I don't know how people can cope right now, Kate, with what's going on.
Words cannot express. I mean, you can just see the sorrow on everyone's face. You can see the pain even in the president's words today. This is just a moment when it is difficult to even wrap your mind around how this could happen in one town.
And the president of the United States has to hold back tears and starts crying, speaking to the American people.
It is a national
You understand
tragedy.
what's going on. I spoke just a little while ago with Declan Procaccini. His 8-year-old daughter attends the Sandy Hook Elementary School. Tell us where you were, what was going on, your connection to the school, Declan.
My daughter's a 3rd grader, and she was there actually in her reading class, and they heard bangs, and thank God for Mrs. Summers, because her reading teacher grabbed my daughter and brought her into a bathroom and locked the door, along with another teacher, and in a short time, some police somehow was able to get them out of there and escort them through the hallways. And unfortunately, it was a pretty messy scene for my daughter.
Earlier in the day, I spoke with your wife, Lisa. She says your daughter seems to be okay. You also have a 10-year-old son. How are the kids doing now?
You know, I don't know if my daughter's in shock or not, but from what she told me she saw, she's doing incredibly well. You know, my son's doing great too, but of course there's just a lot of fears that this kind of thing, I mean, the game's changed from this point onward, so.
What does that mean when you say the game has changed? What do you?
I mean, my kids are already asking when's this going to happen again. You know, it was only a week ago that we were talking about this type of situation, and I said the chances of it happening are 1 in a zillion at Sandy Hook, and I was wrong about that. So
we know, Declan, you knew the principal, Dawn Hochsprung, well. She was killed in this mass murder today. Tell us a little bit about her.
She was just so nice, and she loved her job, and she actually on a couple occasions went out of her way, you know, just to help us with certain things that we were working on with our daughter. This is all so surreal, so please forgive me if I'm a little cloudy right now.
No, believe me, we appreciate what you're going through. We can't even imagine what you're going through. John King is with us as well. He's got a question.
Sir, sadly, in any community, when tragedy like this happens, there are always questions about the notification system. How did you first learn? How specific was that information? And obviously, the officials at the school were dealing with a tragedy on the scene. But do you think that part of it was handled appropriately?
I think it's the best they could do. I mean, I don't know how you really prepare for something this crazy. My wife called me. I work down in New York, and my wife called me and told me there had been a shooting, and so I rushed home. My wife was already in town, and she ran there. And but so far, the Newtown school system has been great in leaving automatic phone updates with all the parents.
What a sad story. A quick question before I let you go, Declan. At some point, you're going to have to make a decision about letting your kids go back to the Sandy Hook Elementary School. What are you going to do?
Well, I mean, this is also new. I mean, I've been talking to my kids and just explaining, look, this is what happened, and you do your best to communicate with them, and you do your best to, you know, it's funny, a bomb hit, there's a lot of smoke, and it's still here, it's still here, and I haven't had enough time to really plan, but hopefully by the time they do go back to school, I'll have done a good enough job at talking to my kids and making them feel at least the most comfortable they could.
And how's your wife, Lisa, doing?
Well, she's hanging in there.
Well, please give all of them our love, our sympathy, our support, and we wish them only the best. Declan Procaccini is a parent of 2 kids from that Sandy Hook Elementary School. We're following the breaking news here in the Situation Room. One of the worst school shootings in American history, even more horrific because the carnage was at an elementary school. Here's what we know right now. Police say a gunman killed 20 children and 6 adults at the Sandy Hook Elementary School in the small Connecticut town of Newtown. These were young kids, including kindergartners. Terrified children were led out of the school after the shooting this morning, holding on to one another. Parents rushed to the scene to find out if their children were dead or alive.
All these parents were waiting for their children to come out. They thought that they were, still alive. There's 20 parents that were just told that their children are dead. It was awful.
Police have not identified the gunman, but they say he did die at the scene, apparently killing himself. We're told the mother of the suspected shooter also has been found dead at her son's home in Newtown. An emotional President Obama wiped away tears as he offered support and prayers for the families of the victims of the school tragedy.
This afternoon, I spoke with Governor Malloy and FBI Director Mueller. I offered Governor Malloy my condolences on behalf of the nation and made it clear he will have every single resource that he needs to investigate this heinous crime, care for the victims, counsel their families. We've endured too many of these tragedies in the past few years, and each time I learn the news, I react not as a president, but as anybody else would, as a parent. And that was especially true today. I know there's not a parent in America who doesn't feel the same overwhelming grief that I do. The majority of those who died today were children. Beautiful little kids between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. They had their entire lives ahead of them. Birthdays, graduations, weddings, kids of their own. Among the fallen were also teachers, men and women who devoted their lives to helping our children fulfill their dreams. So our hearts are broken today for the parents and grandparents, sisters and brothers of these little children, and for the families of the adults who were lost. Our hearts are broken for the parents of the survivors as well. For as blessed as they are to have their children home tonight, they know that their children's innocence has been torn away from them too early, and there are no words that will ease their pain. As a country, we have been through this too many times. Whether it's an elementary school in Newton, or a shopping mall in Oregon, or a temple in Wisconsin, or a movie theater in Aurora, or a street corner in Chicago, these neighborhoods are our neighborhoods, and these children are our children. And we're going to have to come together and take meaningful action to prevent more tragedies like this, regardless of the politics. This evening, Michelle and I will do what I know every parent in America will do, which is hug our children a little tighter, and we'll tell them that we love them, and we'll remind each other how deeply we love one another. But there are families in Connecticut who cannot do that tonight, and they need all of us right now. In the hard days to come, that community needs us to be at our best as Americans, and I will do everything in my power as president to help. Because while nothing can fill the space of a lost child or loved one, all of us can extend a hand to those in need, to remind them that we are there for them, that we are praying for them, that the love they felt for those they lost endures not just in their memories, but also in ours. May God bless the memory of the victims. And in the words of Scripture, heal the brokenhearted and bind up their wounds.
There you see the White House, a live picture from the White House, flag flying at half-staff, not only the White House, all federal buildings in Washington, around the country, military bases in honor of those 26 people who were murdered at that small school in Connecticut. You know, Kate, it's not often, if ever, you see a president of the United States break down like that.
Absolutely not. I mean, he's known to be very stoic, and many even going as far as saying he can come off as, you know, standoffish even sometimes, but very much not the case today. I mean, he said our hearts are broken today. I think everyone watching the video and everyone watching how this has all unfolded throughout the day shares that, and are all asking the same question. How did this happen? Why did this happen? And everyone's searching for if there are any kind of words that could be said to try to help these families begin to heal, but we all know that nothing can fill that void right now.
And he broke down the first time when he said these kids were 5 years old to 10 years old, and he spoke as a parent.
As soon as he says
because
that,
he's got two girls he sends to school every day. You assume they're safe, they're secure, they're going to come home. Millions and millions of people do that every single day, and then what happens like this? All of a sudden, boom! It's such a shock. Dr. Drew Pinsky is joining us right now for a little analysis. Dr. Drew, you see the president breaking down. People are breaking down all over the country right now just listening to the president.
No, Wolf, that's absolutely right. One of the most important things he did there was to show us, reflect for us, feelings that we are all feeling. And I don't know about you, every 5 minutes I'm sort of taken over by a wave of a different feeling. I've gone from heartbreak, like he mentioned, and when I see him speak, I'm reminded of that feeling. Then I go to anger and rage and disgust. 10 minutes ago, I was feeling numb and fatigued and depleted, and now I'm back to disgusted again. I'm just completely disgusted that we are here having this conversation about yet again another unbelievably senseless act. There is no reason for this. But I will tell you this, one of the things the president did say is that we need to say our prayers for the families that have lost someone in Connecticut, which categorically we do. But I will tell you what, each and every one of us have to pay attention to our children in our families tonight, because every family in America is affected by this event. That amazing interview you played a few moments ago from Declan, the father of a young one at the school, his children were asking him, Daddy, when is this going to happen again? That's the world we live in, Wolf, where some people are being pushed in front of subways, people are opening, they're not safe in the mall, they're not safe in their elementary school. When is this going to happen again? It's incumbent upon us, our households, our communities, to make sure now it never happens again.
And Dr. Drew, how do you begin? What is your advice to parents as they're watching this? You know, kids are very perceptive and can pick up signals from their parents and can see all this unfolding on the television if they're watching it.
Absolutely.
What is your advice to parents and how they begin to explain this to children? Because it's impossible for even us as adults to try to begin to wrap our minds around something like this.
That's right. It's important to help them make a narrative out of it, to try to identify their feelings, to reflect back to them that it's appropriate to be scared, that it's reasonable to be confused, that this is senseless, but it's really our job to lead our families out of this and make them feel secure. You know, think about our family systems in this country today. Not every child feels secure and safe in their family. And it is incumbent upon the big people to take care of the little people so that horrible things like this don't happen when they grow up. So really, it's double down, make your kids feel safe, allow them to express their feelings, but let them know that you will be sure that they grow up and flourish, because that is your job.
And one quick final question, Dr. Drew. A little child sees mommy or daddy crying right now.
It's good.
And they say, Mommy, Daddy, why are you crying? What do you say?
You say it's good. I'm having feelings about these poor people that have lost something. I'm having a feeling. Don't worry. You know, it's not because of you. You know, children will feel that everything that happens in their life is because of them, and everything that has happened in the world is going to happen to them. So they feel vulnerable because other kids have been hurt, and they're going to feel out of control when they see you be emotional. But just express it. I think the president did a wonderful job today of really modeling that sort of behavior for each and every one of us. But it's also important for us to hear from our leaders that it's going to be okay. The governor of Connecticut said Connecticut will get through. Those are more the reassuring words that we all have to hear so we can each individual lead our communities, lead our households.
Dr. Drew Pinsky from our sister network, HLN. Dr. Drew, thanks very much. Powerful, very important words. Let's take another quick break. Resume our special coverage of this horrific tragedy in Connecticut right after this.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Susan Candiotti is on the scene for us in Newtown, Connecticut. Susan, I understand you're getting new information about the shooter.
That's right. And contrary to conflicting information that investigators themselves had earlier and had passed on, we can now tell you, according to several sources, that the name of the shooter in this case is Adam Lanza. He is 20 years old, and his brother's name is Ryan Lanza. It is Adam Lanza, 20 years old, who is the shooter. His brother Ryan is the one that was taken away for questioning by authorities in Hoboken, New Jersey, and it's expected that he will be released. He is not considered a suspect. We don't know when he will be released. And we also have this additional information that the father of the shooter in this case also has been questioned, but there is absolutely no indication that he is considered a suspect in any way in this case. He is divorced from Nancy Lanza, who is identified as a victim in this case, and he remarried and lives in the area, the same area where this shooting occurred. So that is the new information that we have about now. We have the name of the shooter as Adam Lanza, 20 years old. His older brother, Ryan, 24 years old, is the one who was questioned in Hoboken, New Jersey. He is expected to be released. We don't know when. The father of both of them also questioned for information about the shooter in this case, his son, but there is no indication that the father is considered a suspect in any way. Wolf?
All right, so just to recap, the video that we saw of somebody being taken away, that is Ryan Lanza. There it is, courtesy of our affiliate, right, WCBS in New York. That is Ryan Lanza. I believe he's 24 years old. He's the older brother of the man now suspected of being the shooter, Adam Lanza, who's 20 years old. There you see the police officer taking Ryan Lanza away. Their mother, Nancy Lanza, was found dead in the house in Newtown. That's right. Right, Susan?
That's right. That is correct. She was found dead at that residence here in Newtown. And we are still waiting for all of these names to be officially released by authorities. They haven't done so yet, but we've been able to confirm this through several law enforcement sources.
And the parents are divorced, and so the father lives elsewhere. And there's no indication he had any knowledge of anything along these lines. Isn't that right?
There's no indication of that at all. No indication of that at all, Wolf.
All right, Susan, thanks for clarifying that. And I suspect those microphones behind you will be used fairly soon. The Connecticut State Police, local law enforcement, I assume, will be coming to brief the news media on specific information. But there you have it, Kate, the latest information
coming
from
in,
Susan Candiotti coming in.
Reporting for us. Let's go to producer Adam Reese. He's on the ground in Hoboken, New Jersey. He's on the phone with us. Adam, we were just seeing video from our affiliate WCBS of the suspected shooter's brother. We're looking at it again here. This is the brother of the suspected shooter. This man's name that you're seeing in this video is Ryan Lanza, we are told, and the shooter is, as Susan Candiotti is learning from sources, is Adam Lanza. What more are you learning on the ground in Hoboken this evening?
Well, the police here have just opened up the streets outside his apartment, 1313 Grand. The name of the building is called the Metropolitan. The police have just dropped the police tape, opened up the streets. There's still several officers and an FBI agent in front of the building, making sure only residents go into the building. As you just reported, the shooter's brother, Ryan Lanza, was taken from this apartment building earlier today in handcuffs. He looked a little bit dazed based on the video we saw. The building is a 5-story building, 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments. It's a residential neighborhood. Hoboken is a growing community of professionals. It's right on the water facing Manhattan. In addition to Ryan Lanza, 2 roommates were taken into custody. They were taken in for questioning, but they are not believed to be associated with the shooting, at least according to the police chief who briefed the media here earlier today. So there's still plenty of media, but I can say the scene here has quieted down quite a bit.
And Adam, you said that the authorities seem to be opening up the street near this apartment building where Ryan Lanza lives. Obviously, we must take that as an indication that they don't think that there's any more investigation that needs to occur there, which jives, which works with the reporting from Susan Candiotti that her sources say that she believes that Ryan Lanza will be released from police custody at some point. She just doesn't know when.
That's my understanding as well. That he will be released at some point, that he is being questioned, and apparently we are told he is being cooperative, and we are waiting for his return here at the apartment building.
All right, Adam Rees for us on the ground in Hoboken, New Jersey. Many threads to follow in this still developing story and this tragedy as we're watching. Adam, thank you so much.
And Joe Johns is here, our crime and justice correspondent. You're getting more information on the weapon or weapons that were used today?
Right. We're talking about 3 different guns here, a Glock, a Sig Sauer, and a Bushmaster 223. That, of course, was the kind of weapon that was used in the Beltway sniper shootings years and years ago. 2
handguns and 1 assault weapon.
Right, an assault weapon.
Yeah.
So it turns out, according to law enforcement sources who have talked to our Carol Craddy, that all 3 of these weapons were registered to the mother of the shooter.
Nancy Lanza.
Nancy Lanza, that's right. We don't know anything more about that. We do know that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms does lots and lots of tracing of these weapons whenever you have a situation like this. They believe that they're going to go through all their traps, but bottom line is these weapons were apparently purchased legally by Nancy Lanza, not by the shooter, Adam Lanza. And that apparently is the end of the investigation.
Adam Lanza is dead, apparently took his own life. The 20-year-old shooter. Nancy Lanza is dead. She was killed.
That's right.
Presumably at the house in Newtown, Connecticut. And this information that Carol Craddy, I'm getting some information from her as well. These are records that come in from the Connecticut Firearms Registration System, which is a pretty sophisticated gun control operation in Connecticut.
Yeah, it's a complicated trace that the ATF has to go through. They have to go to the manufacturer, then they have to go to the first distributor, then they have to go to the first purchaser. And if there's another purchaser, then they have to follow the chain all the way through. That's the way the law works. But a lot of times in these big cases, they're able to look at this situation, find out who owned the guns, who purchased the guns very quickly. And apparently the authorities have been able to run those traps.
And then what she's also suggesting, and I think you have this as well, the Glock and the Sig Sauer handguns were found inside the school.
And the Bushmaster outside.
The Bush was found in the car.
Right.
So obviously that was not used, at least not in killing these kids and the teachers, the principal.
Absolutely. And so the question is, at least one of the many questions that we've been asking the authorities and haven't been able to get to yet, is whether the magazines on those weapons were the large extended magazines or whether they were the magazines that typically come with the firearms. That'll be interesting because that's all part of the gun control debate, whether those magazines are appropriate for people to have just on the streets.
Yeah, we saw the pictures of those guns, and obviously they killed a lot of people. Kate.
Now, I think let's take you to some live pictures, I believe, that we have at St. Rose of Lima Roman Catholic Church. This is where we were speaking to a couple of our correspondents on the ground earlier. This is where a vigil will be taking place starting really any minute now. This is in Newtown, Connecticut. And according to our correspondents on the ground, this has been a site where many people in the community have come to just seek some quiet, seek some solace. And Jason Carroll, our correspondent who's been on the ground, spoke with the deacon there earlier today, and even the deacon found it very hard to find. He was even lost for words, trying to figure out how to provide the kind of support and love to the many parishioners that will be coming there, obviously, for this vigil. I think we see cars streaming in. It could be starting any minute now, and you know we'll have much more live coverage of that as we'll be watching this unfold.
What can you say, a story like this? It's obviously a horrific, horrific tragedy. All of us everyone in the country, everyone in the world who might be watching right now can relate. You send a kid to school, somebody in kindergarten, or first grade, second grade, third grade. Joe, you're
Absolutely.
here.
I have
It's
2 kids.
just so sad to think about it. Let's take a quick break. Resume our coverage right after this. These are live pictures, by the way, you're seeing of the St. Rose of Lima Roman Catholic Church in Newtown, Connecticut. A vigil is about to begin right there. Just a few moments ago, we did get some reaction from someone who knew Adam Lanza, the suspected shooter in this case, the 20-year-old who went into that school and opened fire. Let's play that for our viewers.
It was just a kid.
Just a kid?
Just a kid.
Never antisocial?
No, I'm just gonna... No.
Troublemaker?
No, definitely not.
Noticeable? Did he just kind of blend into the background?
Yeah. Nothing that would warrant any of this.
They're saying he went after his mom and her class of kids. Can you wrap your head around that?
No, I cannot. I don't know who do anything like this.
So your general sense is what?
This is unspeakable. I first heard about it. I'm still in shock. Excuse me a moment. I want to go.
Very difficult time for so many. Wolf.
That's a classmate of Adam Lanza, the 20-year-old shooter in this case, speaking out, saying he's just an average kid.
Just an average kid. We've heard that so many times.
You always hear that.
We always hear that every time.
Shocked by what's going on.
Yeah. The president, the first lady, and many people all across the country may be having some heartfelt and difficult conversations with their kids tonight. You can be sure of that in the wake of the horrific Connecticut school massacre. CNN's Lisa Sylvester has more on this.
If there's an image that sums up this story, it is this. Any parent out there can relate. Psychiatrist Charles Raisin is with the University of Arizona's College of Medicine.
How do you wrap your mind around something like this? With a good deal of heartbreak and with the understanding that it's going to take a while and that there will be people that were closely impacted by this who will never wrap their minds around this. Human minds are not infinite, and this is now appearing to be probably the worst schoolyard catastrophe in history. And so there's going to be a huge long-term fallout for this that is going to also impact people's emotional well-being, and we need to gear ourselves up for that fallout because it's coming, because this is a horrible thing.
The news out of Newtown is traumatic for parents and for children. This happened at a school where kids are supposed to feel safe.
How do you explain this to children? Well, again, it depends on the age of the child, but I think simple, forthright explanations are the best. And I think one of the things that I tell children is there are some bad people in the world, and sometimes bad people do really terrible things. And a terrible thing has happened, and there have been some children killed, and this is terrible, but you're safe, and you're safe, and you're in a situation now where you're not going to be harmed.
The American Academy of Pediatrics offers this advice. Take into account the age of the child and provide basic information without offering details that may only alarm them. Ask your children what they already know and answer questions. Parents can share their own feelings and the ways they're coping and find meaningful ways to help others.
Children are resilient, and what really matters now is how we help them understand what's happened, but even I think more important is the sense of protection and safety that we give them starting this moment and for the next weeks and months.
For those who witnessed, those children who saw, those who covered their eyes and ears to shut out the horror, they need time, love, and prayers. And President Obama said it. Parents are going to go home. They're going to hug their children. And even just to process this as a nation, that is going to take some time.
I think all of us are trying to deal with this. But you could just imagine if you're one of those parents who 20 kids killed.
There is not a parent out there that, people, it's not a cliche. I mean, this really is a parent's worst nightmare, is you send your kids off to school and you think they're going to be safe and they're going to come home and they don't. And that's heartbreaking. It really is. It really is heartbreaking.
Kate, thanks very much.
Lisa, thank you.
CNN's coverage of the Connecticut school shooting continues. Aaron Burnett out front starts right now.
Good evening. Breaking news.
News. I'm Ashley Banfield in for Aaron Burnett tonight in Newtown, Connecticut. It is the scene of one of the worst school shootings in the history of the United States. And we can report for you that police have now identified a school shooter as Adam Lanza, a shooter who killed 26 people today at the Sandy Hook Elementary School here in this small Connecticut town. 20 children were killed. 18 of them were pronounced dead right at the scene of the school. 2 of them were rushed to the hospital, hoping that they could save them. Those children died at the hospital. 6 adults at the school were also shot dead, and they died at the scene as well. Nancy Lanza, a teacher at the school and the mother of the suspected shooter, was also killed, but she was found dead in her son's home in Newtown. Adam Lanza, the 24-year-old brother, Ryan Lanza, was taken into police custody. Ryan Lanza taken into police custody for questioning in Hoboken, New Jersey earlier today. Officials have not labeled him a suspect, but he was taken away in handcuffs. His brother Adam died at the scene, but police are not saying at this point if he killed himself. Police did say that they did not discharge any of their weapons, and yet he was dead on the scene. A law enforcement source is also telling CNN that the shooter in this horrible tragedy was dressed in, quote, black battle fatigues and a military vest. The principal of this school, Dawn Hochsprung, was also among the dead. The school psychologist also killed in this shooting rampage in a meeting at the time the shooting began. The children were led away from the school this morning shortly after the first 911 calls came in. That began at 9:40 this morning, just after school had begun. Those shootings occurred in one section of the school, concentrated in one area, specifically 2 rooms in an area of the school. As the nation tuned in only to see detail after detail get worse, it is a nation in mourning. And tonight, there is a vigil outside the White House. The President Obama, ordering flags to fly at half-staff nationwide in a tribute to the victims of this terrible tragedy. An extraordinarily emotional president addressed the nation this afternoon.
I know there's not a parent in America who doesn't feel the same overwhelming grief that I do. The majority of those who died today were children. Beautiful little kids between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. They had their entire lives ahead of them. Birthdays, graduations, weddings, kids of their own.
The president incredibly emotional as he addressed reporters in the nation as these horrible details became more and more evident moment by moment today. My colleague Susan Candiotti has been working not only the scene of the shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary, but also police sources throughout this community as well. You've been able to find out some remarkable information throughout the day.
Well, it really has been stunning throughout the day to try to figure out a motive in this shooting, and we still don't know that the answer to that very important question right now. As you indicated, Ashley, what we are finding out is a little bit about this shooter, but not much, only that he was dressed in black military fatigues and a military-type vest. We also know that they discovered at least 3 weapons on the scene, 2 handguns, and
in fact, a Glock, a Sig Sauer, and a Bushmaster 223.
Exactly. Now, the Bushmaster 223 is a semi-automatic weapon, and we have pictures of that to show you the type of weapon it is, not the weapon in question, of course. But now we have yet to find out, for example, where those weapons came from. Were they legally purchased? Were they stolen? To whom were they registered? Where did they come from?
In fact, we've had some breaking news just in the last while that, in fact, those weapons, at least, I believe, 2 of them, were registered to the mother, Nancy Lanza. It's a very distressing detail, but it is indeed. At least 2 of those weapons. In fact, let me change that. At least 3 of the weapons registered to Nancy Lanza.
And of course, her body was found at a residence right here in the area.
This is an odd development because Susan and I have been trying to piece together when the police said that the shooter killed someone he lived with. And then we've now found out that Nancy Lanza was found in her son's home.
Exactly.
Putting two and two together, you'd want to come to a conclusion, but they are not releasing that.
And it may very well be the mother's home. When they say the suspect's residence, well, it may very well be where both of them lived together. And so that, again, makes one wonder, well, what prompted all of this? Was there something going on? It's hard not to speculate.
The confusion as well, Susan, throughout the day, the name Ryan Lanza was being reported fast and furiously. This is the brother who was taken away in handcuffs from the apartment in Hoboken for questioning, not under arrest and not a suspect.
That's right.
But for a long time, people were suspecting that Ryan Lanza might be the shooter, not the shooter, according to police.
That's right. There was conflicting information even among law enforcement authorities for hours now. Finally, it seems to be sorted out that, in fact, it is Ryan, as you said, who was led away for questioning, not considered a suspect, but they wanted to find out what they could about his brother.
Do we know anything about this family? I mean, police have said that apparently Adam Lanza did not have a criminal record, and yet this is one of the most horrific crimes perpetrated in the most horrific way. Do we know anything else about the family dynamics?
Well, we have been learning more about a bit about the brother, Adam, the shooter in this case, but we are still trying to get that confirmed with additional sources before we put that out officially. But we do know, for example, that the father of both of them was divorced from Nancy Lanza, the school teacher, and the boy's mother.
And did not live at this residence.
The father did not live at this residence, but in fact he has remarried and does live in this area of Newtown, Connecticut as well. So they've been talking to him, obviously, as well, to try to find out what information, if any, he may have, what clues, if any, he might possibly have had that led to this.
It's remarkable the amount of information that keeps pouring in, so I'm going to let you work your sources. I know you've been on the phone hour after hour. Susan Candiotti doing a terrific job at trying to piece together how this has all been happening. I want to take us now to Jason Carroll, my colleague, who is not far away from me here in Newtown, Connecticut, out in front of the St. Rosa of Lima Church, where a vigil is taking place. Can you set the scene for me there, Jason, please?
Well, as you can imagine, it's a very somber scene, and so many people here had tried to come out for this vigil. You can see behind me, there wasn't enough room for everyone inside the church. Hundreds of people packed inside the church and hundreds more outside the church. Right now, we're told Governor Malloy is speaking inside the church. A little earlier today, actually, I had the opportunities to speak with the deacon here, and like so many people in this community, he knew some of the victims, some of the children that lost their lives. Those were the same children that he used to stare at and see in the church every Sunday. Some of these children had their first communion here. He knew the school faculty. Some of the faculty came here to this church as well. And during a very emotional moment, I just want you to listen to part of the conversation that we had a little earlier about how all of this has affected him and the community.
This is a very tight-knit community. It's a very large parish, a dynamic parish. Everybody knows everybody here. And I don't know for sure, but I'm sure that quite a few of the kids that we lost today are in this parish. I heard one of the victims, I'm not sure about it, but I heard that one of the victims, recently I think it was like birthday money. She gathered up her birthday money, her birthday gifts, and she donated it to the parish to give for the Hurricane Sandy victims. She's 6 years old. So that makes it very, very personal and very intimate.
Personal for him and also painful, and not just for the deacon here, but for the hundreds of people that are packed inside the church and again outside the church, as you can see here, listening, trying to find some sort of comfort. The deacon also told me, Ashley, that throughout the day that he was counseling some 100 people who had come through the church doors looking for answers, just asking questions. And the big question, as you can imagine, most people that were coming in and asking was why all of this happened. And he said because of the newness of it all, he said that it was impossible to find a way to say something profound. But he did refer to one quote. He said, when everyone comes in and they ask me why, I put my arms around them and I say, asking why, some questions are only meant for God to answer. Little comfort, but that's all they can do at this point, trying to provide comfort as everyone here tries to get through this very painful moment. Ashley?
It's just an extraordinary time, and I can't imagine how they're going to find that comfort so soon after this has happened. Jason Carroll reporting for us live just across town from where I am right now. This has become a multi-state investigation. Police were searching a home in Hoboken, New Jersey earlier on today and ultimately took 24-year-old Ryan Lanza in for questioning. He was handcuffed as they led him away. He is believed to be the brother of the suspected shooter. They are not saying at this time he's a suspect in anything, just that he's wanted for questioning. My colleague John Berman is live in Hoboken. Tell me exactly what the police think any connection might be and why he would have been handcuffed, John.
Oh, you know, Ashley, at this point, we simply don't know. As you say, this has been the site of an enormous amount of activity, an enormous amount of questions, and now an enormous amount of confusion, really. You talked about that picture we saw earlier of Ryan Lanza being led from this apartment in handcuffs. He was taken in for questioning. Also, CNN has learned, taken in for questioning, two roommates, apparently, of Ryan Lanza, brought in for questioning. They are not believed to be connected in any way to the suspect, Adam Lanza. The Hoboken police were here. Jersey City police were here. There was a bomb squad here. FBI were here. The FBI actually removed some materials from this apartment, including perhaps a computer. But at this point, it is now clear that the shooter was not Ryan Lanza. It was his brother, Adam Lanza. Ryan, we believe, is still in custody. But I can tell you this, Ashley. While this scene was buzzing earlier with all those law enforcement officials, it is much, much quieter now. This street had been closed down. Now it's wide open. Just a few token police standing outside the apartment building where Ryan Lanza lives. It's a Ryan Lanza lives. It's a five-story apartment building, 2- and 3-bedroom apartments. Hoboken, you know, it's a hip city right now. A lot of people with young families here. Young people live here, often work in New York City. Ryan Lanza, 24. We don't know a whole lot about him. We still believe he is in custody, but not apparently the shooter, as had been reported for a long time today. Ashley?
Would be devastating for that family, undoubtedly. John Berman live in Hoboken for us. Obviously, when this started to transpire, the alarm bells went off throughout the district here, and the entire school district went into lockdown. The reaction was swift, and the actions of the teachers throughout this district were serious. Renee Byrne is one of those teachers. She's a kindergarten teacher's aide at one of Newtown's other elementary schools, Holly Elementary School, and she knew some of the teachers at Sandy Hook Elementary as well. Her school, as I said, was in lockdown a couple of hours, actually, following the shooting. Renee, thank you for coming and talking to us tonight, and I know you're with your husband, Kevin, as well. Could you just take me inside your school and tell me how this day unfolded for you and when you ultimately found out why you were in lockdown?
It started out as a normal day. We had our holiday party scheduled for our kindergarten class, which was scheduled to start about 10:15, and about 9:45 we heard the announcement that we were in lockdown.
Did you think this would be a drill?
I knew it wasn't a drill because we had about 60 parents scheduled to come into the school for our celebration, and I knew there was something going on, but never thought it was anything like this. The last time we went into a lockdown was because there was something to do with a bank holdup in town, and just as a matter of course, they shut down the schools.
So when this happened, what did you do right away?
We kept all the kids calm and quiet, and we closed our doors, and we were able to move about within the school, but no one was to go in or out.
Were you getting any text messages or emails from family or friends?
It started almost immediately. Yeah. People wanted to know what was happening, and we had no information. We couldn't go on the internet. Couldn't take phone calls.
You weren't allowed to take phone calls at this time?
Well, we were taking our cell phone calls, but no regular phone calls were coming in and out of the school. And I knew something was up when my son called me from New York and wanted to know what was going on. And at that point, we had no information.
This is a small community, and you knew some of the teachers, or you certainly do know some of the teachers at Sandy Hook.
All of our teachers. It's such a small community. We know all the teachers. One of our teachers actually had a daughter in kindergarten at Sandy Hook School, so we were frantic.
And is that child accounted for?
She's okay. Thank God, she's okay. But we didn't know that for quite a while.
For how long was she unaware and couldn't leave the school?
He couldn't leave the school, and he couldn't call the school, and we had no information. It was a good 2 hours into it.
The principal of Sandy Hook, Dawn Hochsprung, did you know her?
I didn't know her personally. She was new to our school this year, but I understand she has 5 children in the school system.
She has 5 children? Did you know any of the other teachers, or have you been told of any other identities, or are you waiting like everyone else?
We don't know what the identities of the victims were. Only the one teacher.
And since this is, as I understand, about 27,000 people live in this community. You have to have known people who have been directly affected. Have you been able to ascertain which parents had not been reunited with their children yet?
No, not yet. So it's all unknown to us right now. Like I said, the only one we do know for certain is that our teacher, our 4th grade teacher, knows that his daughter is safe today.
And just, if you could, Kevin, just assess for me, how is this town reacting so early after this incident? How are you processing this? What kind of information are you getting from your officials, and what are your neighbors saying?
I think it's just a state of shock. I mean, it really is. It's the tragedy. I mean, it really is as intense as one can imagine it to be. That it seems like the world changed today.
Your governor, Dan Malloy, said today that he was a mayor in Stamford, Connecticut on 9/11, and he says that he never thought that this kind of evil would be visited upon him and his office in this state. Again, thank you very much, and I am so sorry for the losses that you're going to be feeling for so long.
Stuff like this does not happen in Newtown. You know, it's just, we're such a small town and a close town, and it's just, I can't get my head wrapped around this.
Renee and Kevin Byrne, thank you. I appreciate your time. God bless. We have a lot more ahead as we continue to get our coverage, and as details continue to come in as well. You're going to hear from a teacher inside the school who is right now being called a hero for saving a student. It's all coming up in a moment.
This evening, Michelle and I will do what I know every parent in America will do, which is hug our children a little tighter, and we'll tell them that we love them, and we'll remind each other how deeply we love one another. But there are families in Connecticut who cannot do that tonight, and they need all of us right now. In the hard days to come, that community needs us to be at our best as Americans, and I will do everything in my power as president to help.
The scene tonight at the Washington Monument in our nation's capital as people gather to remember those people who were so sadly slaughtered here in Connecticut today. Children, 20 children in an elementary school, 6 of the teachers in the elementary school. A nation in mourning, Connecticut legislators among those at that candlelight vigil at the Washington Monument. One of the people who, without question, it bears to note is Caitlin Roy. She's a 1st grade teacher at the Sandy Hook Elementary School, and tonight she is being called a hero because she saved some of the students when the gunfire began to erupt, and earlier she spoke with ABC's World News Tonight.
I put one of my students on top of the toilet dispenser. I just knew we had to get in there. I was just telling them it's going to be okay, you're going to be all right. I had pulled a bookshelf before I closed the door in front of it. So it was we were completely barricaded in. I turned the lights off.
Did you tell them to be quiet? Did you worry about one of them?
No, I told them to be quiet. I told them we had to be absolutely quiet because I was just so afraid that if he did come in and then he would hear us and then he would maybe just start shooting the door. So I said, no, we just have to be absolutely quiet. And I said, there are bad guys out there now. We need to wait for the good guys. They're coming to get us.
The emotion is so palpable with every story that begins to emerge from what happened. One of the stories that emerged was that the teachers told the children as this calamity was unfolding not to worry, that those sounds they were hearing was just a wild animal that had gotten into the school, and that they were closing the doors to make sure that that animal couldn't get into their classrooms. So a lot of those children were shielded. Another story of a child telling a local reporter that as they were being led out of the school, they were asked to avert their eyes as they walked past one of the areas. This is a very small community. It is, without question, the story you hear over and over in these shootings. A place that has 27,000 people. It's just not the kind of place you would expect a horror like this to visit. It's about 80 miles northeast of New York City. The school is in a wooded residential area. It is peaceful. It is beautiful. It is safe in this community. The schools are excellent. And over the past decade, there has been only one murder in 1 decade. Police lieutenant said, "This is the most tragic thing we have ever encountered." Out front tonight is David Owens. He's a reporter with the Hartford Courant who's been covering these details as they've unfolded. Maybe just get me up to speed on some of the latest information that you've been able to glean as we've been all trying to piece together this horrible puzzle.
The latest is the police are identifying a young man as the shooter, and there are victims elsewhere other than the school here. Police are trying to figure out what the heck happened. The medical examiner is setting up a temporary morgue near the school where they're going to work to identify the victims, make notifications, have them identified by the families, and begin the long process.
The manpower that it is going to require to process this forensic scene, to do positive identification matches with each of these bodies. I can't imagine that a town this small could have done this. They have had so many communities who've come in to help.
Well, the Connecticut State Police very typically join in investigations like this awful, large-scale incidents. The medical examiner has brought staff down here. Everything is on site, and they're working here to, as expeditiously as possible, begin to help these families get the information they need to move forward. Sometimes
when these stories break, living in a large community like Hartford or certainly New York or Stamford or any of these other surrounding communities, you hear the report of shots fired or some kind of violence being perpetrated, and it might not be such a surprise. But then you hear about this town, Newtown, Connecticut. What was your first reaction in your newsroom?
Yeah, I wasn't in the newsroom. I got a call from a friend who said there's a report of shots fired at a school in Newtown, and I just started heading here, contacted my boss, and he said, get down there.
Are you familiar with Newtown before you came here?
Been here a little bit before, yes. It's a very nice community, a safe community, just as you described, a very nice place to live.
I mean, again, just to hear the statistic, 1 murder in 10 years, this had to be astounding.
Yes.
Did you have any idea when you were on your way to cover this story, the magnitude that was going to unfold?
I didn't. As information began to come out, it became clear that it was going to be awful. And it's awful beyond comprehension.
The ATF is here. The FBI is here. The Connecticut State Police, obviously the local police as well. Do you have any idea about additional manpower that may be headed this way?
There's all kinds of federal agencies. I believe the marshals are here. The U.S. Attorney's Office is providing support, but it's primarily going to be a state police case with their very highly trained major crime squads that will do the forensic investigation in the school, and their detectives working with the Newtown detectives on figuring out what happened here and
then,
why.
Of course, there is this secondary crime scene, the residence.
Yes.
Where the mother was discovered in the residence of her son. We're still not clear as to whether the mother and the son, the Lanza, mother and son, Nancy Lanza, the mother, the son, Adam Lanza, whether they live together. Do you know anything else about this family, the Lanza family?
I don't. My understanding is that she was a teacher, but I don't have a lot of detail. My colleagues back in Hartford are working on that kind of information.
And then there was this a divorce, a father who lived in a different part of the community, but certainly in this area. Is there any knowledge about his whereabouts and whether he's been able to help in this investigation?
He lives in a community near Newtown in Fairfield County.
But so far, no information on whether police have been able to interview him?
Police have talked to everybody in the family, from what I understand.
And then just if you would, David, maybe just take me to the scene of the firehouse where, as this emergency was unfolding, the teachers who had the wherewithal to get those children out, evacuate the ones that they could,
yes.
They ran. They physically ran the distance between the school and the firehouse for shelter, right?
The police were at the school very quickly. They went right in. And the teachers, as you described, had locked the doors. And then the police started escorting the kids out. And they said, hold hands and close your eyes. And the kids.
The police told the children, hold hands and close your eyes. The squares with one of the children had told a local reporter interviewing that they were asked to avert their eyes, particularly as they went past
the
this
kids
area.
came outside. They opened their eyes when they got outside, and they were hustled over to the firehouse where they were just enveloped and taken care of. And then parents began to arrive. Panicked parents, as traumatic and as panicky as this may have been, it was remarkably calm as parents arrived.
It's amazing.
To pick up their children.
Stand by, if you will. I just want to make a note that we're getting some video being fed into us live right now, just across town. There are 2 vigils that have been taking place. Dan Malloy, the governor, has been speaking at one of them. Let's listen.
And answer and respond to. In the coming days, as many of us prepare to celebrate the birth of Christ, understand that too will bring sorrow as we think about these instances that have happened so close to those days. But that too will pass and be overcome. In all of our prayers and the prayers and hopes of all of the public officials who have assembled here today, and in the presence of your great select person, I bring and extend the condolences of the entirety of this state to you, the members of this community. May God bless you. May God bless our children who are with us today and those who were taken away. And may God bless the adults who lost their lives today. Thank you.
David Owens is a reporter for the Hartford Courant. He's still with me. I wanted to ask you about the governor. Dan Malloy has been here to update us on some of the information, as well as the lieutenant with the state police, who's been very helpful. And there was something that was said earlier that really stood out to me, and that is that when all of those parents congregated at the fire station, many of them were reunited with children as the children were found and brought over. But there was one point where the governor actually said to the parents, anyone who hasn't been reunited with your children, you will not be. This must have been one of the most difficult times in this.
I can't imagine it for anybody. It's just a parent's nightmare. I have a 10-year-old daughter, and I just can't imagine what those good people are going through.
And I want to just head back into this vigil for a moment and listen in.
By your physical presence, but by all of your emotion. And you are sending a message to all of America. And believe me, the hearts and prayers of America are with you tonight. Thank you for being here, and thank you for bringing your children so that they can see that there is good in people. And thank you for reaffirming, especially at this season, for all of us, whatever our faith, whatever our beliefs on other occasions, on other issues, that we are one people and we will be one people in times of crisis and testing and adversity. I thank you.
Senator Richard Blumenthal, the Democrat, the U.S. Democrat from Connecticut, who has also been at the location where I am, giving regular updates today and standing in solidarity with the law enforcement officers and the governor, Dan Malloy, who has also been giving regular updates to the media and has been meeting personally, as I said earlier, with these families, and particularly the most poignant moment that I've heard of today, and that was the governor of this state addressing these families, and for the first time letting these families know anyone who has not been reunited with your children at this point, there will be no more children reunited with families. It had to be said this way, I can only imagine, because those positive identifications have not been made. This is an overwhelming forensic task that is going on as we speak in the schools. If you can imagine for a moment the teams that are going into that school to identify every one of those 18 little bodies. 18 of those children died where they were in that school. Their bodies remain there. 2 additional children were raced to the hospital. They were hoping they could save them, but they died in the hospital. 6 of the adults were also killed on the scene. And every single one of these 20 people must be identified. That is a mammoth task. And the governor was trying to do what he could to at least give whatever information he possibly could to these families. Let's go back and take a look at some of these live scenes in the vigil that's just across town. My colleague Jason Carroll is standing by outside of the vigil. Jason, I'm having trouble hearing, but if you could set the scene for me there and let me know who has attended and who showed up for tonight's vigil where you are.
Thousands tried to or showed up here at the church at St. Rose Lima Church. 500, at least 500 people packed inside, more outside. If you look behind me, there are several hundred people standing outside in the freezing cold. Simply not enough room for everyone inside the church tonight, Ashley. And the reason for that is simply because this is a community, you've heard it over and over again, this is a community that is a close community. A number of people here knew each other, and when the word started to spread that there was in fact going to be a vigil here tonight, everyone came out. Everyone looking for comfort, everyone grieving here in this community. Even if you didn't personally lose someone, the feeling of loss is still there for so many people here. We're hearing more tonight about the principal of this school as well, Don Lafferty Hawksbrun, 47 years old. By all accounts, loved the school that she had worked at since June of 2010. Here's what's interesting. She had recently installed a new security system at the school where visitors actually had to be buzzed to be let in. This was a school, she was known as a tough lady. This is a school that she cared deeply, deeply about. And she had also maintained a very active Twitter account. In fact, just on December 12th, I just saw one of the tweets that she had written. It said, Sandy Hook students, enjoy the rehearsal for our 4th grade winter concert. That's just one of the tweets that she had just sent out on Wednesday. And as I was saying a little earlier, so many people who came out here tonight, even if they didn't lose anyone personally, most likely they knew someone at the school. And in fact, one of those who came out here tonight, a man that we spoke to out here, knew the principal. He talked about her. I just want you to listen to what he had to say before he headed inside into the vigil.
Ian. Jason, I'm having trouble catching you, and I think I've lost your audio, but I want to just reset the scene for anyone who's joining us. Jason Carroll has been across town at a vigil that began at 7 o'clock tonight for those who were lost here in Newtown, Connecticut, at the Sandy Hook Elementary School. It is a school that has students from kindergarten through 4th grade, but it is a school who has lost 20 of its students in just a matter of minutes. 18 of them dying where they were, 2 of them being rushed to the hospital and dying at the hospital. 6 of the adults in the school also killed. This has been an unbelievable day here in this sleepy Connecticut town. The police are now identifying the shooter as Adam Lanza. It took a long time for an identification because he also has a brother, and his brother is in Hoboken named Ryan Lanza. He was taken away in handcuffs from his apartment in Hoboken for questioning, but they are not saying he's a suspect at this time. We do know that Nancy Lanza, the mother of these 2 young men, was killed today, and that she was a teacher at Sandy Hook Elementary. Tom Foreman has been piecing together how this terrible crime unfolded from the moment the first few phone calls started coming in just after 9:30 in the morning. Tom?
Yeah, hi, Ashley. Really, when you think about it, this is about 10 hours ago, almost to the minute, that all of this was going on. 9:30 this morning, it was a normal start to the day out here. About 600 students in the class here, about 50 faculty members. We don't really have a complete read yet on the layout of the school or the timeline, but we've been trying to piece it together all day long, just as investigators have, and we have some idea. So the day was getting underway, had been underway for about 30 minutes. There was a meeting happening up here involving the principal, the vice principal, a school psychologist, and several other adults in this area. Then, around 9:40, as best we can tell from witnesses, just 10 minutes later, it would appear, that's when the gunman enters the building. How did he do it? Jason Carroll just mentioned a minute ago the new security system right up here. We're not sure how he got past that or if it had been locked up at that point. We know that police looked very hard all day at a car parked here in the fire lane. It's still there, surrounded by tape, as best I can tell. The suggestion would be from this and from witnesses that, in fact, somehow the gunman did come right through the front door here into the school, and almost immediately, people throughout this building reported hearing gunfire. 941, that's when the calls started coming in to 911. The principal, the vice principal, and the school psychologist who were in this meeting, according to witnesses, went out into the hall and went toward that gunfire to see what was happening. They were shouting, many shouts and shots, and the vice principal came back into the meeting room wounded, but the other two did not. Authorities say all of the shooting happened really in a relatively short period of time, and they say the gunman did not roam around, but generally stayed in just 2 rooms and a hallway right up here. That's in fact where they ultimately found him. 9:45. Teachers were trying to protect students all throughout this school. Some students who were near the gymnasium say that they were told to hide in some closets. Some other students in other parts of the building say they were led outside to flee. It's not really clear if that happened with the teachers or later with them being helped out by some sort of law enforcement officials. But nonetheless, we know that there was a real effort throughout this school to get all of these kids into some sort of safety. This picture, by the way, from the Newtown Bee. And there was all these teachers trying to do something about it, and they didn't really know what was going on. It's also not clear at what point in this process that the gunman died. Law officials say no officers fired a weapon, but they did find him dead in one of the rooms there, the suggestion being probably that he killed himself, but we'll get more details of that as we go on. This is what we do know. When law enforcement agents arrived at this school, they immediately set up a perimeter around it. It was state and local police, and officers spread throughout the building. They say they entered immediately to secure rooms, to find students, and to make sure if a gunman was still active in there that they got him under control or killed him if he had to. Then they quickly started leading students away from the school, trying to get them out to safety. This was just a horrendous event, as you know. Very difficult even for the officers who were involved, because they had to, as you said, tell many of these children, avert your eyes, close your eyes, because they knew they were going to lead them right past many of the victims. Ashley, we don't know if this is the exact timeline. I think we're going to have to adjust it a lot over the weekend, but this is a pretty good idea of what happened again 10 hours ago, almost to the minute. Ashley.
And it all seemed to transpire so quickly, and as you said, in such a concentrated way, Tom. It's overwhelming to think of what was happening as these children were dying. And we should also note that, as I say, those bodies are still where they lay in that school, awaiting a positive ID. Presumably the body of the shooter is still there as well, awaiting the positive ID. I'm joined now by Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro of Connecticut. She is live in Washington, D.C. at the monument right now. Congresswoman, this must have been overwhelming news. That is an understatement for you. How are you processing all of this information where you are?
Well, it's really, it is overwhelming, Ashley. It's unthinkable what happened today, and it hits so close to home for all of us. And obviously, our thoughts, our prayers are with the families, with the siblings, with people who have suffered such a tragic loss. I'm in Washington this weekend because to be with my grandchildren who live in Washington, D.C. They're 8, 5.5, 5, and 3. So this is really hits so close to home. And these beautiful young angels who had so much to live for, and it seems so senseless and, as I said, unthinkable that this could happen. But it has, and now the president said, you know, we come together, we wrap our arms around these families, and we hold them dear and close to our hearts. And we remember to really to love one another and to love our children and tell them that and hug them every day so that they know the depth of feeling. And it is what an enormous tragedy, not just for Connecticut, but for the entire country.
This is, it really has brought out an incredible personal sorrow in so many people who are connected to this, whether they be seasoned journalists who have spent 25 years on the job and seen it all, or a congresswoman like yourself. Many of us are parents. I myself am a parent of 2 small children that go to school at an elementary school about 25 minutes away from here. So this has been an overwhelming day for many people. And I just want to ask you if you've been in contact with the president or with any of the authorities who may be able to lend a hand to this community and avail themselves of all the assistance that this community is undoubtedly going to need in the days and months ahead.
Well, we have been in touch with the governor's office, and as the president said, that he has been in touch with Governor Malloy, and that he said that, whatever services Connecticut needs will be available. And the governor as well talked about, again, how we will embrace these families, and I know the entire delegation feels that way. And Senator Dodd was here this evening as well with his daughter Grace, and so there was a tremendous outpouring of support, and each in our own way will try to access the services that these families will need, not just today or tomorrow or the next few weeks, but ongoing.
Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro, I'm so sorry for you and your neighbors and your constituents, and the hearts of the nation are with you tonight. Thank you for joining us from the vigil at the Washington Monument. And coming up, I'm going to take you to another vigil. There are so many. If people aren't holding vigil in their own homes tonight, at least the people in this community have headed to 2 local churches. At one of those vigils, you're going to hear from the governor of this state, Dan Malloy, and how he is reaching out to the people who live here, who are bewildered and shocked by what's happened here today. We're live with breaking news in Newtown, Connecticut, a small town in the southwestern part of this state that has been faced with the worst evil, according to this state's governor, that they will ever likely see. Even the president had to wipe away tears today as he offered his support to the families of the victims of this terrible school shooting in Connecticut. Here's some of President Obama's remarks earlier today.
This afternoon, I spoke with Governor Malloy and FBI Director Mueller. I offered Governor Malloy my condolences on behalf of the nation and made it clear he will have every single resource that he needs to investigate this heinous crime, care for the victims, counsel their families. We've endured too many of these tragedies in the past few years, and each time I learn the news, I react not as a president, but as anybody else would, as a parent. And that was especially true today. I know there's not a parent in America who doesn't feel the same overwhelming grief that I do. The majority of those who died today were children.
It's happening. We've been getting these updates regularly, and sometimes we get identification, sometimes we get a standby. But let's go live and see what's being said.
And then some. This is a case of extremely large magnitude, as you know, between Newtown and state police and our federal partners that will utilize, and even some out-of-state partners will help us reach out of state if anything crosses the state borders. It's going to take a long time. We'll be processing this building, and I'm just speculating right now, but at least until Sunday.
Sir, have the parents been given access to the bodies of the deceased children?
No.
How are you managing the identifications?
We have a process in place, and that we're going to establish. We have a process established, I should say, in place that we're going to utilize to identify each individual.
Lieutenant, do you expect that to take, the identification will take into tomorrow, or could that take into Sunday?
We're cautiously optimistic that we can have positive IDs by tomorrow. That's the professionals that are telling us that, specifically the medical examiner and his team, our investigators, and working together, we're hoping to accomplish that.
And does that include the body at the other crime?
The families have been notified. The preliminary identification has been made, and through process of elimination, unfortunately, the families have been told. But again, we want to be absolutely positively sure, no doubt whatsoever.
We saw FBI on the scene earlier when it was crazy. What was their role, or is there still a role for them right now?
Well, certainly they're with us, working with us. There were federal partners here from FBI, ETF, all offering services and any specialization that they have. offering ability in case something crosses state lines. There's simply stated, everyone's come together in the law enforcement community. This is a massive investigation, so that many law enforcement agencies don't have to ever undertake. So we're certainly Newtown State Police working side by side and utilizing any resource that we may need, and we're very appreciative of all the help that we're getting.
Can you believe at this point that there's anyone but the perpetrator inside dead involved, any accomplice?
No, at this point in time, we're confident that we have the shooter in this incident.
Can you talk about the specific classroom? Was every child in that classroom now deceased?
You know, I'd rather not do that, quite frankly. I've been a trooper a long time, and my lieutenant to my left has been in law enforcement a long time, and it's just something that serves no useful purpose. I'd rather not get into that. It's a horrific scene. Between our mutual experience, and we've never seen anything like this. It's heart-wrenching for us as it is for the families, and I just would like to just leave that at.
Did the shooter have a history with the school? Did he attend the school? What connection?
No, I think what we got to do, and it should be understood, we're looking at that. You know, we're looking at all the history. We'll go backwards as far as we have to go in this investigation, and hopefully we'll stumble on answers, and we'll hopefully not develop many more questions. But we want to be able to build a process and build a story. And an investigation like this is like a puzzle. All right, we want to put this puzzle together and form a complete picture so that everyone, without any doubt whatsoever, can truly understand what occurred. So what I'd like to say is that we'll come back tomorrow in the morning, let's say 8 o'clock in the morning, to let you know how we've progressed overnight. As we prepare the list of positive identifications, I want to do one list. I don't want to do a piecemeal. I don't want to do a couple here, a couple there. I want to do one final list. The minute that's done, we'll be here with it, and we'll also post it on our website so that it's available to everybody. All right.
How proud
What's
are
your
you
timeline for the other crimes?
and Lieutenant of your officers with this situation? The way they were able to get those kids out of there and keep them calm and get as many out as quickly as possible.
These guys, when they got to the door, were first in the door, and the surrounding PDs and the troopers, their training kicked in. This is something that you train for, you plan for. You work towards, you hope to never have to use, and their training kicked in. They saved a lot of lives. They did a great job.
What's extremely proud of them. Tell us now about the shooter.
I'm sorry?
What can you tell us about the shooter?
I'd rather do that in the morning. Once we have positive identification, even of the shooter, we want to have all that information, and hopefully we can tie up some loose ends for you first thing in the morning. But I'd like to leave it where we are right now, and you know, we'll fill in the voids tomorrow as much as we possibly can.
Is your timeline for the other crime scene the same?
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry, young lady. No, the Connecticut Medical Examiner is managing the cases, and he did request some assistance in equipment that's been brought in for him, but they're there working now.
Sir, how did you first hear about this shooting? Did you hear from what did they say, or what was the first word you heard?
In a nutshell, it was 911 calls that came into Newtown State Police, and the response was instantaneous. Okay.
From within the school?
From school sources.
Multiple calls?
Yeah. I'm not sure, and you know, yes, I believe so, but I don't know how many. If that was the next question.
Are you in contact with the authorities in New Jersey, and what are they saying about the father and the son there?
We've been in contact with any authorities, our investigators, with any authorities that can assist them in furthering their portion of the investigation. I do know that New Jersey's been mentioned. There's been 2 or 3 different locations that have been mentioned, but not to read anything into that. If there's something significant about reaching over a state line or about doing something, you know, that may be related to this case, we're not going to hide it from you. We'll make it available to you. We'll certainly provide you with that information, but you know, don't read something into it just because you hear that we've gone to authorities in another state. That doesn't mean anything really.
Lieutenant, with the number of resources you have here for this, how are you delegating this scene in regards also to the rest of the state that has to be covered?
It's working fine. We've got people on extended shifts. Some people are going to work extra hours, and suffice it to say, everybody's all hands on deck. We'll get this done, and we'll do whatever it takes to accomplish this in a timely fashion. All right, I'm gonna end it because what I'd like to do is give you guys a break and give us a break, and we'll be back 8 o'clock tomorrow morning here. Okay? Thank you.
That's Lieutenant Paul Vance of the Connecticut State Police giving what he said would be his last briefing of this evening. A couple of the headlines from what he said. He said this was a horrific scene and we'd never seen anything like this. He did say that the response was instantaneous after the 911 calls and said that the response actually prevented the loss of further lives in this school as well. One of the other poignant things he mentioned that I think bears repeating is that the process of elimination has so far been how people have found out that they may have lost their own children. There have been no positive IDs made yet. They are working feverishly in that school. They have a lot of bodies, 26 bodies to process, and a scene, as you heard, horrific. So by the process of elimination, parents who were not unified with or reunited with their children today now officially know they likely never will be. We'll be back in a moment. The bodies of 20 children, 6 adults, and 1 shooter remain in a school today after a horrific scene unfolded at the Sandy Hook Elementary School here in Newtown, Connecticut. The process will be meticulous throughout the night to do what's called the positive identification. That's necessary in this forensic investigation now, after a day that has been rife with searching and trying to find those who could be responsible or might have information. As we know now, 20-year-old Adam Lanza is also dead in that school, the shooter apparently. His brother, 24-year-old Ryan Lanza, taken in for questioning from Hoboken, not a suspect, but in for questioning. And Nancy Lanza, the mother of those 2 boys, found dead in her son's residence here in Newtown. Some of the scenes that emerged throughout the day were so astounding as people began to learn the magnitude of what transpired here. Take a look.
Our hearts are broken today.
Very horrific and difficult scene.
He had bullets going by him, and she grabbed him and another child and pulled them into a classroom.
3 people went out into the hall, and only one person came back.
They just told us that everybody that's missing, that's presumed missing, is in the school and they're dead.
It was really kind of mayhem in the room with all the kids and the teachers, trying to find your kid, identify where yours is, making sure that they're safe, and then trying to find out what the situation was and make sure everybody else was safe.
And some people were even like, they kind of felt they got a stomach ache.
It's the most traumatic event I've ever experienced or even considered.
They let the students, or my daughter and her teacher out, and as my daughter's walking out, she did see blood.
This is now appearing to be probably the worst schoolyard catastrophe in history.
Quite a few of the kids that we lost today are in this parish.
Beautiful little kids between the ages of 5 and 10 years old.
Well, these parents were waiting for their children to come out. They thought that they were, still alive.
How do you wrap your mind around something like this?
Community trying to make sense of what their governor said was evil visited upon this community today. I'm Ashley Banfield in Newtown, Connecticut. Anderson Cooper 360 starts right now.
Ashley, thanks very much. Good evening, everyone. There is, of course, only one story tonight. You know what it is. We have new details to tell you about, but we're not going to pretend that we understand it any better than we did right after it happened. It is a horror beyond words. An elementary school, kids as young as 5 years old. So, sadly, to the names Columbine and Jonesboro, we now have to add Newtown, Connecticut. To Virginia Tech, now add Sandy Hook Elementary, the second deadliest school shooting ever in the United States. 20 little kids, 7 adults killed, plus the shooter who apparently took his own life. All in a close-knit, quiet community about 90 minutes drive from New York. We're going to give you all the latest information tonight, but what we will not do is repeat the shooter's name over and over again. We don't want history to remember this murderer. We want history to remember the victims, the teachers, the children, those whose lives have been so unfairly taken. We have a team of correspondents working on this tragedy. We begin with Soledad O'Brien, who, of course, is on the scene. Soledad, there are vigils tonight. We'll be checking in with Soledad shortly. There are vigils tonight to tell you about as the people of Newtown try to come to grips with what happened. So much happened, and so much we have learned since this morning. Right now, there is still an active crime scene. Many of the bodies still where they fell, still inside that school, including that of the killer. We do at least tell you his name once. It's Adam Lanza. And as we said, we won't be saying it much tonight. He was 20 years old. His mother taught at the school. She was found dead at the family home, unclear when or how she died. We do know that she bought the weapons her son used today. She purchased them legally. We also know that police today in Hoboken, New Jersey, took the killer's older brother in for questioning. They did not label him a suspect. No word at this hour whether he's still in custody. There's a lot to tell you about this hour. Right now, though, let's start at the beginning.
Connecticut School District on lockdowns.
The first word was chilling. It only got worse.
They're reporting multiple fatalities involved in the shooting at the elementary school.
With each new report, the horror deepened.
Reports say the number of dead closer to 30 than to 20, and sadly, most of them are children.
Every detail, every fact brought more sadness. Each fresh piece of information a part of the picture. A school, kindergarten through 4th grade. A sanctuary that was supposed to be a place of safety, torn apart.
She heard, like, the intercom came on the school, and she heard a scream, and she heard a gunshot, or two gunshots, and then the school went into lockdown.
A student's teenage big brother describing the sounds of a gunman on the loose at Sandy Hook Elementary.
On and off duty troopers responded to the school, and with Newtown police immediately upon arrival, entered the school and began a complete active shooter search of the building.
They arrived to carnage. The killer, says a law enforcement source with detailed knowledge, was dressed for battle in black fatigues and armed for mass murder with 2 pistols and a military-style rifle. In parts of the school, students were told to hide in corners. Teachers risked their own lives to pull boys and girls to safety.
Just so grateful to the teacher who saved him.
Okay, thank you. The teacher, you think the teacher saved his life?
She definitely did. He had bullets going by him, and she grabbed him and another child and pulled them into a classroom.
Eventually, the kids were evacuated to a nearby firehouse where frantic parents descended.
It was terrifying. I'm still terrified. I think I'm still in shock about it all. I still don't know everything that happened. I know that there are some people missing, that they've been taken to the hospital.
His son was okay. His son's teacher was alive as well. 20 other children and 6 adults were killed. The dead believed to include Sandy Hook school psychologist and the principal. Police discovered another adult victim, the gunman's mother, reportedly at home in Newtown. The gunman, too, is dead. Police say they fired no shots. A tight-knit community, including a nurse who lived nearby and rushed to help, shocked, distraught.
I see you've been crying.
Yes.
Is it because of what you saw?
One of the cops said it's, the worst thing he'd ever seen in his entire career. But it was when they told the parents, all these parents were waiting for their children to come out. They thought that they were, still alive. There's 20 parents that were just told that their children are dead. It was awful.
Awful. And late today, speaking for the nation, but also as a father, an emotional President Obama fought back tears.
This evening, Michelle and I will do what I know every parent in America will do, which is hug our children a little tighter, and we'll tell them that we love them, and we'll remind each other how deeply we love one another. But there are families in Connecticut who cannot do that tonight, and they need all of us right now.
We're going to bring you all of President Obama's comments later on in this hour ahead. Soledad O'Brien joins me now. She's on the scene along with Lieutenant J. Paul Vance of the Connecticut State Police. Soledad?
And also joining him is Lieutenant George Cinco. He's with the Newtown Police. Gentlemen, I appreciate your time. I know you spent a long time here for this full day on the scene. You've just come back from being inside the scene. Right. You said you're going to be processing this scene through Sunday. Lay out for me what that means exactly.
There's a lot of work that goes into a criminal investigation like this. Certainly the documentation is extremely important. But the priority that we have right now is identifying the victims. There are, as we said, there are 18 children in there. There are 6 adults, and there's the shooter. We need to positively identify each one of those victims. Medical examiner's office is working this right now to begin that process, and we're certainly hopeful that we can accomplish that by sometime in the early morning hours.
So do you mean to tell me that the bodies of the children and those who've been killed are still where they fell?
That's correct.
and
Yes.
they will still be there until Sunday.
Yes, they will.
Have you allowed any of the parents to see their children?
Now, this is a crime scene. What we need to do is we need to identify them. We have a tentative identification on all of them, but we need to positively identify them, and we're doing that for the parents as quickly as we possibly can.
I know you talked in other press conferences about the partners that you have in this investigation. Can you fill me in on what they're telling you about what's happening in Hoboken, for example, where we know the shooter's brother certainly has been interviewed by officials there, and we also know that the shooter's father has been talking to law enforcement as well?
Well, first of all, we have not identified anyone. I'll make that perfectly clear. We will not identify anyone until we have them positively identified, but we are working with other law enforcement partners as needed. As our investigators cross a line and determine they need information from somewhere out of state, regardless of what it might be, we'll get our law enforcement partners from that state to accomplish that task for us. There have been issues in New Jersey and other states where our investigators have contacted state police agencies in those states to assist us in this case.
Lieutenant Cinco, let me ask you a question if I can. We have been told that the person who is believed to be the shooter, now deceased, inside the building still had no criminal record as far as we know. But there are often things that they call known to police, a family that had, been contacting police, people that you as a police officer in this town, as a lieutenant, would know them. Can you tell me a little bit more about this family?
Well, at this time, we're not really going to comment on the family. As Lieutenant Vance said, we're not confirming any identities at this time until we're sure positively who we have here. And we're going to try to do that for you tomorrow.
Is there any narrative that you have been able to piece together about what exactly happened? We have information about the weaponry, we have information about the victims, we have information about people in different states now being questioned. Is there any story that answers the big question, which is why?
No, I don't think so, and that's something that we will make every effort to do. Between Newtown and state police detectives, we're working together. We will leave no stone unturned. We're going to go back as far as we need to go. We'll uncover every bit of information we need to uncover, and we'll try to answer the question as to why. We consider an investigation like this, number one, to be massive, and number two, it's like a big puzzle. We've got to put all the pieces together to try and draw a picture as to how and why this occurred.
There have been reports that the shooter, I know you are not naming him, but he has been named in some reports, had a personality disorder, or in some descriptions, a mental disorder. Can you confirm that?
We can't. We can't discuss at this point in time anything to do with any of the victims or any of the deceased whatsoever until we're prepared to do so. We anticipate that will be tomorrow, but we would rather, for investigatory reasons, withhold that information at this time.
When will you allow parents to go and get the bodies of their children?
As soon as we can confirm. We're very early into the investigation, but it's obviously a very sensitive matter. We have to make sure we're right.
Oh, it must be absolutely horrible and brutal for people who are still waiting to see those that they lost. Thank you for talking to us. Lieutenant Vance and Lieutenant Cinco, both with the state police and with the Newtown police as well. As you can imagine, Anderson, the tone here is just terrible and so sad and just fraught with grief as well. We're going to continue to talk to some people who are just still grappling and trying to understand what exactly happened here today. I want to send it back to you, though.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it's something we can ever truly understand, that we can get as many details as we can, and we are trying to do that. And we're trying to do that with as much respect for those in mourning and for that community as possible. It is impossible to fathom what the people of Newtown are going through, in particular the parents and the siblings and the family members of the children whose little lives were taken today. So many lives today lost, and so many more lives forever changed. Friends and neighbors, even complete strangers, have gathered and continued to at this hour to hold one another, to cry, to pray, to remember. This, a vigil tonight at a local church. Jason Carroll is there and joins us now. Jason, you've been outside. What have people been saying to you? What has the mood been like?
Here at St. Rose Lima Church, Anderson, the people here, the hundreds who are gathered outside that you see behind me, simply because there wasn't enough room inside the church, they are stunned. I mean, there's no other word for it. They are stunned. They are hurt. They're here because they are leaning on each other for support. When you're hurt so badly like this, you turn to your loved ones, you turn to your family, in some cases, you turn to your faith. And that's what we're seeing. That's what's happening outside as this vigil continues through the night. You know, in talking to the people here, even in trying to get to where we were, Anderson, we passed a Starbucks. A woman got out of the car next to me. She was in tears. And then we went by a restaurant. A woman was outside there, her husband, a young boy. They were very upset. And then as we came down the road here where this church is, I saw a woman. She was just walking down the street. She looked like she was just stunned, just completely stunned. She was just crying and just wandering down the street. So even before we got to even close to the scene of where it had happened, you knew how deeply hurt this community was by what had happened. And that's what we're seeing happening outside here. This is a very close community. So it's no surprise, Anderson, that a number of the people that you see behind me knew some of these children, knew some of the faculty at the school. And in fact, we ran into one man who was here tonight who knew the principal of the school, Dawn Lafferty Hochsprung, talked about her, saying how much she loved the school, loved her children. I just want you to listen to what he had to say about her. Well, let me just tell you that in terms of what he had to say, it was that this was a woman who cared very deeply, not just about the school that where she had worked since June of 2010, but also that she cared very deeply about the students, cared very deeply about her job. It was very tough for him to take, and that's why he and so many others are here tonight. Anderson?
And Jason, I know you got a chance to talk to the deacon in the community as well.
Oh, that's true. Deacon Cinto, in fact, he is helping out in the vigil tonight. And before things got underway, I said, what have you been doing? He said, Jason, literally nearly 100 people have come through the church doors so far today looking for support, looking for comfort in any sort of way. And he talked about one little girl, a 6-year-old girl who he knew, who was killed in the shooting. And he said how deeply that had affected him. So not only is he hurt, Anderson, but he's got to be the pillar of strength for the community and try and provide strength at the same time while he's trying to heal. Anderson?
And what can you say? What can you say to a parent who's lost a child? Jason, thanks. As word spread throughout the state today, so did the shock and the horror, and now, of course, the grieving.
You can never be prepared for this kind of incident. What has happened, what has transpired at that school building will leave a mark on this community and every family impacted. I only ask that all of our fellow citizens here in the United States and around the world who have already offered their assistance remember all of the victims in their prayers.
It's Connecticut's governor earlier today. His main responsibility now, of course, is the investigation along with local and federal authorities. And again, we're emphasizing we do not want to give undue attention to the killer who committed these murders. We do not want to be part of helping history remember his name. We want the victims to be remembered. That being said, we do believe it's important to understand whatever we can about this person, about this crime, and how we came to this point. Susan Candiati is handling your coverage of the investigation. What's the latest, Susan, you're hearing from law enforcement sources?
Well, hi, Anderson. We're trying to get down to the bottom of a bit more about this man, this shooter, Adam Lanza, 20 years old. We know, according to our sources, that when he came to that school, he was armed with 3 guns. He was wearing what is described to me as black battle fatigues and a military vest. Now, where did he get these 3 guns and what kind were they? The 3 guns were 2 handguns, a Glock, and a Sig Sauer, as well as a .223, what's called a Bushmaster. Now, this is a semi-automatic gun. We've got photographs of the type of weapon it is. We understand from our sources that these guns were all registered, belonged to his mother who was also killed. Now, the mother's body was found in the house where a family home here in this area. We don't know much more about Adam Lanza. We do know that his brother Ryan, who's a bit older, 24 years old, he was taken in to custody for questioning. He is not being called a suspect, but he was in Hoboken, New Jersey when they brought him in for questioning. That's where he lives, to try to find out what, if anything, he knew about this, what he could tell them about his brother, what information he can give about his background. And police also question their father. He still lives in this area. He is divorced from his wife, who was one of the victims here, and he has remarried. So he, too, is being questioned by police to try to shed some light on Adam Lanza and why this tragedy happened. Anderson?
Susan, thanks very much. We're starting to hear some inspiring reports about how the teachers at Sandy Hook Elementary School handled this unimaginable trauma. Caitlin Roig is a first-grade teacher, and when she heard gunfire, she rushed 15 children, 6- and 7-year-olds, into a small bathroom, barricaded it with a bookshelf. She told the kids that there were bad guys outside and they had to wait for the good guys. She said when the children started crying, she would hold their faces in her hands and tell them it was going to be okay. Told them, "Show me your smile." That's what she would say. The kids told her just heartbreaking things while they were huddled in that bathroom. They said they wanted to go home for Christmas. They wanted to hug their moms. Caitlin Roig, clearly an extraordinary teacher, an extraordinarily human being, told ABC News what happened next.
I need you to know that I love you all very much and that it's going to be okay, because I thought that was the last thing they were ever going to hear. I thought we were all going to die. You know, and I don't know if that's okay, you know, teachers and, you know, but I wanted them to know someone loved them, and I wanted that to be one of the last things they heard. Not the gunfire in the hallway. It's just so horrible.
Caitlin Roig says she eventually heard the gunfire stop, and when the police came and started knocking, she wanted to make sure they really were the police and asked them to put their badges under the door. A young teacher protecting her students with everything she had. You can tweet me about this at Anderson Cooper. I'm tweeting tonight as well. When we come back, even though nothing can explain this, the search for motive, also remembering the fallen, including Sandy Hook's principal, who in addition to her job was raising 5 children of her own.
Seem like it's even possible. It's like you read it in the paper or see it in the news, you're like, oh my God, that poor family. And then you have something happen so close to home. It's like, I think I'm still in shock, to be honest with you.
A lot of people are certainly feeling the same tonight all around the world. The massacre inside Sandy Hook Elementary School is the deadliest elementary school shooting in American history. And all the words that have been spoken today, all the words I'm speaking tonight and will speak later tonight, they all sound so small in the face of this horror. 20 little children, 6 adults. Last night they were alive, getting ready for another day of school. Tonight they are gone. President Obama spoke to the nation earlier. We played some of his comments before, but we think it's worth hearing all of what he said.
This afternoon I spoke with Governor Malloy and FBI Director Mueller. I offered Governor Malloy my condolences on behalf of the nation, and made it clear he will have every single resource that he needs to investigate this heinous crime, care for the victims, counsel their families. We've endured too many of these tragedies in the past few years, and each time I learn the news, I react not as a president, but as anybody else would, as a parent. And that was especially true today. I know there's not a parent in America who doesn't feel the same overwhelming grief that I do. The majority of those who died today were children. Beautiful little kids between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. They had their entire lives ahead of them. Birthdays, graduations, weddings, kids of their own. Among the fallen were also teachers, men and women who devoted their lives to helping our children fulfill their dreams. So our hearts are broken today for the parents and grandparents, sisters and brothers of these little children, and for the families of the adults who were lost. Our hearts are broken for the parents of the survivors as well. For as blessed as they are to have their children home tonight, They know that their children's innocence has been torn away from them too early, and there are no words that will ease their pain. As a country, we have been through this too many times. Whether it's an elementary school in Newton, or a shopping mall in Oregon, or a temple in Wisconsin, or a movie theater in Aurora, or a street corner in Chicago, these neighborhoods are our neighborhoods, and these children are our children. And we're going to have to come together and take meaningful action to prevent more tragedies like this, regardless of the politics. This evening, Michelle and I will do what I know every parent in America will do, which is hug our children a little tighter, and we'll tell them that we love them, and we'll remind each other how deeply we love one another. But there are families in Connecticut who cannot do that tonight, and they need all of us right now. In the hard days to come, that community needs us to be at our best as Americans, and I will do everything in my power as president to help. Because while nothing can fill the space of a lost child or loved one, all of us can extend a hand to those in need, to remind them that we are there for them, that we are praying for them, that the love they felt for those they lost endures not just in their memories, but also in ours. May God bless the memory of the victims. And in the words of Scripture, heal the brokenhearted and bind up their wounds.
Well, authorities have not released the names of the victims yet. Police told Soledad moments ago the grim process of identification continues at this hour. Those children's little bodies still inside that school. Their parents haven't been able to see them yet. As we learn who they are when it's appropriate, we'll focus on their lives, on their memory. It's the victims we want history to remember and honor. According to a witness, the school's principal and psychologist are among the dead. Here's what we've learned so far about both women. 47-year-old Dawn Huckspring, who we talked about before, Jason Carroll mentioned her. Well, she became the principal at Sandy Hook Elementary School back in 2010. She arrived with 12 years of experience as a school administrator. She was also a mom, raising 2 daughters and 3 stepdaughters, according to a local paper. Those who worked with Huckspring said she was extremely passionate about her job, an expert on curriculum, and a fun but firm leader. One friend put it this way. They said she was the kind of person you'd want to be educating your kids, and the kids loved her. Even little kids know when someone cares about them, and that was her. She was active on Twitter, writing about her love of reading and posting messages and photos about events and developments at Sandy Hook. On August 24th, she tweeted, "Welcoming our kinders this morning, 74 new opportunities to inspire lifelong learning." She was apparently talking about the new kindergarten class. Huckspring had recently installed a new security system at the school. One of the safeguards, all visitors had to ring a doorbell and wait to be buzzed in at the front entrance after the doors locked at 9:30 a.m. It's not known tonight how the gunman got into the building. We don't yet have any photographs of Mary Sherlock. Witnesses say she died as well. She was the school psychologist. She was 56 years old. We know that, and she'd been at Sandy Hook Elementary School for 18 years. She held an undergraduate degree in psychology as well as a master's and a 6-year professional degree. Sherlock was also a wife and a mom, married to her husband Bill for more than 30 years, and they have 2 grown daughters. The oldest works as a high school chorus teacher in New Jersey. Mary Sherlock, Dawn Huckspring. We will remember them. Let's go back now to Soledad, who's with the mother of a Sandy Hook student. Soledad?
Anderson, I'm with Christine Wilford. Her son is a 2nd grader at the school, and she, of course, had an absolutely terrifying day. How are you doing now?
It's still processing. It's a scary, no words.
Tell me about how your son is doing. Are you encouraging him to talk and share, or are you trying to sort of take his mind off the terrible things that he witnessed and experienced?
We've done a little bit of each, trying to, spoil him and, take his mind off of it, let him play, the PS3 and stuff like that, and then trying to talk and process with them, been letting them know when we've found out about other children that he knows.
You've gotten an electronic alert is really how you got the message in a robocall. Can you describe for me how that came across, what was said, and it must have just been the most terrifying thing.
Yeah, my husband and I were sitting there, and a neighbor was over, and we got a robocall that all Newtown schools were in lockdown due to a reported shooting. We immediately got online, and my neighbor called her husband, who said he heard it was Sandy Hook, and we saw that online and just hopped in the car and headed to the school.
The school was on lockdown. What exactly does that mean?
I'm not sure completely what that means. When I got there, all of the children that had been evacuated were in the firehouse that's very close by.
How was your son doing, and how were the kids who he was with? How are they holding up?
It varied. My son seemed to be okay. He's like, Mom, I'm okay, I'm safe, and gave me a big hug. There was a lot of children that were crying and scared.
What does he describe had happened?
He said that he heard what sounded like large pans falling, just loud noises. He said his teacher had stepped outside the classroom, immediately came back in and locked the door, and had them all get into a corner and sit down, and just had them start reading quietly.
How much time went by between that happened and before he was able to get to you?
I don't know. He isn't able to piece how much time it actually passed. He just said that, after a little while, a police officer came and took them out of the building and brought them to the firehouse.
We know that the principal had installed a system where you have to be buzzed into the locks.
Yes, and it's been that way, for the 2 years that we've been here. You had to ring a doorbell and be let in. And the office is right in front of those doors, and so they can look right out and see who's at the door.
Was there any particular reason for that? It's very typical, in big cities, certainly, but in communities that are pretty rural, it's a little bit of a rarity sometimes.
I think it's just they take the safety of our children very serious. It's a fairly large school. There's, between 500 and 600 students there, and they want to keep control and know, who's in the building with our children.
I was talking to the state police, and they said that they're processing the scene still, which means that there are some children still inside. How do you explain to your son what has happened about his classmates?
We are a fairly religious family, and, we just have talked about, that they've gone, to heaven to, be with Jesus, and that's about all we can say, and talk about, you're not going to see them anymore, and they're not going to be around, and it's, you really just struggle to find the words, as to what happened.
Yeah, you do. You should know that everyone is sending their well wishes, not just to you, of course, and your family, but your community as a whole. So many people have asked me to pass that along.
We're a strong community. It is a strong family community with a lot of love. So I think that we'll get through this somehow, some way.
Christine, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Let's send it right back to Anderson.
Yeah, Soledad, thank you very much. More now on Sandy Hook's principal, Dawn Huxbrung. We just told you about her a short time ago. Janice White is an adjunct professor at Sage Graduate School. Dawn was one of her students. Janice White joins me now on the phone. What can you tell us about Dawn? I mean, you knew her. What was she like?
I've known Dawn for the past several months. This is the first course she took in a doctoral program. She was a person who loved the work she did. The course that we are doing is on leadership, and she loved leading children to their futures. She had the great potential to make continued difference, and a lot of our course is about courage. We read Rushworth Kidder, who wrote Moral Courage, and this morning I read one of her papers that she submitted a few days ago, and it was referencing overcoming fear. And she's an example of facing one's fear in the ultimate situation.
When you read that paper this morning, did you know what had happened?
No, I was in the process of grading papers, and then took a break and heard about it, and then went back to the paper, and this quote from her work just popped at me, and she she was actually in this paper speaking about overcoming fear and facing one's fear and acting in spite of fear.
Extraordinary. Janice White, I appreciate you being with us tonight. Thank you very much. We're as much as possible, we're just trying to focus on the victims tonight. And as I said, intentionally limiting the use of the killer's name. We told you we just don't want to repeat it over and over again. We don't want it to become a household name. I don't want to ever give encouragement to anyone else that they can become famous through murder. That being said, we are trying to learn what we can about what led this person to that school. And Drew Griffin joins me now with that part of the investigation. Drew, what are we learning?
Anderson, having covered so many of these, it is playing out almost in a sickening routine. A shooter with possible mental health issues, a family perhaps trying to deal with those issues, something snaps, powerful guns easily accessed, and this outburst of violence. The case of this 20-year-old shooter beginning to play out just exactly in that order. Here's what we do know. The shooter had an older brother. That brother has reportedly told ABC News that the shooter had a personality disorder. He mentioned autism. CNN heard that same information from a man who called himself a friend of the shooter in Newtown, where the shooter lived and where his mother taught school. We can now confirm the guns. Susan Candiotti told you about them. 2 handguns, a semi-automatic rifle, were all legally owned by the shooter's mother, now deceased. And as is also somewhat standard in these cases, Anderson, you'll find people shocked that the particular shooter could have been involved in anything, as is with the case of one of the shooter's former classmates and former school bus driver. Take a listen.
It was just a kid.
Just a kid?
Just a kid.
Never antisocial?
No, I'm just gonna... No.
Troublemaker?
No, definitely not.
Noticeable? Did he just kind of blend into the background?
Yeah. Nothing that would warrant any of this.
They're saying he went after his mom and her class of kids. Can you wrap your head around that?
No, I cannot. I don't know who do anything like this.
So your general sense is what?
This is unspeakable. I first heard about it. I'm still in shock. Excuse me a moment. I want to go.
He was a nice kid, very polite. She raised very nice boys to me. That's why I think it's a shock to even know them and realize who they are and what he did. You can't understand what happened, that he snapped, what have you, and he took such innocent lives.
So, Anderson, what can we expect? As we've learned in the case of the Virginia Tech shooting of Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, this year's mass killing at that movie theater in Aurora, Colorado, expect to see that in hindsight, multiple warning signs, maybe dangerous messages ignored, or maybe practice sessions, an obsession with his mother's guns that weren't taken seriously, or in many cases, the family just didn't know how to handle it. And in the end, there will never be an answer, I can tell you, or an explanation that is good enough for the victims' families, because it is just so senseless. Anderson?
Yeah. And obviously mental health issues, again, already we're starting to hear about that, right, as we have in so many of these other cases, as you point out. And so often it's hard for parents to get help, even if they know their child has a problem because of laws on the books now. It's one of the things we'll be looking at. Also, obviously, gun laws. You were saying all these guns were legally acquired. Connecticut has some of the toughest gun laws there is, right?
Yeah, there's already calls for, we need to strengthen the gun laws, but I think people need to look at what Connecticut's gun laws are, because they are very, very strict, Anderson, and it's what led them to know the registration of these guns. Connecticut has its own registry. Those handguns, you have to have a certificate to possess those handguns on file. That goes along with a class you have to take in safety handgun. You have to be over 21 years. If that rifle was an assault rifle, many people would be surprised to know that Connecticut actually bans assault rifles. Now, the ones that were legally possessed before 1993 were grandfathered in, but those two would need to be registered with the state. And as we know, these guns were registered with the mother of this shooter.
Drew, appreciate the reporting as well. Thank you. With us now is Denise Correia. Her second grader was in school this morning. Denise, I cannot imagine what this day has been like for you, obviously for your child. How is your child and how are you doing?
I think everyone's coping as best as they possibly can, and it's shocking when it happens anywhere. So we're all trying to wrap our arms around the situation as best as we can.
Does your daughter want to talk about it with you, or are you encouraging her to, or how do you handle this? Because I think there's a lot of parents around the world right now who are trying to figure out what to say to their child.
You know, the hard thing for me is, Andrew said, I'm a New Yorker, so I guess I'm very accustomed to Manhattan and accustomed to always telling my kids to be careful. I guess you never expect it to happen in your school. And at the end of the day, I'm letting her talk. She's mentioned quite a bit about the principal, who many of us have worked with, and I adored her. I worked with her personally with my business, so that is one person I know that we've lost on a personal level. I know that they are going to have counselors at the intermediary school tomorrow, and I've already told my children that they were all welcome to go there. So that's what we're planning on doing tomorrow. That way, if they need to speak to somebody, they will.
Has your daughter said much about what she saw or what she heard?
She did mention that she did, of course, hear gunshots. They were on the same floor. Her teacher managed to take 2 children out of the hallway, pull them into the classroom, lock the door, and move everybody over to the other side of the room. When, it was very confusing, as it would be in any of these cases, to go and pick up your child once we figured out that everything was dispatched to Sandy Hook Elementary. I was one of the first parents there, along with a friend of mine. We both figured out what was going on and ran over there. They were very smart to get them out of the building. They moved them over to the firehouse. But you could see that my daughter's teacher was visibly upset, as well as many of the children there. And she did a very heroic thing. She pulled 2 kids out of the hallway and just shoved them in the class and locked that door up. And, the kids are going to suffer from this. I mean, like everything else, it's a psychological event that's going to take time for healing. And as long as everyone gets the proper help, it's not something you shake off very easily, and certainly not for little people. And we lost a lot of babies today in this town. And there are a lot of very sad families, and as everyone can think, you never think it's going to happen, but basically it happens all over the world at this point. So we have to be very cognizant of mental health. We have to be very cognizant of gun control, in my eyes, and also about how schools are locked up these days. And it's unfortunate. You wouldn't think that to take your children to school, you have to worry about somebody going in and blowing them all up. It just is very, very, it's an unfortunate state of affairs, but unfortunately it's our reality these days.
Well, Denise, I'm sorry that reality was visited upon your daughter today and everybody else, and I wish you strength and peace in the difficult days ahead. Thank you for talking tonight.
Oh, thank you so much, Anderson.
Denise Correia. Obviously, witnessing the massacre inside the school has been, I mean, how can you even say it? Obviously, traumatic experience, deeply traumatic for the children who survived, and even for kids hearing about it in the United States and elsewhere around the world. It can be difficult to understand. They have questions, and parents have questions about what to say. We're going to talk with Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta ahead.
I was in New York, and my wife called me in hysterics, and I just rushed home, and she heard some bangs, and she was, brought into a bathroom.
It was frightening. I mean, it was like my heart stopped beating. It was like I can't even explain it.
One of the most horrific images after the shooting that occurred was parents waiting in the firehouse for word of their children. Many waiting for hours, and then finally being told that if they hadn't had word by then, that their little ones were lost. So many families tonight in deep mourning, unspeakable grief. Soledad is joining us now live from the scene. Soledad.
Anderson, the gunman's mother, is a kindergarten teacher at the school, and she was found dead reportedly at the family home, which is not very far from where I am. Ali Velshi is covering that part of the story for us tonight. He's got more. Ali?
You know, we're on the street where the shooter lived with his mother. There's a lot of activity around here, as you can see behind me with that police car. None of it has anything to do with residents around here. In fact, many of the residents were evacuated from here. They were asked to leave earlier today while the police made this a crime scene. You can see the yellow tape here. So everybody you're seeing, the cars, there were a couple of reporters there a moment ago. It's all media who are trying to get to the house, which is down there. The police have completely closed this off. These, as you can see, are very large houses around here. All of them have Christmas decorations on, but it's a quiet area, quiet neighborhood. There are no street lights here at all. All the lights you see here again are from the media. Not a lot of neighbors responding. A number of reporters have been around here knocking on doors, trying to get a sense of this family and who they were, but no doors are being opened. We have seen people looking out of their windows a little bit, so there are some families that are back in here, but this is a very quiet neighborhood. We're about 2.5 miles from the school, and around here, people who did speak to the media or did comment on this said they didn't really know the family. This is an area where they are now coming together in their grief and trying to make sense of this. This is just about the most uncommon thing you would see in a neighborhood like this. So no real action here. The police have said they won't have any more comment until 8 in the morning Eastern time, which is when they might be able to give a positive identification for the shooter. As you know, they haven't done that yet, but at least there is some sense that once they do that, they may be able to put more of those puzzle pieces together and get some sense of who this shooter was and why this, what motivated this heinous act today. But for now, entirely quiet in this neighborhood. You can see no lights and just that police car guarding to make sure nobody goes anywhere near that house.
All right, Ali, thank you for that update. There's another terrible piece of this puzzle to talk about tonight, and it is the gunman's brother. He was taken in for questioning in Hoboken, New Jersey, and John Berman is live for us in Hoboken tonight with more. John, what do we know about exactly why the brother was taken in?
There seems to be a lot of confusion, Soledad, about the brother and why he was taken in. He's 24 years old. The brother lives in an apartment building right behind me, a 5-story building made up of 2- and 3-bedroom apartments. Earlier in the day, police did take him into the custody, led him to a police car in handcuffs, and the brother looking dazed, a little bit confused, very glum, which you can imagine is probably understandable given the situation. Not clear exactly why. Now, I did talk to a police officer as I was walking onto the scene here who told me there was this notion that the shooting suspect had his brother's ID on him, was holding his brother's ID for some reason, so there may have been some initial confusion. Again, police took the brother into custody. They also, CNN has learned, have been talking to 2 roommates of the brother here who are not believed at this point to have any connection to the suspect at all. On the scene here on the street where I was earlier, this was just teeming with law enforcement activity. You had Hoboken City Police, you had Jersey City Police, there was a bomb squad who never actually entered the building, and the FBI. The FBI did go in and did remove some materials from this apartment, apparently, including a computer. Again, the brother, we're not sure if he's still in custody or not, but it's been a strange situation. So it is very quiet here and almost no law enforcement presence at all, which does give you some sense that this is no longer a huge center of interest in the investigation. Soledad.
All right, John Berman. Thanks, John, for that update. Let's send it right back to Anderson.
Soledad, thanks. Everyone who lived through today's school shooting in Newtown, Connecticut, saw and heard things that no one ever should, especially kids. As President Obama said today, their innocence was torn away. Now, a lot of people are wondering how these kids can be affected by what they witnessed today. And a lot of people want to know, as parents, what to say to their kids who were watching this or may have heard about this. Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Sanjit Gupta joins me now. What do you think the biggest concerns are for children who actually witnessed these shootings or who were in the school when this happened?
Well, children can suffer PTSD as well, post-traumatic stress disorder. We don't think about it as much, and events like this are so unprecedented that it's hard to have some real answers here. But for the next several days, there'll be some real concerns about these kids. But typically, it is short-lived, and that is the good news. Sometimes it can proceed to nightmares, anxiety, panic. And in those cases, it's important to get help and get help early. If you get help early, it's much more predictive of how they're going to do in the long run. There have been a lot of studies about this, Anderson. One thing I found interesting, and it has to do with tonight, and that is sleep. If a child is getting sleep, a good night of sleep tonight, it tends to be a very powerful predictor of how they're going to cope with this in the long run. The kids that are going to be the most vulnerable are kids who are obviously closer to the violence, but also kids who had things going on in their own homes ahead of time. That makes them more at risk. And don't forget, Anderson, something that you and I have talked about in the past, survivor's guilt. Kids who are alive, who wonder why they are, given all that happened. So that's something that people are going to be mindful of, Anderson.
Well, I mean, it's not just the trauma, the immediate trauma of sort of hearing this or witnessing this. It's also, the long-term loss of some of their friends, some of their playmates. And at that age, that's a very hard thing to understand. And I guess one of the reasons that counselors are going to be supposedly available starting tomorrow. Are kids more at risk of suffering something like PTSD than adults?
Both can suffer PTSD. The difference, though, is that with children, especially children as young as this, they don't verbalize it the same way. So, you may have just developmental delays that, are unusual. You could have regression overall, even temper tantrums. So these are the sort of things that, it may not fit. You may not fit exactly with what you'd expect with PTSD, but it can be much more vague. Whereas with adults, as you know, Anderson, hypervigilance, quick reactions to things, sort of reliving the trauma, the horror over and over again. Obviously, of course, Anderson, the parents of the children who died are the ones that are at most risk from all of this.
Yeah, Sanjay, appreciate it. Thank you very much. We'll be right back.
It feels like a nightmare, and you just never in a million years would you ever think. You drop your child off at school, hugs and kisses, have a good day, I'll see you later, and see you at the end of the day. And you never know, are you still going to have, in 20 minutes from now, what's going to happen? And you count your blessings every day for what you have.
And I'm back with Soledad O'Brien, who is live in Newtown, Connecticut. Soledad, I've been in that town. It's such a beautiful area. It's the last kind of place you would expect something like this. I know you've been talking to a lot of families. Asking how they're doing just sounds so hollow. But what are people saying to you tonight?
They're just stunned. We've seen some parents come, in some cases, bringing their kids with them, and they're just absolutely stunned. And I think they're stunned that they're so blessed that they survived and their children survived, and that somehow they were able to dodge a terrible thing befalling them. And yet at the same time, they know there are so many families in their community who did not have children who survived. That, inside the scene, as the law enforcement calls it, that they are still processing. Those parents cannot be with their children and will never be with their children, and there's just a terrible horror behind it all. And I think, again, the question of why and what happened and what drove a shooter to do this, it's so many questions that need to be answered, and probably, as law enforcement has told us, will be answered. It just takes time, and it takes investigation.
Yeah.
That's of absolutely no relief to anybody here.
Yeah. And the idea that the kids are still in there is just such a horrible, horrible thing. Soledad, I appreciate your sensitive reporting tonight. We saw a bit of it at the top of the hour, the vigil tonight in Newtown, Connecticut, a community shattered, gathering at a church that simply cannot hold all the people who want to be there, want to say prayers tonight and add their hopes and their remembrances for the families who have lost loved ones. We add to that vigil our prayers and our thoughts to the parents and the children, the families and friends. So many hearts are with you tonight.
I would like to share with you a letter from His Holiness Pope Benedict XVI. I was promptly informed of the shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. I convey my heartfelt grief and the assurance of my personal prayers to the victims and their families, to all those of the community of Newtown and especially the parish of St. Rose of Lima.
I have no words that make the pain of what happened today easy to bear. I'm heartbroken, as I know all of you are. There's nothing more hurtful or more tragic than the loss of innocence, but no more so when those that are lost are young children. I'm heartbroken.
People's children, brothers and sisters, were taken from them. People's spouses, those teachers and administrators, were taken from us.
I have to commend all of the first responders, both state and local, and certainly the staff of the school. They were there for those children, which is what teachers are all about. And it was most obvious today, what they really are about as teachers. To all of them, I say thanks on behalf of all of us.
We'll be back 1 hour from now at 10 p.m. Eastern for another edition of 360. Piers Morgan tonight starts right now.
Breaking news, we're looking live at a community in mourning and shock after one of the worst mass shootings in American history. Here's what we know. At around 9:30 this morning, a gunman walked into Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, and opened fire. Police say he killed 20 children, young children from 5 to 10 years old. The shootings took place in 2 rooms of one section of the school. He also killed at least 6 adults before killing himself. Police found the body of the suspect's mother at his home earlier in the day. A prayer vigil for the victims was held tonight at a church. It took place a mile away from Sandy Hook Elementary. Hundreds were in attendance. Earlier at the White House, another vigil was held with people holding candles. But this gathering was for a call for more gun control. Many say this tragedy demands tougher legislation. Inside the White House, a visibly shaken President Obama offered these words about the mass killing.
The majority of those who died today were children. Beautiful little kids between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. They had their entire lives ahead of them. Birthdays, graduations, weddings, kids of their own. Among the fallen were also teachers, men and women who devoted their lives to helping our children fulfill their dreams.
Highly emotional President Obama today, reflecting how most of the nation would have been feeling. And tonight, police have identified the killer as Adam Lanza. This is his brother, Ryan Lanza, being taken into questioning today. We'll have much more on the shooter ahead, and I'll talk to his former classmate. Meanwhile, Susan Candiotti has new details on this shooter and joins me now from outside the school in Newtown. Susan, a desperate day for this school, for the families, for these poor children, for America. What do we know about the person that perpetrated this hideous crime?
You know, it is so heartbreaking, Pierce. We're learning he's 20-year-old Adam Lanza. We know, according to our sources, that for whatever reason, when he came to the school this day, he was wearing what's described to me as black battle fatigues and a military vest. He came armed with 3 weapons, 2 of them handguns, one described as a Glock, another one described as a Sig Sauer, and a third one where the police found in the vehicle. Those 2 weapons were found on him in the school. The third one was found, the Bushmaster, which is a semi-automatic, and it was found in a car outside the school. Now, what led him to this? We don't know. We do know this, that police have questioned both his brother and his father. His brother was taken into custody for questioning only, is not being called a suspect, from his apartment in Hoboken, New Jersey. Now, we understand that the father was also questioned by authorities here in the Newton, Connecticut area. The father is divorced from Nancy Lanza. Now, she is the mother of the 2, who is a school teacher and who is counted among the dead. Her body was found in a residence here in the Newton area as well. Now, believe it or not, Pierce, those weapons, according to authorities, were owned by the mother, Nancy Lanza, in this case, not by the shooter. So, still trying to piece together a motive. There are signs we are hearing from our sources that the shooter may have suffered from some kind of personality disorder. Did he leave any notes behind? Did he tell anyone what he was planning to do? among the many questions that we all have tonight.
There certainly are. Susan Kendall, for now, thank you very much indeed. I want to turn now to Ashley Banfield. She's in Newtown, Connecticut as well. Ashley, I was watching earlier when you were speaking to Wolf Blitzer, and you became very emotional because two of your own children, I think, are at a school in Connecticut, and you weren't sure for a while exactly what was happening with them. Thankfully, they were okay. But this is every parent's nightmare. From what we understand, the bodies of these poor children are still lying there on what the police are calling the crime scene at this school. The parents can't even see them. It's just an unimaginable horror.
There's no other way to put it. Unimaginable horror, and it was an evil that's been visited upon this community, according to the governor of Connecticut, Dan Malloy, who spoke here earlier, Piers. I have another detail for you that I want to share with you about how some of these parents learned that they wouldn't be seeing their children again. I think you already know the detail that many of the children were rushed out of the school, out of the Sandy Hook Elementary School by the police, by teachers, and they raced on foot to a nearby a nearby fire station, which became the staging area. There were robocalls that went out. We've heard those robocalls saying, parents of the Sandy Hook Elementary students, come to this fire station to be reunited with your children. Throughout the day, there was one area within that fire station where the children were kept, and they were shown movies until their parents could come and find them. There was another area where a number of the parents were milling about, waiting for students to be brought into the fire station. You can imagine it was quite a chaotic scene for some time. Slowly but surely, Piers, over the course of the day, parents arrived, children were taken away, parents continued to wait, other children didn't arrive, and ultimately there was a moment where they had to tell these waiting parents, there will be no more reunions tonight. And I'm told from someone who was inside that area, in a room adjacent, that at the moment those parents were told there would be no more reunions and no more children coming, that there were wails that were released. And the person who told me this said this was the moment she completely broke down. There was also a nurse on hand who came, volunteer, having worked 2 decades in the business. Her brother telling me that she just wanted to be there and help in any way she could as a grief counselor, and was present at that time as well. Just a horrifying moment, if you can imagine being those parents who waited and waited and waited only to hear this. And ultimately, like you said, Piers, they know the bodies of their children are still in that school tonight.
It's just hard to imagine anything worse in the world. Ashley, thank you for now. I'm going to be joined now by Mark Bowden. He's the mayor of Danbury, which is right next to Newtown. Mr. Mayor, thank you for joining me. This is just, it's almost beyond any understanding. How is the community dealing with this? Are they yet? What can you do?
Well, obviously, it's been a horrific day here in the greater Danbury area, and in particular the town of Newtown. Clearly, our heart goes out to all those individuals who lost loved ones today, and obviously the children and the staff and everybody else. It's been an incredibly difficult day. I have to tell you that the first selectman of Newtown, Pat Lodra, has done a tremendous job. She's been working very hard. Unfortunately, can't be with us right now, but she's really doing what needs to be done. The first responders have been tremendous. The staff at the school has been absolutely heroic in terms of their approach to this, and it's just been just an absolute international tragedy and crisis.
And I understand, Mr. Mayor, that you knew the principal of the school who also was killed.
That's correct. I had the honor of working in the same school system and very close proximity to Dawn, who passed away today. She was a teacher in the Danbury Public School System, and then elevated up through the ranks and eventually ended up a principal here in Newtown. And just a committed, hardworking, dedicated educator, somebody who cared deeply about kids, and she put kids first in every facet and every way in which she executed her job, and somebody who we just would all admire and would all want working with our children as a professional.
Well, it's an extremely sad day, and I appreciate you joining me, Mr. Mayor, and I can only wish you all the very best. We're trying to rebuild the community. Do you know if there are any plans for any more vigils tomorrow?
There are vigils scheduled throughout this community of Newtown throughout the weekend. In addition to that, Connecticut itself is having a simultaneously vigil, if you will, simultaneous vigil that they're trying to organize right now, where each town and each village and each city will take a moment out and spend time reflecting, and really maybe starting once we get through this initial horrendous shock and reflecting a little bit about our public policy positions in terms as they relate to things like gun control, things like how we deal with folks that are mentally disabled. Once we fully understand this horrific tragedy that's occurred, and I think that conversation will be started over the next couple of weeks.
Mayor Mark Boaton, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you, Piers.
We can't imagine what it was like inside that school, but Sophia Lubinsky was there. She's just 8 years old, and she's a student at Sandy Hook. She joins me now, along with her mother, Brenda. Thank you both for joining me. If I may start with you, Brenda, this is every mother's nightmare. When was the first that you heard about this, and how did you hear?
You hear something?
I received a call from the school system, from the superintendent, saying that there was a shooting in Newtown, but didn't say that it was a school, but that the schools were on lockdown. So I wasn't too concerned because I didn't know where it happened. And then I received a text on my phone from a news organization, and they said that Sandy Hook School, there had been a shooting. So I got in my car and I went over to the school, and there were already state police, the fire, Newtown police.
And when you got there, obviously scenes of complete chaos. How quickly was it that you realized your daughter was safe?
Okay. When I got there, there was complete chaos, but I did see some moms and a neighbor, and I asked them what happened, and they said they didn't know, but that there was a shooting. And then I saw a neighbor, like I said, and he said they carried out a little girl, and she looked like she was dead. So instantly I panicked because of my baby here. But thankfully, no sooner he said that, I looked towards the kids who were being brought from the school to the firehouse, and I saw her class, and I ran up and I said, "Where's Sophia?" And they said, "Oh, she's okay, she's coming." And I saw her with her teacher. And then we all were taken into the firehouse, where we were kept so they can do a roll call and make sure all the students were accounted for.
And Sophia, it's obviously been a very terrifying day for you and for all your friends. What did you think was happening? Were you aware that there was somebody firing a gun in the school?
Can you hear her?
Not really, my earpiece.
She can't really hear you. What she told me was that they heard pops in the hallway. And the teacher told me also, Courtney Martin, she's my hero, that she locked the door immediately and brought all the kids to a corner of the room where they stayed there. They were scared, they were shaken, but they didn't know what was going on until later when they were brought into the firehouse. Police came and knocked on the door and said, "It's okay, you can come out." And they guided them through the back of the school, and they walked over to the firehouse. And that's where I caught up with Sophia.
And Brenda, how is Sophia now? It must have been an extraordinarily traumatic experience for all those children who survived this.
I think that she's numb right now. She's a pretty bright kid, and she has a big support staff at home, and we love her very much, and she'll be fine. It's just that we're devastated for the rest of the family because we don't know who was hurt. I do know my close friends, their children are okay, but we don't know who the children were.
I don't know if she can hear me or not, Brenda, but I just wondered whether Sophia wanted to say anything about what happened to her today.
Do you want to say anything, honey? No?
No, okay.
Are you sure?
No.
I think she's too cold now.
No, I think she should probably go home with her mum. It's been a terrifying day for everybody involved, and I'm just so grateful that you were able to see your daughter. Obviously, your heart must go out to those poor families who've not been able to see their poor children again.
It's a small community, it's a close-knit school, and it's devastating, and I'll be here for anybody, and our prayers go out to all the families.
Well, Brenda, thank you very much indeed.
I'm just the luckiest lady right now. Thank you.
Brenda, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very lucky indeed. The gunman has been identified as Adam Lanza. And joining me now from London is Lanza's former classmate, Alex Israel. Alex Israel, thank you for joining me. You knew this character. Is this something that you could have ever predicted, that he would one day flip and do something as monstrous as this?
I mean, I don't know if you can ever predict something like that would happen. You really never think that it's going to happen to your school, somewhere where you live and you've lived your whole life. But I don't know if I could have predicted it. I mean, there was something off about him. I really only knew him closely when we were very, very young, when we were in elementary school together. And I mean, he was always a little bit different. He mostly stuck to himself, but I don't know if you can say that you could have predicted this.
He was, by all accounts, a pretty clever young man, particularly in maths, almost a sort of genius, apparently, at that. Tell me about that side of him.
I mean, I was never in any of his classes or anything like that, but yeah, you could definitely tell that he was, I would say, a genius. Yeah, there was definitely something there that was a little bit above the rest of us.
Did he have friends? Was he sociable?
I always saw him alone when he was walking through the school or when he was sitting at the table or sitting on the bus. But I mean, I'm sure I think he had a few maybe close friends, maybe through school, through his classes. But most of the time that I saw him, he was alone, yeah.
How would you describe his personality?
He was really quiet. He kept to himself. I mean, he was a little fidgety, a little uneasy sometimes if you were just to look at him. I think he was just socially not really into going out there and making as many friends as everyone was really doing in elementary school and middle school. He preferred to stay to himself.
Did you know his family, his mother in particular?
I mean, I knew her, we lived in the neighborhood, so I knew her through neighborhood events. My mom knew her. I mean, she was a very nice woman, a kindergarten teacher, obviously, so I didn't know her personally, but from what I remember, she was a nice woman.
His parents got divorced. Were you aware of that having any big impact on him?
You know, I don't know when they got divorced. I've known him since I would say first grade. And he's always been the way that I've described him as. He's always been reserved, quiet. So I don't know if the divorce had anything to do with that. I don't know when they divorced, but that could have caused that, or it could have made it worse as he got older and became a little bit more reserved. But I'm not sure if that affected it.
Where were you when you heard about what had happened, and what was your immediate reaction when you discovered that it was this person that you knew?
It was devastating. I mean, even to first, I'm in London now studying here for the semester. I'm coming home on Thursday to this, but I found out first, you know, early this morning, I guess, probably when it broke at home, but at this time it was like around 2. And just the first information of it, it's just devastating to think that something like that could happen in a town where you've grown up in. I've felt safe my whole life. I was raised in that elementary school, raised in the school system there, and finding out that it was someone I knew ultimately who had done all of this is just upsetting. I mean, you can't imagine that would ever happen.
And the community around Newtown, how would you describe that? I'm hearing it was a very kind of, it's a quiet place. Stuff like this just never happens. And obviously this is an extreme, but
yeah.
They don't really get many shootings, gun murders. This is a very exceptional kind of place in that sense.
No, I mean, it's a pretty big town. I mean, space-wise, we span over a pretty vast array of land, but it's really close-knit in that everyone knows each other, everyone is close with each other. The school systems are so close. You grow up with these people and you go to school with them, and everyone really came together, I think, through this and is really supporting each other really quite well, and that's one good thing to come out of it, if anything at all.
When was the last time you spoke to Adam Lanza?
Probably middle school. I didn't have any connection with him in high school, but middle school probably, I would say the last time I actually said a word to him.
Your summary would be a kind of fidgety, slightly a loner, not massively sociable, but not apparently dangerous.
No, I mean, I never noticed anything scary or violent or anything like that. I would never have expected that from him, I don't think. Just for someone who sort of went under the radar and kept to themselves, you wouldn't really think of them as doing something crazy like this.
Well, Alex, it must have been a hell of a shock for you, and I'm very grateful to you for joining me this evening and giving some perspective on the character of this person. I appreciate you joining me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming next, the psychology of the shooter, Adam Lanza. Two experts join me to talk about the gunman.
Earlier today, a number of our citizens, beautiful children, had their life taken away from them, as well as adults whose responsibility it was to educate and supervise those children. The perpetrator of the crime is dead, as is an individual who the perpetrator lived with.
The Connecticut governor talking about this tragedy. We have new information on the gunman, Adam Lanza. He was wearing black battle fatigues and a bulletproof vest when he opened fire at the school. What could have driven him to do this? With me now is Dr. Javier Amador, a profiler and psychologist. He's consulted on many mass shootings. Also with me is Dr. Frank Ochberg. He's a former FBI psychiatrist. Welcome to you both. Let me start with you, Dr. Amador, if I may. You've been involved in many of these kind of incidents, possibly nothing as appalling as this. There seems to be a pattern at the moment. We saw this with Aurora, with the shopping mall shooting last week. Young men in their early 20s suddenly flipping, getting hold of weapons and causing outrages. What is driving them? What is the possible background to what is going on here?
Well, working on a lot of these cases, there are a number of different causes that kind of can be divided into two broad categories. And one category are people who really have that trait of a loss of empathy and inability to connect to other people, and a history of cruelty, of what people talk about as sociopaths or antisocial personality. And at the other end of the spectrum, we have people with brain disorders, with serious mental illnesses that are either untreated, that are, because of what's happening in their life, exacerbated by stress. So it sounds like the little bit that's coming out already that we're leaning more towards the direction of this is someone with a brain disorder. And there's some other parts of the story, of course, that it may take years to really uncover what triggered this. But there's nothing sudden about any of these stories in my experience. That's the headline for me. It's sudden for us that this happened. But as you begin to understand his story, I assure you, the warning signs were there. And not that they were ignored, but they weren't recognized.
Are people like this as likely to carry out what they end up doing, these atrocities, if they didn't have easy access to firearms?
Well, look, there's no question that firearms play a role. But I can tell you from experience, if somebody wants to kill a number of people, there are other weapons of destruction. There's ways to make bombs. In at least one case I've worked on. So firearms is certainly an important part of the picture, but understanding when somebody has a mental illness, if mental illness has played a role here, and I'm not saying it, I know that it has, that certainly is something that needs to be very carefully considered before allowing that person to have a firearm.
Frank Ochberg, you specialise in treating post-traumatic stress and the effects of violence. Obviously a very particular problem here with so many young people at this school who've luckily survived, but having to deal now with the horror of losing possible friends, people that they knew from the school, teachers, the head teacher, and so on. Where do you start with trying to counsel young children when this kind of appalling thing happens?
I think the first thing is helping the parents. The children look to their parents, and for the parents, some of them are stunned. They're grieving. They've lost a precious 6-year-old. For the children themselves, sometimes children who go through this and who do survive take a while to make sense out of it. They may regress. They may move backward a year or two in terms of their normal development. Some of them will figure out years later what actually happened. And some are going to do relatively well. They'll be sadder, they'll be wiser in a way. The most important thing is what I see happening right now. That community is coming together. People are loving each other. The president has come to remind us that we are a nation who cares, and he came as a father. So I am a father and a grandfather. I have called my children, and I want to know how they're doing with their children. So as we come together, we do the best that we can at a sad time like this.
Dr. Amador, I suppose the big question is why would this shooter do what he did, go to a classroom and murder so many young children of such a young, tender age, possibly the classroom that his mother taught, and he's already, we know, probably killed his mother at their home. Can you try and piece together from your experience the thought process here, why he would then, having killed his mother, go to the school and do what he did?
Well, I don't have a crystal ball, and I haven't diagnosed him or assessed him. And I'm not saying that people with mental illness are more violent. Let me be crystal clear about that, because that's not the case. It's just simply not the data that we have. But if indeed mental illness is a part of this, then there is a particular path that needs to be looked at. Is this somebody who became depressed and suicidally depressed? And with his autism, his roommate, Alex Israel, mentioned that he preferred to stay alone. Well, actually, a symptom of Asperger's, and this is one report coming out, which may or may not be true, is something's missing in the brain, the capacity for empathy, for social connection, which leaves the person suffering from this condition prone to serious depression and anxiety. And so they're fidgety, they're anxious, they're depressed, and if they're suicidally depressed, we just don't know enough, Piers. I guess what I'm trying to do and agreeing to come here and talk about this is to ask people to don't rush to judgment about who this young man is. We don't have enough information. If it was mental illness that played a role, it's an opportunity for us to do better.
You see, there is a school of thought. You shouldn't give him any attention, the shooter, and shouldn't name him and so on, because this brings attention to him. My view is he's dead, so he won't be able to bask in the appalling glory of what he did. But secondly, there is a pattern now of these young men...
You're making the assumption
that
he wants to bask in the glory of what he did. We don't know that. I've met shooters. I've spent many hours with men like this who have killed dozens of people. And they don't necessarily want glory. They're seriously ill. And I've met others who do want glory. So again, you're rushing to a particular interpretation of this. It's way too soon for us to know. There are two general paths.
Yeah, sorry, Frank.
Piers, I'd like to endorse that also. I know that for the whole country now, we really want to know why this happened. And when you are a parent, you can't stop thinking about these questions that you're asking. But we have to be very careful in answering them. When you mentioned that we've had several similar cases recently, yes, these were similar in that guns were used, they were spree killings, they were mass killings. But I can tell you, as a medical doctor and a psychiatrist who's worked closely with the FBI on cases, there are dramatically different motives and mentalities. There are people who don't have a conscience. They torture animals. They have no basis in their mind for empathy or sympathy. They learn how to fake it. And I believe that one of the Columbine killers fit that pattern, but the other was completely different. He was not a psychopath. And in the case of the Aurora shooter, the jury isn't in yet, but I have a feeling we're going to find that he was on the verge of major mental illness with delusions, hallucinations. One time in my life, I was responsible for the federal program of mental health services in America. And I have to admit, we failed. We failed America in protecting the lives of the seriously mentally ill. Most of what they do is suffer in silence. They're Their families want to do better by them. And as a country, we have not stepped up and been sympathetic and caring and appropriate for the seriously mentally ill.
I think that's an extremely important point. What I would just say to you, Dr. Amador, I think you've both made extremely valid points. My point really is you've got 3 successive appalling mass shootings here involving young men in their 20s, where the background to all of them from people that knew them was not dissimilar. You know, they seem to be fairly normal, kind of, maybe slightly odd, but nothing that would ring any alarm bells. And I suppose the point, I think, of examining their character and personality is that there must be a good likelihood of there being others like them out there who may be considering similar atrocities. How do people that know these types of people spot any warning signs?
Piers, I have 3 children.
We're not
let me start with Dr. Amador.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have 3 small children, and before this interview, they asked me what I was doing, and we talked about this for about an hour and a half. And my 9-year-old got very frightened. He goes to an elementary school. And I explained to him that these things are exceedingly rare. And let's not forget, this is exceedingly rare. Okay? I mean, just because something happened in the last month doesn't statistically make it a common occurrence. So let's really be clear and tell our children that. The other thing is, this is an opportunity to turn tragedy into an opportunity to fix some of the things that are terribly broken in our mental health care system. We actually do know what to do, Piers. We do know how to identify people at risk for violence. And it's all at the level of state funding. Sorry to get into the specifics, but it's funding of state mental health care and screening of not only young adults and children, and offering a good assessment. We can, in fact, do a much better job of not only caring for these people, but identifying those who would never be violent if not for a mental illness. So that is one big part of the story. There's another part which is the one I think that most people are more familiar with and interested in because of movies, frankly. You know, the diabolical, antisocial sociopath. Both stories are true, but both are actually quite rare.
Okay, the final word to you, Frank. I'll make it brief if you may.
America has more gun deaths than any other advanced nation in the world, and we have laws that say if you are seriously mentally ill, you shouldn't possess a weapon, but we don't enforce those laws. We have to get together across this divide. We need the NRA to step up and say that they believe in gun safety, not just in gun ownership. We need politicians on both sides of the aisle to tackle this problem, or we're going to have more dead American children.
Frank Ockberg and Dr. Javier Amador, thank you both very much. Still ahead, we'll talk to survivors of another mass school shooting. But next, the push for more gun control after today's tragedy. We'll debate it.
These neighborhoods are our neighborhoods, and these children are our children. And we're going to have to come together and take meaningful action to prevent more tragedies like this, regardless of the politics.
President Obama today on the shooting. The massacre is raising new questions about the access of guns in America. We know as New York Congressman Gerald Nadler, who's urgently calling for more gun control. Also John Lott, a former chief economist of the United States Sentencing Commission and author of More Guns, Less Crime. Dan Gross, who's president of the Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence. And Steve Dulan, who's the attorney for the Michigan Coalition of Responsible Gun Owners. Let me start with you, if I may, Congressman. You were pretty outspoken today saying this is time now to bring in new gun control laws.
Yes, I mean, if this doesn't wake us up, I don't know what will. And I was heartened that the president said that we had to take meaningful action, and the only meaningful action he can take is to lead a crusade, and to use the bully pulpit and lead a crusade for reasonable gun control legislation in Congress. You know, these massacres are taking place more and more often. We saw, by the way, today a very similar incident in China, where a madman attacked an elementary school in China with a knife. We had 22 injured children, injured, not dead. And that's the difference. In the United States, you know, we have 9,000 people killed with guns last year. In similar countries like Germany, 170, Canada, 150. There's a reason for that. Because
What would you like to see in terms of specific gun control?
Well, there are a number of pieces of legislation that we've been pushing for years. No reasonable gun owner who's a sportsman can object to bans on assault weapons made only to kill as many human beings as possible in a military situation. Nobody can reasonably object to a ban on sale of large ammunition clips so you can't reload. Nobody can reasonably object to micro-stamping of cartridges so you can trace the murder weapon. No one can reasonably object to eliminating the gun show exception, so that even if you buy a gun at a gun show, they still have to check your background to make sure they're not selling a gun to someone on the terrorist watch list, or to a mentally unstable person, or to a felon. Those are the reasonable things we should do.
Let me turn to you, John Lott. We've had a heated debate before about this after a previous incident. Two things happened in 1996. There was a massacre in Tasmania in which 35 people were killed. And the Australians, led by the Prime Minister John Howard, who was right-wing, friend of George W. Bush, he brought in pretty draconian new laws after that. He banned semi-automatic and automatic rifles and shotguns. As a result, over the next decade, firearm homicide rate fell by 59%. The firearm suicide rate fell by 65%.
That's not true.
That is true.
No, it's not.
No, it is true.
But if you look over time...
We say it's not true. It is true.
I'm telling you, people can go and look up the Australian national statistics themselves. And what you find is that for decades, the murder rate was falling in Australia. It basically stopped falling. If you just compare the average over 2 decades where it's falling to what it was afterwards, it makes it look like the average before is higher than the average afterwards. But if you look on a year-by-year basis, there wasn't that fall.
Why does Adam Lanza's mother, who sadly was killed by him today, why did she need to have these 3 weapons?
Can I just follow up one thing on the Australian
thing? I want you to answer this.
Because
why did she need to have these 3 weapons legally purchased, including this semi-automatic Bushmaster? Why would a woman teacher at a kindergarten need these weapons in her home, allowing, therefore, a clearly deranged son to take them and commit this atrocity?
You know, whatever that gun looks like, it's a semi-automatic rifle. Any hunting rifle, just about, is a semi-automatic rifle. Just because it looks different on the outside doesn't mean it functions differently.
But he fired off over 100 rounds in several minutes.
Look,
with this apparently harmless assault rifle.
Nobody said guns were harmless. Guns make it easier.
You just try to make up. It's just an average old gun.
Look,
he fired
to me
over
why
100 rounds, and he killed 20 children.
Right.
20 children between 5
happened.
and 10. At what point do you gun lobby guys say, we get it, it's time for change?
Right, it is time. We have... Look
time to do what?
Is to get rid of some of these gun laws
Which
that
one?
cause the gun-free zones. Look what's happened. All these attacks this year have occurred where guns are banned. Okay? Well, look at the Aurora movie theater shooting. There were 7 movies...
What the hell has that got to do with it?
The point.
Seriously, what has that got to do with it?
Well, you never let me explain.
You think he
can I say something?
It was a gun-free zone?
Look at the Aurora movie theater one, for example. There were 7 movie theaters showing the Batman movie within a 20-minute drive of where the killer lived. Only one of those banned guns. He didn't go to the movie theater closest to his home. He didn't go to the movie theater with the largest screen. He went to the one movie theater that banned guns. Now, if you look at bans generally, you can't point to a place, you know, Chicago, D.C., where we ban guns. Murder rates, violent crimes went up afterwards. In the U.K., in Jamaica, Ireland, island nations that have banned guns, you can't find a place where murder rates have actually gone down. They've gone up, usually by large amounts.
You cannot find a place...
Okay. Let me bring it down here.
First of all, I mean, basically every statistic that John Lott just cited is pure bunk in terms of the fact that more guns equals that's true. They were gun-free zones, but attributing that to the fact that this violence occurred, that's where I have to step in because listen, my brother was shot in a shooting on top of the Empire State Building, which was incredibly chaotic. I know firsthand. I've talked with the victims from the Aurora tragedy and all these tragedies to a person, they all say if there were another person there that were armed, it would have undoubtedly led to more carnage. There's going to be a guess. Excuse me. I let you talk. Let me finish.
Name me one case where that's happened.
Let me finish. In every one of these cases, they say if there were more guns, it would have only led to more chaos. Look at the recent Empire State Building shooting here in New York, where there were highly trained law enforcement officers. In the chaos, there were 8 other people shot, and every one of them was an innocent civilian, and every one of them was shot by one of these law enforcement officers.
Let me bring in Steve Dillon here. He's the attorney for the Michigan Coalition of Responsible Gun Owners. You believe, Mr. Dillon, believe that there should be more guns in schools. Is that right?
Well, I believe that those of us who are licensed to carry are responsible people shouldn't be prohibited from carrying in schools or other places. In fact, the Michigan legislature just passed a bill last night and sent to the governor for signature, a bill that would allow those of us who are licensed to take one more day of training, including range time, and then actually be able to carry in the places where we couldn't carry before.
Why on earth would you want more guns in schools after what's happened today?
Here's why, Piers. If we could suddenly make all guns disappear, I'd have a different position. But I spend a lot of time thinking about this and reading about it. I teach a class at the law school level called Gun Control Seminar, and I get a new group of law students every term, and we discuss this in detail. And the simple facts are guns exist. They are essentially 1800s technology. Even semi-automatics came into being in the late 1800s. They're easy to make. They're not going anywhere. They last several human lifetimes with minimal maintenance. So since guns exist, and we know for a fact that the only way to stop an evil person, like the person you were discussing earlier in the show, is to shoot him, or he's going to shoot himself.
Hang on. This is exactly the argument that I've been hearing ever since I've joined CNN. I joined on air about a week after Gabby Giffords, a congresswoman, was shot in the head. Right, ever since then, we've had the Sikh temple, the Aurora incident, we had the shopping mall last week, guy downstairs shot in the head from our New York bureau, and so on and so on and so on. And the argument I keep hearing is, well, if everybody else was armed, it wouldn't happen. It's a load of total hogwash, isn't it? No. If everyone had been armed at that movie theatre, twice as many people would have been killed in the mayhem that erupted.
Give an example where people have stopped these attacks and a bystander's been hit. You can't give me one example where a bystander's been hit by a permit holder.
The Empire State Building.
Where a permit holder.
Can I just...
The proof of the pudding
you don't
is that in
see
every other
mass
industrialized country in the world,
gun shows
other than the United States, they have reasonable gun control laws, and they have 100 people a year, not 9,000 or 10,000 a year killed by guns.
Guys, listen,
Japan,
but it was lower before gun control there.
Japan adopted strong gun control laws.
And has almost zero crime.
And the homicide rate plummeted.
But the point is, the gun control didn't change it.
In Scotland, in Dunblane, in 1996, there was a very similar school shooting.
Right.
Just an awful situation. 16 young children killed exactly as they were today.
You know what the two of the
and as a result of this, they brought in a handgun ban. 162,000 handguns were handed in. Right? It is time for an amnesty.
Murder rates went up.
Listen.
There's an amnesty in Australia
murder
as well.
rates went up.
There are about 35 murders a year in Britain.
But it was lower for another
there
reason.
There are nearly 12,000 murders a year from guns in this country.
The point is,
when are you guys going to focus on that? Stop telling me the answer is more guns. No, it is not the answer.
Look, listen. Let's focus on
it. After the ban, it was higher than it was before the ban.
So you want more guns, not less?
I'm saying
300 million guns in America isn't enough for you.
When you ban guns...
How many more kids have to die before you guys say, we want less guns, not more?
I'm upset about this. He asked me a question.
I want to tell you something.
Let him answer the question.
I'm upset because I worry that the gun control laws that you're pushing have killed people.
Oh, what a lot of nonsense.
Look, you have to explain.
Nonsense. An average of 35 killings from guns in Britain a year.
No,
in a place that banned handguns.
But
Here,
it was lower
no ban on these guns.
Had the gun
12,000 people a year die from gun murders.
Look, there are lots of differences across country. You have to understand.
Can I please have the opportunity to say something without screaming?
I mean, there is. I'm sorry, but
I want the. I just need to.
I've been debating this all week. Our following the Bob Costas thing, the shopping mall and so on, following Aurora. I've been debating it for months, if not 2 years. I'm so frustrated. I'm so furious that these kids have been blown away again with legally acquired weapons. Some boy who's got problems takes his mother's 3 weapons, including this ridiculous assault rifle, and goes in a school and kills his kids. And you guys on the gun lobby still want to tell me the answer is more guns.
Look,
it is madness.
No, but where? Why?
Yes, sir.
How else can you stop someone who's shooting people?
If you could let the congressman speak.
What you ought to be most angry about is that every poll shows that by massive majorities, Americans agree with what you just said. Right. And yet we have a lobby, the leadership of the NRA, who function as enablers of mass murderers. And that's what they are. They're enablers of mass murder because they terrify the class of political people. And even though polling shows that most NRA members would support reasonable gun controls, but every time someone proposes it, they come in, they lie, they say they'll take your guns away, and they stop any kind of legislation to prevent
nobody outside of the military and the police force in this country needs one of these in their homes.
We need
end of story.
I have to be able to say something without screaming.
Final word.
Listen, the encouraging thing, and what you should hopefully take inspiration, because we're all frustrated, we're all outraged, is this conversation and what these guys are saying does not represent what the American public wants. It does not represent the conversation that the American public wants to have. We're all in favor of things like criminal background checks. 74% of NRA members are. 40% of all gun sales don't require a background check. That's something that we all agree on. And there are things that we can do.
And it's not, as they try and tell me, an anti-American thing. To say, I respect the Second Amendment, I respect the right of every family to defend themselves. I don't respect the right of families to load their homes with these so that a disturbed kid can take them and blow up a school.
This debate is not as polarized as this gentleman
we are ending the debate for now, but this will continue next week. I can guarantee it. I'm going to
all these attacks
come back next week when you've had time to think about this, because you have to change your thinking. The gun lobby has to change its thinking.
Why do all these
attacks
occur where the guns are banned?
Coming next, survivors from other mass shootings share their thoughts on today's appalling massacre. One of the most disturbing images from the shooting, police officers escorting young children outside the school, brought back memories of a similar picture from another mass shooting from 1999 at a Jewish community center in California. Josh Stepikoff was a 6-year-old student at the JCC. He was shot in the leg. He joins me now, along with Mindy Finkelstein, who's another JCC survivor. Also with me is Steve Barton, a survivor of the tragedy in Aurora, and Paul Ercolino's brother was killed at the deadly shooting at the Empire State Building. Welcome to you all. Let me start, if I may, with Josh Stepikoff. This must have brought back awful memories for you today, as it does, I imagine, when there's any mass shooting in America. What were your feelings?
It's impossible to put words to what I really feel, and it's just a mixture of sympathy and disgust. And, you know, my heart goes out to those families, and there are people who have gone through the same thing and who understand what they're going through. And, you know, immediately what I thought was just that I wish that there was something I could do to help them. But, you know, in reality, it's a helpless situation.
Mindy, you survived what happened to you. When you hear the raging gun debates, which I'm sure will be particularly vociferous in light of this appalling incident today, what do you think? I mean, do you wish, after what happened to you and to Josh, that tougher laws have been brought in after that to try and do something about this?
You know, I do. I think that Josh and I and everyone, you know, in our community, in this weird family that we have of survivors of gun violence, wishes the day after what happens to them, nobody else has to go through it. And unfortunately, 13 and a half years later, we're sitting here watching these tragedies unfold on a daily basis.
You were, I think, 16 at the time of the shooting. Obviously, a lot of kids at this school today will be much younger than that, and they'll have either lost friends or people they knew at the school. It's going to be very, very difficult for them when they have to go back. What advice would you give them? I mean, what is the best way to try and deal with this? Perhaps the advice is best served for their parents, but what do you think?
You know, to be honest, it's heartbreaking because they're not going to know really what or how to feel until 5, 10 years from now when it actually keeps haunting them and nightmares and fears that keep coming up. I mean, Josh can speak to that himself. He was 6 years old at the time, and now he's in his 20s, and it haunts him every day. I was 16. I knew why I was shot. I knew that somebody tried to kill me, and every day, my entire life, I'm almost 30 years old, I'm haunted. There's nothing I can say to them except that I'm so sorry that they have to go through this, and I really, truly hope that something will be done after today, because we cannot stand for this anymore.
Stephen Barton, you survived the Aurora massacre. That was just a few months ago. There was a huge outcry then, and people promised to do all sorts of things. Politicians mouthed the usual rhetoric. Absolutely nothing happened. And lo and behold, here we are with an even worse tragedy, more dead, and this time 20 young kids. What are your views about the debate that will now unfurl on this?
I mean, I think the president said, that we need a meaningful action now, and he said that in the past, and so I'll be waiting for that action. It's a shame that 20 children have to be slain for us to even start talking about this, but I really think the American public is fed up with the lack of conversation on this issue.
And there have been more mass shootings in the last 5 or 6 years, and I think in the previous 4 decades, in terms of these particularly appalling ones. And you keep being told, well, it's not as bad as it seems, this situation, but it truly is. I mean, since I've been here, I've been utterly horrified. It's why I get so animated when I debate this on this show, because I just come from a country where this would be unthinkable, that movie theatres, shopping malls, kindergarten classrooms would be shot down in this indiscriminate way on an almost bi-monthly basis. I just don't get why Americans aren't far more angry.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing for politicians to take action, but it's equally important that the American public demands, these reforms, these changes. And the polling is clear, there's support for common sense gun reform. 82% of gun owners support universal background checks. It's really a failure of the system that we haven't arrived at that point yet.
Paul Ercolino, your brother Stephen was killed in the Empire State Building shooting. When we talked before, you believed in the right to own a handgun, and a referendum on guns in America wasn't needed. What do you feel today?
Well, I think in the wake of today, a referendum on guns is needed. I was talking the day my brother was murdered, and as a father, as children, innocent children, I see the heartbreak, and we have to go back to that. We have 20 families, 26 families that are devastated right now while we're having this debate. That's something we have to focus on. But this debate is about gun control. It's about mental illness. It's a combination. It's got to be all groups have to come together.
I think it's about a number of things. I mean, it includes violent video games, violent Hollywood movies.
The culture of violence in America.
Violent culture in America has got to be tackled.
And it has to stop.
All areas. There's got to be a proper debate. My argument is the politicians here don't want to have this debate.
Well, they have to. They have to. You have to have a congressman like Jerry Nadler. He was on today. You have to have a Republican congressman step up. Get together. This has to be taken care of. We can't talk about it anymore. We have to start doing things in America.
Listen, thank you all for joining me. You've all been in your own way, been through horror stories of your own, and this must have brought back very difficult memories today, and I appreciate you all joining me. It is time. President Obama talked today in a very moving and emotional way. It's time for action. It's time that America's politicians just did something. Stop worrying about the gun lobby who make millions, billions of dollars out of this trade in what often leads to appalling death. It is time for some moral conviction and some moral courage. Stay with CNN all weekend long for the latest on this school shooting. We'll be right back on Sunday night with a special edition of Piers Morgan Tonight. AC 360 starts now.
Piers, thanks very much. Good evening, everyone. It is 10 o'clock on the East Coast, and there is only one story tonight. You know what it is. We have new details to tell you about, but we're not going to pretend that we understand it any better than we did right after it happened. It is a horror beyond words. An elementary school, kids as young as 5 years old, the second deadliest school shooting ever in this country. 20 little children 7 adults killed, plus the shooter who apparently took his own life, all in a close-knit, quiet community about 90 minutes drive from New York. We're going to give you all the latest information tonight, but what we won't do is repeat the shooter's name over and over again, as has been done throughout the day. We don't want history to remember this murder. We want history to remember the victims, the teachers, the children, those whose lives have been so unfairly taken. We've got a team of correspondents working on this tragedy, including our Soledad O'Brien, who's on the scene. Soledad?
Anderson, a vigil was held tonight. The people of Newtown trying to come to grips with what has happened here, really just behind us this morning. But right now, this is still an active crime scene, and that means that many of the bodies are lying still where they fell inside that school, including the body of the killer. We do want to at least tell you his name. It is Adam Lanza, and as Anderson said, we're not going to be repeating it much tonight at all. 20 years old. His mother taught at the school. She was found dead at her family home. It's unclear exactly how she died or when she died.
Soledad, the idea that those kids are still in the school, I mean, it is such a horrific image to think about tonight, and for the parents not to have been able to see their children so far.
Yeah, the police say it's an active crime scene, and they told us that they thought by Sunday they'd be able to have the crime scene part of it and the investigation, at least that portion of it, wrapped up. But now we're getting told that actually it might be even as soon as tomorrow morning. But as you can imagine, I mean, imagine already knowing that your child has perished inside of that school, and you can't even go and get the body. It would be a horrific thing.
Well, let's hope the children are brought home soon. We do know that the mother of the shooter legally purchased the weapons that were used. HLN's Rita Cosby reports he broke his way through the front door into the school, 2 semi-automatic handguns and a military-style M16 clone called a Bushmaster. We also know that police today in Hoboken, New Jersey, took the killer's older brother in for questioning. They did not label him a suspect. No word at this hour whether he is still in custody. There's a lot to tell you about right now at this hour, but let's just start at the beginning.
The individual that I have on the phone is continuing to hear what he believes to be gunshots.
The first word was chilling. It only got worse.
They are reporting multiple fatalities involved in the shooting at the elementary school.
With each new report, the horror deepened.
Reports say the number of dead closer to 30 than to 20, and sadly, most of them are children.
Every detail, every fact brought more sadness. Each fresh piece of information a part of the picture. A school, kindergarten through 4th grade. A sanctuary that was supposed to be a place of safety, torn apart.
She heard, like, the intercom came on the school, and she heard a scream, and she heard a gunshot, or two gunshots, and then the school went into lockdown.
A student's teenage big brother describing the sounds of a gunman on the loose at Sandy Hook Elementary.
On and off duty troopers responded to the school, and with Newtown police immediately upon arrival entered the school and began a complete active shooter search of the building.
They arrived to carnage. The killer, says a law enforcement source with detailed knowledge, was dressed for battle in black fatigues and armed for mass murder with 2 pistols and a military-style rifle. In parts of the school, students were told to hide in corners. Teachers risked their own lives to pull boys and girls to safety.
Just so grateful to the teacher who saved him.
Okay, thank you. The teacher, you think the teacher saved his life?
She definitely did. He had bullets going by him, and she grabbed him and another child and pulled them into a classroom.
Eventually, the kids were evacuated to a nearby firehouse where frantic parents descended.
It was terrifying. I'm still terrified. I think I'm still in shock about it all. I still don't know everything that happened. I know that there are some people missing, that they've been taken to the hospital.
His son was okay. His son's teacher was alive as well. 20 other children and 6 adults were killed. The dead believed to include Sandy Hook school psychologist and the principal. Police discovered another adult victim, the gunman's mother, reportedly at home in Newtown. The gunman, too, is dead. Police say they fired no shots. A tight-knit community, including a nurse who lived nearby and rushed to help, shocked, distraught.
I see you've been crying.
Yes.
Is it because of what you saw?
One of the cops said it's, the worst thing he'd ever seen in his entire career. But it was when they told the parents, all these parents were waiting for their children to come out. They thought that they were, still alive. there's 20 parents that were just told that their children are dead. It was awful.
Awful. And late today, speaking for the nation, but also as a father, an emotional President Obama fought back tears.
This evening, Michelle and I will do what I know every parent in America will do, which is hug our children a little tighter, and we'll tell them that we love them, and we'll remind each other how deeply we love one another. But there are families in Connecticut who cannot do that tonight, and they need all of us right now.
We're going to play you the complete statement that President Obama made earlier today in the hopes that it may bring some peace to some people. As one mother said, though, tonight, too many of our babies died. With us now on the phone from Newtown is Janet Vollmer, who teaches kindergarten at Sandy Hook Elementary and was there today. Janet, thank you for talking to us under these just awful circumstances. First of all, how are you doing?
I'm okay. Family's here, so that helps. My sons came, and my husband and the dog, so we're together, and that's what it's all about.
You were in your classroom.
I was in my
classroom. You were in your classroom. What did you hear?
Well, you know, about 9:30, 9:40, we heard noises, and the announcement system was still on, so it didn't go off. So you could hear what sounded like pops, gunshots. Of course, I'm not going to tell that to 5-year-olds, so I said to them, well, we're going over in a safe area, and we're going to, you know, we read a story, and we kept them calm, did a lockdown drill, closed the doors, locked, covered the windows, and, you know, kept the children with us. I have other adults.
I find that amazing. I find that amazing that fearing that you hear gunshots, you were able to have the composure to sit down and read to your students. I mean, that's extraordinary.
Have to do with 5-year-olds because you can't lose it. So, you know, you just kind of, I've been doing this for a long time. It's my 18th year of teaching, and, you know, my job was to keep them safe. I didn't know. There was no announcement of what was going on. You know, my instinct was it wasn't good. So, you know, we kept them calm. We stayed in the room until there was banging at the door, which were the police and the troopers or whoever was there, and they had us exit the building. And, you know, they told the children to cover their eyes and walk in a line and leave the building, and that's when we went down towards the firehouse. So, you know, we were all safe. I had 19 children in the room with me, and thank goodness all of their parents were, you know, able to come and pick them up and take them home.
As you were reading to them, I mean, did the kids realize something was going on, or did they just think it was a drill like you'd had before?
Right. It didn't seem a natural thing, although we do practice drills. And we just said, well, we're not really sure, but we're going to be safe because we're sitting over here and we're all together. And that's, you know, as we got down to the firehouse later on, as a lot of the events started to unfold throughout the day, I think some of them realized the magnitude of what was going on. They saw other people upset. But, you know, we just held them close until their parents came and we released them. And, you know, my room, my children were all accounted for and safe in my kindergarten classroom.
I mean, it's so, for all of us, it's so incomprehensible. And obviously you knew the children who were killed. You knew the families involved. Your colleagues have lost their lives. I'm certainly not going to ask you about any of the kids, but what do you want the world to know about your colleagues?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we heard a lot of things as we were down at the firehouse. I mean, you know, people were texting news reports and this one and that one, you know. I'm not sure still of the magnitude of who everyone is because I hear 6 or 7 adults and many children. And, you know, I know those first graders were children that I had in my room last year. So those parents were showing up today and they couldn't find their children. And, you know, they were all taken to separate rooms. And so I don't know who they all are, but I'm sure as the days unfold, it will not be it will not be good news for many of those people.
And yeah, I mean, it's really beyond words, and I appreciate you taking a few moments just to talk to us tonight. Yeah, it really is.
Well,
Janet, I mean, thank you for your composure. I mean, it's extraordinary what you did, and the other colleagues of yours who did the same thing.
Some of those teachers were heroes. Some of them in the front building. We had one teacher, she was on the news earlier, she locked everybody in the bathroom and wouldn't open the door. You know, and I mean, I think we do this as teachers. We are trained. We do have drills. You know, we talk to the kids and you know, in case something were to happen, this is what we do. And that's kind of what happened today. Everybody just instinctively kept their children safe.
Well, there's a lot of teachers around the country who I think of as heroes every day, and frankly, today you showed that, and all your colleagues showed that, so thank you.
Thank you.
And I wish you peace and strength in the difficult days ahead. Amy Seaver is also joining us now on the phone. Her daughter is a first grader at Sandy Hook. She and other parents got the chilling phone call this morning saying the school is on lockdown. I appreciate you taking a moment this evening. How is your daughter doing, your family? How are you holding up?
Okay. It's a very rough night here. You know, when your first grader goes to bed and says, Mommy, is anyone from my class last year, are they okay? Are they all okay? And you look at them and say, I'm not really sure. It's a rough night to tell that to your 7-year-old. It's a very, very sad night for this town and a lot of families here.
Has your daughter wanted to talk about what happened, or a first grader? I don't. Do they want to talk?
She asked a lot of questions about the principal. She got wind very quickly that something was wrong with our principal, which we didn't tell her till just now that, yes, she was definitely hurt and it wasn't good. It's taking her a while. I think tomorrow will probably be harder for her. I also have a 5th grader who came off the bus crying because she, had a sister who she was worried about and just basically left that school, you know, a few months ago. And I think for a lot of those kids, they kind of are a little older and can get it a little bit faster, even though they weren't in it. So the questions I think are coming. They're not really here yet, especially for the littler ones. But yeah, it started as I put them to bed tonight. The questions.
Do you know, I mean, as a mom, do you know how you're going to answer those questions? Because there's a lot of parents around the world, frankly, whose kids are probably going to be asking them questions in the days ahead about what happened. What do you think you know what you're going to say?
Unfortunately, we've been through a bit of trauma in our own lives. So for me, and I can't speak for moms, other moms, or moms around the world, but for my family, I speak kind of quietly and truthfully, and I try to answer the questions that are asked and give the information that they ask for without a lot of detail. I definitely don't lie. I mean, I was point blank asked tonight, is Principal Hochsprung okay? And I had to say no. And she asked me, is she dead? And I said yes. So I don't lie to my children. I try not to offer too much because I'm not sure what they know, so I kind of try to sit back and wait for them to ask. But if they ask me a question, I give them the honest answer. And unfortunately for a lot of us in town, the answers are not good.
The principal, Dawn, I've heard so many...
and are sad tonight, so I don't think anyone can answer these questions easily, or they're definitely not fun answers.
I've heard so many great things about the principal, Dawn Hochsprung, and the fact that your child was asking about her. What do you want people to know about Dawn?
A very lovely, compassionate woman, extremely helpful. As a chair on one of the PTA committees, could not have come out to support me better this year. I needed support this year, and she was the first one on my team, the first one to help, the first one to be there. Never saw her without a smile. Was just in my daughter's classroom this week, reading a book to the kids. Very, very lovely woman, and definitely had the children's best intentions all the time. She was always looking out for them. It's a very sad day.
Amy, you must be exhausted, and I'm going to let you go. I appreciate you talking tonight, and thank you. And I just wish you and your family a lot of strength. Thank you.
My family is one of the lucky ones, Anderson. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people, that aren't so lucky tonight in town. But thank you, and we pray for all the families that are out there tonight.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of prayers around the world right now for those families. Amy, thank you.
Thank you.
It is, frankly, unbelievable. Let's go back to Soledad.
It really is. It really is. And it's almost impossible, I think, to fathom what the people of Newtown are going through now and what they're going to be going through in the next days and weeks, especially the parents and the siblings and the family members of the little children who did not survive the massacre today. So many lives were lost. So many other people's lives were just changed forever. Friends and neighbors, and even in some cases complete strangers, gathered and continue to gather at this hour to hold each other and cry and to remember. There was a vigil tonight, took place at a local church, and Jason Carroll has been there all day and through the night, and he's got an update on how that went tonight. Jason, the mood has got to be so sad. Tell me a little bit about tonight's vigil.
You know, I've seen a lot of emotional things throughout my life, but tonight was... It's really hard to explain. The vigil here tonight, so many people came out here, Soledad. There wasn't enough room for everyone inside St. Rose Lima Church. So many people came out. They stood outside in the freezing cold. Hundreds of people stood in silence and listened. And then when the vigil let out, all those who were standing outside went inside. And then you heard some singing at one point. Groups broke off into separate groups and started singing. People really came here tonight, and I know you just heard Anderson give that very emotional interview. People came here looking for answers, just like that mother was trying to give answers to her daughter. And it's difficult. It's very tough to try and get those answers at this time, but people came here looking for that. They came here to lean on each other, and they turned to their faith. This is such a small community that it's the kind of place where literally so many of the people who came out here tonight knew someone. They knew one of the faculty members. They knew one of the children. They told a story about one of the little girls who lost her life, who was supposed to be in a Christmas pageant here at the church. We spoke to another man who also knew the principal, talked about her. He wanted to speak out before he went into the vigil, and I want you to listen into a little bit of that conversation.
Dawn, the principal at Sandy Hook, I had dinner with her last spring. She was exuberant, she was just an incredible educator, and to lose somebody like that in our district, you know, it's sad because they lost a leader today at Sandy Hook, but my prayers are going to be for, you know, our community as well.
One of the other points that he wanted to make was that this was a woman who loved not only her school and her job, but she loved all of the children at the school as well. Soledad?
So, Jason, I know you had a chance to talk to the deacon, and I'm sure he's going to be the focus of many of those questions that people are having. What did he tell you?
It was difficult for him. He became emotional during our conversation. He said that at least 100 people had come through the church doors throughout the day. They were looking for answers, and when I asked him, I said, you know, how do you try and provide answers? He says it's just too soon to try to come up with some sort of a deep philosophical answer in terms of why this all happened. He also was feeling the emotion of what has happened as well. He knew some of the children that were killed, including some of the faculty members. He spoke about one child in particular who he remembered receiving her first communion here at the church, and a child who really left an impression upon him, and he explains the reason why.
I heard one of the victims, I'm not sure about it, but I heard that one of the victims recently, I think it was like birthday money. She gathered up her birthday money, her birthday gifts, and she donated it to the parish to give for the Hurricane Sandy victims. She's 6 years old. So that makes it very, very personal and very intimate.
His struggle is that he has got to be a rock for the community now. He has got to try to keep it together as more people come to him to lean on him for emotional support. I asked him, I said, what do you do? He said, I'm going to go home, I'm going to hug my own daughter, and then I'm going to come back here and be the support that this community needs. Soledad?
Jason Carroll for us. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that. And Anderson, as Jason points out, it's a question I think we're all trying to get an answer to today, the why behind it, you know. We've talked a little bit about the shooter, but the motivation is always that thing that I just don't think anybody is close to understanding at this point.
Yeah, and may never. I mean, you know, sometimes there isn't any why. But we'll continue to investigate. Soledad, I appreciate it. We'll come back to you shortly. The authorities have not yet, of course, released the names of the victims. Police say the process of identification continues at this hour. Those children's little bodies are still inside that school and will be throughout this evening. As we learn who they are, when it's appropriate, we're going to focus on their lives. We'll tell you about them when we learn about them, when their parents want you to know about them. It's the victims that we want history to remember and to honor. Now, according to a witness, the school's principal and psychologist, as we said, are among the dead. You heard parent Amy Seaver and others talk tonight about Dawn Hucksprung. Here's what we know about her. She became the principal at Sandy Hook Elementary School back in 2010. She arrived, she had 12 years of experience as a school administrator. She's also a mom, raising 2 daughters, 3 stepdaughters, according to a local paper. And a lot of the folks who worked with Dawn said she was extremely passionate about her job, an expert on curriculum, fun, but a firm leader, they said. One friend put it this way. She said, she was the kind of person you'd want to be educating your kids, and the kids loved her. Even little kids know when someone cares about them, and that was her. She was active on Twitter. She wrote about her love of reading and posted messages and photos about events and developments at the school. Back on August 24th, she tweeted this. She said, welcoming our kinders this morning, 74 new opportunities to inspire lifelong learning. She was apparently talking about the new kindergarten class. Dawn Hucksprung had recently installed a new security system at the school, and one of the safeguards is all visitors had to ring a doorbell at the front entrance and wait to be buzzed in after the doors automatically locked at 9:30 a.m. Again, 2 witnesses told our sister network HLN that the glass entrance was either shot out or smashed, allowing the gunman to get into the building. We don't yet have any photographs of the other victim, according to witnesses, Mary Sherlock, the school's psychologist. She was 56 years old. She'd been at Sandy Hook Elementary School for 18 years, had an undergraduate degree in psychology, as well as a master's and a 6-year professional degree. Sherlock was also a wife and a mom. She was married to her husband, Bill, for more than 30 years. They've got 2 grown daughters. The oldest works as a high school chorus teacher in New Jersey. So Mary Sherlock and Dawn Hucksprung, we will remember them. When we come back, more President Obama's emotional reaction to the shooting. We want to play you his complete comments and more from the parents as well.
It's not something you shake off very easily, and certainly not for little people. And we lost a lot of babies today in this town. And there are a lot of very sad families. And as everyone can think, you never think it's going to happen. But basically, it happens all over the world at this point.
Doesn't even seem real. It just does not seem like it's even possible. It's like you read it in the paper or see it in the news, and you're like, oh my God, that poor family. And then you have something happen so close to home. It's like, I think I'm still in shock, to be honest with you.
Well, no doubt a lot of people are feeling the exact same way tonight, in shock. The massacre inside the school, it's the deadliest elementary school shooting in American history. And all the words that have been spoken today, all the words that I'm speaking tonight in this hour, they all sound so small in the face of this horror. 20 little children, 7 adults. Last night they were alive, getting ready for another day of school. Tonight they're gone. President Obama spoke to the nation earlier. We played some of it before the top of the program, but I think it's worth hearing all of what he said.
This afternoon, I spoke with Governor Malloy, FBI Director Mueller. I offered Governor Malloy my condolences on behalf of the nation and made it clear he will have every single resource that he needs to investigate this heinous crime, care for the victims, counsel their families. We've endured too many of these tragedies in the past few years, and each time I learn the news, I react not as a president, but as anybody else would, as a parent. And that was especially true today. I know there's not a parent in America who doesn't feel the same overwhelming grief that I do. The majority of those who died today were children. Beautiful little kids between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. They had their entire lives ahead of them. Birthdays, graduations, weddings, kids of their own. Among the fallen were also teachers, men and women who devoted their lives to helping our children fulfill their dreams. So our hearts are broken today for the parents and grandparents, sisters and brothers of these little children, and for the families of the adults who were lost. Our hearts are broken for the parents of the survivors as well. For as blessed as they are to have their children home tonight, they know that their children's innocence has been torn away from them too early, and there are no words that will ease their pain. As a country, we have been through this too many times. Whether it's an elementary school in Newton, or a shopping mall in Oregon, or a temple in Wisconsin, or a movie theater in Aurora, or a street corner in Chicago, these neighborhoods are our neighborhoods, and these children are our children. And we're going to have to come together and take meaningful action to prevent more tragedies like this, regardless of the politics. This evening, Michelle and I will do what I know every parent in America will do, which is hug our children a little tighter, and we'll tell them that we love them, and we'll remind each other how deeply we love one another. But there are families in Connecticut who cannot do that tonight, and they need all of us right now. In the hard days to come, that community needs us to be at our best as Americans, and I will do everything in my power as president to help. Because while nothing can fill the space of a lost child or loved one, all of us can extend a hand to those in need, to remind them that we are there for them, that we are praying for them, that the love they felt for those they lost endures not just in their memories, but also in ours. May God bless the memory of the victims. And in the words of Scripture, heal the brokenhearted and bind up their wounds.
President Obama speaking earlier today, not just as president, but as a father of two daughters. Denise Karaya's daughter goes to Sandy Hook. She was in school this morning. We spoke earlier tonight. Denise, I cannot imagine what this day has been like for you, obviously for your child. How is your child and how are you doing?
I think everyone's coping as best as they possibly can, and it's shocking when it happens anywhere, so we're all trying to wrap our arms around the situation as best as we can.
Does your daughter want to talk about it with you, or are you encouraging her to, or how do you handle this? Because I think there's a lot of parents around the world right now who are trying to figure out what to say to their child.
You know, the hard thing for me is, Andrew said, I'm a New Yorker, so I guess I'm very accustomed to Manhattan and accustomed to always telling my kids to be careful. I guess you never expect it to happen in your school. And at the end of the day, I'm letting her talk. She's mentioned quite a bit about the principal, who many of us have worked with, and I adored her. I worked with her personally with my business, so that is one person I know that we've lost on a personal level. I know that they are going to have counselors at the intermediary school tomorrow, and I've already told my children that they were all welcome to go there. So that's what we're planning on doing tomorrow. That way, if they need to speak to somebody, they will.
Has your daughter said much about what she saw or what she heard?
She did mention that she did, of course, hear gunshots. They were on the same floor. Her teacher managed to take two children out of the hallway, pull them into the classroom, lock the door, and move everybody over to the other side of the room. When, it was very confusing, as it would be in any of these cases. to go and pick up your child once we figured out that everything was dispatched to Sandy Hook Elementary. I was one of the first parents there, along with a friend of mine. We both figured out what was going on and ran over there. They were very smart to get them out of the building. They moved them over to the firehouse. But you could see that my daughter's teacher was visibly upset, as well as many of the children there. And she did a very heroic thing. She pulled 2 kids out of the hallway and just shoved them in the class and locked that door up. And, you know, the kids are going to suffer from this. I mean, like everything else, it's a psychological event that's going to take time for healing. And as long as everyone gets the proper help, you know, it's not something you shake off very easily, and certainly not for little people. And we lost a lot of babies today in this town. And there are a lot of very sad families. And as everyone can think, you never think it's going to happen. But basically it happens all over the world at this point. So we have to be very cognizant of mental health. We have to be very cognizant of gun control, in my eyes, and also about how schools are locked up these days. And it's unfortunate. You wouldn't think that to take your children to school, you have to worry about somebody going in and blowing them all up. It just is very, very, it's an unfortunate state of affairs, but unfortunately it's our reality these days.
Well, Denise, I'm sorry that reality was visited upon your daughter today and everybody else, and I wish you strength and peace in the difficult days ahead. Thank you for talking tonight.
Oh, thank you so much, Anderson.
And there will be a lot of difficult days ahead. Let's go back to Soledad. Soledad?
Yeah, no question about that. So, Anderson, as word started to spread throughout the state today, certainly so did the shock, so did the horror, and now there is the grieving.
You can never be prepared for this kind of incident. What has happened, what has transpired at that school building will leave a mark on this community and every family impacted. I only ask that all of our fellow citizens here in the United States and around the world who have already offered their assistance remember all of the victims in their prayers.
That was Connecticut's Governor Dan Malloy speaking a little bit earlier today. He says his main responsibility now is the investigation, along with local and federal authorities. I want to emphasize once again that is the focus now. Susan Candiotti's been handling our coverage of the investigation. Let's focus first on what we know about the shooter.
Not very much, that he is 20 years old. We understand that he came to the school with 3 weapons. 2 of them were handguns, one described as a Glock, one described as a Sig Sauer, and another one that was not found in the classroom with him, but instead was found in a car outside the school, and that is called a .223 Bushmaster, which is a semi-automatic weapon. Now, it seems those guns were not registered to him, but we are told, according to our law enforcement sources, they belong to his mother, which is don't have an explanation for that right now.
Were all those guns legally purchased in this state?
Yes, we're told that they were legally purchased and they were registered in the state of Connecticut, exactly. But again, how did he get a hold of them? We don't know. We believe that he might have been living with his mother. I say that because our sources tell us that his mother's body was found inside a residence, and she does live in this area. So it is possible that he lived with his mother. Still waiting on that detail, though.
There was some confusion as well with his brother, who the police ended up going into Hoboken to do an investigation there and took the brother off for questioning as well.
That's right. The brother is a little bit older, 24 years old. He does live in an apartment in Hoboken, and authorities naturally did go to him to ask him questions about his brother. Everyone is being pretty tight-lipped about exactly what he told the authorities, but also his father has been questioned as well. His father is divorced from the mother who was killed in this incident, and so we are just simply trying to find out more about that as well.
All right, Susan Candiotti, the investigation continues. Thank you for the reporting on that. The suspected shooter's mother, we will obviously get some more information on that as well. Let's get it right back to Anderson for more.
Yeah, Soledad, as we mentioned, just in case you're joining us, we're intentionally limiting the use of the killer's name. We just don't want to repeat it over and over again. We don't want it to become a household name. We don't want to give encouragement to some other troubled person out there who might think they can solve something through murder. Now, that being said, we are trying to learn what we can about what led this person to the school. Drew Griffin joins me now live for that. Drew, what do we know right now?
Yeah, and Anderson, having covered so many of these, it's playing out almost in a sickening routine that we've seen before. A shooter with possible mental health issues, a family trying to deal with those issues, something snaps, the gun's easily accessed, and then we have this outburst of violence. In the case of this 20-year-old shooter, it's beginning to play out just exactly in that order. Here's what we do know. The 20-year-old shooter had an older brother, as Susan Candiotti pointed out. Now, that brother reportedly told ABC News that the shooter had a personality disorder. He also mentioned autism. CNN heard that same information from a man who called himself a friend of the shooters in Newtown, where the shooter lived. We can now confirm that those guns, the 2 handguns and semi-automatic rifle, were also, as Susan said, legally owned by the shooter's mother, now deceased. You see the pictures of the guns there. And is also somewhat standard in these cases that we find people that are shocked that the particular shooter could have been involved in anything like this, as is the case with one of the shooter's former classmates and former school bus driver. Listen to what they said today.
It was just a kid.
Just a kid?
Just a kid.
Never antisocial?
No, I'm just gonna... No.
Troublemaker?
No, definitely not.
Noticeable? Did he just kind of blend into the background?
Yeah. Nothing that would warrant any of this.
They're saying he went after his mom and her class of kids. Can you wrap your head around that?
No, I cannot. I don't know who do anything like this.
So your general sense is what?
This is unspeakable. I first heard about it. I'm still in shock. Excuse me a moment. I want to go.
He was a nice kid, very polite. She raised very nice boys to me. That's why I think it's a shock to even know them and realize who they are and what he did. You can't understand what happened, that he snapped, what have you, and he took such innocent lives.
So what can we expect? Well, Anderson, as we've learned in the other cases, Virginia Tech, the shooting of Congresswoman Giffords, the mass killing at the movie theater in Aurora, Colorado, I think in the coming days, maybe even by tomorrow, we're going to see in hindsight multiple warning signs, dangerous messages ignored, or perhaps even practice sessions or an obsession with the mom's guns that weren't taken seriously, or the family in many cases doesn't know how to handle the situation. They don't have anywhere to turn. And there will never be an answer or an explanation that could be anywhere near good enough for the victims' families to understand this, because in a lot of cases it's just senseless and it's never going to be understood.
Yeah, and hearing the one of the people say autistic, that, or could be autistic, I mean, that doesn't, I've never heard of somebody who's autistic doing something like this. It doesn't seem like that
well,
jives.
It's two separate things. The brother said personality disorder and also autistic. So, you know, we're not trying to put those together or say one leads to the other.
Got it.
But there was some hints, early hints, like we've seen in the other cases, where there's an early hint that there's some kind of a mental issue going on, and we learn more and more as things go on that there may have been warning signs. And that's what I expect. That's what I've seen a lot of experts expect already talking about this.
There's also going to be a lot of debate, obviously, over gun issues and gun control. Connecticut, though, has very strict gun laws, and these guns were legally purchased, as far as we know, by the mother.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if you were going to make a gun law that would prevent this, you would have to go and take this woman's legally owned guns away. That's basically it. The reason we found out so soon where these guns come from is because Connecticut has its own registry. Those handguns are registered. You need to have a certificate to own a handgun, and that also comes with a class, a handgun safety class. Nobody under 21 can own a handgun. Also, they have an assault weapons ban. This assault rifle, now I don't have the details, but if it was legally owned, she must have owned it before 1993 and also had a certificate of possession registered with the state, because some of the older guns were grandfathered in. Right now, you can't have an assault weapon purchased in the state of Connecticut, from what I'm reading from the law.
I guess the other issue is how are the guns stored? Were they in a lockbox, which is obviously one of the recommended things of ways to store guns. A lot we still don't know. Drew, appreciate it. For parents, the ordeal began with word that Sandy Hook Elementary School was on a lockdown. That was the first word that parents got. When we come back, we'll have a lot more about what happened throughout the day.
I was in New York and my wife called me in hysterics, and I just rushed home, and she heard some bangs, and she was brought into a bathroom.
It was frightening. I mean, it was like my heart stopped beating. It was like I can't even explain it.
Well, Jason Carroll gave us a look inside the Vigil Mass earlier tonight at St. Rose of Lima Roman Catholic Church in Newtown. We're joined now by the church's pastor, Monsignor Robert Weiss. Monsignor, I appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. What do you say to a parent? I mean, what do you say to a parent who is going through the worst possible kind of grief imaginable?
Well, that's it. I had a number of conversations with parents today, a number of whom belong to this parish community, and I must say the words are few. What can you really say? Many of them just said to me, "Thank you for being here with us." We prayed together, we hugged each other, there were a lot of tears. Certainly a lot of emotion, and I don't really think it's settled into their lives that their child has been taken from them. I must say that for the parents I spoke with today, there was a tremendous amount of love for these children, and I know that the days ahead are going to be very, very difficult, and we as a community, certainly we as a church community, will be very present to them. But the words, what can you say at a time like this?
There are probably a lot of parents wrestling around the country and probably around the world right now with what are they going to say to their children who ask them questions about this? What would you recommend for people to say to their kids, not kids from Newtown who are at the school, but just who hear about this and want to know, are they safe about what happened?
I think that's the one thing you have to assure them about. Some of these circumstances are beyond any human control. But, we have to teach these children that they have to trust. I know it's a difficult world in which we live, and it's very difficult to trust everyone. But they have to have faith, and they have to have faith in God and faith in each other. And I hope that these parents will certainly learn from this, once again, the value of family and keep priorities very, very straight. These children need to know that they're loved. They need to know that they're in environments where they can be safe, an environment where they can grow up to be productive citizens. I don't know how you take the fear out of a child's heart except by love. And these children today were certainly deeply loved by their parents. I'm sure when they dropped them off at school this morning, the last thing on their mind or on the minds of their children this would be the way the day would end. And I hope that parents will take this as an opportunity to talk to their children about the importance of being family and about the importance of trusting and loving each other.
Well, one of the things I was thinking about today is after the Aurora shooting in Aurora, Colorado, they had a sort of a memorial service, and I remember the speakers would read the name of each person who was killed, and then the crowd would shout back, "We will remember. We will remember you." And I just found that so powerful, and I kept thinking about that today. And in our coverage tonight, we've been trying to emphasize the importance of remembering the victims, and I think we saw that tonight at the vigil service that you held, where people were literally they were outside listening. It was so many people wanted to go, they couldn't fit in. What was your message to them tonight?
We invite you all now to see. My message was that I thought this was a day about hearts. I witnessed this morning being with the families. I was with them for almost 6 hours. Compassionate hearts, broken hearts, caring hearts. It was really about love in so many ways, and love lost, but love that will never be forgotten. I encourage our people tonight, too. We've got to do something about violence in this country, violence in the media, violence in the entertainment industry. It is filling their heads with an awareness that evil does exist in this world, but that good always conquers evil. And the only way we're going to change is by coming together as a community, and that's exactly what happened tonight. People came together to support each other and to encourage each other, and to let each other know that there is a better way to live, that we don't have to be afraid if we work together as a community.
Well, Monsignor, I know it's been a long day for you and a horrific day for you. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, Soledad, as we said, as we've been saying all night long, and frankly all day long, there are going to be many difficult days ahead.
No question. For those who've lost children and for those whose children survived those tough conversations. Many parents were telling us what happened when they came racing to the elementary school, which is right back over my shoulder. They got word that the school was on lockdown, and they were very, very panicked. Some literally ran to the school, or at least tried to run to the school. They were then sent to go to a nearby fire station. Completely frantic scene, in fact, by all accounts that we've heard, as people basically had to sit there and wait to see if their children were alive or not. Earlier, I spoke with Christine Wilford about her experience. Her son's a second grader at the school. How are you doing now?
It's still processing. It's a scary, no words.
Tell me about how your son is doing. Are you encouraging him to talk and share, or are you trying to sort of take his mind off the terrible things that he witnessed and experienced?
We've done a little bit of each, trying to, spoil him and, take his mind off of it, let him play, the PS3 and stuff like that, and then trying to talk and process with him, and letting them know when we've found out about other children that he knows.
You've gotten an electronic alert is really how you got the message in a robocall. Can you describe for me how that came across, what was said, and it must have just been the most terrifying thing.
Yeah, my husband and I were sitting there and a neighbor was over, and we got a robocall that all Newtown schools were in lockdown due to a reported shooting. We immediately got online. And my neighbor called her husband, who said he heard it was Sandy Hook, and we saw that online and just hopped in the car and headed to the school.
The school was on lockdown. What exactly does that mean?
I'm not sure completely what that means. When I got there, all of the children that had been evacuated were in the firehouse that's very close by.
How was your son doing, and how were the kids who he was with? How are they holding up?
It varied. My son seemed to be okay. He's like, Mom, I'm okay, I'm safe, and gave me a big hug. There was a lot of children that were crying and scared.
What does he describe had happened?
He said that he heard what sounded like large pans falling, just loud noises. He said his teacher had stepped outside the classroom, immediately came back in and locked the door, and had them all get into a corner and sit down and just had them start reading quietly.
How much time went by between that happened and before he was able to get to you?
I don't know. He isn't able to piece how much time it actually passed. He just said that, after a little while, a police officer came and took them out of the building and brought them to the firehouse.
We know that the principal had installed a system where you have to be buzzed into the locks.
Yes, and it's been that way, for the 2 years that we've been here. You had to ring a doorbell and be let in. And the office is right in front of those doors, and so they can look right out and see who's at the door.
Was there any particular reason for that? It's very typical, in big cities, certainly, but in communities that are pretty rural, it's a little bit of a rarity sometimes.
I think it's just they take the safety of our children very serious. It's a fairly large school. There's, between 500 and 600 students there, and they want to keep control and know, who's in the building with our children.
I was talking to the state police, and they said that they're processing the scene still, which means that there are some children still inside. How do you explain to your son what has happened about his classmates?
We are a fairly religious family, and, we just have talked about, that they've gone, to heaven to, be with Jesus, and that's about all we can say, and talk about, you're not going to see them anymore and they're not going to be around, and it's, you really just struggle to find the words, as to what happened.
Yeah, you do. You should know that everyone is sending their well wishes, not just to you, of course, and your family, but your community as a whole. So many people have asked me to pass that along.
We're a strong community. It is a strong family community with a lot of love. So I think that we'll get through this somehow, some way.
Christine, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Let's send it right back to Anderson.
Soledad, thanks very much. We'll be right back. You heard Monsignor Weiss a moment ago talking about the hearts of Newtown, the broken hearts, the loving hearts. He spoke in hopes of healing those hearts tonight. Here's more from the vigil today.
I would like to share with you a letter from His Holiness Pope Benedict XVI. I was promptly informed of the shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. I convey my heartfelt grief and the assurance of my personal prayers to the victims and their families, to all those of the community of Newtown, and especially the parish of St. Rose of Lima.
I have no words that make the pain of what happened today easy to bear. I'm heartbroken, as I know all of you are. There's nothing more hurtful or more tragic than the loss of innocence, but no more so when those that are lost are young children. I'm heartbroken.
People's children, brothers and sisters were taken from them. People's spouses, those teachers and administrators were taken from us.
I have to commend all of the first responders, both state and local, and certainly the staff of the school. They were there for those children, which is what teachers are all about. And it was most obvious today, what they really are about as teachers. To all of them, I say thanks on behalf of all of us.
All right, that does it for us. Thanks for watching. Aaron Burnett Out Front starts now.
Breaking news, massacre in Newtown, Connecticut. I'm Ashley Banfield, and I'm in for Aaron Burnett tonight. This just into CNN in a recording of first responders communicating as they arrived at the scene at Sandy Brook Elementary School this morning in Newtown. Mayhem. Listen.
6-7 Sandy Hook School. Caller is indicating she thinks there's someone shooting in the building. The front glass has been broken out of the school. They're unsure why. All units, the individual that I have on the phone is continuing to hear what he believes to be. All units responding to Sandy Hook School at this time. The shooting appears to have stopped. It is silent at this time. The school is in lockdown.
That broken glass is the result of the gunman reportedly shooting his way into the school. The unthinkable tragedy has left this very small New England town shattered tonight. 28 people dead. That's including the shooter himself. Most of those killed were students at the school. Very, very young students. There were 20 children who were killed. They were between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. There were also 6 adults who were shot dead after a heavily armed gunman dressed in black fatigues and a military vest opened fire in the school.
We just told a little boy about his sister now, and it's just to see his heart, you know, like, who am I going to play with, he said. I have nobody to play with now, so, excuse me.
The gunman, 20-year-old Adam Lanza, also died at the scene, apparently from a self-inflicted wound. I can also tell you that his mother, Nancy Lanza, was found dead at the family home here in Newtown as well. She had been a teacher at the Sandy Hook Elementary School. The school's principal, Dawn Hucksprung, was among those who were killed. And tonight, a friend remembered her as, quote, the kind of person that you would want to be educating your kids. School psychologist Mary Sherlock was also killed. This afternoon, the gunman's older brother, Ryan Lanza, was taken in for questioning by police in Hoboken in New Jersey, and he was handcuffed. Officials did not label him a suspect, but the gunman's father was also questioned in relation to what happened here today. And tonight, a nation in mourning. Candlelight vigils were held in Newtown and across the country. There was also one just outside the White House in Washington, D.C. Earlier today, President Obama ordered flags to be flown at half-staff nationwide in tribute to the victims of this terrible tragedy. And in an emotional address, he said this to the nation.
I know there's not a parent in America who doesn't feel the same overwhelming grief that I do. The majority of those who died today were children. Beautiful little kids between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. They had their entire lives ahead of them. Birthdays, graduations, weddings, kids of their own.
An extraordinarily emotional President Obama earlier today. Obviously, there are so many questions that are emerging after what happened here today, a virtual massacre of innocent, tiny children. And the weapons that were used, nothing short of terrifying. Our Susan Candiotti has been following all these developments today. 3 different weapons found in different places. Very, very dangerous weapons.
That's right. 2 of the weapons were found on the shooter himself in the classroom where he was found dead. One of them is a Glock, and the other one is called a Sig Sauer, both handguns.
Right.
A third weapon was found in a car, in a vehicle, may have been his, outside the school.
Was that the vehicle that had been parked sort of erratically, that had been roped off with the crime tape?
Exactly, and they were paying a lot of attention, obviously closely examining that car. This third weapon is a semi-automatic known as a Bushmaster 223. Now, we understand that all of the weapons belonged to his mother. His mother was a school teacher at the school, and they were registered in the state of Connecticut as well. Trying to piece all of this together, why did she have those guns? How did he get them?
Just one area that I know will be a huge topic of conversation for days, months to come. Another big question, obviously, for so many, the names of these children. There are 20 children who died. There are 6 adults who died in the school. There is Nancy, the mother, who died in her residence. When are we going to find out the official identities of these victims?
Right. Law enforcement authorities are telling us that it will be tomorrow morning. They expect to be releasing the identities. They've been working very diligently to check, double check, and triple check that they have all the right people, and obviously that everyone, members of the family, have been notified. So we expect to hear that in the morning.
And it's so sad to see that by exclusion they have made the identities obvious to those family members who did not get reunited with their children, but those positive IDs they talked about, a forensic project that they'll be working throughout the night in that school where those children's bodies still lay. All right, Susan Candiotti, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Our Drew Griffin has also been busy working up whatever information we can find on this person, the shooter, Adam Lanza. What have you found out, Drew?
Yeah, Ashley, having covered so many of these, in fact, with Susan Candiotti so many times, it's playing out almost in a sickening routine. A shooter with a possible mental health issue, a family perhaps trying to deal with those issues. Something snaps, powerful guns, easily accessed, and you have this outburst of violence. The case of this 20-year-old shooter is beginning to play out just exactly in that order, Ashley. Here's what we do know. The 20-year-old shooter had an older brother. That brother reportedly told ABC News that the shooter, his brother, had a personality disorder. He also mentioned his brother had autism, or was autistic. CNN heard that same information from a man who called himself a friend in Newtown, where the shooter lived. So already we're seeing a kind of a base for some mental health questions being raised. Ashley?
One more question for Drew. And Drew, just quickly, what about warning signs? Is anyone talking at all about warning signs?
You know, other than what I just mentioned, not yet. I fully expect we will see that and see more detail on that right now. Also somewhat standard in these cases, Ashley. You're going to find people shocked that this particular person could have been involved in anything like this. Listen to what we heard from a former classmate and also a former school bus driver who knew this 20-year-old.
It was just a kid.
Just a kid?
Just a kid.
Never antisocial?
No, I'm just gonna... No.
Troublemaker?
No, definitely not.
Noticeable? Did he just kind of blend into the background?
Yeah. Nothing that would warrant any of this.
They're saying he went after his mom and her class of kids. Can you wrap your head around that?
No, I cannot. I don't know who would do anything like this.
So your general sense is what?
This is unspeakable. I first heard about it. I'm still in shock. Excuse me a moment. I want to go.
He was a nice kid, very polite. She raised very nice boys to me. That's why I think it's a shock to even know them and realize who they are and what he did. You can't understand what happened, that he snapped, what have you, and he took such innocent lives.
Ashley, I'm convinced in the coming days, maybe even tomorrow, we're going to begin hearing that there were warning signs, that there were mental health issues, that there was a family that really didn't know how to handle the situation or felt they had nowhere to turn. We've seen it at Virginia Tech. We've seen it at the shooting of Congresswoman Gabby Giffords in Aurora, Colorado, at that movie theater. I am sure we will see that, Ashley, as an what we will not see, really, for the families, is any kind of explanation that will make sense of this, because right now it's just senseless.
And just so unbearably difficult to digest, especially here on the scene. Without question, something had to have been terribly wrong, though. Drew Griffin reporting for us live. Thank you so much. There is one name that you will likely be hearing more of in the coming days. Her name is Caitlin Roy. She's a first grade teacher at Sandy Hook Elementary School, and she is being hailed as a hero. She saved a number of students in her first grade classroom. She spoke exclusively with Diane Sawyer on World News Tonight earlier. Have a listen.
You know, and in my mind, I'm thinking, you know, as a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, what are your thoughts? What are your, you know, and I'm thinking that I have to almost be their parent. Like, I have to tell them, you know. So I said to them, I said, I need you to know that I love you all very much and that it's going to be okay, because I thought that was the last thing they were ever going to hear. I thought we were all going to die. You know, and I don't know if that's okay, you know, teachers and, you know, but I wanted them to know someone loved them, and I wanted that to be one of the last things they heard. Not the gunfire in the hallway. It's just so horrible. It's so horrible.
Just an incredibly emotional story. I'm joined now by the Haskins family, Bob and his children, Julia and Bobby. Bob, I want to ask you about a friend of yours who is a basketball coach here in town who has 2 children attending Sandy Hook. And one of those children was a first grader who witnessed something absolutely unbelievable. I want you to just recount for me the story, if you will.
Absolutely. We just spoke to him an hour or so ago. But anyway, his young son was in class, and the shooter broke into the classroom and in front of his eyes gunned down the teacher. He was astute enough to take a couple of the students, and he ran out the door right behind the back of the shooter and ran right out the school and continued to run for about a half a mile until he hit the main road. A stranger picked up the kids and took them to the Newtown Police Department. But unbeknownst to the parents, you know, when they went to talk to the state troopers, etc., the kids, their son was unaccounted for. So they told them to look in the woods, go door to door, talk to people, and for about an hour or so, they had no idea where their son was. They called the police department a couple of times, and they had no record of him being there. And finally, after about an hour and a half, they called, and they were relieved to find out that indeed their son had been dropped off at the police department, safe and sound.
But at that time, they must have thought the worst.
They thought the worst. It was a very, very difficult time for them. He said it was, you know, the worst hour and a half that he's ever experienced in his life.
The police interviewed this first grader. I'm guessing he's 6, 7 years old.
6 years old.
6 years old.
He's 6 years old. They did interview him since he was there.
What was he able to tell them? What kind of detail?
You know, they asked him. Obviously, you know, the interview was very elementary, but they asked him what he saw. He described the shooter. He described his face, his expression. They asked him, you know, what was his recollection of the room. He said, I saw a whole bunch of silver bullets, you know, on the floor of the classroom. And then when I got out into the hall, I saw a whole bunch of bullets in the floor, and they weren't silver, they were red. So unfortunately, you know, covered with blood in the hallway. And then from that point, you know, he just, you know, ran and sprinted right out of the school. And
did he give a description any further about the shooter, his face? Did the shooter say anything? Did he have a look in his eye, anything like that?
No, he didn't say that the shooter said anything. He described, you know, what he looked like. You know, but it's a very elementary description because of the age. He's 6 years old. His descriptive skills, unfortunately, are not that acute.
All right, Julia, you have a different story. You're in the middle school here in town. You went into lockdown right away as soon as this happened. Did you know what was happening? I know everybody has cell phones and they might have been text messaging, but did you know what was going on?
No, I had no clue what was going on until the first hour we were in the lockdown, when my teacher told us that there had been a shooting only a mile down the road.
And do you have a classmate who had a little brother at the school?
Yes, the boy who I was sitting right next to during the lockdown, his little brother ended up dying.
How did he find that out?
I'm not exactly sure. I haven't talked to him yet today, but I know that during the lockdown, he didn't say anything. I didn't even know that he had a little brother at Sandy Hook School until I just found out that his brother had died.
So he hadn't been concerned at the time about finding out the fate of his little brother while he was in lockdown in your classroom?
It didn't seem like it. No.
And Bobby, you were in another school as well. I'll just hand this up to you.
Sure.
You were in another school, and you also went into lockdown. What was the experience for you? What happened?
Well, it was a little different because we were in church at the time, our Friday school mass, and Monsignor Weiss came in and he said that we need to end mass now and we need to go into immediate lockdown. And then what happened was the teachers went around, locked all the doors, and we just sat in the pews and just waited. And we could hear sirens for about an hour, just continuously going to this.
Did you, like your sister, also eventually find out what was going on?
Yeah, we eventually went back to the school, and then my class was locked down in the basement. And our teachers told us that there had been a shooting and that there were fatalities, but I didn't know the seriousness of it until my dad picked me up early from school, and then on the car ride home he told me that there had actually been quite a few fatalities.
Are you okay?
Yeah, we went to the vigil at 7 o'clock, which was very emotional. But
I mean, you're awfully young to be digesting. I mean, none of us is handling this well, and you're awfully young, you and your sister.
Yeah, it didn't really sink in. Like, I didn't even know. I was numb up until the vigil, and then I think everyone kind of broke down at the vigil because it was just so sad to see everyone there and see they had actually 28 candles on the altar to represent all the victims of.
At the vigil tonight. Yeah. And actually, just pass the mic to your dad. Bob, an incredible moment at the vigil. There was a letter that was read from the Pope.
There was a letter that was written by Pope Benedict to our community specifically, which was very touching and very meaningful. It meant a great deal to the whole community. And then on top of that, what really was emotional for us is Monsignor Weiss, who's a wonderful pastor of our church, talked about in his homily the time he spent with the 20 families today. And in particular, he mentioned, two little angels, one of whom the mother of the victim said that she went out recently and got her first communion dress, and the daughter was very, very excited about that. And the other little angel was actually going to be playing an angel in our school play at St. Rose next week. So it was a very poignant story and very, very emotional for us to hear and digest.
How is your friend, the basketball coach whose child went through this harrowing ordeal? How is he doing?
The best way to describe it is traumatized. I mean, he's a wonderful man, a wonderful person, wonderful family, and although he's incredibly grateful, that his son is safe, his heart is certainly bleeding, for the other children in the classroom, because two of his son's classmates did perish, in that saga that I told you when the gunman came in. That was the second classroom that he came in, and two of this little boy's classmates, were killed today.
And he witnessed.
Yes,
he witnessed his own teacher being shot. Thank you very much, and our hearts go out to all of you here. The nation is in mourning with everybody here in Newtown. I hope you're all going to be okay, and hug your kids tight.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob and Julia and Bobby Haskins. Coming up next, the Haskins family just touched on that vigil and the very special message that came from halfway around the world. The governor was here. The senators were here. We'll give you a better feel for just exactly what it was like inside that church later on. This is a community of 27,000 people, Newtown, Connecticut. It is quiet, it is spacious. There are halcyon areas where trees stretch for long periods between houses, and yet it is still a close town, and people know each other. And that's why they needed something, anything, to try to come together after the horrors that they were forced to endure today. The fact that so many of their children in this community will no longer be with them. They gathered at a Catholic church in town called St. Rose of Lima, and our Jason Carroll is there. Jason, you were there for the vigil this evening, and it was standing room only?
beyond that. I mean, there were hundreds of people outside here, Ashley, who could not get inside, but who came out here, just as you said, they wanted something, anything. They were leaning on each other, and they leaned on their faith, and that's why they came out here today. No question about it. Spoke to a deacon here who explained it all, and he said, just as you said, when you have a community this close, it should come as no surprise. When you have hundreds of people who will come out here, most of those people who were here at the church tonight knew someone at the school. If it wasn't a child, it was a parent. If it wasn't a parent, it was a teacher. If it wasn't a teacher, it was an administrator. And so that's why they came here today for comforting words with God from Monsignor Robert Weiss, who read a letter from the Pope.
I convey my heartfelt grief and the assurance of my personal prayers to the victims and their families, to all those of the community of Newtown, and especially the parish of St. Rose of Lima. In the aftermath of this senseless tragedy, I ask God our Father to console all those who mourn and to sustain the entire community with the spiritual strength which triumphs over violence by the power of forgiveness, hope, and reconciling love.
And Ashley, one of the deacons here at the church, when I spoke to him about what he was doing, he said throughout the day he had received almost 100 people who had come through church doors looking for comfort, looking for answers. Many of them asking why something like this would happen. And all he could say is, he said, I told them that sometimes there are no answers. Not right now. It's just too soon. Maybe this is something only God can answer. Ashley?
And Jason, one of the adults, one of the 6 adults who was killed in the school was the school principal named Dawn Hochsprung. Have you learned anything more about her?
You're hearing so much about her from so many people who are out here. 47 years old, 2 daughters, 3 stepdaughters. She'd been a principal at Sandy Hook Elementary since June of 2010. She was constantly twittering, so proud of her school, twittering about some of the 4th graders just recently, just this week. From all accounts, Ashley, she was a woman who loved not only her school, but loved her students and loved her job. And when we talked about that close community, it was no surprise to us to find a man out here today who knew her and knew her well, and I want you to listen to what he had to say about her.
Dawn, the principal at Sandy Hook, I had dinner with her last spring. She was exuberant, she was just an incredible educator, and to lose somebody like that in our district, you know, it's sad because they lost a leader today at Sandy Hook, but my prayers are going to be for, you know, our community as well.
Again, as you heard him say there, lost a leader here in this community, and just dealing with this loss, dealing with the pain, dealing with the suffering, this is what this community is going to be having to try to cope with from this point on. I mean, for days, for weeks, months, and certainly for the parents of those children, there's no saying how long they will be dealing with their grief. Ashley?
It's so distressing, Jason, to know that that principal had just this fall implemented a brand new security system where you had to get buzzed in at 9:30 in the morning, and yet this was perpetrated against her school. Jason Carroll reporting for us live from just across town from where I am. And part of the reason I am where I am right now is that the media has been getting regular updates at this location, not only from the state police, but also from Connecticut's Governor Dan Malloy, who has come at regular intervals, not only to this location to brief us, but also he has spoken with the families, those families who were given that ultimate terrible news that they would not be reuniting with their children. And then he made another stop at the vigil that Jason just reported on. Here are some of the things that he told those who were in grief.
Well, good evening, everyone. Monsignor, thank you very much for opening this very beautiful church so that we might, in a communal way, find solace in one another as a result of the unspeakable having occurred in this community. People's children, brothers and sisters, were taken from them. People's spouses, those teachers and administrators, were taken from us. Yet we stand in a church And many of us today in the coming days will rely upon that which we have been taught and that which we inherently believe, that there is faith for a reason, and that faith itself is God's gift to all of us. In these times of troubles and travail, when the unthinkable happens in our very midst, our faith is tested. Not just in the religious sense, not just necessarily our faith in God, but our faith in community, in who we are and what we collectively are. And it's, in so many ways, permissible to have those thoughts and those doubts about who we are and what community represents. But then we turn to understand as we turn around this room and recognize our friends and our neighbors, those we have done things for and those who have done things for us. This is a great and beautiful community, located in a great and beautiful state, in a great and beautiful nation. In the coming days and in the coming weeks, I will pray that you all embrace one another, that you lift one another up, that you understand the difficulties that you collectively will undergo. Keep in your prayers the children who lost their lives today. Keep in your prayers the adults who lost their lives today. Understand that a test is just that which we rise to and answer and respond to. In the coming days, as many of us prepare to celebrate the birth of Christ, understand that too will bring sorrow as we think about these instances that have happened so close to those days. But that too will pass and be overcome. In all of our prayers and the prayers and hopes of all of the public officials who have assembled here today and in the presence of your great select person, I bring and extend the condolences of the entirety of this state to you, the members of this community. May God bless you. May God bless our children who are with us today and those who were taken away. And may God bless the adults who lost their lives today. Thank you.
I wanted to share with you one of the more poignant stories that I learned today from a nurse named Maureen. She wanted to volunteer. When she heard what was going on at the school, she and another nurse raced to the school to help and found themselves surprised that there was nothing for them to do. Sadly, they began to understand that there would be no more survivors coming out of the school, and so they made their way to the fire station, which was a staging area for parents to be reunited with their kids. And of course, it was a staging area where a lot of parents wouldn't be reunited with their children either. The sad story that she told me was the moment that, unfortunately, the authorities had to tell these parents that there were no more survivors. Another witness who was in that area said that the cries and the wails were overwhelming, that it was one of the more difficult things to have to undergo. There were two priests who were on the scene as well, at least two grief counselors who were there to try to handle what was going to happen with these approximately 50 people. If you think about it, there were 20 kids, and they all had parents. So roughly 50 people had to endure that terrible moment when they were told they would likely never see their children again. Coming up, a woman who works at a daycare here in town tells us that many of her daycare students had graduated to become students at Sandy Hook Elementary. She's going to talk to us in a moment. We're live in Newtown, Connecticut tonight in a story that overwhelmed many people as it began to unfold today. It began as a story we have often covered before. Shots may have rung out at a school, but as the details rolled in and as the magnitude of this horror unfolded, it was astounding, the sheer numbers that were involved. Here's how the day played out. We are following this report that there has been a shooting at an elementary school named Sandy Hook.
The intercom came on for the school, and she heard a scream, and she heard a gunshot, or two gunshots.
On and off duty troopers responded to the school, and with Newtown Police, immediately upon arrival, entered the school and began a complete active shooter search of the building.
And they had to hide in the closet, and they were quiet, and the children obviously were very shaken. They were crying in the closet.
I saw some of the bullets going past the hall. Then a teacher pulled me into her classroom.
The police came in. It's like, is he in here? Then he ran out. And then our teachers, then somebody yelled, get to a safe place.
I just heard the principal was shot and killed. I heard some kids were shot. Mrs. Teacher, Mrs. Hammonds was shot.
There were 18 children that were pronounced dead at the school. There were 2 that were transported to area hospitals and pronounced dead at area hospitals. And there were 6 adults pronounced dead at the scene at the school.
We just told a little boy about his sister now, and it's just as hard, you know, like, who am I going to play with, he said. I have nobody to play with now, so, excuse me.
The perpetrator of the crime is dead, as is an individual who the perpetrator lived with.
Adam Lanza's older brother, Ryan Lanza, being taken into custody today in Hoboken. The 24-year-old Ryan Lanza is not charged with anything. At this point, he is being questioned.
There is a related scene that we discovered as we were continuing the criminal investigation.
I ask God our Father to console all those who mourn and to sustain the entire community with the spiritual strength which triumphs over violence by the power of forgiveness, hope, and reconciling love.
This was the second deadliest school shooting in American history. 20 young children lost their lives, ages 5 to 10. And while the rest of their classmates were robbed of their innocence after witnessing this tragedy, these parents will forever be mourning. I want to introduce you to Michelle Bepko. She used to work at a daycare center that watched many of those children who were inside that elementary school at the time of the shooting. How did you find out, Michelle, what was happening today?
Earlier this afternoon, I contacted a family that I've kept in touch with for many years and asked if his girls were okay, and he said that they were home safe and sound, but to pray for the ones that were very unfortunate.
And do you know if any of the kids who attended your daycare were ultimately victims in this rampage?
All of them, as of right now, are home safe and sound with their families.
It must have been just an enormous relief.
It was, to hear that all those kids that I have kept in touch with for all these years were home, yes.
Have you had a chance to talk to any of their parents or find out how they're doing?
I did. They're just, like I said, very fortunate that they're home, and, you know, to pray for the ones that were not so fortunate in the shooting earlier today, but they're very, very happy that their little ones are home safe and sound.
And you work at this daycare, I think it's called the Little Explorers Daycare?
Yes.
Are you closed? I mean, are you going to be able to keep working on Monday? Is anything changing in terms of your security measures? How is this going to affect you as you go forward looking after your little ones at the school?
I worked there several years ago, but it is up and running as of today.
It's running.
It is.
You also have a friend who is a teacher at the school.
Yes, I found out that she was injured earlier today, and last time I spoke to the family that keeps in touch with her, she was still in the hospital.
And how was she injured?
She was shot in the foot.
And do you know if she was in that meeting whereby the principal and the school psychologist were shot dead? There was a report that 3 of these teachers in the meeting had emerged into the hallway when the gunshots rang out, and only one came back and was injured in the foot or the leg. And I'm trying to put together whether it might have been your friend.
It might have been the same person, but I'm uncertain of that. But I know that she was shot in the foot.
How are you processing this? How are you doing?
It's hard to handle, seeing that I had all these kids since they were 3. I still keep in touch with the families, and just very thankful that they're home on this holiday with their parents, but still praying for the ones that were injured.
And Newtown is such a beautiful and quiet community. Everyone who goes through a tragedy says that it would never occur that it would happen there, and it certainly just doesn't occur that it would happen here.
It could happen anywhere. I know it's small and it's quaint and it's quiet, but it's unfortunate that it did happen.
You and your neighbor's going to be okay?
Yes, I'm home with my parents. We're going to be okay.
Hey, Michelle Bepko joining us live. Thank you for talking to us, and good luck to you as well.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I want to go back to my colleague, Drew Griffin, because there were a number of weapons that were recovered at the school. Now, all of them, all three, were owned by the shooter's mother. They were registered. Connecticut already has some of the toughest gun laws on the books in this nation, and now there are calls for even stricter gun control, and our Drew Griffin has been looking into that part of the story as well. Drew, what can you tell me?
Well, I can tell you that we know these guns were legally owned because of Connecticut's very strict gun laws. And let me just tell you what they are, Ashley. The two handguns in the state of Connecticut would require a certificate of possession, a 5-year license as it is, to obtain and own that weapon. It also comes with a requirement that you go through a training course, a handgun safety course. As for that assault rifle, if that is indeed an operating semi-assault rifle, that gun is banned in Connecticut. However, if the gun was purchased and in the possession of the mother prior to October of 1993, that gun would have been grandfathered into her possession, although that would have to be registered to her with the state as well. So there are very strict gun laws in the state of Connecticut, and yes, these guns were all legally owned.
And Drew, the shooter in this case, Adam Lanza, he had no criminal record. No one can find anything that he's done wrong. Would that have factored into whether he would have had greater access to certain guns in the state?
Being 20 years old, there's no way legally he could have purchased a handgun, certificate or not. He was too young. He could not have purchased that assault rifle because it is banned. You can't buy them or obtain them or possess them in the state of Connecticut unless you have that grandfather clause for a gun in the past. So legally speaking, he could not have owned these guns. So I think we're going to turn to the fact that they were in the mother's home, obviously accessible. And how were they stored? Did the mom know he was using the guns, training with the guns? We're going to look at those type of issues. But as for the Connecticut gun laws, Ashley, just to say that this kid could have gone out and bought these guns, the answer is legally no.
And again, a Glock and a Sig Sauer were found on his person in the school after he apparently killed himself, and then a Bushmaster .223 was found in the vehicle that he had apparently left erratically parked out in front of the school. All right, Drew Griffin, thank you for looking into that. Appreciate that, Drew Griffin reporting live for us. I want to just walk you through how this played out, because this particular school, while not a very large school, it is somewhat spread out. Sandy Hook Elementary has a bit of a square formation, and the shooter definitely took a certain path through the school. But as they said, the officials who spoke with us, he was not running through the halls and shooting. He was very specific about where he targeted. Have a look at how Tom Foreman lays this out for us.
9:30 this morning, it was a normal start to the day out here. About 600 students in the class here, about 50 faculty members. We don't really have a complete read yet on the layout of the school or the timeline, but we've been trying to piece it together all day long, just as investigators have, and we have some idea. So the day was getting underway, had been underway for about 30 minutes. There was a meeting happening up here involving the principal, the vice principal, a school psychologist, and several other adults in this area. Then, around 9:40, as best we can tell from witnesses, just 10 minutes later, it would appear that's when the gunman enters the building. How did he do it? Jason Carroll just mentioned a minute ago the new security system right up here. We're not sure how he got past that or if it had been locked up at that point. We know that police looked very hard all day at a car parked here in the fire lane. It's still there, surrounded by tape, as best I can tell. The suggestion would be from this and from witnesses that, in fact, somehow the gunman did come right through the front door here into the school. And almost immediately, people throughout this building reported hearing gunfire. 9:41, that's when the calls started coming in to 911. The principal, the vice principal, and the school psychologist who were in this meeting, according to witnesses, went out into the hall and went toward that gunfire to see what was happening. There was shouting, many shouts and shots, and the vice principal came back into the meeting room wounded, but the other two did not. Authorities say all of the shooting happened really in a relatively short period of time, and they say the gunman did not roam around, but generally stayed in just 2 rooms and a hallway right up here. That's in fact where they ultimately found him. 9:45. Teachers were trying to protect students all throughout this school. Some students who were near the gymnasium say that they were told to hide in some closets. Some other students in other parts of the building say they were led outside to flee. It's not really clear if that happened with the teachers or later with them being helped out by some sort of law enforcement officials. But nonetheless, we know that there was a real effort throughout this school to get all of these kids into some sort of safety. This picture, by the way, from the Newtown Bee. And there was all these teachers trying to do something about it, and they didn't really know what was going on. It's also not clear at what point in this process that the gunman died. Law officials say no officers fired a weapon, but they did find him dead in one of the rooms there, the suggestion being probably that he killed himself, but we'll get more details of that as we go on. This is what we do know. When law enforcement agents arrived at this school, they immediately set up a perimeter around it. It was state and local police, and officers spread throughout the building. They say they entered immediately to secure rooms, to find students, and to make sure if a gunman was still active in there that they got him under control or killed him if he had to. Then they quickly started leading students away from the school, trying to get them out to safety. This was just a horrendous, horrendous event, as you know. Very difficult even for the officers who were involved, because they had to, as you said, tell many of these children, avert your eyes, close your eyes, because they knew they were going to lead them right past many of the victims.
Oh, Tom Foreman, such a difficult detail to listen to, that the children had to avert their eyes as they escaped this school. You know, it is not often that the President of the United States sheds a tear in public, and today it happened. You'll see the President's moving tribute to the victims after the break.
This evening, Michelle and I will do what I know every parent in America will do, which is hug our children a little tighter, and we'll tell them that we love them, and we'll remind each other how deeply we love one another. But there are families in Connecticut who cannot do that tonight, and they need all of us right now. In the hard days to come, that community needs us to be at our best as Americans, and I will do everything in my power as president to help.
For much of the day, there was so much confusion about who the shooter who perpetrated this terrible act here in Newtown, Connecticut was. There was confusion because he was using ID that didn't belong to him, belonged to his brother, a brother who's in Hoboken, Connecticut. And that confusion led police right to that brother's front door. He's been arrested now as well, and John Berman has the details of how that played out.
Ashley, this street where I'm standing right now has been the site of a huge amount of activity today, and really a high number of questions. Behind me is the apartment building where lives the brother of the shooting suspect, 24-year-old Ryan Lanza. He was led to a car in handcuffs by law enforcement officials earlier today, taken into custody for questioning. Also questioned, according to sources telling CNN, 2 roommates of the brother who lives here. They are believed to have no connection at all to the suspect. This building behind me, it's a 5-story building with 2- and 3-bedroom apartments. On this street earlier today were Hoboken City Police, Jersey City Police. There were bomb squad representatives, although they did not go into the apartment building. Also, the FBI had a presence here. The FBI did remove materials from this apartment, including, we believe, some kind of computer. Now, there are questions about why the brother was taken into custody at all, especially in handcuffs. Well, one police officer on the scene here did tell me that there apparently was some kind of confusion, that the brother's ID may have been found on the shooter's body up in Connecticut. Again, that was just one police officer who told me that. We're not currently sure at this time if Ryan Lanza is still in custody, but again, he is the brother of the apparent shooting suspect who was dead, and also apparently the son of a woman who was killed today. Ashley?
All right, John Berman reporting for us from Hoboken, Connecticut. And just to add to that, the Lanza's father was also questioned by police. They are not suspects, but they have been extensively questioned for any kind of information they can lend to this. I mentioned before, it's not often you see a president in tears, but it wasn't but a few hours. This news hit the president's desk pretty quickly, and he took to the airwaves to offer his comfort and his support to the families of the victims here in Newtown, Connecticut. Here's a look at the address that he made earlier today.
This afternoon, I spoke with Governor Malloy and FBI Director Mueller. I offered Governor Malloy my condolences on behalf of the nation and made it clear he will have every single resource that he needs to investigate this heinous crime, care for the victims, counsel their families. We've endured too many of these tragedies in the past few years, and each time I learn the news, I react not as a president, but as anybody else would, as a parent. And that was especially true today. I know there's not a parent in America who doesn't feel the same overwhelming grief that I do. The majority of those who died today were children. Beautiful little kids between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. They had their entire lives ahead of them. Birthdays, graduations, weddings, kids of their own. Among the fallen were also teachers, men and women who devoted their lives to helping our children fulfill their dreams. So our hearts are broken today for the parents and grandparents, sisters and brothers of these little children, and for the families of the adults who were lost. Our hearts are broken for the parents of the survivors as well. For as blessed as they are to have their children home tonight, they know that their children's innocence has been torn away from them too early, and there are no words that will ease their pain. As a country, we have been through this too many times. Whether it's an elementary school in Newton, or a shopping mall in Oregon, or a temple in Wisconsin, or a movie theater in Aurora, or a street corner in Chicago, these neighborhoods are our neighborhoods, and these children are our children. And we're going to have to come together and take meaningful action to prevent more tragedies like this, regardless of the politics. This evening, Michelle and I will do what I know every parent in America will do, which is hug our children a little tighter, and we'll tell them that we love them, and we'll remind each other how deeply we love one another. But there are families in Connecticut who cannot do that tonight, and they need all of us right now. In the hard days to come, that community needs us to be at our best as Americans, and I will do everything in my power as president to help. Because while nothing can fill the space of a lost child or loved one, all of us can extend a hand to those in need, to remind them that we are there for them, that we are praying for them, that the love they felt for those they lost endures not just in their memories, but also in ours. May God bless the memory of the victims. And in the words of Scripture, heal the brokenhearted and bind up their wounds.
We are indeed a nation in mourning tonight, and it is known across the world what happened in America, in Newtown, Connecticut. There's been reaction from world leaders who have written, who have made statements about this tragedy. And then there is the reaction from people from all corners of the world who now have social media to let us know, to let their friends know, to let everyone know how they feel about what's happened. Josh Levs now with all the reaction on Twitter.
People all over the world are expressing their sorrow and just their horror at what has happened. And this is now part of the story, the global reaction. And in this era, where you see that is on social media, especially. Let's take a look here at some of the tweets that are getting a lot of attention. One right here is from Mayor Mike Bloomberg in New York. He says, "My deepest sympathies are with families affected, and my determination to stop this madness is stronger than ever." Let's jump over here across the pond to David Cameron, Prime Minister of Britain. "My thoughts are with those who have been devastated by the Connecticut shootings. The death of so many children is truly heartbreaking," he says. Now, this one's getting a lot of attention and it's very interesting. Deepak Chopra, a man who's often been on CNN, very widely admired, says that he is now observing silence on Twitter and Facebook for a period in remembrance of those that have been killed. It's an interesting idea. We'll see if that catches on. We are talking to you on Twitter and across all platforms. Here's a tweet that I got. This one says, "The real tragedy is that we keep letting this kind of thing happen over and over and over again." And one more that was sent to me here: "Hold your children tight and thank the Lord for them." Absolutely, I'm doing that, and I know many of you are as well. The Facebook page for the school is getting a pretty good amount of attention as well. People posting messages there. And we have an assignment at iReport for you to express your condolences, your thoughts for the victims, and for the community.
Josh Levs reporting for us live on the Twitter reaction. As we leave you tonight, there is a very large project that lies ahead for the investigators, for the police, for the responders here. This was such a massive crime scene that the processing of it alone is going to take at least throughout the night, which means that those parents who were not reunited with their children, they know that those children's bodies are still in the school tonight. Those teachers, those adults who were also shot, the 6 of them, their bodies are also in the school tonight. Positive identifications have to be done. The coroner's office has a huge task. The investigation of the shots, over 100 rounds by one estimation. There is a massive forensic project that is underway, while at the same time there is a massive emotional project for this community in Newtown, Connecticut to somehow heal as we head into the holidays across this country. I'm Ashley Banfield reporting. Piers Morgan Tonight starts now.